This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Late at night. The bus driver saw that there was no one at the platform, and stepped on the accelerator to whiz by. Seeing that he was about to miss the platform, Chu Liang, who was standing at the back door waiting to get off, had no choice but to shout loudly, "Master, please stop for a while. I have to get off." "It doesn't matter." Chu Liang, a little transparent, is used to this treatment. He got off the bus, and the biting cold wind made him shiver. However, the platform that was empty just now suddenly had a boy running with a border collie. It was so cold that the dogs didn't even want to stick out their tongues. But the mahjong here was quite big, with smooth and beautiful hair, and it was obvious that he was well fed. Chu Liang waved his hand happily. And this boy was his college roommate, Wang Chang'an. Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an were both students of J University, but they were majoring in different subjects. The English department of J University didn't recruit many students, and boys were even rarer. When the dormitory was finally arranged, there was only one extra student like Chu Liang, so the school simply took the extra students from each major and pieced them together to form another dormitory. Wang Chang'an's dormitory happened to be short of one of 3 students, so Chu Liang, who was majoring in English, was invited in. By chance, now we are a family of 3. 2 people and 1 dog. Next time it's so late, don't bring Wang Difu to pick me up. Be careful that you two will catch a cold together, Chu Liang advised. Wang Chang'an shrugged. It's just right to go out for some exercise. You know, if Wang Difu doesn't have fun for 3 hours a day, he will tear your house apart when he gets home. I think he is just a husky. Chu Liang looked at the man in front of him, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. He has been watching him for 2 or 3 years, but he still has to say nonsense. Handsome guys are handsome when walking dogs. The big border collie seemed to understand what his owner was saying about him, turned around and glared, and his dog face was unhappy. This is the university town. It is the end of January. The night market that was once very lively is now deserted. There are very few pedestrians on the road. It is just right to take the big dog out for a stroll. Although the winter vacation time for different majors in the university is not uniform, most students have already started their vacation. Most of the vendors in the university town are from other places, and they want to go back to their hometown to celebrate the new year. Therefore, although there are still some students on campus, the university town has become quiet inside and outside. If you want, you can spend the spring festival here with me, Wang Chang'an said as he walked. He was tall and his voice was particularly clear in the quiet street. The two walked side by side along the roadside, and he made Chu Liang look a little thinner. I'm fine. It's also convenient to stay in the dormitory on campus. Chu Liang smiled. But you? When will you take Wang Difu home? Wang Chang'an pulled the leash to stop the dog from getting close to another strange puppy. I want to play games for 2 days, but I can't play them when I go home. Wang Chang'an's parents are busy people, so they didn't urge their son to go home as soon as possible during the holiday. Instead, they let him play outside. But on New Year's Eve, they still have to go back to reunite with their family. The two talked and laughed, and the white air from their mouths gradually dissipated into the air and disappeared into the residential buildings in the distance. It's still warm at home. As soon as Chu Liang got home, he took off his thick coat, revealing his slightly brown hair. This damn weather. It's really cold outside. As he was talking, the phone in his coat rang. Hello, Teacher Chu. Have you come to teach my son today? He's asleep. The person asking was a customer of Chu Liang's part-time job. A parent 3 kilometers away spent money to find a top English student from the nearby J University, Chu Liang, to tutor his son one-on-one for his son, who scored 30 points in English. I'm here. Chu Liang was at a loss for words. I just left. I greeted you when I came in. Didn't you see me? Oh, look at me. I'm so confused. The parent slapped his forehead and apologized repeatedly. Sorry. Sorry. Hey, this teacher Chu is really good in everything, but I don't know why. He is very low-key. In the words of his son, his presence is too low, which makes him always subconsciously ignore him. I'm really sorry for the teacher. Next time he comes, it's the new year, and he must give this child a red envelope. Ha ha ha. The person at the door hugged the dog and laughed, watching Chu Liang finish the call. Chu Liang, how do you do it? You always let people ignore you. Chu Liang shrugged. Secret. Wang Chang'an wiped the 4 feet of the border collie clean, then let the dog into the house, and sat next to Chu Liang on the sofa. The VX dormitory group rang, and the two opened it. It was the third writer, Zhao Yisan, who was writing. He studied Chinese language and literature, and was a local, but in another district. He went back to his home early, saying that he wanted to prepare for the Spring Festival greeting text messages in advance, and strive to be the most beautiful and stunning. I think the firecrackers on the 30th are too loud, and the congratulations on the first day are too many. So I hereby. Zhao Yisan, are you returning to your original simplicity? Where are those ancient poems and lyrics you used to write? Wang Chang'an joked as he looked at what Zhao Yisan posted in the dormitory group. You don't understand. Zhao Yisan wiped away her tears. My faith collapsed, and from then on, I embarked on the road of forwarding in crude and plain language with one click. I wish you a step to heaven, 2 Buddhas born, and 3 souls leaving your body. He specially cited classics. The New Year's greetings he prepared in advance for his junior schoolmate were pointed out by the cute junior schoolmate as a fake online work. Not only did he expose his academic level, but he also made a fool of himself in front of the junior schoolmate he secretly loved. Xiao Xiao was in a bad mood. Zhao Yisan suddenly remembered something and cautiously switched to private chat. Liang Yang hasn't come home yet? Wang Chang'an glanced at Chu Liang, turned his back slightly, said a nod emoticon, and simply replied, no, but he's staying here with me. Don't worry. Both of you. After lying down for a while, Chu Liang felt much more comfortable, but his throat was still a little itchy, probably because he was a little cold on the way back and forth, and seemed to be catching a cold. He made himself a pack of Isatis root and called Wang Chang'an. Why don't you take a shower first? Play a few games after you take a shower? Okay. Wang Chang'an pushed the dog off his body. The dog didn't mind, wagging its tail, and ran towards Chu Liang, rubbing Chu Liang's thighs crazily. The little black eyes were particularly wide, and the little eyes were frantically hinting at the cabinet. Brother, I'm hungry. Chu Liang really didn't dare to feed this member with a name. Wang Difu. It was at Wang's parents' house, and the food conditions were too good. It was fat. Wang Chang'an took it out from home specifically to feed it, and help it lose weight. The school didn't allow dogs, so he bought a house near the school. J University didn't check the dormitories strictly, so the 4 people in the dormitory took advantage of the dog and played crazy in Wang Chang'an's house every now and then. Chu Liang didn't go home to work part-time during the winter vacation, so he lived in this community with Wang Chang'an. He hardened his heart and turned his head away, not looking at the tearful face of the dog. When Wang Chang'an came out, Chu Liang played games with him and told him his plan. After you go back, I will go back to school. Otherwise, I will be alone in this house, and it will be lonely. Wang Chang'an's hand trembled and died. He put down the handle and turned his head 45 degrees to look at the sky sadly. Chu Liang, tell me, are you afraid of loneliness? If you are afraid of loneliness, the 3 of us would have taken you home long ago. Come on. You have the door lock password. You can live here, and it can also be regarded as helping me to look after the house. It is more convenient to go in and out part-time, and there is no access control. You are welcome. If you can't, you can help me write the Mao Zedong thought homework. Why does that thing require 2,000 words? Zhao Yisan even charges me 300 for every 1,000 words. Chu Liang touched his nose and laughed awkwardly. If he refuses again, he will be too distant. Chu Liang is not afraid of loneliness. Maybe because his name has the word cold. He also has a sense of coolness. He is always the most invisible person in the crowd, and he is happy to be idle. For the students who stayed in school during the winter vacation in the past 2 years, the school always gathers people together, makes dumplings, eats New Year's Eve dinner, takes photos, and makes VX public accounts. After going through a long set of procedures, it really makes the invisible person uncomfortable. Of course, he is not willing to go home with his roommates. They are reuniting on New Year's Eve. What's the point of him, an outsider, getting involved? Just like his own biological parents, since both of them have new families and new children. He is also an outsider, looking left and right. It is really the most comfortable to stay in Wang Chang'an's house. Then I will not be polite. Chu Liang held Wang Chang'an's hand. Brother Wang, let alone Mao Zedong thought. Even the English translation of the graduation thesis will be mine. I will handle it for you. Wang Chang'an muttered awkwardly. His handsome face slightly flushed. Call me Brother Wang. TSK. We are all brothers. Hey. Chu Liang was a little impressed by his handsomeness, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You said Wang Chang'an? He has good grades, a good family, and he is tall and handsome. The most important thing is that his character is good. He has brought me, a little transparent person, to become a member of the dormitory. How can this person be so outstanding? However, seeing that the New Year's Eve was approaching, Wang Chang'an had to pack up and prepare to take the dog home. Have you prepared the New Year's goods? Before leaving, Wang Chang'an looked at the refrigerator that was empty of food, with only a lot of drinks in it, and immediately realized that he had asked in vain. Chu Liang hadn't prepared anything. No. Chu Liang shook his head. It's almost the new year. My tutoring has stopped, and I found a waiter job nearby with 3 times the salary for the 7 days of the new year. And it also includes food. I don't need to prepare anything. How can that be? Wang Chang'an was disappointed. But when he thought of Chu Liang's tight financial situation, his eyes rolled, and he immediately thought of another excuse. My house? It must have a little New Year's atmosphere. The atmosphere group must be in place. Unable to persuade Wang Chang'an, Chu Liang had to get dressed and go downstairs to the supermarket to buy some things. What Wang Chang'an said made sense. Since he lived in someone else's house, he had to clean it up and put up couplets at the door to create a New Year atmosphere. Don't go. Wang Chang'an stopped Wang Difu, who wanted to rush out, and stuffed the big dog into Chu Liang's arms. I mean, both of you don't go. I'll be back soon. Chu Liang's previous mild sore throat turned into a severe cold. He was muffled these 2 days, and only felt better after resting at home for 2 days. Wang Chang'an thought that Chu Liang would have to go out to work later, so he didn't want Chu Liang to run with him again. Chu Liang wanted to go out to pay the bill, but Wang Chang'an had already grabbed the car keys and quickly closed the door. Even Wang Difu didn't have the chance to rush out. Forget it. Don't be angry. Chu Liang touched the dog, who was whimpering in anger, purring his fur. Can I take you downstairs later? In the past 2 days, more students have gone out, and the few businesses that have persisted in the university town have gradually closed their doors and prepared to go home for the new year. There are only 1 or 2 commercial entities 3 or 4 kilometers away, including supermarkets and restaurants, which are bustling and welcoming the surrounding residents. The supermarket that Wang Chang'an wanted to go to was among them. He simply made a list, and the couplets were unimportant. Chu Liang's health was not particularly good. He looked weak and frail, and he looked like he couldn't even beat Zhao Yisan, a weak scholar from the Chinese department. He had to buy something good for people, so that they could be strong if they ate more. Milk, eggs, chicken, duck, fish, nuts, cakes. Wang Chang'an put whatever New Year's goods the ants bought into the shopping cart, regardless of whether Chu Liang could eat them or not. And the main point was that there was everything, and the atmosphere was very hot. It was just a little too hot, so that in the crowd in front, it seemed that some customers were fighting over buying things. Wang Chang'an only heard a lot of people screaming loudly, and then he saw countless shopping carts turning around and rushing towards him. Oh my God! Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Chang'an gave up going deeper into the snack area, turned around on the spot, and rushed to the checkout in the distance, defend Chu Xiaoliang's food to the death. Chapter 2. Chu Liang couldn't eat too many snacks because of his bad stomach. Therefore, Wang Chang'an didn't feel bad about giving up the snack area. There were many people queuing for checkout, but fortunately, there were still 1 or 2 empty self-service cash registers. Wang Chang'an immediately rushed over, took a seat and started to check out. One after another, many supermarket staff members squeezed in against the flow of people, probably trying to resolve the conflict that had just occurred. Wang Chang'an didn't think much about it, but the screams in his ears became louder and louder. When he looked up again, there were actually 2s and 3s of people with blood on their bodies rushing out. They were stunned in shock, and then they seemed to react and ran out of the supermarket while screaming. Oh my God! What happened? Wang Chang'an muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered a foreign movie that Chu Liang had grabbed them to watch. It was about a supermarket selling goods at a discount, which attracted many customers. As a result, it was poorly managed, and there was a scramble for 0 yuan shopping, with countless deaths and injuries. The hero's beloved died in the scramble. So he started his own revenge during the supermarket discount event the following year. Puff. Puff. It was bloody. As a rich second generation, Wang Chang'an still cherishes his life. The money is still there. But the person is gone. This is something he can't stand. He will never become the clear and stupid male in those movies and TV series who loses his life because of curiosity and squeezes in to watch. Speeding up his movements, Wang Chang'an raised his head anxiously. And the crowd inside was getting noisier and noisier. What's going on? A supermarket employee shouted into the intercom for a long time. But no one inside responded. He just happened to use Wang Chang'an's checkout machine to support his body, intending to take off his roller skates and squeeze into the crowd to see what was going on. The uneasiness in his heart was getting bigger and bigger, seeing that many people had given up shopping and left directly at the manual checkout channel around him. Wang Chang'an gritted his teeth and swept everything on the counter into the shopping cart. Then he opened his wallet generously, took out a thick stack of banknotes, and stuffed it into the employee's hand. Brother, there is really something wrong here. I will leave first. The extra money is my maintenance fee. Hey. 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 The employee was dumbfounded. He held the red banknotes in his hand and tried to stop Wang Chang'an without taking off his shoes. Although there were tens of thousands of banknotes in this stack, which was enough to pay for the whole truck. It was not in compliance with the regulations. Strength to pull up mountains and strength to conquer the world. With a whoosh, Wang Chang'an pushed the ground with his legs and exerted force with both hands, and forcibly knocked a shopping cart full of New Year's goods through the railing. Then, regardless of the shouts of the employees behind him, he pushed the shopping cart and ran towards the parking lot. Thanks to myself for my love of exercise and muscle building. And thanks to Wang Difu for my strength. When the young employee chased him to the parking lot, all that was left for him was the exhaust gas left by the shabby van. Yes, Wang Chang'an was driving a van. There was no other way. Luxury cars were too high profile. When he drove, the brothers in the dormitory sat respectfully, especially the unknown Chu Liang, who was almost growing mushrooms in the luxury car. After thinking about it, Wang Chang'an simply changed to a second-hand broken van. There were many people to carry, and the space was large. For people and a dog could jump around as they wanted. And it was convenient to transport goods to various departments and clubs. At this moment, he was even more grateful for the large capacity of the van. As soon as the seats were put down, he stuffed the shopping cart directly into it. This scene was even more shameless in the eyes of the small employees who chased out. His eyes went dark, and he tried to contact his superior again. Hey! 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 Someone stole the shopping cart. The voice of the intercom finally sounded this time. And it was right behind him. Colleagues caught up? Great! The young employee looked back excitedly. Wang Chang'an didn't care about the speed limit. Looking at the rearview mirror, a large group of people with blood on their faces suddenly rushed out of the supermarket. And he immediately stepped on the accelerator. Fortunately, the supermarket was just outside the university town, and most of the people in the city had left. So there were not many vehicles on the way back to the community. And there was little traffic. Sparks and lightning all the way. But in just 7 or 8 minutes, the van rushed back to the old community. Ding! Chu Liang was helping Wang Difu solve some smelly things. When he heard the sound, he looked up and saw that it was Wang Chang'an's van, which was blocked in the middle of the road. Wang Chang'an was waving at him desperately, indicating that he should get in the car. Let's go find your dad. Tugged on the leash, Chu Liang pulled the reluctant dog and prepared to get in the car. Just as he opened the back door and was about to put the dog in, he was startled. How did you snatch back the shopping cart? I know that people want to snatch the New Year's goods, but I haven't heard that shopping carts are also snatched. Good guy. Don't mention it. Wang Chang'an shook his head. Something happened in the supermarket. Give me some time. I'll tell you in detail when I get home. No. Watch the news right away. The news should mention it. As his voice fell, the sound of sirens and ambulances came from afar, and it seemed that there was more than one. Chu Liang reached out and patted the big dog who was sobbing and arching the shopping cart behind him. It's okay. It's okay. The police have arrived, so there shouldn't be any big mistakes. After all, they are 2 young men with great strength. Even though Wang Chang'an's house is on the 6th floor of the old community, the 2 of them easily lifted a fully loaded shopping cart up. Of course, the help of the big dog is indispensable. as he used his nose to support the shopping cart all the way. After packing the things into the house, Wang Chang'an drank a glass of water. And then he talked about what happened in the supermarket with lingering fear. I guess there must be a fight inside. Bang! Bang! In the distance, there seemed to be some sound coming. And Wang Chang'an and Chu Liang looked at each other. Who is letting off rockets in the broad daylight? It's not even the end of the year yet. Chu Liang muttered and was about to close the window. It doesn't look like. Wang Chang'an put down the cup in a daze. I feel like gunshots. Wang's parents' business is spread across many countries in the country. During the holidays, Wang Chang'an would follow them everywhere. In some countries where guns are not banned, Wang Chang'an has heard similar sounds. Look at the hot searches. Chu Liang opened his phone. People in the same city should have heard about it. Right? What kind of activity is this Kaimai supermarket doing to create such a scene? Spring Festival Shopping Carnival. Winter is the season for frequent infectious diseases. Brother is so handsome. New drama is exciting. Zombies. Chu Liang was about to click on the last new trending search when he found that it had been blocked. It doesn't matter. He skillfully changed the keyword and searched again. Loss. This world will eventually be defeated by us. However, there are not many discussions under this entry, most of which are jokes. Chu Liang looked around again and actually refreshed a video clip that had not been harmonized. The photographer was shopping in Kaimai Mountain like Wang Chang'an, but he liked to join in the fun, holding up his phone and looking forward. What's going on? There were two people wrestling on the ground. Although the petite girl looked delicate, she actually pinned down a tall and strong boy and opened her mouth to bite him on the face. The boy screamed and rolled to break free, blood all over his face. So he stood up, but was knocked down again because he couldn't see the road in front of him. My God, what a hatred! The photographer was still amazed. This is biting people to death. Come on! Someone pull them apart. This is really going to kill someone. The supermarket manager hurried over and tried to pull the two apart. But soon, he was also bitten on the hand by the girl. Ah! Someone bit someone to death here. Far away, there was another commotion. The photographer raised his phone and tried to get closer, but unfortunately failed. Could it be rabies? Damn. I don't have money to get vaccinated. I won't watch the fun anymore. Brothers and sisters, I'm leaving first. The video shook for a while, and then it ended. Wang Chang'an came back from the balcony with a serious face. I can't get through to my parents' phone. Don't worry. Chu Liang tried to comfort him. Maybe they are all busy. Try calling again later. If it doesn't work, you will go back tomorrow, and you can always see them. Wang Chang'an nodded and touched the dog's head. Chu Liang wanted to show the video to Wang Chang'an, but he didn't expect that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. He privately chatted with the blogger, but didn't get a reply. Other hot searches were all peaceful and prosperous, and no sudden events were mentioned. In the dormitory group, Xiao Yisan was still shedding tears in the wind, mourning his dead literature and love. Everything was quiet, and it seemed that nothing serious had happened. Even the local TV station did not interrupt any words, and those outdated TV series were still playing peacefully. Maybe the problem at the supermarket was not big and had been solved. Most people usually lie down when they get here, but Chu Liang was not most people. He was a heavy fan of zombie movies and had watched countless movies, although he did not believe that such a thing would happen in reality. After seeing the video, he still planned to stock up more food. Haven't you seen that many characters in zombie movies ignored the reminders of God and ended up in a miserable way? Just think of it as for the new year. Besides, let's not talk about anything else. There was a large-scale winter epidemic a few years ago, and many places were banned. Chu Liang was in high school at the time, and was locked in school. He was very greedy. This time, I still can't be careless just because I work in a restaurant. I'd better prepare more. I don't dare to go to the supermarket anymore, so I'll just go to the convenience store in the university town. Fortunately, the owner of the convenience store is a local. He doesn't leave all year round and always opens the store. So Chu Liang patted Wang Chang'an. Let's go. Let's go out again. I see that there is not much in this shopping cart after unpacking the outer packaging. Wang Chang'an is naturally happy. By the way, Chu Liang also cared about the two roommates in the group. I don't need to stock up anymore. In response to Chu Liang's reminder, Xiao Yisan recorded a video. He opened 3 large freezers at home, showing his rich family background. Look, This is the strength of my family. How do you think I gain weight every Chinese New Year? Let me put it this way. With my mother's ability, our family of 3 can live for 3 months without leaving the house. If we still can't control the virus after 3 months, I think we should just start over. The 3 chatted a lot in the group. But the 4th brother didn't say anything. 4th brother. I heard you're chasing love. How can you have time to care about us brothers? Zhao Yixin said sourly. When school starts again, maybe we will be the only single dogs left. Woof. Wang Difu proudly declared that he is not a single dog. He has a girlfriend. Although his girlfriend has been a little cold recently. Maybe she hasn't seen him for a long time. The 2 of them swept half of the small convenience store and carried 4 large bags of things. Then they walked back with Wang Difu. Contentedly, Wang Difu still shared the burden of the family, carrying a few cans of Coke on his back. As the sky gradually darkened, the 2 people and the dog hurriedly walked home. But when they reached the fork in the road, Wang Difu suddenly stopped and whimpered at the fork in the road. Looking alert, Chu Liang looked over and saw a young couple at the end of the fork in the road, hugging each other reluctantly. I don't know what profession they're in, but they still don't go home during the Chinese New Year. Wang Chainan glanced at it and touched the dogs, but with his foot. Okay. Stop looking. What's so good about this? You can't fall in love again. Go home quickly. Ah woof? Wang Difu tilted his head. Bomb disposal expert Wang Chainan. It doesn't understand. Chapter 3. Stop talking nonsense. Chu Liang walked forward, turned back, and greeted the man and the dog. This is truly a critical moment for survival. Wang Chainan laughed. You are studying this major, and you are almost being led astray by Zhao Yixin to the Chinese department. What was the next sentence? I don't remember. I just remember that the former emperor died halfway through his business. This sentence is not very auspicious. A roar that sounded like a human or a beast came from behind. The 2 turned around together and saw the couple who were inseparable at the end of the fork in the road actually chasing after them. Oh my god. I just glanced at them once or twice and didn't ruin their atmosphere. There's no need to yell and chase me to hit me. Right? Wang Chainan was unbelievable and looked at Chu Liang. Is this the act of being an overbearing president? He couldn't think of the roar. Chu Liang and Wang Difu had ruthlessly ran out of 3 meters away. You are too dense. Beaten by yourself. Good guy. Not the same forest bird. The difficulty of the 2 dogs is so painful. Wang Chainan quickly stretched out his long legs and easily caught up with the man and the dog. It was too cold, and they were not interested in being caught up by the couple. So they stayed there and chatted for a while. Soon, the man and the dog completely left the strange couple behind at the last intersection and successfully returned to the 6th floor. Most of the residential buildings in the university town are old, and many original residents have moved out, leaving the houses for rent to college students or faculty members. Therefore, during the Chinese New Year, the buildings are empty, and few households remain. When Wang Chainan bought it, he specifically chose the community closest to the school. After a long time of selection, he finally bought a 6th-floor residence in an old residential community. Although the 3-bedroom and 1 living room is not big, it also comes with a small attic, which is enough for a male college student to live with a big dog and entertain his roommates. Several people are young men, and there is also a fat dog who just needs to lose weight and exercise. So naturally they don't mind climbing 6 floors. Although the outside is a bit shabby, the interior is well decorated. Wang Chainan specially redesigned it and spent half a year decorating it during the first semester of his sophomore year before moving in. I'll clean it up. You go and have a rest. You still have to catch your private plane tomorrow, Chu Liang said with a smile, putting 4 large bags and the shopping cart together. I'll help you return the cart to the supermarket someday. Wang Chainan waved his hand. Hey, I'm not tired. I'll help you clean it up. I know better where to put these things at home. Most of Wang Chainan's shopping carts are filled with various New Year's goods, but the 4 large bags he collected from the convenience store are much richer. In addition to food, the 2 of them also took some daily necessities, mainly because they had almost used up the things at home and just needed to replenish them. The 2 busy people didn't notice that the mobile phone screen lit up again and again. Okay, everything is cleaned up. Go take a shower and go to bed. Wang Difu is snoring. In the corner, the big border collie was already lying on the ground, leaning against the oil heater and sleeping soundly. And he knew how to enjoy it. Hey, why are there so many messages in the group? Wang Chang'an opened his mobile phone in surprise, and then found the messages that filled the screen. Boss! It's over. Fourth brother. Zombies. Doomsday. Eating people. My test scores are wasted. Hey. Am I the only one here? Are you safe? Have you all been eaten? Oh my god. Tell me something. I'm scared. I'm still planning to go for the first place in modern and contemporary literature at the beginning of the school year. I confessed to my schoolmate but was rejected. She said I was uneducated. Destroy this coin world. From going crazy to collapse. Zhao Yisan's life of social death. What zombies? Chu Liang was shocked and quickly found his phone that was charging on the side. Oh my god. This time VB crashed directly. Chu Liang refreshed it several times but couldn't get in. He simply quit and switched to other social software. Experts call this virus a variant of rabies virus. The topic became popular more than an hour ago, just when the two went out to the convenience store to buy things. Under the topic, many bloggers uploaded their own videos, which were quite similar to the feeling of zombies attacking people in the movie. However, soon, a security guard or police officer with explosion-proof protective gear pressed the person to the ground. After a while, they were tied with restraints, stuffed into the ambulance, and dragged away. However, Chu Liang keenly discovered that in the video, there were more or less people who were scratched and bitten after being brave and righteous. They stood in the crowd with their wounds wiped, because they were afraid of trouble. They did not leave with the ambulance, turning on the TV station. As expected, this time the local TV station urgently interrupted the news, which roughly said that some virulent viruses suspected of rabies have appeared in various places. Citizens and friends are requested to take good protection when visiting relatives and friends. Pay attention to safety, and go to the hospital as soon as possible if they are sick. In addition, experts are studying this type of virus, and it is estimated that the vaccine will be available soon. Good guy. Wang Chang'an also finished shopping, smacked his lips with mixed feelings, and handed the phone to Chu Liang again. Something seems to be wrong. My parents just sent me a message, asking me not to go home tomorrow. Close the door, and stay at home for the Spring Festival. Just like when the coronavirus hit in previous years. They will find a way to pick us up. After that, Wang Chang'an patted Chu Liang on the shoulder. Don't go out to work. What is more important? Money or life? Chu Liang is not a fool. Not only that, he may have watched the most zombie movies in the entire university town. This is his only hobby. After all, most zombie movies don't require brains, and they are all in English. He can translate while watching and help the subtitle group earn some pocket money and improve his professional level. Even Wang Chang'an and his friends watched a lot of movies with him because they lived in the same dormitory. Chu Liang summarized. The first rule of the zombie world: don't call your teammates casually. In many movies, the protagonists are doing well, but a phone call comes. The ringing rings through the sky, and then the game ends. Zhao Yisan did a good job in this regard. Chu Liang was deeply relieved that the young man was teachable, and quickly typed a reply to this friend, who seemed to be in a somewhat abnormal mental state. We are both still alive. What's going on? Isn't it said that this is rabies virus? Video? Zhao Yisan replied quickly. After a few seconds, he probably guessed that Chu Liang had adjusted the volume, and without waiting for a reply, he called, Brother, have you two eaten enough? If not, find a way to come to my house quickly. You know, I have a rich stock. Zhao Yisan lowered his voice. Our university town is too deserted, so it is safe. You two may not have seen it with your own eyes, but if you have seen it with your own eyes like me, you will know what kind of virus this is. He sat cross-legged on his bedroom bed, looking quite relaxed. At this point, his voice almost became a whisper. Hang up. I'll take a video for you. The curtain was opened a corner, and the phone was carefully extended out, and a video was taken with fear. Zhao Yisan's home is in the next district, which is located in the most prosperous area of the tourist center. In the past 2 years, the number of tourists has doubled since the epidemic was lifted. Many people took advantage of the Spring Festival to bring their families to play. At this time, in front of a tourist commercial center across the road, a group of special police were guarding tightly, armed with live ammunition. The door of the commercial center was closed from the outside, and some bloodstains could still be seen on the glass inside. Thanks to Zhao Yisan for the new mobile phone she bought with the manuscript fee. It is still clearly visible when magnified 50 times. After another call, Zhao Yixin couldn't wait to ask, "Look, does this look like a rabies?" Wang Chang'an nodded seriously. "I don't think so. It looks like someone is kidnapping hostages." "Who told you about the police and gangster movies?" Zhao Yixin was very angry. "You don't listen to Liang Liang's teachings at all. As long as you are not dying. Dormitory 404 must be firm. Let's talk business." Chu Liang took a deep breath. "Zhao Yixin, if the mall, can your family withstand it? Your parents. Zombie World Rule 2, from zombies to zombies. Help your parents learn more. Don't worry about this." Zhao Yixin's eyes lit up again. "My security door is great. I just downloaded some zombie movies that you said were good for my parents. They are sitting in the living room watching them. Thanks to the Spring Festival. Thanks to the habit of stocking up on New Year's goods. And thanks to my parents." The three of them pretended not to have seen Zhao Yixin's failed confession. But right now, there is still a big problem. How come the fourth child in the dormitory can't be contacted? He is not from this city, but next door. His family conditions are not bad. It stands to reason that he won't lose contact with the internet as soon as he gets home. Right? After much anticipation, at 11 o'clock in the evening, Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an had just finished taking a shower, and were sitting on the sofa browsing the news on social media when they saw the fourth child Qi Jia finally speak tremblingly in the group. "I have good news and bad news." A location popped up. "Good news, good brother. We will be together forever." Wang Chenan's eyes widened. "Why are you still in school?" "Don't mention it." The fourth brother sent a voice message, crying loudly. "The bad news is, I just wanted to come back to give my sister a surprise and play with her for a few days. But I didn't expect to be trapped in school." "Trapped?" Chu Liang couldn't help asking. "There should be very few people in the school now. And the number of infected people should be even less. You won't be trapped. Right?" Qi Jia held the phone, frowning. He didn't expect that he was so unlucky. It's hard to say. "I'm in the security room. The security uncle has. I fought hard to push him out. And finally found the power cord of my phone model to charge it. So I contacted you. Guardian at the South Gate? Isn't that very close to us? You can get there in 5 minutes if you run like crazy. North Gate. J University is not very famous. But the campus is very large, covering more than 3,000 acres. The straight line distance between the South Gate and the North Gate is 3 kilometers. Students often joke that the auntie who sells fruit at the South Gate and the uncle who sells pancakes at the North Gate supermarket broke up because they didn't want to have a long-distance relationship. This is usually too far for life to bear. In this situation, the Qi family is even more desperate. If there are not many infected people in the middle. Many. I have a security uncle and 3 construction brothers in front of me. I can't talk about this anymore. How is your schoolmate?" Chu Liang simply started to care about the other students who stayed in school. "It's okay." Qi Jia was beaming with joy. "She's safe in the dormitory. I just bought her a lot of food before. It shouldn't be a problem for her to hold on for a while." Zombie World Rule 3. Don't be a hero. Knowing that the door of the security room on Qi's side was locked intact, and there was some food left by the uncle inside, Wang Chen felt relieved and immediately turned his face and ruthlessly ended the conversation. "Then you call the police. We are going to sleep." Chu Liang. "I'm scared. Let's sleep in the same bed tonight." Chapter 4. If you are afraid, you can hug Wang Difu. He is more powerful than me. Chu Liang refused coldly. Young people are carefree. Even if the sky falls, they can still sleep soundly. When Chu Liang woke up, a fight had already broken out next door. There is no way. Humans know how to avoid danger, but dogs don't. Wang Difu just felt that he needed to go outside to release himself for a year in the beautiful morning. Back then, even during the quarantine period, it was a rich dog who enjoyed a large yard alone. Why did it have to squeeze in a pigeon cage with 2 humans here? In order to coax Wang Difu to go to the toilet at home, Wang Chang'an really used all his tricks, both soft and hard. It's unknown what's going on outside. Although there aren't many people around here who would dare to take a big dog out rashly. Wang Difu, I know you understand. So don't be ungrateful. How about this? I'll herd you like a sheep today. Okay. In the living room, Wang Chang'an was still trying to negotiate with Wang Difu. The border collie puppy was smart, tilted its head, and finally walked into the bathroom reluctantly. Chu Liang saw that there was already a simple breakfast on the table. Wang Chang'an didn't have time, and he wasn't in the mood to do anything. So he simply cooked some dumplings and waited for Chu Liang to eat together. Thank you. After 3 years of getting along, Chu Liang didn't want to be too polite. So he sat down and flipped through his phone. Are there any new developments? No. Wang Chang'an sighed. I said the same thing yesterday. But it's much more convenient during the day. Because of the winter vacation. There are not many street lights in the university town at night. And it's blurry. Now during the day, they can see clearly what's happening outside. Wang Chang'an found a 20-year-old telescope from the storage room, which was left by the previous owner. When Chu Liang helped him clean up, he specially sorted it out and didn't want to throw it away. He planned to return it to the owner, who went abroad one day. After all, it was a childhood memory. The kindness at that time did leave some benefits for them now. Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an went up to the attic one after another. Even Wang Defuse squeezed in after using the toilet, panting, and his furry body rubbed against the two of them, which was quite warm. Chu Liang's phone is no good. It's still an old model from 4 or 5 years ago. It stuck when doing anything. Wang Chang'an gave him the telescope and took the latest model of the phone, imitating Zhao Yisen's previous behavior, turned on the camera, zoomed in, and used it as a telescope to watch. It would have been better if he didn't watch it. When he saw it, Chu Liang broke out in a cold sweat. The irritable couple who kissed at the fork in the road last night were not kissing at all. Both of them had blood on their faces. And the girl was even worse. One of her noses was gone, revealing 2 dark holes. The two of them sometimes separated and sometimes merged, wandering in several small roads. Occasionally, when there was a slight movement, they would look up sharply, open their scary eyes, and look around. With the extent of the injuries on the two people, Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an could not convince themselves that this was a rabies, really. They are zombies no matter how you look at them. Although zombies sound unscientific. Wang Chang'an also saw the couple and couldn't help but swear, damn. So yesterday. Then I understand. I guess they both turned into zombies later. So they came to chase us. Maybe they just turned into zombies and have no experience. Or maybe they were lucky. Anyway, they didn't meet the young couple in the end and returned home safely. It seems that this university town is not a completely safe fortress. Chu Liang was very regretful. Wang Chang'an beat his chest and stamped his feet. Regret? In this situation, his money is just a pile of waste paper. If he had known this, he would have spent all his money and filled the whole house with food. The two looked around again. The university town was quiet. The convenience store was behind the residential building, and they couldn't see what was going on inside. The two went down to the attic and took inventory of the supplies at home. Thanks to Wang Chang'an. At least, they had some supplies at home. If Wang Chang'an had left a few days earlier, with Chu Liang's temper, he wouldn't have bought anything. And he would have been so hungry that he could only go out and fight the couple zombies. These foods seemed to be a lot. But after unpacking, 2 adult men, after calculation, are only enough for about a week's rations. And that's still calculated based on 50% fullness. Fortunately, the family has replenished other daily necessities at the convenience store. So they are not in short supply for the time being. Water, electricity, gas and the internet are all still available. But I suggest that we prepare water in advance and be prepared for the possibility of water outage at any time. And as the virus develops, it is hard to say whether the water can be drunk. Chu Liang found a few large barrels at home. We can boil some water first. You watch the most movies about this. You are an expert. I will listen to you. Wang Chang'an was still looking for something. And after a while, he sat on the ground, not daring to look directly into the dog's eyes. That, Liang, I don't think I have prepared Wang Defuse dog food. Who could have thought of this? He had calculated it specially when he was stockpiling food a few months ago. When the dog food here is finished, it will be almost time to go back to his hometown during the winter vacation. How could he have thought of such an emergency? Woo woo. Wang Defuse pricked up his ears when he heard his name, and began to poke his iron rice bowl with his claws. Woo woo. Hungry. I need breakfast. This makes people a little desperate. Chu Liang took out his notebook, blankly crossed out the 5-point full diet, and wrote vital sign maintenance meal. Well, I'll dig some more out of my teeth for the little dog. The end of the world is coming. Although the pet cats and dogs in movies and TV dramas are jokingly called reserve food. You can only understand it when you raise them yourself. Unless it is absolutely necessary. Who can be cruel enough to really treat you as a family member and eat them? At the moment, Chu Liang felt that things were not at the end of their rope. The most important thing was that Chu Liang had great confidence in the government of his country. Each of them gave a small half of the dumplings to Wang Difu. And finally stopped the clang 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 sound of the border collie filling his head. And replaced it with a happy smacking sound. Holding the 5 miserable dumplings in the bowl. Wang Chainan, who could eat 30 or 40 dumplings as snacks, was sad, or, let's go out and collect some supplies while there are not many zombies outside. As he was talking, the phone rang. Zhao Yixin started a video conference chat. Why is it like an online class? Wang Chainan answered the phone and took Chu Liang in his arms. We can just call one of them. Otherwise Chu Liang's phone would be stuck. Like a PPT stop-motion animation. Brothers? Danger? Zhao Yixin frowned. If I turn into a zombie someday, I will distribute my estate now. My figures will go to Lao Si. My books will go to Liang Liang. And the meat and bones in my refrigerator will be chopped up for Defu to eat. As for my debts, Lao Wan will have to pay for them. Lao Si was delighted. Chu Liang smiled slightly. Wang Chainan thought it was not possible. Defu was not full. And when he heard the bones, he started to bang the bowl again. After saying his last words, Zhao Yixin carefully opened the curtains. A horrific scene was so nakedly displayed in front of us. There was no need to magnify it 50 times. The distance was already very close. For some reason, a piece of glass on the second floor of the mall was broken. Zhao Yixin recounted the battle last night. Do you remember Train to Busan? It was like that. Those so-called suspected maniacs jumped down from the second floor one after another, and ran away as soon as they jumped down. The special police wanted to warn them at first. Throw and shoot tranquilizer guns. But it was useless. It was no use. They were really not human anymore. Chu Liang looked at the blood in the video, and could imagine the thrill of last night. The police officers fought and retreated. It was useless to hit the body only. They had to shoot the head. Later, some police officers were infected and converted. The cordon was useless. Zhao Yixin's voice was a little lower. Later, some zombies broke through to our residential area. The door of the unit below our house was broken. And some zombies came in directly. Last night, I really thought I was going to die. How did it spread so badly overnight? The 4th child opened his mouth. But he knew nothing about viruses. Forget it. Are you safe now? Hee hee. Later I found that no matter how strong the human body, after being transformed into a zombie is, it is not as strong as the steel security door of my house. Zhao Yixin changed his tone. And the camera followed him to the door. And saw him hugging his own security door affectionately. Thank you. Dad. Thank you. Mom. The security door you replaced is awesome. Last night, a zombie was knocking on the door outside for a long time. His hand was broken and drooped. But he didn't make any marks. You kid. You wasted everyone's emotions for a long time. Then I think it's more likely that I will be the first to kneel. The 4th brother smiled bitterly. And the camera turned around. The door handle of the security room was turning wildly. And the broken iron door was shaking slightly. What happened? Chu Liang couldn't help but interrupt and asked. The 4th brother was desperate, fortunately. I locked the door immediately after entering. If I'm not mistaken, it's the zombie security uncle outside who is turning the door. Everyone was surprised. Based on their shallow observations from movies, TV shows and novels. Unless it is a zombie with supernatural intelligence, few zombies will not rush around, but try to turn the door handle to open the door. If that's the case, the defense at the door must be strengthened. Everyone went to lock the door again without any prior agreement. After Chu Liang locked the door, he looked out the window and picked up the telescope to look. The 2 small black dots became clearer. If he saw it right, the zombie couple were hugging each other and kissing each other. Right? This is just the beginning. Are the zombies killing each other? No. It doesn't look like a fight. Chu Liang. What are you looking at? Wang Chainan pulled him. Old 4 asked if you have any rules? Chu Liang looked at it for a while and confirmed his judgment. Yes. Rule 4 of the zombie world. If you encounter a zombie that retains its habits in life, remember to hide. Don't think about Train to Busan. Our zombies are smarter. Maybe an enhanced version of Call Me Hero. This virus is so weird that the zombie-like humans seem to still retain some of their habits in life. Zhao Yixin was stunned, and quickly turned on the computer, and called up the surveillance at the door. Sure enough, the man who knocked on the door tirelessly all night had the company name printed on his clothes. He was a door-to-door health product salesman. No wonder the other zombies had already walked away. But he was still knocking on the door stiffly from door to door. Chu Liang coughed lightly. Well, Lao Si, your 3 construction uncles outside shouldn't be able to open the lock. Right? Lao Si was already spitting around. There are still many sports students in training in the school. Oh my god. Will my school sister be okay? Chapter 5. Don't worry. The zombies won't eat him. Wang Chang'an chuckled. Love brain is too stinky. I can't eat it. The fourth brother was furious and was about to retort. But when he saw Chu Liang beside Wang Chang'an, he swallowed his words and said angrily, You know shit. Zhao Yixin shed tears in the wind. At least you have a junior sister to worry about. After winning the debate with Lao Zhao's junior sister had already blocked Zhao Yixin with a clear mind. Bah. Silver-plated gun head. Although the security room is small, it is divided into 2 areas for the convenience of security guards on night shifts. The outside is the gate, with many glass windows and transparent. The inner door does not even have a window, which is where the security uncle puts a small bed to take a nap at night. Cut to the backstage and ask the junior sister. The junior sister is safe for the time being and does not need help. The fourth brother passed on the information and felt relieved. After all, he was afraid of death. He walked into the inner door with a snort, pushed the cabinet in the inner room to block the door, and showed everyone the express delivery in the inner room. The security uncle at the north gate is quite enthusiastic. Sometimes he will help students and teachers collect some express delivery and put it in the room. For the sake of survival, the fourth brother had to open part of it with apology. But he found a lot of food. Is this the so-called emergency avoidance? The fourth brother held up his mobile phone. You have to testify for me. I really didn't mean it. Now Lao Si pushed the inner door cabinet out and pressed it against the outer door. He also put down the outer door curtains early in the morning to prevent the zombies outside from seeing him and rioting. Lao Si. Chu Liang hesitated for a while, and finally spoke. I think you should hide inside the inner door so that the zombies can't see you. You can't put down all the curtains outside. It seems safer to put them down. But it tells others clearly. Someone is hiding here. Zombie World Rule 5. Human hearts are sometimes scarier than zombies. Lao Si was stunned. What Chu Liang said does make sense. Now he is not the only one in the university town. If the person who came in was a good person, it would be fine. It would be a matter of opening a few more parcels. But if the bad guy targeted me, and the food was gone, I would be in danger. The charging cable and head that Lao Si found in the security room were not original. After chatting for a while, the battery was running out. So everyone hung up the phone and stayed at home to wait for rescue. Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an began to store water silently. While sitting down and waiting for the water to boil, the two of them checked their phones. Public opinion was completely out of control, and information from all over the country flew everywhere. But fortunately, it was the end of the year, and every household basically had a lot of inventory at home. So the food problem was not big, and they could still take care of each other in a friendly manner. The government's response speed is not slow either. Basically, the community has begun to take action and call on all people to stay at home. The fastest speed has begun to be led by the property management to count the number of people in each household to facilitate the later distribution of supplies. Although Chu Liang has always been transparent, his experience of looking for a job from childhood to adulthood has made him particularly good at collecting information. Among many posts, Chu Liang keenly discovered that there seems to be no flow survey of this virus outbreak so far, and so many posts from witnesses seem to have no pattern. But there are more and more witnesses. What does this show? This virus broke out everywhere, and it is very likely to have an incubation period. Maybe the virus is in the air, and some people can't resist it, so they get sick one after another. Then even if everyone stays at home, it will be difficult to stabilize the situation. After all, there are always people who have to transport supplies outside. As long as one person in the crowd gets sick, although it is very similar to the one a few years ago, the lethality is much stronger. Wang Chang'an asked about his parents' situation again. His parents happened to retreat to the island. Everything was fine. Even if the virus broke out indiscriminately abroad, they couldn't come to pick up Wang Chang'an for a while. no matter how much they offered. No mercenaries would take the order. They were really anxious. The network at Wang's parents' place was not good and had started to be intermittent. Wang Changnan persuaded his parents not to worry about him. After hanging up the phone, he finally felt better. He was relieved that his parents were safe. Do we have a community here? At night, Wang Changnan saw Zhao Yisen also saying in the group that their community had also taken action and was counting the number of people in each household. You ask me? Who is the owner between us? Brother? Chu Liang brought the New Year's Eve dinner to the table. I really didn't expect that they would celebrate the New Year together under such circumstances. Wang Changnan touched his nose. He had only lived in this house for more than half a year. He really didn't know if there was a community leader here. The community was too old, and no one came to collect the property fees. It was called a New Year's Eve dinner. But Chu Liang strictly followed the regulations of the vital signs maintenance meal. Only the two people and the dog each had an extra egg, which was considered a celebration of the new year. Bianmu looked at the rice in the bowl and was very happy. He was tired of dog food and wanted to change to something else. Wang Changnan quickly finished eating, wiped his mouth, washed the pots and pans, and then lay on the sofa with a blanket, holding Bianmu tightly, motionless, breathing slowly, extremely peaceful. What are you doing? Chu Liang followed. Shh. Don't talk loudly. Don't move. Wang Changnan said seriously. Otherwise it will be easy to digest. Also. But you hold Wang Difu. He keeps moving. And you keep exerting force. Who of you saves effort? A word awakened the dreamer. Wang Changnan silently let go of the dog, letting it wag its head and tail and run to destroy the house. Turn on the TV. And you can no longer hear this year's Spring Festival Gala. In the TV station, in addition to looping old TV series, there are news from various places, warning everyone to stay at home and quarantine. It seems to be really serious. Wang Changnan was stunned for a while. Yes, with so many cast and crew members, there may be someone infected. J University is not a place where fireworks are prohibited. In previous years, many people in the city would drive here to set off firecrackers. But this year, when it came to the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, the entire university town was quiet, and there was no sound anywhere. Zhao Yisen was still able to gather together with the survivors in the community for warmth. The university town was like a forgotten corner. Chu Liang and Wang Changnan, the fourth child, became two isolated islands. It was Chu Liang and Wang Chenan's place that was particularly lively. Wang Difu couldn't go out to vent his energy. He had already built a terrible house. From time to time, he treated Chu Liang and Wang Changnan as two big sheep and ordered them to stand on the tatami in the small study room as punishment. Chu Liang was lucky. He was too low-key occasionally, and was forgotten by Wang Difu for a while. On the third day of junior high school, the two were entangled with the dog. Chu Liang glanced out the window inadvertently, and found some new figures. Someone. What? Wang Changnan quickly clamped the dog, and Wang Difu whimpered and was taken to the window together. No. That's not right. It's not people. I saw those figures swaying and passing by the original couple. And they were not attacked by the couple. It's zombies. Where did they come from? Wang Changnan frowned. They were too close, almost circling downstairs. Chu Liang had seen them without a telescope. As expected, they were all zombies, with more or less wounds on their bodies, and blood splashed on their clothes, looking extremely scary. If it were summer, those wounds might have started to rot. They are customers going to the supermarket. Chu Liang pointed at one of them. This one is holding a discounted egg in his hand. It's not broken at all. It seems that this aunt's obsession is to defend the cheapest eggs she grabbed to the death. Another uncle held a cigarette in his hand, and from time to time, he would put it to his mouth with a hole in it and puff twice. If it weren't for the wounds and blood on the body, people who met it on the road might not realize that it was a zombie. It seems that the supermarket is not under control. Wang Chen's heart sank gradually. He always thought that with so many police cars rushing over, the supermarket must be under control. Chu Liang smiled bitterly. He thought of the good people who were scratched in the video and didn't get on the ambulance. I'm afraid they were transformed later. The two were feeling lost when they suddenly saw the window on the second floor opposite opened and a long pole stretched out. With a swish, it stuck to the ant's eggs. Then, the pole went back and the window closed quickly. The ant zombie was stunned, looked at her empty hands, and then roared angrily. Fuck. What is this operation? Wang Chang'an was stunned. The window opened again. This time, it aimed at the cigarette on the belt of the smoker uncle. Zombie outbreak. Chu Liang was very calm. This world was outrageous. But looking at this pole, he was really a little fluctuating. If I'm not mistaken, this is a sticky pole, usually used to catch cicadas. The problem is that we don't eat fried cicadas here. No. The problem is, who would think of using a sticky pole to steal zombie supplies? Obviously, the zombie uncle and aunt were also a little broken. They didn't expect to be bullied after becoming zombies, and they rushed upstairs howling. I don't know if his anti-theft door will work. This is an old neighborhood. I hope he can remember to change the door. Wang Chang'an sincerely prayed for this warrior. The window opened again, but this time the pole gently put down a tape recorder, and then poked it, and the radio exploded. All happy gongs and drums beat out the joy of every ear. The zombie uncle and aunt ran a few steps in the corridor and were attracted by the sound again. After a while, they forgot their obsessions and habits before they died. The sticky rod stretched out again, turned off the play button, and picked up the tape recorder leisurely. This series of operations was too smooth, but the window opened and closed, and finally let the two see who the other was. Peng, the vice president of the School of Marxism, is an old teacher. They know each other very well. He is one of the top 10 killers on campus who teaches them Mao Zedong thought. But at the same time, Mr. Peng has excellent character, cares about students, and is well known in the school. They both respect this teacher very much. If you say he teaches Mao Zedong thought, he will retreat when the enemy advances, harass when the enemy stays, attack when the enemy is tired, and chase when the enemy retreats. He is so powerful. Wang Chang'an was overwhelmed, and immediately opened the window and shouted, Teacher Peng, they have been zombies for several days, and finally they can see a living person. The zombies were a little agitated by this shout. Don't worry. My security door is great. Bank grade. Wang Chang'an patted his chest. If it's not changed to this grade, it won't work at all. Wang Difu will be able to crush it. Chu Liang had no objection, and he felt relieved to meet a teacher he trusted. Teacher Peng was very alert and held up a small blackboard. Who are you? As expected of a teacher, you actually have this at home. They didn't have a blackboard, so Chu Liang found some larger white paper and immediately wrote in large letters to the other side. Student Chu Liang. Wang Chang'an. Teacher Peng was cold and ruthless. I don't know him. Mao Zedong thought is a public elective course, and there are too many students in the school, so I can't remember everything. The superiors were chatting enthusiastically, and Wang Difu finally couldn't hold back, and jumped up with all his strength. Finally pounced on the windowsill, revealing a big furry dog head. Wang Chang'an was just watching the teacher's reply and was heartbroken when he saw Teacher Peng holding up the small blackboard again. Oh! Difu's father. You should have said it earlier. Chapter 6. You are amazing. Difu. You are worthy of being the king of social interaction. Wang Difu tilted his head and smiled, looking smart and silly. Perhaps he was dissatisfied with the low efficiency of such communication. And Teacher Peng on the opposite side said succinctly, mobile phone. Yes. In the first class of Mao Zedong thought, Teacher Peng told all students his mobile phone number. Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an stared at each other. I have it in the book. I didn't bring the book. Yes. This is the perfect match. The two of them slid down and asked the teacher for the mobile phone number again, and finally added it in the WeChat search. However, the mobile phone number Teacher Peng cited was added by more than 2 students. It seems that in this forgotten university town, there are more than just the 3 of them as survivors. When Teacher Peng was chasing zombies, someone was hiding behind the window, quietly observing. Teacher Peng was non-ambiguous and immediately created a group for all the survivors, seeing that there were 6 other WeChat accounts in the group besides the 3 teachers and students. Chu Liang felt a little regretful. Zombie World Rule 6. Don't expose your position easily. Although the survivors of these buildings are united now, the only ones who have exposed their position coordinates in the group are Teacher Peng, Wang Chang'an and Chu Liang. If one of them runs out of supplies and has a mind, it is easy to find the positions of both sides. It's okay for Wang Chang'an and I, 2 grown men. Most people don't dare to provoke him easily. But Teacher Peng is an old man. I'm afraid. Ding. A video popped up in the group. Teacher Peng recorded a short video and greeted everyone cheerfully. Okay, I'm Teacher Peng from J University. It's fate that we meet. Let's get to know each other, help each other, and strive to wait for rescue as soon as possible. By the way, Teacher Peng also changed the name of the group. Watching and helping each other, overcoming difficulties together. Wang Chen inside. The old man has lost weight. Chu Lian was speechless. Have you seen the background of the teacher's recording? Good guy. You're still worried that Teacher Peng's house will be robbed. Worry about yourself. In the background of Teacher Peng's short video. Swords, spears, axes, hooks, and forks. All kinds of weapons are hung on the wall. And a cabinet of martial arts competition trophies are shining. Who wouldn't want to get a couple of hits from this old man who is both civil and military and full of tactics and strategies? The group was silent for a while. And soon someone began to reply tremblingly. Well, hello, everyone. I'm an accountant, working nearby. My wife and I planned to drive back to our hometown on New Year's Day. But we were late. People kept replying. And the last person's identity was unexpected. He turned out to be the owner of a nearby convenience store. He and his wife didn't know whether they were lucky or not. They closed the store and went home that night. They didn't meet the couple of zombies on the way, but they didn't have much supplies at home. He really regretted not stopping at the convenience store. Chu Liang counted and found that there were 6 families in the group. Chu Liang, Wang Chen and Building 2, 6th floor. Teacher Peng, Building 4, 2nd floor. An accountant and his wife from another place. A convenience store owner and his wife. A couple of senior students who started a business after graduation. A local family. The addresses of the last 4 families were unknown. But the phone number on the small blackboard held by Teacher Peng in the window could be seen clearly. Most likely they were from Building 6 nearby. Although all the 6 families complained about the lack of supplies. Chu Liang thought that the local family should have enough supplies for a while. The rest were probably stretched to the limit. After denouncing the inaction of the property management of the old community for a while, everyone fell into silence, starving at home and waiting for rescue. Teacher Peng was in a good mood. He liked Wang Difu very much. Thanks to the dog, he took extra care of the 2 students. Hearing that the 2 had enough food, he changed the subject. Since you have nothing to do, I will teach you Mao Zedong thought. Have you finished your homework in advance? This love is too heavy. The information from the TV station has not been completely interrupted. All places are in an orderly manner. While counting the number of people and completing the airdrop of supplies to residential buildings, the military is gradually carrying out news on clearing the infected. But the news presented on the internet is getting more serious. Zombie animals have appeared. In the shaking video, accompanied by screams. It is the sound of zombie cats. What's more terrifying is that the cat was bitten by zombie rats and turned into a corpse. The situation in the countryside suddenly became critical. And even in the city, rats are common little creatures. No matter how clean the residential area is, it cannot be guaranteed that there are no rats. If one suddenly sneaks into the house, the whole family will be ruined. The overwhelmed government had to change direction and carry out rat eradication operations in the countryside. The rescue in the city stagnated again. When it was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, it was still quiet, and there was no atmosphere of welcoming the god of wealth. Wang Chen was frowning. On the one hand, he was under pressure from Teacher Peng to check the knowledge points of Mao Zedong thought. And on the other hand, there was not enough food at home. Wang Difu ran out of dog food. And during this period, the 2 of them saved rations for him. But 2 adult men plus a big dog weighing about 40 pounds. Even if it is a vital sign maintenance meal, the food consumption is also very fast. Zhao Yisen and Lao Si in the dormitory are lucky. One of them has enough food stored at home to bear it. The other is lucky. He opened a food delivery box. One person is full, and the whole family is not hungry. Teacher Peng, my wife and I are really hungry. Do you have any supplies at home? When the rescue arrives, I will give you half of them at the convenience store. A message popped up in the watch group. The words of the convenience store owner seemed to turn on a switch, and the group asked for help. No, the eggs are all eaten. Teacher Peng replied. If I had, I wouldn't have to fight with the zombies for a bite of food. But what? I don't think there are many zombies in our community. While the zombies from the supermarket haven't come over. Let's go to the convenience store together. Boss, open the door, and we can each buy some supplies. Wang Chen was a little tempted. He looked at Chu Liang, who nodded, obviously tempted. If we continue like this, we will have no strength to act again. Unfortunately, no one responded in the group. After a long while, the convenience store owner said weakly, I don't want money, but I don't dare to go. How about this, Mr. Peng? I'll throw the key to you. And if you want to go, go by yourself, and bring us some food when you come back. Wang Chainan quickly took over. Teacher Peng, Chu Liang and I will go with you. A senior student in the group suddenly appeared. Teacher Peng, I'll go with you. The accountant followed. Now, there were 5 people going out. Teacher Peng replied, no hurry. Before leaving, do some preparations. 1 hour later. At 3 p.m. Leave. 1. Charge all mobile phones and turn them to silent mode. 2. Wear the thickest clothes suitable for sports and a fully enclosed helmet. If there is no helmet, pick one from the battery car downstairs. 3. Follow the team closely throughout the whole process and don't scream. Listen to my command and you can win the battle. 4. Each person can be equipped with one weapon on the wall of Teacher Peng's house. Choose your own. 5. Bring bags to pack food. Don't use plastic bags. They make too much noise when rubbed. Oh my! Chu Liang praised. Has Teacher Peng also watched a lot of zombie movies? Even if Chu Liang was asked to add more, he couldn't think of anything. This is the wisdom of the great god Mao Zedong thought. Wang Chainan bowed devoutly in the direction of Teacher Peng. Having a treasure at home is like having an old man. Don't be nervous. Teacher Peng's private message came quickly. Wang Chainan, you two are my students. I have something to say to you too. Chu Liang, okay. I knew that my presence was too low. Teacher Peng really can't remember my name. Right? Wang Difu was humming at home. Probably because he saw the 2 people packing up their things as if they were going to go out. And he said he would follow them out. Chu Liang hesitated. It's still quite dangerous outside. It seems that mammals can be transformed into zombies. Difu is nothing but fur and meat. If he gets bitten, let him wait for us at home. Wang Chainan patted Wang Difu's head. Can you protect him for a while? But can you protect him for a lifetime? He is a smart and agile working dog. Take him with you. At 3 o'clock, the action began. The convenience store owner threw the key out of the window. Now Chu Liang saw clearly. 3 buildings. 4th floor. Teacher Peng came down slowly, holding a bunch of weapons that the group had requested. With a crash, the square was filled with weapons. Hearing the sound, the zombies gathered around. Teacher Peng slowly unlocked a 28-inch bicycle downstairs, climbed into the car, and the recorder in the basket rang loudly. The vast horizon is my love flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. Zombie ants subconsciously danced to 8 beats. The 28-inch bicycle glided out lightly, followed by a series of zombies. Go! Teacher Peng even had time to type. At the command, Wang Chen and Chu Liang quickly went downstairs to gather. Why did you bring the dog? The accountant was a little dissatisfied. But time was tight, so he couldn't say anything else. He immediately picked up the keys and weapons on the ground and ran to the convenience store quickly. Senior, why is it you? Wang Chainan was surprised. He thought that the person who came should be the senior's boyfriend. Don't mention it. The senior gritted her teeth. When I go back, I will beat him to death with a mace. Wang Chainan held a long sword. The accountant held a big knife. The senior held a mace. And Chu Liang held a dog in one hand and a stick in the other. 4 people and a dog ran towards the convenience store. After turning a few residential buildings, they could only hear the faint sound of square dance music in front of them. It was probably Teacher Peng who was leading the zombies away. At the last intersection, the convenience store came into view. Stop! Wang Chainan braked suddenly, blocked the people behind him, and observed a circle vigilantly. Okay, let's go! It's a waste of time. The accountant wanted to say something, but he held back. This is what Mr. Peng specifically told the 2 of them. Observe more, pay more attention, and put life safety first. Open the shutter door. Rush into the convenience store. Pull down the shutter door. And everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The convenience store owner said that he locked the doors and windows before leaving, and there should be no zombies inside. So it is very safe. Several people stood for a minute or 2, holding their breath and listening carefully. And there was indeed no sound. Looking at the room full of supplies, everyone was very excited. Several people were so hungry that they rushed over to tear open the bread and eat it crazily. While eating, Chu Liang and Wang Defu stood guard at the door, holding the shutter door with their hands. Old Wang, you go collect supplies. I'll guard the door here. He didn't forget that some zombies with residual skills can open the door. Everyone hurry up. The quality of this rolling door is average. If the zombies block it, it won't be able to withstand it. Touching the door, Chu Liang sighed. This boss relied on the surveillance, but the quality of the door was not good at all. Hearing this, everyone paused, quickly stuffed the food into their mouths, and quickly started collecting supplies. Chapter 7. Several people worked very efficiently, removing the useless outer packaging and sorting them out quietly. Wang Chainan took one while taking it, and did not forget to bring one to Teacher Peng. And the senior sister also helped the convenience store owner and his wife to sort out one. The accountant filled the big cloth bag he brought with him, hesitated for a while, and said half jokingly and half seriously, if we don't go back, we can live here. The noise is quiet, and no zombies will find it. It's a pity. I have a wife waiting for me at home. Hey, young man, you brought the dog. Why don't you live here directly? Wang Chainan was stunned, but immediately realized that they couldn't stay here. Teacher Peng was still waiting for him. The senior sister paused for a moment, as if thinking, you can't live here. Chu Liang, who had been standing at the door without a sense of presence, took a few steps forward and whispered, there is no heating equipment here. The rolling door is of average quality, and there are rat holes. This is also the reason why Chu Liang never considered staying here. When he came to buy things before, he found that the boss and his wife had specially placed various rat-killing items in some corners of the convenience store. At that time, the boss and his wife complained that there were too many rat holes on the first floor. I didn't encounter any when I came in today, but if there is a zombie rat, it would be hard to guard against. In addition, the temperature is still quite low in the first month of the year. If you catch a cold here, it will be difficult to treat due to the lack of medical care and medicine. What Chu Liang said made sense. Everyone quickly packed up their supplies and carried the bags. Chu Liang carried his own and Teacher Peng's. Wang Chainan carried his own and the convenience store owner's. It was 4 o'clock. Time to go home. Chu Liang sent a message to Teacher Peng. The old man had been walking around zombies for an hour outside, and his legs and eardrums were a little tired. When he saw the student sending the message, he immediately gathered his last bit of energy and played the last 15 minutes. It was just that the recorder was not powerful, even though Teacher Peng had specially replaced the battery for it before going out. It was still chirping after singing for an hour, and ran out of power. Teacher Peng remained calm, quickly sent the information, and then took out his mobile phone to continue the music. No matter how loud the cell phone is, it is not as loud as a recorder. The two zombie lovers at the end of the team were not interested in the square dance music, so they left the team and wandered away without any sense of organization and discipline. When the supply team found out, the zombies were already shouting from behind. Get down! Wang Chainan shouted, and the accountant behind him was stunned and did it subconsciously. Chu Liang poked the male zombie half a meter away with a long stick. The accountant ran out in fear. Don't underestimate them. And don't be too scared because of movies and TV shows. Chu Liang motioned to the senior sister to follow. Can't we beat them? The senior sister's legs were weak, but she nodded after hearing this. Although the group was carrying heavy things, their adrenaline was soaring, and they ran no slower than the couple. Seeing that they were only a few steps away from building 2, the pocket of the accountant in front of him finally couldn't bear the weight, and a can of 8 treasure porridge rolled down, and was stepped on by the senior sister, falling flat on the spot. The couple zombies howled excitedly and jumped over. Don't be afraid. Chu Liang was closest to the senior sister, and he subconsciously turned around and threw the supplies to Wang Chainan, who was a few steps ahead. In winter, the clothes are thick, even if they are knocked down for a while. As long as the number of zombies is not too large, it can still leave time for teammates to rescue. Oh no! Chu Liang. The zombies at Teacher Peng's place are tired of all the songs, and they can't be attracted anymore. They are all coming here because of the howling. Wang Chainan looked at Teacher Peng's information in the group, and was extremely anxious. In the distance, several zombies had already appeared vaguely, and were approaching rapidly. He had just put down all the supplies and helped Chu Liang save people, but he didn't expect that his hand loosened, and Wang Defu's rope was directly pulled out. Freedom. The taste of freedom. Wang Defu's dog eyes were bright, and he looked at the sky with a refreshed spirit, Oh, 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 oh. The sound was so loud that the couple of zombies were stunned for a moment. Chu Liang seized the opportunity and pushed the two zombies aside. Seeing the pain on the face of the senior sister, he immediately realized that she might have injured her foot. Without saying a word, he carried the senior on his back, grabbed the bag of supplies on the ground, and gritted his teeth with all his might. Let's go! Wang Chang'an pushed Chu Liang and asked him to take the people and supplies and go first. He turned back and shouted, Wang Difu, go home and eat meat. If you are wild again, I won't give you any more. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. I am a dog with backbone. Wang Difu grabbed the rope, turned around and left without saying a word. After being trapped in the small house for so many days, he wanted to run away from home a long time ago. Wang Chang'an only remembered that this was a working dog. How could he forget that his own dog? 40 kilograms of meat, 30 kilograms of which were rebellious, and the other 10 kilograms were all cunning. Not all dogs are German shepherds in I Am Legend. Wang Chang'an was filled with grief. He had worked hard to raise Wang Difu for 5 years, but he was not going to deliver meat to zombies. But Wang Difu was too fast. He rushed towards the zombies at a speed of 80 miles per hour without hesitation, and scared Teacher Peng, who had just ridden over to kick out Sparks again. Foo foo. What are you doing? Those are bad guys who want to eat dog meat. You can't just ask for a pat. Eat dog meat? Wang Difu braked suddenly. Turn 180 degrees. Run home. Even faster than Teacher Peng and his father, who came running. You led me into the zombie group. Right. Wang Chang'an was almost deformed by anger. The current situation is that the accountant brother, Chu Liang, and the senior sister have all entered the corridor safely. And the couple zombies are guarding the corridor. And the elderly zombies are chasing behind. Wang Difu broke through the zombie couple and was only 1 step away from the corridor, while Wang Chang'an and Teacher Peng had 2 zombies in front and 8 zombies behind. They could beat them. Teacher Peng was very calm, riding the bike with one hand, with his weapon in place. Wang Difu looked back and tilted his head. In a flash, it rushed back while howling, and slapped the zombie couple's calves with its big tail. The dog's scolding must have been quite dirty, and people couldn't understand it. But the zombies seemed to be very angry. The zombie couple actually gave up the 2 living people in front of them, and stiffened their bodies, trying to bend down to catch the big dog. Wang Difu just strolled and led the 2 zombie couples to the zombie team 10 meters away again. And then with a snake-like movement, he successfully led the zombie team of 10 people to run behind him. Should we go and rescue them? Chu Liang and his senior looked at each other. Wang Chang'an gritted his teeth and pulled Teacher Peng. Teacher, let's go! Teacher Peng did not hesitate. While the zombies were led away by Wang Difu, he quickly took the supplies in front of Chu Liang's building and retreated. When he left, he also closed the unit door of his building that was open before. The heavy iron door fell, and the safety factor was finally improved a little. The convenience store owner watched eagerly. He was obviously on the 4th floor of Building 3, and the zombies were gone. But he didn't dare to come down. He said that Wang Chang'an and others had to send them up. After all, the supplies were provided by others. Chu Liang thought about it and asked the boss to throw down a long rope, tied the supplies, and pulled them up directly. This way they don't have to climb up and down the stairs. After all, they live on the 6th floor, so they have to save some energy. Wang Difu didn't know where the zombies had gone. They struggled for 5 or 6 minutes, but didn't see a single zombie. However, they were still worried until Guzi came back. The senior student accompanied them in the corridor and watched. Don't worry. I saw Difu running very fast. Senior sister, don't you take the opportunity to go home? Wang Chang'an suddenly realized, and was very surprised that the senior sister was still here. The senior sister was silent for a while, hugged the supplies in front of her chest. I will give you half of the supplies. Can I live in your attic? Chu Liang guessed it. He actually knew the senior sister. She was from the art college. She often made cakes and sold them on the back street of the school. Later, she started a business with her boyfriend from the chemistry department and planned to open a dessert shop together. Chu Liang often went out to work and ran into them several times. In this dangerous moment, when zombies were collecting supplies, a tall and strong young man pushed his girlfriend out. Unless the senior sister was a top-love brain, she should have seen the other person's character clearly. However, the senior sister was a little naive. She actually asked 2 grown men for help. If she and Wang Chang'an were not good people, She really jumped into a big fire pit again. I believe you. The moment I was pounced on by the zombies. Neither of you abandoned me and ran away. The senior seemed to understand Chu Liang's eyes and shrugged. Otherwise, I can go to find Teacher Peng. He is also a good person. Okay. You should go to the teacher. Wang Changnan was cold and ruthless. Chu Liang saved people. Yes. He always knew that Chu Liang looked cold. But he was really a kind-hearted person. But the people he saved wanted to stay? No. As he was talking, the barking of dogs came from far away. And it sounded very excited. Happy, happy, happy. I haven't run like this for a long time. Wang Bifu was so excited that his tongue was wagging. After running a few steps, he turned back and urged the zombies, hurry up. You are the dumbest sheep I have ever seen. Wang Changnan looked at the dog who didn't know how to live or die, and was really angry. Just as he was about to open the door to catch the dog, he saw a familiar sticky rod sticking out from the upper side. No. 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 Teacher. It weighs 40 kilograms. You can't stick it. Wang Changnan was terrified. The sticky rod swept through the army accurately, and tripped the zombie in front. The zombies behind also stumbled. Wang Bifu finally understood his father's dog-killing eyes, and stopped looking back to seduce. The special sheep ran back obediently. It was 5 o'clock. If I didn't go home, it would be dark. Wang Changnan opened the iron gate, grabbed the dog's neck, and lifted the 40-pound dog with one hand. Without saying a word, he rushed upstairs. Chu Liang, lock the door and retreat. Now, let's not talk about letting the senior sister go. The most important thing is to retreat back to the 6th floor. After entering the 6th floor and closing the heavy anti-theft door that gave a full sense of security, Wang Changnan said nothing and slapped the border collie's thick fur and fleshy buttocks. Let you be wild. Wang Bifu screamed. There was chaos here, and the group suddenly bombarded. Baby, are you safe? Why don't you reply to me? Baby, do you want me to pick you up? Xiaoyu, why did you block me? Did those two people kidnap you? Chapter 8. I have a guess. Wang Changnan put down his dog's butt and said slowly, could those two kidnappers be referring to the two of us who are brave enough to do something righteous? Chu Liang nodded. Senior Xiaoyu was disgusted. She had already blocked her ex-boyfriend. But she didn't expect that this man still had the nerve to send messages in the group and drag down two innocent juniors. She solemnly declared her breakup with the scumbag in the group again. The moment Xiaoyu came out, she was ready to die or hide somewhere else if she could survive. And completely separate from this person. He just wanted to trick me again because he saw that I brought back supplies. Xiaoyu snorted coldly. I'm not in love. The man saw Xiaoyu insisted on breaking up. And in anger, he turned his spearhead on the accountant. You almost killed Xiaoyu and the others just now. That's why Xiaoyu was angry and ignored me. The accountant was a little guilty. But seeing that Xiaoyu had not troubled him, he became tough again. What's the matter? What does your ex-boyfriend have to do with it? He didn't say anything. Chu Liang and the other three were really too lazy to trouble the accountant. First, the accountant dropped something and tripped the senior sister, which was indeed not intentional. Second, although the accountant was a little selfish, he was really good to his wife. When collecting supplies, he specially packed a lot of women's products for his wife. Originally, this was not an advantage. But the comparison with the senior sister's ex-boyfriend instantly made the accountant brother look like a decent person. Chu Liang sighed. This was the first time he went out to find supplies. And the teacher led him. The group was noisy. I don't know what will happen in the future. I hope the rescue team in the news will come soon. After this delay, Chu Liang was too lazy to ask the senior sister to go out and ask Teacher Peng for shelter. She just stayed at home. Anyway, the senior sister looked clear-headed. Teacher Peng directly turned on the Do Not Disturb function for the group. He was too lazy to worry about the trivial things between young people. When the young people were quarreling, he would have used a sticky pole to stick the treasure porridge on the ground back. At least he could have a meal. The ex-boyfriend argued for a long time. But gradually no one paid attention to him. He then added friends in the group one by one and started to privately chat with them, asking everyone to give him some supplies. Teacher, I was your former student. You can't just watch me starve to death. Right? Teacher, please give me some. He finally started to stare at Teacher Peng. Teacher Peng was very generous and immediately replied, if you want to come over, I will give you some. But I'm old. You won't let me give it to you. Right? As soon as these words came out, the other party was completely silent. If he had the courage to go downstairs, he wouldn't have pushed his girlfriend out. The other party didn't reply for a long time. Teacher Peng was worried about it. So he came to privately chat with Xiaoyu. Does he really have nothing to eat? How dare this guy blackmail the teacher? Senior Xiaoyu was so angry that she almost laughed. Don't be fooled by begging for supplies, Xiaoyu said directly in the group. Some people have at least 5 or 6 days of food on them, and they only give their girlfriends a piece of biscuit every day, saying that they are losing weight. Senior Xiaoyu sneered, completely tearing off her ex-boyfriend's hypocritical mask. Lose weight. TSK. This guy. Everyone in the group TSK for a long time. Some people are alive, but they are already dead. Senior Xiaoyu. That is, lynching you. Just lived in the attic on the 6th floor. After all, there is a difference between men and women, so the two of them don't often go to the attic. Fortunately, the 6th floor is also very large, and the outside can be seen clearly. After eating the precious food, Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an were reluctant to move, and basically just lay on the sofa and browse their phones. It was a good thing to have another girl to help distract Wang Difu. So everyone stayed at home for another 5 days, reporting safety to each other in the dormitory group and the community group every day, and endured it until the 10th day of the new year. Chu Liang got up early in the morning, heated 2 breads, and ate one with Wang Chang'an. The weather in the first month of the year was still very cold, and it happened that the electricity and water were never cut off. The government was attentive, and most of the forces were now sent to maintain these important supplies. The remaining forces were freed up to slowly clean up and recover the lost land. In this way, the survivors can also bear it, and the rule of law and morality can barely exist. They went to the convenience store to get convenient food, and there were no fresh vegetables and fruits at home. Fortunately, Chu Liang had stockpiled a lot of vitamin C, vitamin B, calcium tablets, and the like due to physical reasons, especially the first 2, which were not expensive, 2 yuan a bottle, and there were 100 tablets. 3 people took 1 tablet a day, which was also considered to supplement trace elements. As for how other people supplemented, Chu Liang didn't know. He only knew that the operation of Mr. Peng on the opposite side was really amazing. Mr. Peng looked around and listened to all directions. He knew that the people on the first floor of his house had planted a few cabbages and radishes in the yard. So he jumped down to the first floor and dug up the cabbages and radishes, and then climbed back along the outer wall with his hands and feet. It is said that the neighbor on the first floor is his good friend. If he had not gone to the big city to spend the new year with his children, the two of them could have played chess together. Fortunately, Teacher Peng did not turn into a zombie. Chu Liang locked the window with lingering fear, flying over the eaves and walls. Who can stand it? Not only did he steal vegetables, he also divided the vegetables, packed them into several plastic bags, and hung them on the zombies' heads with sticky poles. And then sent a message in the group: "You lead the zombies over. Then go downstairs to the stairwell on the first floor. Use a long stick or something to pick up the vegetable leaves. Wash them and eat them. Just be careful not to run into zombies in the corridor." "No, teacher. This is a zombie, not your transport corpse. And it's on someone's head. Can you be more serious?" Chu Liang complained as he went down to the 2nd floor carefully and put Wang Difu on the window of the staircase. Wah-woo-wah-woo-wah-woo! Wang Difu screamed to the sky. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Zombies surged and reached out to catch the dead dog that escaped from them. Thanks to the old community. Thanks to the clothesline placed in the corridor by the old neighbors. Chu Liang took the clothesline handed by Wang Chang'an, gently hooked it, and successfully received the loving cabbage and radish fed by the teacher. Seeing that one family succeeded, other families were also tempted. The accountant and the convenience store owner followed the same method, felt the situation in the building, and then copied it and successfully won it. As for the senior sister's ex-boyfriend, he is such a coward that he doesn't even dare to try this. It was a waste that Teacher Peng specially prepared a bag for him. But it can be seen from this that this person still has enough supplies. Teacher Peng shook his head, sighed, and picked up the only remaining bag. The stingy man has enough supplies. But Chu Liang, Wang Chang'an, and Wang Difu are in urgent need again. Xiaoyu thanked the two for saving his life and taking him in, and wanted to share half of his food with him, but was rejected. After all, Even if Xiaoyu shared it with them, it would only last a few more days. But, teacher, do you think there are more zombies? Wang Chen counted the heads, and found that there were more zombies. Found it. The old man sat by the window and looked. They all came from the supermarket. Should we go to the convenience store to get supplies again? Wang Chen suggested. This time use my van. We can bring all the supplies back. You have a van? Teacher Peng was surprised. Why didn't you tell us earlier? We could have used it last time. Because the van is still parked on the side of the road at the entrance of the community. The last time Wang Chen drove back from the supermarket, he ran into Chu Liang. After getting in the car, the two were stuck at the entrance of the community for a long time. So they simply parked the car on the side of the road and pushed the shopping cart back home, without parking the car inside. Is that so? Teacher Peng pondered for a moment. Give me the car keys and I'll drive it back. The teacher's hair was mostly gray, and Chu Liang and Wang Chen had no heart to let their elders take risks for them. However, a serious problem was before them. The convenience store was not big, and the boss didn't keep much warehouse. After the last sweep, there were not many small and filling foods left. Most of the remaining ones were puff foods such as potato chips, as well as cigarettes and alcohol, which were really useless to them. Wang Chen had a bold idea in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it yet. For now, it was better to get the car back. Even if you don't go out to collect supplies, it will be more convenient to evacuate and escape if you keep the car nearby. Lunch is very simple. Each person cooks a pack of instant noodles and puts some cabbage leaves said by the teacher. Although there is no meat, it is still refreshing to eat while holding the pot. It is very warm. Poor Wang Difu. He can only eat white noodles boiled in water. He is so angry that another dog barks for a long time. Oh. I want to eat meat. Chu Liang has an excellent memory. He took out a pen and paper and began to draw a route map. Xiaoyu didn't rush to the attic and sat down together. According to current observations, zombies rely on smell, vision, hearing, and possibly touch. If they are touched by them, it will definitely not be a good thing. Chu Liang pointed out the window. Some of them still retain their habits from their previous lives. I call it obsession. Wang Chen looked solemn. We still have to drain them. While draining them outside, he took the opportunity to get the car. The car will be back to drain them. When the others are safely back, the car will speed up and get rid of the corpses behind them, and they will naturally be able to return safely. The idea is very good, but I don't know if it will be so smooth when it comes to action. Chu Liang stroked the manuscript for a long time. There are only two of us, and we may not have enough manpower. Senior Xiaoyu raised her hand weakly. If you don't dislike me. Wang Chen raised his dog's paw. Actually, I think our Difu has great potential. What? You haven't been cheated enough last time. Chu Liang's face almost twisted for a moment. But, if the border collie can listen to the command, it is really a great partner in attracting firepower. He is very smart. After all, he is not a husky. Wang Chen squatted down seriously and began to negotiate with Wang Difu. This is the situation. This is the situation. If you want to eat meat, you have to follow me. Chapter 9. Wang Difu tilted his head, looked at his father's hand, and put his dog paw on it. Not a handshake. Then, is he pretending to be dead? Wang Difu's belly was up in the air, and his head fell. Even if Wang Chen was wearing the filter of an old father, he had to realize that there was a gap between reality and movies. There were not so many dogs who were in tune with their owners. Okay. Stop teasing the puppy. Let's get back to business. Chu Liang finally couldn't stand it anymore. Pointed at the map. We must get the car back as soon as possible. Zombie World Rule 7. It's better to be a lone wolf than to bring a pig teammate. Chu Liang thought for a long time. The convenience store owner and his wife were too weak. The accountant brother was too scheming. And the senior sister's ex-boyfriend was out of the question. At the moment, they could be assured and bold to go on a mission together. It was really only Teacher Peng and the senior sister. Wang Chen insisted on binding with Wang Difu to lure the zombies. So he had to go get the car. But as a poor boy, he had no money to sign up for a driver's license. I only have an automatic transmission. Xiaoyu looked at her driver's license awkwardly. I can't drive a manual transmission. Who told you that my van is a manual transmission? Wang Chen smiled. The latest ruling magic car. Automatic transmission. Hybrid. And sunroof. You deserve it. He is a rich second generation. Even if he drives a van, he has to drive the most handsome one. Good guy. See, you gave a thumbs up, okay. Don't refuse. Chu Liang and I will go to get it. I can drive. Teacher Peng wanted to join. But Chu Liang pointed to the others. Especially Xiaoyu's ex-boyfriend, teacher. We still need you to take charge of our base camp. Zombie World Rule 8. Home is important. Don't let it be stolen. Teacher Peng nodded and pointed to the 28 bar, outside the iron gate downstairs. I didn't lock it when I came back. You can ride it at will. It was just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And it was better to act than to think. The three of them looked at each other, and immediately made up their minds. Go! Finish this job. And come back for dinner. There were more and more zombies downstairs. They were upstairs. And as far as they could see, there were already more than 30 zombies wandering around. Although everyone was armed from head to toe in winter, it would be difficult to escape from the zombies if they were surrounded by more than 30 zombies. Chu Liang observed for a while, and found no zombies with particularly developed sports cells. He breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go! The three of them went downstairs carefully. The building was very quiet. Although Wang Chang'an knew that there were only people in his household from the 1st to the 6th floor, and it was absolutely safe here. His lips trembled because of the dead silence. I want to go back to the toilet. Chu Liang and Xiaoyu were walking the dog and looking at the scenery by the window of the corridor, waiting for their teammates to go back to battle. I really didn't expect it. The senior sighed. Such a handsome man. Like going into battle. Chu Liang's mouth twitched. How should I put it? He is the most down-to-earth rich second generation I have ever seen. The iron gate finally opened. Exactly at 3 o'clock. It would be dark at 6 o'clock in the morning. And the community with few street lights would be very dangerous for them. In other words, they only had 3 hours to act. But if everything went well, maybe 15 minutes, they could be back. Wang Chang'an patted Wang Defuse butt, threw a stick to the west, and then untied the leash. Woof woof woof. Wang Defuse was very happy and rushed towards the stick. The zombies around got excited. Wang Chang'an rushed out in one step, stepped onto the teacher's 28-inch bicycle, and blew the whistle. Come and chase me. Idiots. Wang Defuse. Let's go! The puppy still in the zombie group was stunned, holding the stick and running towards Wang Chang'an. When the last zombie disappeared from sight, Teacher Peng's message also came. Safe. Chu Liang took a deep breath and made a voice call with Wang Chang'an. And the senior sister and Teacher Peng also made a voice call. Although there was no intercom, the network was not disconnected, and it was more convenient to make a voice call than an intercom. He looked back at the senior sister. 1, 2. The senior sister had already rushed out. Go. Go, go. But Chu Liang was a man after all, and he quickly caught up with the senior. Several windows upstairs quietly opened and looked at them. Turning a corner again, Wang Chang'an and the barking of the dog could no longer be heard. Chu Liang and the senior ran while carefully observing the surroundings. Fortunately, they did not encounter any lone zombies along the way. It seems that the father and son of the Wang family are good at attracting monsters. The last 500 meters, after turning the last intersection, is Wang Chenon's van. Chu Liang braked suddenly. Xiaoyu didn't check and hit him heavily on the back. The helmet hit Chu Liang painfully, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Instead, he immediately turned around and held the senior, and shook his head gently. Xiaoyu widened her eyes, and slowly stuck her head out along with Chu Liang's force. The road in front of her was crowded with 50 or 60 zombies. She looked at Chu Liang in horror. How could there be so many? Chu Liang shook his head, and reported the situation to the other end of the phone in a low voice. He found that there were a few zombies wearing work clothes among these zombies. Looking closely, they seemed to be from the largest supermarket nearby. The van was at the end of the road, where there were no zombies. If they got on the van and made a circle, they could not only transport the van back home, but also leave the potential dangers at the entrance of the community to a farther place. If they waited any longer, these zombies would slowly wander into the community, and they would really be unable to move. Having made up his mind, Chu Liang no longer wanted to retreat. When he saw the line of cars on the side of the road, he had an idea of taking risks. The cars parked on the side of the road were all the cars of nearby residents. There were few parking spaces in the old community, so everyone did this. Especially many people were returning to their hometowns by high-speed rail, airplane, train, bus, etc. And their cars were parked on the side of the road. Wang Chang'an was in a traffic jam that day. And it was also because of their random parking. Originally, most people in the university town had left, so there should not be a traffic jam. But that day the cars inside wanted to go out and drive back to their hometowns. And the cars outside wanted to go in again. The lanes were squeezed by these randomly parked cars, so that only one car could pass. So there was a long queue. Wang Chang'an just didn't have the patience to wait. So he simply learned from those who parked randomly, threw his car away, and walked back with Chu Liang. Senior, Chu Liang said in a breath. Give me the car keys. It's too dangerous. I'll try it myself. If there's a problem, you just run. How can that be possible? Xiaoyu said without hesitation. You are driving without a license. It's illegal. Then cannibalism is also illegal. Who can reason with zombies about this? Chu Liang had no choice but to tell his battle plan. Look at the zombies. Although they all seem to be doing something, none of them is looking under the car. The cars are very dense. I should be able to crawl under the car. There should be no problem. The only danger may be that there are zombies hiding. Good idea. Lin Qingyu looked at the zombies. Some zombies were probably office workers in their lifetime. But now they are in corpse form, still holding their phones close to their ears in a daze. Some zombies are probably college students. And even after they are in corpse form, their faces are still so clear and innocent. As for the grandpas and aunties, even at this stage, they still remember their original intentions. And some of them are just standing there and bumping into trees to keep healthy. It seems that except for the singer A2, no zombies have the habit of hiding under the car. I should be under the car. I shouldn't be in the car. See how sweet you are. I can't repay you for saving my life. The senior sister made a decision in an instant. Hang up their phone. We're on the phone. I'll crawl. You tell me to avoid the zombies. Looking at Chu Liang's shocked eyes, Senior Xiaoyu said firmly, I am older than you, thinner than you, and more flexible than you. More importantly, I have a driver's license, and we have to abide by traffic rules. Without waiting for Chu Liang to say anything, she jumped and rolled under the first car before the zombies could react. Chu Liang hurriedly opened his mobile phone and called Senior Xiaoyu, pressing the wireless headset. Lin Qingyu only heard a whisper inside, go forward. At this point, Chu Liang could only watch Senior Xiaoyu take the risk. He swallowed his saliva, and his back was covered with cold sweat. Stop. Go. Stop. Go. He opened his eyes wide, not caring to reply to the messages from Teacher Peng and Wang Chang'an, and desperately observed the movement trajectory of the zombies nearby. The only car body left was Wang Chang'an's van. Don't move. Seeing victory in sight, Chu Liang suddenly stopped. This is an old grandfather zombie. The face that should have been kind suddenly lacked ears and half of the cheek, and the tongue was exposed from the side. Chu Liang tried to hold back his nervousness and whispered to the senior sister, wait a minute. He is doing push-ups to exercise. Lin Qingyu slowly relaxed his limbs, lay on the ground with his limbs under the car, and gently held his breath. At this moment, she hated her own heartbeat. Why was it so loud? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The old man slowly moved his eyes and moved closer to the bottom of the car. Chu Liang was a little desperate. It would be fine if he risked his life, but if the senior sister died because of his bad idea. Chu Liang. Chu Liang. Little Chu Liang. Woof. 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 Ah! Why are there so many zombies? Wang Chang'an braked instantly. The 28-inch bicycle was too fast, and his feet almost rubbed sparks on the ground. Chu Liang hung up his phone and didn't reply to his message. He was anxious and took Wang Difu to see the situation. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The sudden appearance of living creatures made the zombies restless. Hee. The old grandfather zombie did a push-up and rushed to the front of the zombie group in an instant. I have to take a bite. Wang Chang'an was about to retreat, and the 30 zombies that were originally slithering behind him also followed. Chu Liang almost couldn't breathe. We won't all die here today. It happened in a flash. Relying on the muscles he trained in the gym, Wang Chang'an jumped into the car with Teacher Peng's 28-inch bicycle. Wang Difu, who had always been carried on his father's shoulders. So love will disappear. Right. Dad? There is still one last fight. Chu Liang calmed down. Lin Qingyu no longer hesitated, following Chu Liang's run in her headset. She crawled out from under the car and rushed towards the van with big strides. God bless. Everything goes well. She opened the door, inserted the car key, stepped on the accelerator, pressed the zombies, and ran straight to Wang Chenan's voice. Senior sister. Open the sunroof. Wang Chenan. Chu Liang opened his throat, feeling that his chest was about to burst. Take Defu and jump in. Wang Defu was also pulled to the roof of the car. At this moment, he was tap dancing on the roof with Wang Chenan. Avoiding those hands, Wang Chenan took a deep breath, picked up Wang Defu suddenly, and aimed at the sunroof of the van. Go! Dive! The fat Wang Defu twisted his body and landed in the van nimbly. Wang Chenan once again took a deep breath and picked up the 28-inch bicycle. No. Chu Liang was retreating, and he looked back and almost collapsed. Why do you have to take the 28-inch bicycle with you? You, Wang Chenan, swear to protect the 28-inch bicycle. Right? Wang Chenan didn't care. He estimated the distance and jumped over directly. The 28-inch bicycle was just stuck on the roof of the car, and he pulled it with his hand, and it was perfectly attached to the roof. Lin Qingyu raised the corner of his mouth. Okay. Hold the backrest tightly. Let me, the mountain car god J, take you home. Chu Liang. Stop at the telephone pole 200 meters ahead, and wait for me to pick you up. Stop? Chu Liang looked at the zombies behind him, who were in a mess because of the van's intrusion, and he didn't dare to stop at all. Stop. Trust me. Okay. Chu Liang stopped and touched the electric pole. He planned to climb up to hide from the zombies if it didn't work. Boom! A huge engine sound came, and Chu Liang felt a gust of wind behind him. Then, he was grabbed by the waist and fell into the car. No, senior sister. Did you teleport? How can you do it so fast? I've wanted to try 180 yards a long time ago. Ha ha ha. Woohoo! Chu Liang was in pain all over his body. But fortunately, he was wearing a helmet and didn't get a concussion. He took off the helmet with great effort and threw it aside. Before he could react, the dog licked his face affectionately. Slightly sober, Chu Liang looked up. In the driver's seat, the senior sister who kept saying that traffic rules must be followed drove the van at 195 mph. In the back compartment, his good brother Wang Chenan didn't even take off his helmet, holding him with one hand and holding the 28-inch bar on the top of the van with the other hand. Chu Liang sat up expressionlessly and tried to fasten his seat belt. Destroy this world. Chapter 10. Clank. 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 The van was driving passionately on the road. God knows how Lin Qingyu, who is so small, can have such great energy. The whole university town is like her racing track. Chu Liang's butt was hurt by the bump, but he dared not say anything. After reporting to Teacher Peng that they were safe, they soon left behind the huge zombie group of hundreds of people behind them and came to a secluded corner. Stop for a while, Chu Liang instructed. Lin Qingyu braked suddenly. Wang Chenan's hands were sore that he didn't care about his head hitting the seat. He breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't wait to put the 28 bar in from the back. Finally, he didn't have to stand up to the sky, standing in the car. Okay. Okay. Our Chu Liang still cares about me. Wang Chenan turned his head. Chu Liang. Where are you? Chu Liang had climbed onto the roof of the van. These days, they were trapped in the university town, which was both a protection and a restriction. Now, Chu Liang looked around and saw the world outside the university town for the first time. Damn! Wang Chenan climbed up and opened his mouth unconsciously. The zombies in the supermarket are all out. At the end of the road, there were broken cordons on the ground, and 1 or 2 police cars with broken windows were parked in the middle of the road. A gust of wind blew, and the coldness was accompanied by a lingering smell of blood. You can't control it? Lin Qingyu was a little depressed. I thought that no matter how fierce the zombies in the movies were, we could always eliminate them with our hot weapons. Chu Liang shook his head and pointed at a few of the zombies. If they were zombies with only animal nature left, it should be quite simple. Unfortunately, our virus still retains some of the zombies' obsession. Lin Qingyu looked at the zombies holding hammers, steel pipes and long knives and shuddered. Then I can only pray that I won't encounter sharpshooter zombies. Chu Liang thought of the army of his own country and felt a little scared. However, they were just a few rookie college students. It was almost dark, so they should go back and report the situation to Teacher Peng. Chu Liang asked everyone to get back in the car, and before the zombies caught up, He circled around and returned to the vicinity of his building too. Stop here. Chu Liang pointed to a place. It's convenient for us to get off here. And the zombies won't be able to climb up to the second floor balcony if they climb up the car. This junior is quite thoughtful. Lin Qingyu gave a thumbs up. Wang Changnan returned teacher Peng's 28 bar to its original owner, and began to praise Wang Defu's actions. Anyway, according to him, Defu was extremely brave, and he hit wherever he pointed, and he was a good friend of mankind. Chu Liang was too lazy to listen to his bragging, and quickly contacted teacher Peng. Although they have lured most of the zombies out now, they still have people here. Smell? I am afraid that the zombies in the supermarket will get closer and closer to them as time goes by. So I suggest. Wang Changnan interrupted. We go to rob. No. We go to the supermarket to get some supplies and stay at home for a month. I don't believe that this apocalypse is not over yet. Go to the supermarket. On the phone, teacher Peng was silent. It is indeed as Wang Changnan said. The supplies in the convenience store are definitely not enough for their family to live for a month. If the zombies in the supermarket are basically out, maybe they risk driving to the supermarket and can stay there safely until the rescue team arrives. If they still go to the convenience store, I am afraid that after 7 or 8 days, they will have to go to the supermarket to find new supplies. If there were more and more zombies in the community at that time, the danger and difficulty would be even greater. Teacher Peng said he would use this night to think about it carefully. Chu Liang nodded. He didn't know that Wang Changnan actually had this idea. Looking at the various messages in the mutual aid group praising them for getting the van back, Chu Liang threw it aside. The most important thing at the moment is to give that stupid border collie a bath. Wang Defu. Come here. Are you going to die? You are covered in zombie blood. It seems that next time we go on a mission, we must put a muzzle on Wang Defu. If this stupid dog licks something, Wang Changnan will cry to death. Before going to bed, Chu Liang and Wang Changnan contacted their two brothers again. Zhao Yisun was still living a life of drunkenness and dreaming at home, reading too many books. The fourth child was favored by the goddess of luck, and he actually opened a box of compressed biscuits. The security room had water, electricity, and compressed biscuits. Although life was hard, he could survive, especially with his junior schoolmate cheering him up. He was happy in the security room. This is really a love brain. And love is enough to drink water. The next morning, teacher Peng made a decision in the group. Resolutely fight the zombies to the end. And the supermarket battle plan is launched. Wang Changnan immediately followed up. Little supermarket. Take it. The convenience store owner collapsed. Are you crazy? Why don't you go to my place? If it doesn't work, I'll go with you. Lin Qingyu types fast. She quickly posted the pros and cons analyzed by the three of them last night in the group. And everyone fell silent. The convenience store owner knows the quantity of his goods best. He was silent for a while. But why do we have to take risks? We can take them back from the convenience store, even if we have to eat them for another 5 or 6 days, just in case rescue comes. The convenience store owner smiled bitterly. Don't think about it. Let's go to the supermarket. I just saw zombie rats. Several of them. Very excited. They bit off my surveillance line. No. It turns out that there is surveillance in the store? Chu Liang always thought it was a decoration. The convenience store couple was embarrassed to say that they said that the donated materials would be shared by everyone. But they deliberately didn't mention the surveillance, just to quietly see how much supplies Chu Liang and his friends took. After peace is restored, we will get some money back. Everyone was silent for a while. Teacher Peng said, I looked at the date. 3 days later, the 14th day of the first lunar month, is a good day for action. During these 3 days, we will determine the number of applicants. Make a good plan. And it would be best if we could practice close combat with zombies. Reliable. Too reliable. Chu Liang gave the teacher a thumbs up in his heart. He had read all the zombie movies, and couldn't think of anything to add to the teacher. He just had a little doubt. Teacher, the weather will be the best in 3 days, so we will act on that day. No. The almanac says that everything will be auspicious on that day, and it is not suitable to travel on those 3 days. Teacher, aren't you a believer of Marx? Teacher Peng covered his mouth. Emma, you speak too fast. It's nothing. Just use the traditional culture properly. Ahem. I'm kidding. Indeed. I observed the sky at night. There will be no rain or fog in 3 days. The weather is very good and suitable for action. Lin Qingyu. Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an took the lead in signing up. Wang Chang'an, let me be clear. This time we are not going to the convenience store. It's close. And it's the boss's supplies. Since you know the danger, don't expect others to help you bring supplies back. There is no such possibility. Zombie World Rule number 9. Everyone likes to pick on the weak. You must learn to refuse others. Chu Liang silently deducted a +1. Lin Qingyu also hurriedly followed. Teacher Peng thought about it and followed up with a message. If a person does not stand up for himself, he will only be shameless. After all, he is a teacher, and he really knows how to scold people. Zhao Yisen from the Chinese department looked at the screenshots posted by the two in the dormitory group and laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh. Teacher Peng is worthy of being a specialist in modern and contemporary times. He can easily quote Kang You's sentences. The attitude of the teachers and students of J was very obvious, and they were forced to hold back the moral kidnapping they were about to use. After a long while, the accountant brother sent a message, "Count me in." After waiting for a long time, there was no news from the convenience store couple and Xiaoyu's ex-boyfriend. So everyone gave up. It seems that this time, they will go to the supermarket with 5 people, plus a dog who has learned to attract monsters in the end times. Teacher Peng studied the map overnight and took a few people to face the zombies again. Wang Chang'an and Bian Mu went out first and led some zombies nearby so that everyone could go downstairs and get in the car safely. Teacher Peng has a driver's license, and Chu Liang is really afraid of the senior sister who is a car god. So he hurriedly asked Teacher Peng to drive. Before leaving, Chu Liang's only opinion was, "Brother, did you sew your trouser pockets this time?" People, greedy for life and afraid of death, abandon teammates. But you can't take the initiative to intentionally or unintentionally pit your teammates. Right? Wow. Why are you here? The eldest brother was shocked. Chu Liang was speechless. "I am your teammate." Chu Liang. The accountant touched his nose. How come he had no impression at all? He only remembered the tall Defu father. Just as they were about to leave, 2 figures suddenly rushed down from the upstairs. It turned out to be the convenience store owner and Lin Qingyu's ex-boyfriend. "Teacher Peng, I thought about it and decided to go with me. Don't worry. I have experience and I know the rules of how the goods are usually placed in the supermarket. Everyone knows this. Okay?" As male college students with a high angle coefficient, Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an have a fixed weekly activity of going to the supermarket together in the dormitory on weekends. How happy it is to get a few bites to taste. The ex-boyfriend held Lin Qingyu's hand affectionately. "This time, it's my turn to protect you." Lin Qingyu retched twice in disgust and forgot to pull her hand out. Chu Liang pulled her hand back thoughtfully and said with a smile, "A good ex-boyfriend should look like he's dead, not like he deserves to die." If the timing wasn't wrong, Lin Qingyu would have laughed so hard that the whole world could hear her voice. "What are you doing? Open the car door." Wang Chenan's voice came. His 28-inch handlebar was pedaling vigorously, and there was a border collie wearing a muzzle beside him, running as naturally as flowing water. Chu Liang said nothing, and pulled the 2 people in front of the car. Wang Chang'an threw down his bicycle and jumped up with the dog. The zombies behind him were still 10 meters away, and the 2 uninvited guests in front of him were already scared pale, and they were trying to squeeze in. Teacher Peng stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. The air in the car was terribly quiet. The convenience store owner shrank his neck and smiled. 7 people. Just right. Just right. Wang Chang'an looked at Chu Liang and instantly understood the situation of the extra 2 people. He immediately became sarcastic. "No. My Wang Defu is one of them. Or this little cookie brother is our Defu." He thanked the convenience store owner for donating supplies. But since he was going to come, could he make up his mind earlier? At least add some training. In comparison, the man who also came at the last minute made no contribution, and bullied the senior sister was even more annoying. Chu Liang looked at the accountant brother sincerely. "I suddenly think that you are pretty good." "No." The accountant brother's mouth twitched. "What's wrong with you J University students? You are all poisonous. What on earth is J University teaching?" Chapter 11. Teacher Peng drove the car without saying a word, but from the slightly downward turned corners of his mouth, it was clear that Teacher Peng was unhappy. Lin Qingyu helped Teacher Peng observe the road conditions. The zombies attracted by the sound had been gradually left behind. They walked along the remote road and did not encounter many groups of zombies. Before the lone zombies reacted, Teacher Peng had already accelerated and left the area. in a remote alley separated from the supermarket by a wall. Teacher Peng reversed the car in one go. Everyone sat quietly in the car, not daring to breathe. After a while, no zombies were attracted, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Peng, did you bring the equipment I asked you to bring? Chu Liang asked. Teacher Peng nodded and handed over a pocket, which contained his grandson's toy airplane and several mobile phones glued from other zombies. Teacher Peng specially selected and returned all those with fingerprint passwords. Fortunately, the mobile phones of several elderly zombies did not have passwords set. After charging, they were quickly unlocked. Some mobile phones still had letters from their relatives. Chu Liang sighed and didn't know how to reply. Wang Chang'an took the phone. Don't reply. Give them a good hope. If the other party knew that their relatives had become monsters that were neither human nor ghost, I don't know how much more heartbreak they would have in the predicament. What are we doing now? How do we get in? Will we die? Can I apply to stay in the car? The ex-boyfriend grabbed the accountant and asked impatiently. You know to turn when the car hits the wall. You know to buy when the stock price goes up. You know to repent when you make a mistake and get sentenced. You know to shake off when the snot runs into your mouth. What were you doing when you were making the plan? The accountant rolled his eyes silently. Chu Liang was glad that he was a nobody and was not dragged to nag. Wang Chang'an tied his mobile phone to the toy plane. Children nowadays have really good material conditions. Although Mr. Peng's family did not buy a drone for his grandson, the toy plane was also very delicate. After charging and tying a half-pound mobile phone, it can fly in the sky for a while. Chu Liang's brain was very flexible. He didn't have a drone, but he added WeChat with his mobile phone, opened a video call, tied a toy plane, adjusted the angle, and barely had a detection pioneer, so that people wouldn't rush in rashly. And this. He resisted the nausea and dragged out another bag from under his feet. When he untied the bag, a faint stench came, and when he saw what was inside, the convenience store owner almost screamed. But fortunately Chu Liang was quick and covered his mouth. Ugh! The ex-boyfriend retched a few times. You wouldn't be lynching, you sneered. She bowed respectfully to the bloody mass 3 times, then quickly put on gloves, grabbed a mass, and smeared some on her body. In the movie Shaun of the Dead, the protagonists successfully traveled part of the way by disguising themselves as zombies. Chu Liang explained. We have observed that zombies have a keen sense of smell, hearing, and vision. Although applying the flesh and blood of their kind cannot guarantee safety, it can interfere with their judgment for a few seconds, which may help us get a glimmer of hope. Teacher Peng nodded approvingly. We should despise the enemy strategically, and take the enemy seriously tactically. We cannot be afraid of zombies, but we cannot fight unprepared battles. Okay, that's enough. You guys are a little crazy. The accountant pointed at Wang Chang'an and Wang Difu speechlessly. You all apply the dog. Aren't you afraid that he will lick himself and get poisoned? It's not enough to deal with human zombies alone. He had always been annoyed that Wang Chang'an insisted on bringing Wang Difu with him. A beast. If he made a noise at an inappropriate time, it would be bad luck for the whole team. Wang Difu tilted his head. Wang Chang'an pointed at Wang Difu's eager mouth with a serious face. Bad dog. Difu whimpered and grabbed Wang Chang'an. What did you just say? I want you to take it back. You really heard me. In a flash, Wang Chang'an quickly put a muzzle on Wang Difu according to his posture and spread his hands. I'm not stupid either. Teacher Peng didn't bother to care about the 2 people who dared not touch him. He had already laid on the roof of the van as planned, glanced at the location, and released the drone. The toy plane flew crookedly towards the supermarket. At the entrance of the supermarket, there were large and shocking bloodstains. Video calls cannot be zoomed in and out at will. Teacher Peng has been trying to control the plane to fly to the highest point of the ceiling. One to see more, and the other to avoid being caught by zombies. Are there many zombies? Lin Qingyu was in charge of the alert. She stared at the outside and asked Chu Liang. Not many. Chu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Our luck is not bad. It seems that many zombies in the supermarket have escaped. Yes, there is a large residential area opposite. Unlike the deserted university town, it is very popular inside and full of residents. There are zombies wandering around the university town, and I'm afraid there are also many in the community opposite. There are hundreds of zombies that look very confused in the space on the first floor. Some are wearing red vests. They are supermarket staff, and they are still doing the action of sorting goods at their posts. Some push shopping carts, with empty eyes, walking in rows of shelves, and occasionally stop in front of some goods. Some follow the escalator and go up and down. There are also those who have been guarding in front of the claw machine. Chu Liang couldn't bear it. Don't clamp it. The claws are specially adjusted by the supermarket, and they are softer than my life. There are much fewer on the second floor. Under the camera, you can vaguely see a dozen or so. Teacher Peng flew back with the plane. A few sharp zombies chased out, but were blocked by the wall and lost their direction. After a few minutes, they went back to the supermarket. Teacher Peng climbed down quietly, and everyone returned to the car. Qingyu will control the plane on the first floor to play music to lure them out. We went in from the second floor. Most of the zombies had gone out. Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an immediately locked the door and seduced the few zombies that had not yet left the supermarket. As for the accountant, you and I will collect supplies on the second floor as planned. Qingyu, you will be responsible for keeping watch and guarding the van here. Be safe. The door of the supermarket was still good, and Teacher Peng was very happy. He slightly adjusted the plan. He looked at the two people who joined at the end. Originally, there were fewer people collecting supplies. It's just right that you two came. Let's collect supplies together. The convenience store owner's lips trembled. Well, if we encounter zombies. Teacher Peng handed over a shovel. It's considered as legitimate defense. After you are safe, the law department of J University will provide you with assistance. This shovel. But he stole it from the small yard of his old friend on the first floor, and he was reluctant to give it to others. Well, can I stay here and keep watch? I think Xiaoyu is too dangerous to be alone. The ex-boyfriend couldn't wait to say sweet words. I want to be with her. Come on. Before he finished speaking, Lin Qingyu had already put the mace on his shoulder with a cold face. No one of us trusts you, so you better be obedient. Otherwise you can get off the car and walk back now. The explosive disco music exploded in the air. Lin Qingyu lay on the roof of the van, calling the number over and over again with his mobile phone, while driving carefully, and must not fly out of the control range. Otherwise, once the plane crashed, it would be impossible to lead the zombies away. The zombies in the supermarket poured out like a tide. It's too dangerous to go in through the main entrance. A few people took advantage of the height of the van, and quickly climbed over the wall, and ran towards the outer wall of the supermarket. There are several raised decorations on the outer wall of the supermarket, which are very suitable for grabbing and climbing up. Teacher Peng is the oldest, but because of his martial arts training, he is very flexible, and was the first to climb onto the small platform outside the back door of the second floor. The others are also young people, and they quickly climbed up using their hands and feet. The convenience store owner, however, is old and sits in the store every day without exercising. He can't climb up no matter what, and is almost crying. Wang Chang'an has no choice but to put down the dog on his back, grit his teeth, and carry the man up again. If he hadn't exercised regularly, he really wouldn't be able to do this. Standing on the small platform, Chu Liang saw that there were probably 70 or 80 zombies let out by Lin Qingyu. We can't wait any longer. The zombies are visibly losing interest in the plane, and seem to be going back to the supermarket. Wang Difu pricked up his ears, looking majestic, not lying on the ground, and baring his teeth at the back door. Chu Liang knew that there were probably no zombies behind the door. Kick the back door open, and move! Wang Chang'an untied Wang Difu's leash, and Chu Liang ran straight to the door. He waved a baseball bat and escorted Chu Liang. Wang Difu was still thinking about asking his father to take back the bad dog, so he naturally didn't dare to let himself go, and honestly followed Wang Chang'an and ran wildly. The zombie flesh and blood smeared on their bodies really had a certain confusing effect. The dozen or so zombies staying in the supermarket were stunned for a few seconds before catching up. The zombies on the other side were already in a commotion, and they heard the noise here. If the zombies on the other side were allowed to come back and attack from the front and back, 2v100, the consequences would be disastrous. Zhao Zilong would not dare to say that he escaped unscathed even if he were still alive. Wang Chang'an turned around and stood behind Chu Liang, swinging his baseball bat with a sound of breaking wind. Chu Liang had already pressed the button, waiting for the electric rolling door to slowly pull down. At this speed, Chu Liang wanted to accelerate manually, but was afraid that it would break, and he would not be able to slow down completely. Several fast-running young zombies were about to reach into the door. Woof woof woof. Wang Difu ran out with a slither, and the muzzle did not affect his loud voice at all. Difu, Chu Liang reached out anxiously. Don't be afraid. Defu is a smart dog. Wang Chang'an suppressed his anxious heart. Kick this one out first. Chu Liang had no choice but to turn back and help Wang Chang'an to fight the zombies together. Wang Chang'an knocked down one, and he pushed one out. They were flexible, took care of each other, and cooperated very well. The sound of the zombie group behind them also became slightly lighter, accompanied by the happy barking of dogs. Chu Liang guessed that Defu should have led them away. When the rolling door was only half a meter away from the ground, there were only 7 or 8 zombies left around Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an. Wang Chang'an swung the floor scrubber beside him in one go. Don't say that the floor scrubber worth tens of thousands of yuan is much better than a baseball bat. But it is too heavy. Defu? Chu Liang lowered his voice and looked at the shutter door that was about to close. Anxiously. Why haven't you come back yet? Before he finished speaking, a big black and white dog, with its furry ears fluttering, came in through the crack of the door like lightning and sat proudly in front of the two of them. Woof! Defu is a border collie. Wang Chang'an was so proud. He might be more like a human being than the ex-husband upstairs. Chapter 12. The rolling door was lowered, so Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an didn't have to worry about being besieged outside. But they had to face the attacks of the remaining zombies in the supermarket. The weapons they carried were just sticks, which had no lethality. Now that there was no place to push the zombies out, they were actually restrained. Chu Liang suddenly had an idea and looked at the bathroom next to him. Let's go. Take them there and lock them up. Wang Chang'an gently opened the little bee sponsored by Teacher Peng, which was a must-have for Mao Zedong thought, and cleared his throat. Hey! 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 Okay. Classmates, follow me. He didn't dare to use the loudspeaker to play music, because it was too exciting. It would be bad if the zombies outside went crazy and broke the rolling door. Besides, the recorder is too big and hard to carry. The remaining zombies were fooled and chased after the two. There were also a few zombies upstairs, who heard the noise and ran down. It seems that Mr. Peng and his friends upstairs are safe. This is indeed the case. Mr. Peng upstairs kept everyone still for a long time. When he heard the footsteps coming down, he waved his hand and asked everyone to push the carts and collect supplies. These people were not very reliable, so Mr. Peng had to hand over the task of leading to the more reliable accountant. You watch them collect effective supplies. I'm going to tie up the transportation line. They plan to take a lot of supplies from the supermarket. If they move them one by one, it would be too troublesome and noisy. Teacher Peng had thought about it a long time ago. He had a lot of tools at home, and the 2 male students also had them at home, so they could be used on both sides. Teacher Peng took out the toolbox and used an impact drill to drill holes and screw expansion screws on the high outer wall of the second floor. Buckle the long rope and throw it hard. Lin Qingyu caught the long rope quickly and did the same thing, tying it up at the height of the van in the alley. Her business failed, but she learned a lot of skills during the business period. She was also an art student, so she was very capable now. Tighten the long rope and hang the hook, and a simple cableway was done. After collecting the supplies, we can put them in one place and collect them in the other, which will double the efficiency. After making a gesture to Lin Qingyu, Mr. Peng returned to the second floor of the supermarket and joined the supply collection team. As for Chu Liang, he always kept in mind the movies he had watched. Zombie World Rule 10. Be careful of the toilet killing. One of the biggest hates in life is to watch the protagonists in the movie walk into the toilet where zombies are hidden without any awareness and vigilance, and then cause an uproar. Chu Liang would naturally not make this mistake again. But he didn't expect that there was a living person in the toilet? Ah! Don't come over. The living person was trembling, skinny, and terrified. The plan has changed. Chu Liang closed the men's restroom without changing his expression. Exchanged a look with Wang Chang'an. Confirmed that there were no survivors in the women's restroom. Immediately opened the women's restroom, and threw the little bee in. With a greeting, the two and Wang Defu hid in the mother and child room, only opening a crack in the door to peek. The microphone hit the loudspeaker, making a sharp and piercing sound, which made people uncomfortable to listen to. And the zombies swarmed in even more frantically. Click. Chu Liang was quick to close the door of the women's restroom, and used the cabinet pushed by Wang Chang'an to block the door. The door was opened inwards, and the zombies slapped the door, and couldn't open it no matter what. Wang Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief, and then opened the door of the men's restroom again. The boy was still shaking, But his eyes lit up. It's you. Cart pusher. What? Wang Chang'an looked confused. The boy didn't bother to explain, and ran towards the shelf, tearing open a bag of bread and eating it voraciously. It turned out that this person was the employee who chased Wang Chang'an out that day. In the chaos, he took a few bags of biscuits and followed the remaining colleagues to hide in the toilet. Later, colleagues couldn't help but go out one after another, and the result was probably not good. And he barely supported himself for more than 10 days with the water in the toilet and a few bags of biscuits. The mobile phone was out of power long ago, and there was no way to contact the outside world. Listening to the footsteps of zombies outside every day. It's really worse than death. Fortunately, the government has made great efforts to prevent the water source from being polluted. Otherwise, he would have been infected with the zombie virus long ago. Thank you. After recovering from his shock, he smiled bitterly. Just call me Xiao Gu. How is it outside? Chu Liang shook his head. I'll tell you later. Now we're rushing to collect supplies. However, he still took 2 or 3 minutes to find the marker in the supermarket, and drew a big cross on the wall next to the women's toilet, leaving a warning there are zombies inside. Please do not open the door. Do good deeds and accumulate virtue. But don't pit the people behind you. Going up to the second floor, Teacher Peng and the other 4 were frantically packing supplies. The accountant and the convenience store owner collected, and the ex-boyfriend and Teacher Peng packed, with a clear division of labor. Seeing the 2 people bringing a newcomer up, they also suppressed their curiosity and only asked the 3 people to join the team quickly. The rest of the things went smoothly. When it was 3 or 4 o'clock, everyone didn't dare to be greedy and began to deliver supplies carefully. Wang Chang'an and Chu Liang took the dog to the van first. Lin Qingyu took Wang Difu to be on guard, and the 2 of them received the delivered supplies, trying to reduce the sound as much as possible so as not to attract the attention of the zombies. Xiao Gu thought about it and had nowhere to go. Looking at Teacher Peng, who was the oldest and most prestigious in the team, he couldn't help but beg, "Hello? Can you let me join the team? I have nowhere to go. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." As he spoke, he became emotional. Teacher Peng held his shoulder and patted him. "Don't be afraid. Follow me." The accountant was not happy to have one more person. The van was so small, and one more person would mean less space for supplies, and they would have to share their food. But he was not stupid, and he reacted immediately. Only the ex-boyfriend, who was inexperienced, looked reluctant. "Who are you?" "Okay." The accountant frowned, and his strong arms frightened the ex-boyfriend, who looked like a chicken. "Do you have any objections? I've taken you in. So why are you afraid of taking one more?" Xiao Gu was on the verge of collapse. If they didn't agree, he would make a scene, attract the zombies, and everyone would die together. The convenience store owner came out to act as a peacemaker. Okay, everyone, say less and don't attract zombies." He was also reminding the pig-headed people in the team. "Let's go first." Teacher Peng looked at the sky and the increasingly irritated zombies. "We won't dismantle here, and we'll come again tomorrow when the weather is good." Everyone was happy when they heard this, although it was very dangerous along the way. The supplies in the entire supermarket were in front of them, which was definitely enough for them to eat until rescue arrived. On the way back, everyone dared not relax. It was not until they received the supplies and closed their doors that they cried with joy. Teacher Peng took Xiao Gu back to his home. He was old, and seeing that Xiao Gu was about the same age as his students, he couldn't bear to see him homeless. Chu Liang went home, and the first thing he did was to rush into the bathroom to take a shower. The body was covered with the stench of zombie flesh and blood, and it was hard for everyone to hold back vomiting. Just after taking off most of his clothes, he thought of something and stretched his head to greet Wang Chang'an. Quick! Take off your clothes and bring the dog in." Wang Chang'an had renovated the bathroom, with a bathtub and a shower, and the space was large enough for 2 people and a dog to take a shower together. Wang Chang'an didn't look back, and his ears were red. Chu Liang didn't notice this detail, and thought Wang Chang'an was shy. So he rushed out and took off Wang Chang'an's clothes. "If there are small wounds on your body, it will be too dangerous to touch these dirty things." This time, he finally saw Wang Chang'an's red face. The 1.80-meter tall handsome guy held his collar tightly and said shyly, You, what are you doing? Don't do this. Chu Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We have bathed together in the school's public bathhouse so many times. And you are still shy? I know. I was wearing shorts. How can a large group of people bathing be the same as two people bathing? Wang Chang'an wanted to argue, but he couldn't say anything. Wang Difu at his feet was so anxious that he whimpered, "Stop talking nonsense. You guys should help me wash my hair." This double bath made Chu Liang sweat profusely. He rubbed Wang Difu 3 times before he felt relieved. Look at you. You are the owner of Wang Difu. Why don't you work at all? Anyway, the zombies in the supermarket have been let out now. Next time you go, don't bring Difu with you. He complained to the man behind him, not knowing that Wang Chang'an behind him was busy wiping his nosebleed. Fortunately, Wang Chang'an still had a conscience and knew to blow dry Difu's hair. The two sat on the sofa, afraid that the zombies would be attracted by the light. So they pulled up the curtains and only lit a small table lamp. Counting the supplies and rewriting the daily diet, they were in a good mood. But after receiving the news from Lao Si, their hearts sank to the bottom. SOS. Emergency. What's going on? Chu Liang quickly made a phone call. On the phone, Lao Si's voice was intermittent. School, dormitory, junior schoolmate, zombies are surrounding. What are you doing? Don't be a hero. Don't go out of the guard room easily. You? Chu Liang anxiously instructed. Beep beep beep. The phone was completely disconnected. Chu Liang stood up anxiously, thinking that there was something wrong with his broken phone, and quickly reached out to Wang Chang'an for his phone to call again. Wang Chang'an shook his head. His face was very ugly. The internet is down, and the power is off. Chu Liang then noticed that the air conditioner and refrigerator at home had stopped working. There was only a small desk lamp, which was powered by batteries, and could still hold on. The government had been trying its best to ensure the supply of water, electricity, and the network. But now it was suddenly cut off. It seemed that the situation was much worse than expected. What was worse was that if Chu Liang was not wrong, the survivors in the school were probably in danger. Teacher Peng's window was opened, and the small blackboard that had not appeared for a long time was put out again. With the help of the moonlight, Chu Liang could see the words on it clearly. The dormitory door is open. Yes, the teacher who stayed behind was a colleague of Teacher Peng, and he must have learned the news at the first time. Chapter 13. After exchanging some information, everyone closed the windows. Although they were anxious, they were also exhausted after a day of work. Their brains were really not working, and they needed a good night's sleep. Teacher Peng and the 2 older children agreed to open the windows and discuss the matter tomorrow morning. After closing the windows, Teacher Peng turned on the recorder. Fortunately, the recorder was powered by batteries and was not affected by power outages. The recorder also had the function of a radio. He pulled out the antenna, and after a long time of buzzing, the government's notice finally came on the radio. But the radio was also hesitant and did not dare to tell the truth about how serious the current situation was. It makes sense. Law-abiding people like J teachers and students have begun to take risks to buy things for free in supermarkets. If the bad guys know that the government is already in a mess, I am afraid that the next one to be bought for free will be ordinary people. Sure enough, the government only said that it was short of manpower and sent all its forces to water source protection and search and rescue, and temporarily cut off the power supply for a while. But Teacher Peng guessed that it might be the power plant that was lost. The government hesitated for a long time, and finally reminded the general public that although there was no electricity, there was still gas, and water must be boiled before drinking. This instantly forced the people who did not have gas at home into a desperate situation. This originally had nothing to do with Teacher Peng. He also has gas at home, and the weather is still cold. The supplies he brought back from the supermarket are enough for him to survive for another half a month without a refrigerator. It was just the call from a friend before the power and internet outage that made him think a lot. Every year, J University will keep a few teachers to accompany the students to stay in school for the new year. This year happened to be his friend. Whether it was the teacher's emotional impulse or the long-term friendship with his old friend, he couldn't watch the children in the dormitory building of area B die in the mouths of zombies. At night, Chu Liang tossed and turned. When he opened the door, Wang Chang'an was on the sofa, also in a daze. The two looked at each other and said, "Listen to you, and don't be a hero. I want to make a big deal." The former was said by Wang Chang'an, who seemed enthusiastic and righteous. while the latter was said by Chu Liang, who was not very clear. Wang Chang'an shook his head. He knew very well that Chu Liang looked cold and distant, and wished he could hide himself. But only when you get into his heart can you know how many emotions he has. Chu Liang spent 2 spring festivals at J University. He thought he had received a lot of care from the school and teachers. In addition, Lao Si was one of his few good friends. At this time, letting him stay at home and live in peace was more uncomfortable than killing him. How can you not take me with you? You can't drive, and your feet will be torn to pieces if you go in. Wang Chang'an shrugged. Forget it. Let's go. The 4th brother has called me the boss for 3 years. I can't just watch him and that junior sister turn into butterflies. And judging from the situation, Teacher Peng must go. Looking out, they saw Teacher Peng busy packing his luggage in the moonlight. People say that when the teacher is busy, the students will do the work. Teacher Peng worked hard to lead them to find supplies. They can't let the old man go to die alone. I'm not a hero. Chu Liang opened a campus map that Lin Qingyu had drawn before. She was in the Department of Fine Arts and had been in J University for 4 or 5 years. She was very familiar with the surrounding environment. The power and internet are currently out of power, and the internet is off. I dare say that the situation must not be optimistic. This is a small town, and J University is relatively remote. So rescue is hard to say. We are trapped here. Once there is a problem with a way to obtain supermarket supplies, or the supermarket supplies themselves, we will die if we can't wait for rescue. But school is different. Do you still remember the Jiangxin Island where we went out to play together in our freshman year? Of course I remember. It was Wang Qin who dragged this poor student who worked part-time to go there. Jiangxin Island is not far behind the school. As the name suggests, this place is in the middle of the river, and there is no land access. You have to take a boat to get there. There is a branch campus of J University on the island, and there are many restaurants and supermarkets around it for local citizens to travel. The branch campus is often joked as the Jiangxin prison. But with the winter vacation, there are probably few people on the island at this moment. After all, the students who stay on campus at the Jiangxinzhu campus are uniformly arranged to come to the main campus every year. And local citizens don't like to go to the island to play in the cold wind in winter. Even if there are some zombie animals, the school has high enough floors, so it shouldn't be a problem to find a place to stay. Of course I know. I'm a ship engineering major. Wang Chenan's eyes lit up. I also know that there is a ship in our major that usually docks there. The key is in the teacher's office. If possible, we can easily sail there. Is your ship major so powerful? Chu Liang was surprised. Oh, my dad sponsored that boat. Wang Chang'an smiled shyly. Damn, what a rich guy. Chu Liang estimated that there are about 300 students staying on campus during the winter vacation every year, excluding the number of zombies. Even if everyone wants to evacuate, it is more than enough to take a boat to the campus of Jiangxinzhu Middle School to survive. There is no land access there, so even if the rescue arrives at the latest, they can survive for a year. The next morning, Teacher Peng just opened the window and saw a banner hanging on the opposite building. This banner was custom made by Zhao Yisen, the Chinese language teacher, for the event that year, and was later stuffed in Wang Chenan's house. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go, he told Chu Liang in his heart. Even if there was a dangerous place ahead, he wanted to go. Zombie World Rule 11. It is better to take the initiative than to wait for death. Teacher Peng was naturally unwilling to take his students to take risks. He had a fierce face, but he could not scare the 2 people at all. The key of the van was still in Wang Chenan's hand. Teacher Peng couldn't go alone and bravely break into the more than 3,000 acres of J University with a 28-inch bar. Right when Lin Qingyu woke up and went downstairs, she saw papers thrown all over the floor beside the 2 juniors, and the chalk head of Teacher Peng opposite was almost rubbing sparks. How could the 2 parties still pass small notes to quarrel? Only then did she realize that the power and internet were cut off last night, and the survivors of J University were besieged. Let's go together. After hesitating for no more than 3 seconds, Lin Qingyu made a prompt decision. Senior sister, I will go with you to send someone off. No. Let's go to save someone. Senior sister, you mean to send someone off? Lin Qingyu smiled awkwardly. Don't worry. I won't hold you back. Although I am a little weak, I am quite agile. I can drive, and I am very familiar with the school. Before I started my own business, I made private desserts, and I ran errands for takeout. I know much more about which small roads in the school are close and less crowded than you do. I even planned the Jiangxinzu campus. She is not stupid. Among the people in the university town, except for Teacher Peng and the two junior students who seem to have good character, and the newcomer Xiao Gu who is too unfamiliar, how can she trust the others? Especially there is a scumbag ex-boyfriend. She was afraid that she would be used as a reserve by her ex-boyfriend. In that case, it would be better to save her juniors. At least she would die for a good cause. Especially when she learned from Teacher Peng that the water source might not be safe. Lin Qingyu was more determined to leave. She had seen a circle of friends of a client's junior. There was a classroom of Waha pure water in the laboratory on Jiangxinzu. If drinking raw water would slowly turn you into a zombie, then you might as well give it a try. Chu Liang and Wang Chainan could not find a reason to object. So when Teacher Peng found out that there was another tale, he was even more furious. No. The ex-boyfriend looked at their conversation and was puzzled. These four people are going to save people? Are you stupid? Pure sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. The convenience store owner and his wife, and the accountant's family thought the same. What they were more anxious about was that once Teacher Peng led the team away, they would lose their backbone. They had eaten up the rations for more than half a month. What should they do next? But without Teacher Peng to lead the zombies away, none of them dared to come down to question. They could only watch the four people climb down from the upstairs one by one and directly get into the skylight of the van. Teacher Peng only packed a small backpack. He left most of the supplies to Xiao Gu who took him in. If there are still survivors, you can share a meal with them. At least they will be full and have the strength to fight the zombies. Fuck him. Someone upstairs cursed angrily. However, not long after, the van that had gone out came back, opened the door, pushed down some food, and drove away before the zombies caught up. Wang Chainan gripped the steering wheel tightly. With a sunny and cheerful smile on his face, "Teacher, you are so kind." That's right. Teacher Peng went to the supermarket again. Of course, they didn't collect food for these people. They wanted to lead the zombies back to the supermarket. So many zombies flowing out is extremely dangerous for the community outside the supermarket. And it may even threaten their subsequent actions in the university. Even if not for others, for themselves, they have to reduce the number of zombies wandering outside as much as possible. Teacher Peng went back along the same route, piled the food in the small van, and directed everyone to bring the zombies back to the supermarket. Chu Liang took out the unused marker and simply wrote down the tactics for the later material collectors. But in the end, Teacher Peng still had some compassion. Give them some. Teacher Peng sighed. It's not easy to be alive. As for how they come down to get it, and whether they dare to come down to get it, I really can't help. Everyone naturally agreed. Now, there are 4 people and a dog in the 7-seater van. Wang Chainan and Lin Qingyu are sitting in the front, one driving and the other showing the way. Teacher Peng and Chu Liang are sitting in the back holding the dog. The rest of the seats and spaces were filled with food, and a 28-inch bicycle was tied to the top of the small skylight, who caused the internet to be disconnected. They couldn't sweep away those shared bicycles, so they kept one transportation vehicle at a time. It's getting dark. Lin Qingyu, who was in the co-pilot seat, opened the map and muttered to himself. Chu Liang came over and pointed to the north gate. Go to the north gate. Although the north gate is far from us, we have a car now, and can get there with one foot on the accelerator. The 4 student from the finance department in our dormitory had been hiding inside before, and it was at least safe inside. I just don't know if he is still there. The south gate is the main gate of the school, and the security room has only a small guardhouse. The north gate is the back door, and the security room is a little bigger. If you want to spend the night safely, of course, it is suitable to stay at the north gate. Everyone thought it made sense. Wang Chainan stepped on the accelerator, rushed into the school gate, and drove towards the north gate guard room. Chapter 14. The van sped through the campus where the speed limit was in the past. Chu Liang looked out the window to both sides. The scenery was not much different from previous years, except for the occasional scarlet on the wall, which hinted at the unrest here. At this time of year in previous years, it was the Lantern Festival, the peak of returning to school, and the school often held a lively Lantern Festival. But now everything is gone. I lived in the school for the new year for 2 years. If I stayed in school during the winter vacation, I basically lived in Area B and Area C. The 2 areas face each other. Area B is for girls, and Area C is for boys. Some counselors or ideological and political cadres will also live together. The open restaurants are Fenghuayuan and the fourth canteen. The library, gymnasium, etc. are open as usual, and the study room seems to be closed. Fortunately, Chu Liang had experience, so everyone was not at a loss and didn't know where to save people. Go down the mountain. Lin Qingyu was quick and pushed the steering wheel, choosing a fork in the road. The road up the slope must pass through areas B and C. If there are zombies there, it would be too dangerous for us to pass by rashly. They were going to take a chance to seek Jiang's into, not to give up their lives. Wang Changnan reacted immediately and went down the slope. J University is located in a hilly area, and there are many small hills on the campus. The dormitories are concentrated on the hillside. Generations of students sighed and complained that going to school was up and down, and riding a bicycle could be exhausting. On the contrary, the flat area below the slope was full of libraries and lawns. At this moment, not to mention human figures, not even a single zombie was seen. Everyone arrived at the North Gate guardhouse so smoothly. I remember that Lao Si said there should be a few zombies here. Wang Changnan slowly stopped the car and turned off the engine. There was silence all around. Chu Liang observed carefully. The door and windows of the North Gate guardhouse were wide open. His heart tightened. It seemed that Lao Si was probably not here. This love-minded person really couldn't wait for a minute. It was only a day, and he rushed into the zombie nest alone to save his schoolmate? Woof woof. Wang Bifu called out twice calmly. Dogs have much sharper hearing than humans. Wang Bifu was so calm. I'm afraid there was really no one here. The zombies that were supposed to be there were attracted to area B and C before, or taken away by Lao Si. The sun had already set, and the campus was dark. They didn't dare to act rashly, so they could only stay here for one night. The four people and the dog quickly took their backpacks, locked the car door, and entered the security room. The door lock of the security room was not broken, and there were no signs of fighting in the room. It seemed that Lao Si did open the door and leave safely. The four people and the dog locked the doors and windows outside and entered the inner room. Four people rushed into the small room, and there were no windows or lights, so they couldn't see inside at all. Fortunately, Chu Liang's cell phone still had power. He turned on the flashlight and took a quick look. The whole room was full of courier boxes. It seemed that Lao Si had opened all of them. The cell phone was still very useful. Chu Liang turned off the light, go to sleep. When everything was quiet, everyone could vaguely hear the zombies roaring from the hillside. J University has an excellent campus environment. I don't know how many zombie animals will be born from so many zombies. Oh, don't worry about that. The old man coughed twice and moved his body. It seems that only mammals will. For so many days, I haven't seen a zombie bird. J University's animal husbandry is not well known, unlike the neighboring city Y University, where cows and sheep are everywhere. Now it seems like a good thing. Everyone went to bed with their clothes on. Lin Qingyu was the only girl, so she slept on the small bed. The three men slept on the floor. Chu Liang slept lightly, and only felt that Teacher Peng beside him tossed and turned many times, as if enduring some pain. He gently asked, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" Teacher Peng laughed twice. "I'm old, and my bones hurt, and I'm cold when I sleep on the floor. Hey, let me hold the dog." Chu Liang pushed Wang Difu into the teacher's arms, but he was still worried, so he put his down jacket under the teacher. He turned over and stuck to the dazed Wang Changnan, and he wasn't cold. After a night, Teacher Peng was the first to wake up at dawn. The North Gate is a little far from Area B and Area C, but it is very close to Mr. Peng's office. Mr. Peng said that there is a drone in his office, which is used by the new media center of the School of Marxism to take photos when they go out for activities. I just don't know if there are any lone zombies in the School of Marxism. The four people and the dog did not dare to go to the dormitory area to investigate rashly. The homemade aircraft had no network, and the mobile phone could not be tied to it to take pictures. The distance was also very limited, within 10 meters, which was almost like dancing close to the zombies. It seems that it is necessary to go to the School of Marxism to get the drone. Driving is too noisy, so Mr. Peng rode leisurely on the 28-inch bicycle. I'll go there by myself. I'm familiar with that place. I'll go there and come back quickly. When he turned around, Chu Liang and Wang Changnan had already taken a bicycle down from the tree. This? Teacher Peng was stunned. Lin Qingyu chuckled, as we all know. Some people are afraid of having their bicycles stolen, so they just hide them in trees. This way, it makes a lot of noise, and thieves don't dare to steal. How is this well known? Teacher Peng, a people's teacher, felt that the world was going downhill and morals were declining. He snorted twice. When life returns to normal, I will definitely vigorously eradicate this phenomenon. Everyone was silent for a moment. And Wang Chainan smiled. That's great. We will rely on Teacher Peng to make decisions for the people. Lin Qingyu stayed in the security room and watched the van. Chu Liang sat on the back of the bicycle, hugging Wang Chainan's waist tightly. Wang Difu didn't have this treatment. He couldn't cross the teacher's 28-inch bicycle, so he had to run all the way on the ground. The three of them soon arrived at the entrance of the Ma Institute. The Ma Institute was empty, with no one. Teacher Peng entered the office and went straight to the drone. After turning it on, he found that there was still a lot of power, and he was relieved. Chu Liang was thanking God. Fortunately, this virus broke out during the winter vacation. Otherwise the college would be full of students, and we really couldn't even think about it. The rooftop of the Ma Institute is close to the dormitory area, which is within the range of the drone. The three people and the dog quickly went upstairs, locked the door of the rooftop, and looked towards the residential area. Chu Liang looked through the telescope. It was surrounded by green trees, and he couldn't see what was going on inside. It seemed that a drone was needed. As a rich man, Wang Chainan was very good at using this thing. A few minutes later, the drone buzzed and flew to the dormitory area with everyone's anxious mood. Because of Lao Si, Wang Chainan controlled the drone to fly to Area B first. How could this happen? Chu Liang's scalp was numb. The densely packed zombies stretched out their hands and hit the door of the dormitory again and again. The number of zombies here was even more than what they had encountered in the supermarket. Fortunately, although the gate of Area B was shaky, it still stood firmly. Many dormitories in the building had curtains drawn, and there was some thrown-out household garbage downstairs. It seemed that there were survivors. Not all of them are students, Teacher Peng said seriously. Many of them are from construction teams. Every winter and summer vacation, the campus is renovated. This year, J University just wants to impact the ranking, and has spent a lot of effort to renovate the campus. There are indeed many construction teams in the 3,000-acre campus. Most of the construction team workers live together in small houses made of containers. Word spreads from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. It seems that almost all of them have been wiped out. Why are they gathered here? Logically speaking, the girls in Area B are not making much noise, so they won't attract zombies so much. When the three people saw a corner, their hearts suddenly fell. After a long time, Chu Liang gently turned his head, unable to bear to look at the unrecognizable bodies of the girls. Go and see what's going on with the boys in Area C. They didn't know what happened to those girls that made them choose to jump off the building and end their lives. However, since they were gone, they could only pray silently in their hearts for the girls' peace and happiness in the afterlife. Watching the drone fly away, Area B was not quiet either. A girl slowly closed the curtains. Full of disappointment, I thought it was a rescue. But now it seems that it's not the kind of vicious people who came to sweep our food. Which is good. Is your senior okay? Another roommate asked. The girl thought for a while, stuck her head out, and whispered, Senior? Senior? The fourth child suddenly woke up, and immediately hugged the branch with his cold hands and feet. Seeing that he didn't fall, he breathed a sigh of relief. He's alive. He's alive. The girl was not stingy, and threw a piece of bread over. Just now a drone came. But it seems that you, Senior, were not seen on the tree. Old Four didn't even eat the bread. His eyes widened. Oh my God. I actually missed it. Drone? That's probably because my good brothers brought people here. Junior sister. Wait. It's safe. It's safe. My brothers are full of bad intentions. The zombies downstairs were attracted by the voices, and several zombies began to circle around the huge evergreen tree again, rubbing their hands and trying to climb up. Old Four swallowed his saliva. The junior sister threw a bag of garbage in the opposite direction, and the sound of it landing attracted the zombies again. She must love me a little bit. The fourth child thought happily while chewing the bread. Don't let him die here. There will be more zombies. The schoolgirl thought. The situation in Area C is even worse than Area B. Chu Liang's mouth opened slightly unconsciously. Why? The dormitory Andy turned into a zombie. Let her change. How can the dormitory Annie be so obsessed with opening the door and checking the dormitories? Wang Chainan controlled the drone and flew in accurately from the corridor window of Building 2 in Area C, and saw the dormitory Auntie leading a large group of zombies to try to unlock the doors one by one, although most of the dormitory doors were locked. But this was so heartbreaking that Wang Chainan felt that he had a nervous breakdown after just one look. He really couldn't think of how to rescue people from the dormitories with this kind of start. Actually, Teacher Peng laughed dryly. I have also learned a little about salvation. Aren't you giving up now? Teacher Peng? Have you forgotten that you are a firm believer in Marxism-Leninism and a good teacher of the people? Just kidding. Teacher Peng sighed. Once a teacher, always a father. How can I bear to see these children die here at such a young age? They are the future that the motherland has cultivated with great difficulty. He opened the map with a frown. Chapter 15. After the small fight in the convenience store and the 2 trials in the supermarket, Mr. Peng and his 3 companions have gained some experience in luring away the zombies. But the problem is that the huge smell of human flesh in areas B and C is far from being attracted by sound alone. Chu Liang noticed that in the drone footage. There were birds flying by, but the zombies only raised their heads and focused on guarding the dormitory area. We'd better have some helpers. Mr. Peng looked around the huge campus. It's really too difficult to rely on just the 4 of us. Perhaps the students who stayed in the school that day were like the 4th child, hiding safely in various places, even if the other party is unwilling to take risks. What if one more cobbler can think of a solution and have the effect of being better than Zhuge Liang? Chu Liang raised his hand. The dormitory gate is not safer than the big iron gate of our residential building. At present, it seems that the completely lost Area C is more dangerous. But the most dangerous thing is that I suspect that they are running out of supplies. As a matter of urgency, we'd better find a way to get a batch of supplies over first. Otherwise, people who jump off the building. Everyone felt nervous when they thought of the miserable situation in Area B. Finding supplies is not difficult. Which canteens are open and which supermarkets are open during the winter vacation? Chu Liang knows everything, relying on the fact that the zombies are all in areas B and C. Chu Liang and his group swaggered to unload their supplies into the guard's small room and drove a van to the canteen and supermarket to find them. It was unknown whether they were lucky or not. Along the way, they encountered neither threatening zombies nor survivors. The last canteen is in the library, Wang Chainan asked, looking at the full minivan. Are we still going? Let's go. Lin Qingyu said sincerely. The boiled corn in the food district of the library is delicious. I don't know if it can be eaten. Chu Liang glanced at the minivan, which still had a lot of gas. Then let's go. Since we're here. The library without power was very desolate. The food district was in the shade on the first floor. It didn't feel like anything on weekdays with the lights on. But now that the power was off, it felt cold inside. Wang Difu twitched his nose and looked around. Such an empty and cold place made Lin Qingyu, who had originally wanted to come, regret it a little. She looked at Wang Difu and saw that he did not move. She took a deep breath and mustered up her courage. I'll go inside. Ouch! She didn't know what she stepped on, but she slipped and fell flat on her face. The 3 people and the dog rushed over and found that the ground was full of gnawed corn cobs. No wonder Lin Qingyu fell flat on her face. There are survivors. This discovery made Teacher Peng very happy. And he couldn't help but joke with Lin Qingyu. It seems that your corn has already been eaten by others. But where are the survivors? Chu Liang was confused, picked up a piece, and put it under Wang Difu's nose to smell it. Go. Difu. Wang Difu showed his big tongue and ran upstairs happily. You 2 collect supplies here, and we will go to see it. Act separately and pay attention to safety. Before he could say anything more, Wang Chainan was dragged away by Wang Difu. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Chu Liang had to pay attention to whether there were zombies while running, panting and miserable. Suddenly, Wang Difu braked suddenly, fell to the ground, and signaled his 2 useless masters. Chu Liang bumped into Wang Chainan's back, and he was so painful that he saw stars and bent over with his nose covered. Are you okay? Wang Chainan turned around and looked at Chu Liang nervously. Chu Liang waved his hand, stood up straight, and pointed to the end of the 4th floor with a trembling hand. In the sun, a young man pushed his glasses, looked up at the 2 indifferently, and lowered his head again. In his hand was Xiao Xiorong 2035 Postgraduate Entrance Examination 1000 Questions Recitation Manual. This scene was so absurd that Wang Chang'an couldn't help but grab Chu Liang's face. What a strange dream. Chu Liang slapped Wang Chang'an's hand. Classmate. What are you doing? It's a mess outside. What are you doing? The young man finally put down the book and frowned. Damn it. There are 2 more competing postgraduate entrance examination candidates. Chu Liang walked over calmly, grabbed the young man's collar, and shook him a few times. Wake up. Zombies have broken out. Why are you still taking the exam for a research monk? The young man sneered. It's just a trick to shake the morale of the army. I tell you, this is a great opportunity to overtake on the curve. Those zombies have no brains. What can they use to compete with me? Wang Chang'an hooked his lips, pulled Chu Liang away, walked forward, and whispered something in his ear. Just one sentence. The young man's eyes gradually became clear. After just a few minutes, he actually sighted Chu Liang, nodded slightly, and took out his student card to prove his identity. It's not easy for everyone. Is there anything I can help with? My name is Li Yi. I'm from the pharmacy department, and I'm from the same class as you guys. Everyone searched again. In such a large library, there was only one survivor. Li Yi. Chu Liang looked at the bloodstains in the corners and wondered. How did you escape the first wave? Li Yi said calmly. I fell asleep while reading on the underground first floor, and no one goes there. When I came up, there were only a few left in the library, so I led them to the rooftop and locked them up. Otherwise, I couldn't concentrate on reading because of the noise. Later, I've been there for so long, I might have gone a little crazy. I was a little crazy just now. Don't mind. He is a ruthless person. Watching Li Yi walk towards the food district to meet with Teacher Peng, Chu Liang couldn't help but be curious, and whispered to Wang Chang'an, What did you just say to him? Wang Chang'an smiled. I said, if you join the zombie extermination team, Teacher Peng promised to personally tutor you for the postgraduate entrance examination. Send a handwritten recommendation letter, and save your classmates and kill zombies to get extra points. And it is possible that you will be admitted to graduate school. 1 point for each zombie. If you tell the postgraduate entrance examination, civil service examination, and editor party, they may all rush out of the dormitory door and fight to the death. You are still seducing him into going crazy. Chu Liang almost fainted. When they gathered downstairs, Chu Liang introduced the 2 sides, and Li Yi had already shaken Teacher Peng's hand enthusiastically and steadily. Hello. Teacher. Hello. Lin Qingyu had a complicated expression. His hands empty. Good boy. You are really good at eating. You are so lucky. You made a lot of corn cobs. But there is no mouse zombie to eat you. Speaking of this, we have to thank the enthusiastic college students. There are many stray cats catching mice in the school. During the holidays, some college students will take some stray cats back for sterilization and care. There are really not many mice on campus. As for whether there will be zombie cats, we can only prepare in advance. The collection of these supplies is almost done. How to send them to areas B and C is still a big problem. The best way is to airdrop. But Wang Chang'an is not rich enough to have a private plane at any time. Airdrop? Li Yi's eyes were confused for a moment. Is Angry Birds okay? What Angry Birds? Teacher Peng is old. Unlike the 3 young people, who understood it all at once. Li Yi patiently explained to Teacher Peng, and further explained, before. The crew of Running Man Sisters came to our school to record a variety show. They have a game, which is a real-life version of Angry Birds. The props and other things were provided by our school's Ancient War Research Society, and should still be there. I am not talented, but I happen to be from the Ancient War Society. What does this have to do with Ancient War research? Lin Qingyu was very confused. Catapults? Used for sieges. They've modified it. Chu Liang suddenly realized, and couldn't help pinching his temples. Our school is really full of talents. No. I went to watch the recording on the day. How come I don't have any impression at all? Lin Qingyu raised his hand. Li Yi smiled slightly. When the work team came to adjust, the dummy flew out 20 meters and killed our props. Everyone would be killed. However, now that we have this prop, it's really a pillow for us. Seeing that it was still 2 or 3 hours before it was completely dark, everyone stopped hesitating and took action quickly. With one more person. At least there was one more helper. Wang Chang'an took the dog and rode with Li Yi to get the equipment. Chu Liang and the other two drove to the rooftop of the School of Literature. This is between B and C areas, and it is more convenient to airdrop. Angry birds. It's not small. If B and C hadn't attracted the hatred of zombies, Wang Chang'an wouldn't have been so safe on this journey. It took more than an hour to get here. First, B area. Teacher Peng observed carefully. The gate of B area has not been breached. If they throw it on their rooftop, they can easily go upstairs to get food. Liu was already sweating profusely. Fortunately, Lin Qingyu had a natural ability to assemble these things. The four of them finally finished assembling the things before sunset. Get ready. First shot. Wang Chang'an ordered. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The heavy sound of food falling to the ground caused the zombies downstairs to go crazy again. Teacher Peng quickly fired the second shot at the ground next to him, throwing a big stone, which made the zombies forget to smash the iron door crazily. What should we do with Area C? It's getting dark. Wang Chang'an was a little anxious. Once it gets dark, their visibility will also decrease, and the danger will greatly increase. Precise strike. Chu Liang's palms were full of sweat. Fire at the empty dormitory. In the telescope, on the third floor, there was a dormitory with the outer window open. The door locked, and it was empty. Throw it in, and how they take it is up to them. Li pushed his glasses. I can't do it. Extra points for the political science exam. Your Highness, I will definitely give it a try. It's just a catapult modified into a feeding machine. Boom. The angry food package smashed the inner glass, but it slowed down the speed and didn't knock the door open. Similarly, Teacher Peng fired another shot at the ground, so that the zombies wouldn't go crazy and break into the door and destroy the food. A moment later, Chu Liang saw several figures on the third floor, climbing in through the window. At least the third floor can survive. Teacher Peng sighed. No. Chu Liang smiled. Teacher, we are students of J University. You're students. You must have confidence. The few people who climbed and seemed to discuss for a while. Soon, two students who entered came out and bowed to the School of Literature from a distance. They shouted something in a low voice, and then one raised his hand upstairs, and the other bent down and handed his hand to the downstairs. The people in the third floor passed the food to them, and they passed the food upstairs and downstairs. On the windowsill, the students hiding stretched out their hands and silently passed the food one by one, after they had distributed the large bag thrown in by Chu Liang and the other 5, and ensured that every dormitory had enough food to fill their stomachs. Those hands retracted. The sun was almost completely set. Teacher Peng turned his back and wiped his tears. Let's go. Go back quickly. Chapter 16. The girls in Area B also successfully shared food on the rooftop. Is there a rescue team? Some girls asked. Not necessarily. Ming Ning shook her head. There are not many of them, and there is no sound of helicopters. I guess they are probably other survivors in the school. I don't know which hero they are. She didn't think much about it, and hurriedly took her things back to the dormitory, staring at the senior on the tree outside the window in a daze. In the first month of the year, the temperature is still relatively low. The senior started sneezing yesterday. If he has a fever at this time, she didn't dare to think about it anymore. She carefully opened the window, threw the things over, and asked worriedly, "For senior, can you still hold on?" The fourth brother tried hard to hold back his sneeze, and caught the hot pack and bread thrown by the other party. Don't worry, junior sister. I'm a sports student. Awesome. No. Aren't you a finance student? Ming Ning closed the window speechlessly. Chu Liang and his group returned to the guard room with the new members before dark. The security room was not big to begin with, and it was too crowded for 4 people and a dog. Wang Difu twisted his butt for a long time, always feeling that someone was sitting on his tail. He was so angry that he howled and squeezed through the crowd and ran out. Wang Chang'an refused to come back no matter how he pulled him. Okay. Wang Chang'an was helpless. Just think of it as helping us keep watch, so that we don't have to take turns on duty. His dog ears and nose are better than ours. Teacher Peng was still immersed in the joy of successfully delivering supplies. Even though it was dark and he couldn't see the direction clearly, he still looked at the new member Li lovingly. Kid, you are very good. Do you have any ideas about leading away the zombies and rescuing classmates? Let me see if there are any surprises I don't know about. Lin Qingyu raised her hand. Teacher, don't talk to me. This is me. Wang Chang'an coughed lightly and eliminated another wrong direction for Teacher Peng. Today, I saw that their door may not last long. Now that all external communications are cut off, we can only try to find a solution ourselves. Li Yi listened to everyone reviewing the previous intelligence and pondered for a while. Going to Jiangxintu is indeed a good way to escape and save yourself. It's not difficult to lead the zombies away. Not difficult? The zombies nowadays are not very interested in sound. They only leave a few steps, and then wait under the dormitory building again. I'm afraid only lively people, or even blood, can slightly lead them away. Chu Liang couldn't help but say, "Do you have a way to create the smell of blood?" Li Yi pushed his glasses. And in the darkness, the glasses inexplicably reflected a ray of light. "Don't forget, I am a man who dreams of becoming the king of pharmacists. Do you have a way to synthesize blood?" Teacher Peng looked at him with admiration. "That's not the case." Li Yi's light disappeared. "I know the mobile blood donation vehicle is parked at the side door of the library. During the Chinese New Year, blood is in short supply. The kind and lovely college students in the library who are preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, the civil service examination, and the civil service examination are not stingy in donating blood in order to accumulate merit. Therefore, before the zombie outbreak, there happened to be a car parked there. Li Yi himself went in to donate once. It is not a big problem to lead the zombies away. Now there is only the last and most difficult problem: how to go to Jiangxintu. Jiangxintu is not far or near. It is a 7-kilometer journey. Before the doomsday, it only takes 30 or 40 minutes to ride a bicycle. However, after the doomsday, the zombies, humans, animals, and traffic conditions along the way are difficult to predict. And they only have a 7-seater van. I don't think you need to worry about this. Wang Chang'an shrugged. We have already done a great deed by leading the zombies away. They come out to find food and a new place to stay, which is much safer than before. They may not be willing to risk going to Jiangxintu. Chu Liang thought for a while. When the time comes, count the number of people. If many people want to leave, go to the next bus company, and you can always get 2 buses back. It's the new year. The buses shouldn't be in short supply. Right? Yes. There are many college students in J. And there is no subway. When the government planned, it specially placed a bus hub next to it to facilitate students' travel. Although no one here has an A3 driver's license, it's a special case. So practice. As he was talking, Wang Difu outside suddenly whimpered twice, and then patted the ground with his tail in annoyance. Everyone held their breath. With a sharp sound, something was scratching the door outside. It was a zombie animal. J University has a good ecology. Although there are no herds of cattle and sheep, there are still many stray cats and dogs. And free-spirited Wang Tai Sin. I don't know how this one outside became a zombie, and how it came here. All night, the 5 people didn't sleep well. When the sky was bright, the sound outside had not stopped. Everyone looked through the glass of the outer room quietly, and it turned out to be a zombie cat. A small 3-flowered cat. Chubby, and it looked like it had been eating and drinking a lot. But now the fur is full of coagulated blood clots. The black eyeballs are completely white, and the whole cat looks very scary. Teacher Peng was depressed. Don't they get tired after becoming zombies? Then just catch them and make perpetual motion machines. This world is no longer scientific. Destroy it. Chu Liang grabbed the weapon expressionlessly. Wang Chang'an led Wang Difu back to the room. Difu didn't even have shoes, and his defense depended entirely on fur. He had better lean back to avoid being caught by the zombie cat, which was really frustrating. As soon as the door opened, Chu Liang took the lead and swung his weapon. Dingling, dingling, ding-dang-dang. The zombie cat was heading straight for the human's ankle, but it stopped for a few seconds strangely, followed Chu Liang's movements, and swayed a few times. Wang Chang'an, who was standing by, was quick-witted and took the explosion-proof steel fork from the security room and pressed the cat to the ground. While Li Yi took the wooden cabinet with the drawers emptied and pressed it over the steel fork. When the steel fork was pulled out, only the zombie Sanhua was left inside, helpless and furious. But no sound was heard. Chu Liang shook the cat toy, which was unpacked from the express delivery left by Lao Si. Sure enough, this is the cat's obsession. Hey, I hope that in the next life, it can be a carefree cat with a home. Wang Chenan's mind moved, and he couldn't help but sneak a peek at Chu Liang's expression. Without further ado, They hurried out to take action. The 5 people and the dog found that the zombies in Area B were particularly agitated. And even the zombies in Area C showed signs of being attracted there. Ah! Don't come up! Old 4 hugged the tree, crying, "You sports students are too bullying. Why can you climb trees?" Ming Ning was so anxious. But she could only watch Old 4 Sr. hugging the tree and kicking the faces of the 2 tree-climbing zombies below. "Smash it!" The roommate handed over her beloved ceramic teapot. "Help the middle school senior smash it." Ming Ning nodded with emotion and threw it hard. "Ah! Junior! My ankle is about to break. Oh! Damn! The weight is different from the previous bread. I smashed it wrong." Old 4 felt that the situation was hopeless, and there was no way to save it. He choked and roared, "Junior! I'm sorry that I couldn't save you and let you watch me. It left you with a huge psychological shadow. But before I die, I still want to tell you that I like you. I like you. I'm really sorry for making you troubled. But I'm very happy to like you." The roommate swallowed her saliva and looked at Ming Ning's livid face. "Forget it. The middle school seniors are all dying." Ming Ning raised the discus. Ming Ning threw. Junior. Junior sister. This time it was Lao Si's turn to swallow his saliva. "You actually know this trick?" However, more and more zombies, who can climb trees, gathered over. Even though many windows were opened and things were smashed desperately, they still couldn't stop the zombies from climbing up. Everyone was a little desperate, seeing Lao Si's feet being caught by the zombies. Ming Ning's eyes were red. "I told you a long time ago. You are here to die." Lao Si kicked hard and his shoes fell off, revealing his white socks. The zombies below stopped strangely. Ming Ning was overjoyed. Can the smell of the seniors' feet make the zombies faint? The roommate girl touched her nose and vaguely said, "Athlete. White socks." And so on. However, the instinct of the zombies quickly overwhelmed this unclear obsession, and opened their mouths wide, ready to gnaw on the fresh flesh and blood. The 4th brother closed his eyes. Beep. The car horn sounded. Then someone tapped the microphone and a voice came. "But I'm happy to like you. But I'm happy to like you. But I'm happy to like you." Important words should be said 3 times. The 4th brother's face suddenly turned red. He didn't know where the strength came from. And he kicked the zombie under his feet. "Wang Changnan. You bastard. Come and save me. Don't imitate my words." Wang Changnan turned around, crawled back through the skylight of the van, and signaled Teacher Peng to get everything in place. Lin Qingyu slowly started the car, honking the horn while driving, and Teacher Peng began to bleed bags of blood. Chu Liang and Li Yao on the opposite side began to use angry birds to throw big stones from a high position, hitting a group of zombies. The big guy who could move, scream, and bleed constantly soon made the zombies in areas B and C collectively agitated. Most of the zombies made up their minds to give up the fat meat in front of them and chase this little dessert that was within their reach, and left. Wang Changnan drove to the tree quickly, took out a shovel, opened the skylight, and helped Lao Si get down from the tree while using the shovel to mercilessly flatten the few remaining zombies that blocked the way, without taking the time to reminisce about the past. He quickly sent Lao Si to the building of the School of Arts opposite and put Lao Si down. "You go to meet up with Liang Liang and another classmate Li. I'm going to support Teacher Peng in the school hospital. The school hospital has front and back doors, which is very suitable for bringing in zombies through the front door. And the back door is locked when the car is out. According to the plan, Wang Changnan is the one who locked the front door outside. If they can trap most of the zombies in the school hospital, their plan will be successful. But Wang Changnan still has one thing to do. He must go into the school hospital without zombies before Teacher Peng goes around the school and enters the school hospital." Chapter 17. Lao Si was still exhausted at the bottom of the College of Arts when he saw Chu Liang and a strange classmate rushing down from upstairs, holding up a riot fork and knocking down several zombies that had escaped the net. "Lao Si, are you okay?" "Not particularly well." Lao Si moved his feet exposed to the cold wind, and was overwhelmed with grief. His body and mind received a double blow. Chu Liang was not polite, and took off the shoes on the zombie's feet on the spot. After checking that there was no damage, he handed them to Lao Si. "You wear them first." The zombie suddenly became furious and screamed, but was held down by Li Yao, and could not move. He was so angry that he was dumbfounded. "This is my limited edition sneakers. I bought them with my frugal life." By the time the 3 of them had dealt with the zombies, The students in areas B and C had already packed up their things, went downstairs, and stood neatly at the door. Chu Liang looked at them and saw that there were only about 70 or 80 of them, which was even less than he had imagined. Hello, students. You are really young and promising. The teacher in Area C was the first to extend his hand. I am a teacher from the School of Shipbuilding. One of the teachers stationed at the school during the winter vacation. Shipbuilding? Chu Liang shook hands with them, and felt that Wang Chang'an and Teacher Peng should know them. He was very happy that everyone had a new general to sail in Jiangxinzu. The students at Area B were silent. The dormitory manager of Area B had just accompanied the last girl to retreat, and with red eyes, she shook hands with Chu Liang and Li Yu. The teacher at Area B did not come back. Fortunately, and he waited for you. Everyone was silent for a few seconds, silently praying for the teacher in their hearts. But there is no time to lose. Not knowing how Wang Chenan's plan is going, Chu Liang said nothing and hurriedly explained his plan. Everyone can find a safe place to stay. Brave the South Gate Transportation Hub, or take the bus to Jiangxinzu. This matter still needs to be considered in the long run. But seeing that everyone looks a little hungry, Chu Liang hurriedly took everyone to the agreed place in the plan. The Sanchika small supermarket. They had cleaned it in advance. There were no zombies or zombie animals, and it was very suitable for students to rest. Ming Ning looked back at Area B, where there were no zombies, only flesh and blood, and raised her hand and said, "Should we ride over there? There is a large bicycle parking lot next to Area B. If the security guard finds illegal bicycles and refuses to change, he will directly tow them here. Many students forget to lock their bicycles, or the quality of the locks is worrying. If there is no access control to the parking lot, this place would have become a paradise for thieves. If everyone can find a bicycle, whether staying or going out, it is at least safer than moving around on foot on campus." The ship teacher nodded. "Okay. Within 5 minutes? Hurry up. If you can't find it, share it with your classmates." A moment later, Chu Liang rode a 28-bar bicycle with Lao Si sitting horizontally in front. Li Yi rode a shared bicycle, with one person sitting in the basket and one standing behind the back of the bicycle. Ming Ning's roommate sat on the bench, while Ming Ning stood and pedaled, so that two people could easily ride on one bike. The scene was like an Indian motorcycle parade, but no matter how good it looked, at least everyone could ride downhill much faster than on two legs, except for going uphill. Chu Liang was not hungry, so he stood guard for his classmates at the entrance of the supermarket, anxiously looking at his watch. 12 o'clock in the afternoon was the time they agreed to meet here. Wang Chang'an encountered some troubles. Before Teacher Peng, he finally entered the school hospital. According to the plan, he should drive straight in from the school hospital and guard the back door in advance. When Teacher Peng's car came in, he immediately locked the back door. At the same time, Teacher Peng drove to the front door and locked it. With this blocking of both ends, most of the zombies on campus can be killed in the school hospital. As for the medical resources inside, no one cares much. After all, J University is big enough, not to mention the university town outside. J University itself has several small pharmacies. When the few people cleaned the campus before, they also specially sorted out a lot of common antipyretic and anti-inflammatory drugs in case students get sick along the way. He put the drone in and observed it. The front and back doors of the school hospital were open. There were no zombie activities except bloodstains. After collecting the drone, he drove the van and took Wang Difu into the first floor of the school hospital. He got out of the car slowly. Zombie World Rule 12. Do not ruin the planet, Will. Wang Chang'an waved his hand and threw Chu Liang's advice to the back of his mind. The school hospital is in the shade. It was extremely cold even in the daytime. Wang Chang'an could only hear his own heartbeat and the wheezing of border collie Wang Difu. "Difu," Wang Chang'an said softly, "we are running the plan to save your other father. Can you understand?" Bien Collie tilted his head. Li Yi is worthy of being a member of the Ancient War Society. He even made a light little armor for Border Collie. Finally, he doesn't have to worry about it turning into a zombie if its meat pads are pierced while walking. The puppy doesn't understand, but the puppy loves you. Bien Mu accompanied Wang Chang'an to the third floor. His goal was the storage refrigerator in the pharmacy of the school hospital. Although the power had been off for a long time, the weather was still cold, and the things Wang Chang'an wanted to take should be fine. Wang Difu stopped. He looked back at his master, bent down, and bared his fangs silently. Wang Chang'an understood that there were zombies here. He carefully stuck his head out to observe, and saw a zombie in a white coat, holding a syringe in his hand, wandering in the corridor, with mincemeat on his mouth. Perhaps he had eaten students in the ward before. Wang Chang'an clenched the steel pipe in his hand, slowly loosened Defue's traction rope, and signaled Defue to pay attention to safety with his eyes. He couldn't delay any longer. Teacher Peng was coming. Bang! The steel pipe smashed down with great force. The zombie stretched out his hand and caught the steel pipe without shaking his hand. Wang Chang'an tried to pull back the steel pipe, but was held tightly by the other party. Did this zombie have any extraordinary skills when he was alive? The orthopedic surgeon was extremely powerful. Even if he was a corpse, he could still stand out. Wang Chang'an was lucky that he didn't swing a sledgehammer in his hand. After all, the school hospital didn't have so many equipment. The doctor didn't rush to bite Wang Chang'an, but raised the syringe high, stab him. Wang Chang'an was sweating coldly. There was no guarantee that there was no zombie virus on the needle. He had no choice but to loosen his grip on the steel pipe and turn to avoid the falling needle. After failing to hit him, the doctor seemed to have regained his zombie instincts and began to bite Wang Chang'an. Wang Chang'an struggled to get the zombie to the window, being pressed against the edge of the window by the zombie. Wang Chang'an could vaguely hear the sound of a car, and in the sound of the car, he seemed to hear some different sounds. No matter what the sound was, he couldn't disrupt the whole plan because of his own selfishness. Thinking of this, Wang Chang'an shouted, "Defue!" Wang Defue jumped up lightly, with a strong calf, and quickly kicked the zombie from the side of the waist. The zombie was kicked crooked without checking. Wang Chang'an took the opportunity to turn over, hugged the zombie's legs, and threw it down the building. Boom! The zombie twitched twice on the ground and was completely motionless. Wang Chang'an quickly got what he wanted, put it in his arms, and took Wang Defue to the back door. After parking the car, Wang Chang'an patted Wang Defue proudly. "Good dog. Good dog." His eyes froze. There was a faint red dot on the back of his right hand, as if it was pricked by a needle. He recalled the fight, but he couldn't think of when it happened. He could only wipe the back of his hand. His heart was in a mess. The noise made by Teacher Peng was extraordinary. From a distance, Wang Chang'an heard Teacher Peng yelling at the top of his lungs, "Chang'an, get ready." Lin Qingyu stepped on the accelerator to 180. The blood donation vehicle was slightly larger, and it directly broke through the glass of the first floor gate of the school hospital, rushing towards the back door with great momentum. This acceleration threw the zombie group 30 or 40 meters away, and also allowed Wang Chang'an to see the number of zombies, far more than the number of zombies in the original dormitory area. Where did so many zombies come from on campus? Teacher Peng jumped off the car quickly with a serious look, handed a bag of unused plasma to Wang Chang'an, and called Lin Qingyu down again. "We accidentally attracted zombies from the bus hub. With so many people, I'm afraid the school hospital can't contain them. It's too dangerous. Children, you should go to the supermarket to meet up and notify your classmates to drive to Jiangxinsu from the bus hub before the zombies from the school hospital flow out." Wang Chang'an was stunned and pulled Teacher Peng, who climbed into the driver's seat. "Teacher, what about you?" Teacher Peng rolled down the window of the blood donation car. There were bloodstains on his face from the broken glass. He smiled. As a teacher, he couldn't help but give a few last words of advice. "Silly children, I was here for chemotherapy for cancer. Instead of, it's better to do this. Go. Children, don't waste time." Once a teacher, always a father. He started the car and went straight to the front door. Lin Qingyu's body was trembling slightly, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Wang Chang'an turned his head cruelly and got on the van. "Let's go. Time is running out." They couldn't waste every second that Teacher Peng was fighting for. What's more, Wang Chang'an was a little desperate, and it seemed that he didn't have much time left. Teacher Peng drove to the front door. The zombies had already swarmed into the school hospital, but there were too many of them, and the front door couldn't be closed from the outside. If this large wave of zombies went out now, the defenseless students in areas B and C would be really outnumbered and doomed. He honked the horn to attract the attention of a dozen zombies near the front door, humming a little tune, drove the blood donation car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed into the front door. After running over several zombies, he climbed into the back compartment before the zombies reacted, and had to lock the front door quickly. The zombies stretched out their hands, They couldn't bite, but they could reach Teacher Peng. The zombies left shocking scratches on the teacher's hands and face. Teacher Peng stood still, as if he didn't feel any pain at all. After doing all this, the old man kicked a few zombies and hurried to climb onto the roof of the car. He looked down from above, satisfied with the zombies who were trapped in the school hospital and kept banging on the door, and finally felt more relieved. He sat down, tapped the beat gently, and continued to sing the unfinished song. When I grew up, I became you. And then I realized that in that classroom, what was released was hope. And you were always the one guarding the nest. Teacher, you lifted me up in the flood that year. Today, I didn't let you down, did I? Chapter 18. Lin Qingyu and Wang Changnan drove at full speed. Wiping away her tears, Lin Qingyu briefly explained how she and Teacher Peng accidentally attracted zombies to the bus hub, and smiled bitterly. Teacher Peng said that he had heard on the radio before that the government announced several places with fewer zombies and zombie animals, and Jiangxintu was one of them. Now we may have to go to Jiangxintu, and I hope it is as the government expected. Jiangxintu is vast and sparsely populated, and there is no land on all sides. The situation should be much better than in the city. Wang Changnan was only worried about whether he could hold on until the boat reached Jiangxintu. We're at the fork in the road. Lin Qingyu patted the car door excitedly. Hurry up and notify everyone to evacuate. The door of the school hospital is old and can't withstand so many zombies. Teacher Peng can't hold on for long. Wang Changnan jumped down from the car with Defu, looked at Chu Liang, suppressed his emotions, and shouted loudly, "The school hospital is about to fall, and the zombies at the bus hub have been led away. Quick! Let's take as much supplies as possible and drive to Jiangxintu. The car keys at the bus hub are managed uniformly, and they would have to spend some effort to open them. But there are so many zombies at the bus hub, and there must be a car that brought zombies back. If they are lucky, they can pick up a car with the key inserted. Where is Lao Peng?" The ship teacher squeezed out and was stunned when he saw Wang Changnan. "Why are you here too? Now is not the time to reminisce." But seeing the teacher from his own college, Wang Changnan was really relieved. He scratched the itchy red dot. Teacher Peng is blocking the front door of the school hospital. "Teacher, can you drive the boat donated by my father near Jiangxintu?" "Of course." The ship teacher nodded. And then, without paying attention to mourning for his colleagues, he turned around and shouted loudly, "All students, collect supplies for 3 minutes. Shell the food packaging. Deflate. Keep quiet. And bring 4 bottles of water per person. Set off in 4 minutes." The situation on Jiangxintu is difficult to discern. They must at least bring rations for about 2 days. And there must be a buffer transition period. Wang Changnan stuffed Wang Defu into Chu Liang's hands and complained, "This guy is getting more and more disobedient. It doesn't fit my personality at all. You pull him on the van, and I'll ride a 28 bar. He will at least listen to you a little bit." Chu Liang was still immersed in the grief of Teacher Peng's death, and was dumbfounded when a traction rope was stuffed through his hands. For minutes passed quickly, and the communication teacher did what he said and directly instructed the students to ride the bikes. Everyone knew the seriousness of the situation. If they tried their best, the bicycles would become motorcycles, and they could at least go to a safer place to hide. Wow! Everyone's equipment. The Indian motorcycle parade scene came again. There were also a lot of supplies in the van, and a large border collie was stuffed in it. Chu Liang didn't get in, and he and the 4th child rode one. There were probably only 5 students in the 7 seats. Lin Qingyu drove, and Li Yi observed the road conditions. The ship teacher quickly allocated the 3 seats in the back to the dormitory aunt, who was old and physically weak, and 2 girls with pale faces due to dysmenorrhea. "Let's go!" The bicycle team followed the van and quickly headed towards the bus hub. Hee. Chu Liang turned around and broke out in a cold sweat. The back door of the school hospital had been breached by zombies one after another, and there were already 20 to 30 zombies chasing after them. Fortunately, they had bicycles to travel, and even if there were some zombies who specialized in running, they couldn't keep up with their speed. 2 zombies stopped on the side of the road. They were wearing cycling clothes and cycling helmets, and suddenly stared at the 2 blood-stained bicycle racing cars that fell on the ground in a daze. There seemed to be some obsession flashing in their brains. And then, they actually bent their stiff bodies, lifted up the racing cars, and sat on them. They howled loudly, and their desire for flesh and blood took over again. However, this time, they rode crookedly, and rode faster and faster. The fourth brother screamed, "Damn! How can there be such zombies? Isn't this cheating? Where is my junior sister? Where is my junior sister? I want to die with my junior sister." Chu Liang was also horrified. It's too scary. Just think about it. If there are zombies who love driving and sailing. Wait a minute. Will there be zombies who love studying and become a zombie king directly in the library? Oh! If the few of us didn't find Li Yao, would he become a library study zombie king? Wang Chenan's low roar pulled back his divergent thoughts. Shut up. Wang Chengnan tried to control his violent emotions and turned to the classmate in the back seat and said, "You go squeeze into the van. I can't carry you." The classmate in the back seat got off the car aggrievedly, took 2 steps at a time, and chased the van. 2 racing cars are nothing to be afraid of. Ming Ning calmly took out 2 discus from the canvas bag, 1 in each hand, and hit the zombies from 800 miles away, knocking the 2 zombies off the racing car. The 4th classmate applauded first. "You are worthy of it, junior sister." But Chu Liang moved his ears, but felt deeply uneasy. The vibration on the ground was getting bigger and bigger. The back door of the school hospital was broken. Hundreds of zombies rushed out, and the road ahead was uphill. They were riding together, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Some students were already panting. They were trapped in the dormitory for these days, and they didn't eat enough. Their physical strength was very poor. They relied on the air to go to Jiangzhou. Wang Chengnan looked back at the zombies getting closer and closer, and then looked at the pale-faced students. He chuckled. "Hey, Chu Liang." Wang Chengnan rode to Chu Liang's side, holding the handlebars with one hand, and took out a small bag from his arms with the other hand. "Take it. The temperature is low these days. It should still be effective. Remember to find a cool place on the island to put it. Hold on until the day of peace." Chu Liang looked down in surprise, and found his 2 biological agents hanging on the handlebars. He has a serious genetic disease, which is usually invisible, but he needs to be injected with biological agents every 8 to 12 weeks to live more safely. For convenience, he opened a few and stored them in the school hospital. The price of biological agents is not low, even though he is covered by medical insurance. It is not something that a poor student like him can easily afford. Both parents have their own new families and new healthy children. How can they be willing to pay for their own medical expenses? The reason why Chu Liang worked so hard is to earn medical expenses. He first got sick in his freshman year, when Wang Chengnan took him to see a doctor. Wang Chengnan also ran around to handle the formalities, paid for the first injection of biological agents, and forced him to cheer up. In this world, only Wang Chengnan knew that he had this problem, and he would take care of his diet to avoid the disease. Chu Liang took the biological agent with trembling hands and saw Wang Chenan's gray hands. "You." Wang Chengnan shrugged, and laughed at himself in the horrified eyes of Lao Si. Maybe it was the needle hole, and the disease is slower. "Chu Liang, don't feel guilty. I underestimated the enemy. Live with my dog well. Live. And if there is a chance, keep me in your basement to play games like in Shaun of the Dead. Goodbye." Lao Si. The zombies behind him were getting closer and closer. Wang Chengnan turned the car around without hesitation, cut open all the blood bags that Teacher Peng had left for him, poured them all over his body, and turned on his phone again. "Come on. This is the feeling of flying. This is the feeling of freedom, flying in the wind in the sky full of stars. With a brave heart that never cries." In Chu Liang's eyes, Wang Chengnan, with blood all over his head and body, rode away with a laugh to the west, which was opposite to them, accompanied by his own BGM. "Liang Liang." The trembling and choking voice of the 4th child came from behind. "Chengnan he." The student in front had red eyes, but did not dare to look back, and pedaled desperately towards the bus hub. They have already lost a respected teacher, and now, a brave classmate has been sacrificed. Chu Liang was already in shock. He was stunned in the same place. Lao Si pushed him, moved to the front, put him in the back, and pedaled hard. "Liang Liang. Liang Liang. Don't scare me. Fortunen. We have to survive." Chu Liang was in a trance, and saw a big fluffy dog head coming out of the front window, crying, "Awoo!" In the van, 2 weak girls leaned against each other, waiting for the painkillers to take effect. The dormitory ant in the back row was responsible for watching Wang Difu. She was a little afraid of big dogs, even though Wang Difu was cute and well-behaved. Difu suddenly poked his head out, and she was startled. But she tried to comfort the dog despite the fear. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You will be safe soon. Silly dog. If you want to go out, how can you survive in this zombie campus? Wang Difu turned around and bared his teeth. The dormitory ant was startled, and the leash in her hand subconsciously loosened a little. Wang Difu seized the opportunity, grabbed his leash in one bite, and then kicked his legs and flipped out of the window directly. It's agreed that I am a legendary group. You are the human lone eagle Will Smith, and I am your most loyal partner Big Dog. No dog will abandon its human comrades. Chu Liang reached out to grab, but only felt soft hair passing through his hand, and watched Wang Difu brushing against the zombies and heading west. The huge grief overwhelmed his mind, and he jumped off the back seat. Old Four. You go. I have to watch them here. Before Old Four could stop him, he saw Chu Liang carrying a backpack, following Wang Difu, heading west. You will die. Chu Liang. Old Four screamed in fear, and the front of the bicycle hesitated for a long time. The ship teacher looked back. He didn't notice that the little transparent Chu Liang had fallen behind, and roared, that classmate. Why are you in a daze? Catch up. Do you want to die? Ming Ning turned around and yelled, Senior 4. What are you doing? Lao Si was stunned. At the beginning, he did the same for his junior. Could it be that Liang Liang did this to Lao Wang? Wiping away his tears again, Lao Si hardened his heart. Here we go. He didn't have the courage to freeze on the tree for a few more nights. When the rescue came, he would apply for Liang Liang and Lao Wang to stay in his basement no matter what. Chapter 19. Chu Liang ran towards the man and the dog, but he was a few steps slower. When he arrived at the place where the zombies gathered, he saw a bloody man holding a bicycle and smashing it around in the pile of zombies, trying to protect the dog behind him, who was crying and clenching his tail. The armor made by Liu had all fallen off the dog. It was probably because it had just fought with the zombies. Chu Liang understood that Wang Difu was playing a pitiful game, hoping that the owner would touch it and feel sorry for its bitten feet. But how could the owner have time? Wang Difu stopped shouting. He stared at the most ferocious guy who was fighting Wang Chang'an. Grin, and without saying a word, he gently kicked the ground with his 4 claws and bit the zombie again. Difu? Wang Chang'an already felt dizzy, but his heart ached when he looked up and saw Chu Liang in the distance. The pain turned into anger. Fool! Why are you staying here? He went to get the medicine because he wanted Chu Liang to live longer, not to let Chu Liang stay and turn into butterflies with him. Chu Liang was stopped by Wang Chang'an shouting. Wang Chang'an couldn't beat him anymore. He panted, hugged the dog, and climbed up the tree with his last bit of strength. Chu Liang! Idiot! Stay alive and collect the body for me. He shook his finger at the cafeteria of the 2-story building next to him, exhaled his last breath, and tried to attract the attention of the zombies. Liang Yang, you are brave enough to move forward. The song was not finished yet, but the man was already dying. Wang Chang'an's pupils had turned white, and his teeth were itchy. He almost drooled at the chubby dog in his hand, and he was holding on with all his willpower. Unexpectedly, Wang Difu spread faster than him, and mercilessly bit his forearm. Good fellow. You are unkind. Don't blame me for being unjust. It is said that if a dog bites you, you can't bite it back. Today, Wang Chang'an wants to have fun for the last time. With a bite, Wang Chang'an bit a mouthful of fur. Are you stupid? I have fur. Difu struggled and finally shook his tail. Chu Liang locked the entrance to the first floor, stood at the window on the second floor, and watched Wang Chang'an and Wang Difu fall from the tree, and then drowned in countless zombies. At that moment, Chu Liang really wanted to jump out of the window. He was a man without a home. After sending away his only grandmother, he didn't even want to go to college. He had entered this hodgepodge dormitory by accident. He had already made up his mind to continue to be a nobody. And when he paid off his tuition loan and earned enough money to buy 3 picturesque cemeteries, he would bury himself and his grandparents there. But Wang Chang'an was different. He could always pick himself out from the crowd and force himself to follow him everywhere to make trouble. After meeting him, Chu Liang gradually made friends in the dormitory and realized that, in fact, family, it is also your own choice. Wang Chang'an. Wang Chang'an. 2 lines of tears fell from his eyes uncontrollably. Many classmates I knew turned into zombies. Teacher Wei left. And Wang Chang'an also left. Chu Liang muttered. And somehow approached the window frame. But was suddenly hit in the abdomen by the hard shell in his pocket. It was the medicine that Wang Chang'an risked his life to bring back. Counting the days. Chu Liang should have taken the first shot of the new year 3 days ago. Chu Liang himself had forgotten. He smiled bitterly, turned his back, and stopped looking at the zombies. He took out the package, opened an injection, and stabbed it hard into his abdomen. Wait a little longer. At least we have to find Wang Chang'an and Wang Difu in the zombie group. He wanted to hide them, not allowing them to eat people, but also not allowing others to kill them. This wait actually lasted 3 days. The place where Chu Liang was hiding now was a canteen. But it was not the canteen that provided meals during the winter vacation. So there was no food left in the canteen. Chu Liang went to take a look. And the kitchen was cleaned up by the chefs, without a grain of rice left. Although this was not conducive to Chu Liang's eating. At least it did not attract rats, and turn them into zombie rats. The good news was that the canteen's quilts used to keep food warm were stacked in the corner of the wall. Chu Liang did not dislike it. He covered himself with it at night, and it was much warmer. Fortunately, Chu Liang brought a lot of food and water in his backpack. And there was no problem with the amount for a week. He originally prepared it for Wang Chang'an and Wang Difu just in case. However, he looked out the window and was very puzzled. Why had the zombies not dispersed after several days? In the dense zombies, he could not even find the shadows of a man and a dog. He could only vaguely see 2 blood-stained figures. A man and a dog, who looked very pitiful. Since the zombie outbreak, it has been sunny for many days in a row. On the 4th day when Chu Liang was trapped in the cafeteria, there were faint spring thunders in the sky. Chu Liang's mobile phone battery was only 10% left. But he still opened the calendar to check. It turned out that it was almost the waking of insects. It seems that there will be more rain in the future. If there is more rain, it is hard to say whether the water source that the government has painstakingly protected can still be clean. Chu Liang didn't dare to think too much. He just filled up his empty bottles of water before the rain came down, and used some empty basins in the cafeteria to collect some water, preparing to drink as little water as possible after the rain. It drizzled all night, and on the 5th day, the rain still didn't stop. Spring rain is as precious as oil. If it were in previous years, people would be so happy. It's a pity. Chu Liang sighed, picked up the telescope, and looked at the group of zombies that had not dispersed for a long time. Thanks to the heavy rain, Chu Liang finally saw 2 figures clearly. Wang Chang'an, the bloody man, was finally washed clean after being soaked for a day and a night. But Wang Difu was lying at his feet, with tangled hair on his body, which made people with obsessive-compulsive disorder want to grab it and comb it. The corpse and the dog wandered to the front door of the cafeteria for some reason. One on the left and one on the right. Like 2 door gods. Chu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that if Wang Chang'an and Wang Difu were eaten alive by so many zombies, he would not know where to collect their bones. Now it seems that God is still merciful. The 2 guys had already turned into zombies before falling from the tree. And fortunately, they were not eaten up. The only problem now is that Chu Liang is puzzled. There is nothing here. Why are the zombies still not dispersed? Is it possible that his smell is so strong that he can attract so many? Well, the main thing is that with so many zombies surrounding here, why did he try to kidnap the lone corpse and dog? The 7th day. The rain stopped. Chu Liang saved and saved. But he only had enough food for 2 days. The number of zombies increased instead of decreasing, which made him even more anxious. If this continued, he would not even be able to go out to find supplies to survive. As soon as he left the canteen, he would be eaten by so many zombies. He made up his mind to stay awake for a day and a night. And he must observe clearly what secrets there were that made the zombies keep pouring in. Chu Liang stared at the middle of the road. The moon was bright tonight, and although there were no streetlights, he could still see the movements of the zombies on the road. The zombies who had been standing for a day seemed a little bored, swaying in groups of 3 or 5, as if they wanted to leave. The beast Wang Difu under the feet of the gate god Wang Chang'an suddenly stood up. It opened its mouth and seemed to make a loud sound. Its tail tried to swing, but it was stiff and motionless. It rushed out fiercely. Then it chased back the zombies, who wanted to leave the team in an orderly manner. Chu Liang looked at it from the window, and almost fainted. Wang Difu's 4 legs were stiff. After arranging the zombies neatly, he moved his 4 legs and left Chu Liang's sight. Looking at Wang Difu's disappearing back, Chu Liang had an ominous premonition. Wait a minute. There are more and more zombies at the entrance of the cafeteria recently. In the early morning light, Wang Difu came back, shaking his head and tail. There are 3 new zombies in front of it. They are the zombies from the bus hub that escaped from the school hospital. They are still wearing the driver's uniform. Chu Liang was really stunned this time. It's you. Wang Difu is a border collie, a veritable sheepdog. When Chu Liang was a child, he liked to herd Chu Liang like a sheep when he was just walking him. He used all kinds of means to force Chu Liang to stand on the manhole cover. Once he came down, he squeaked anxiously and had to push him up again. Later, he was beaten by Wang Chang'an and ran crazy every day. And then, he gradually overcame this obsession. Good guy. After becoming a zombie, all exploded. In ancient times, there were corpse drivers. And now there are corpse dogs. The corpse driver is still a human, but the corpse driver is a corpse dog. Chu Liang barely managed to hold himself up and leaned against the window to see. A sneaky Wang Tai-sin zombie was fiddling with something at the entrance of the supermarket. Chu Liang's heart tightened, and he immediately prepared for a fight. He had long known that in J University, zombies would be confronted sooner or later. The cafeteria is a foraging spot in the impression of many animals. Even if there is no food in it now, perhaps obsession will bring them here to try their luck. Cats have their own ways, and mice have their own ways. The paths found by small animals cannot be solved by locking the door. Before he could take defensive measures, he saw the door god take action. Wang Chang'an had a blank expression on his face, his hands in his pockets, and kicked. His movements were so smooth that he seemed to be a human being. At the same time, Wang Difu jumped excitedly, hugged the Wang Tai-sin zombie, and started to roll it up. Oh! Wang Difu's second hobby besides herding sheep, dogs catching rats, meddling in other people's business. Wang Tai-sin. Is he also a big rat? Putting down the machete in his hand, looking at the dense zombies herded by Wang Difu at the front and back doors, Chu Liang felt as if he was dead. I'm afraid I'm going to starve to death here. He touched the injection in his pocket, walked down to the first floor, and sat down gently against the door. Behind the door was the door god Wang Chang'an. Wang Chang'an. I'm sorry. I seem to be starving to death. And the injection you risked your life to bring back for me is in vain. You big fool. After many days, Chu Liang finally laughed out of anger. You died in vain. Rather than starving to death, it's better to become a zombie and walk the dog hand in hand with Wang Chang'an. Thinking of this, Chu Liang stood up as if possessed by a ghost, and stretched out his finger through the small gap in the middle of the cafeteria door. Can you bite me? The zombies became restless, and they smelled something. Wang Chang'an moved a step and seemed to block the cafeteria door unintentionally, blocking Chu Liang's fingers behind him tightly. No way. This little hope doesn't satisfy me. Is Wang Chang'an's obsession to let me live? Chu Liang lost his mind and slowly squatted down. Then his finger was held in a cold, smelling mouth. Hee hee. Your cute little corpse-driving dog Difu is here. Chapter 20. Chu Liang was startled and subconsciously wanted to take his finger out, but found that Wang Difu had closed the big dog's mouth tightly and issued a low warning sound. Hee hee Wang. What happened again? Chu Liang looked out from the gap and saw that Wang Difu's face was full of seriousness, as if he was trying his best to think about whether to bite. The big dog's eyes were usually dark and looked very cute, but now, because of the zombie transformation, they turned completely white, which looked very weird. But Chu Liang felt a little soft-hearted. It was them who failed to protect Difu. Wang Chang'an turned around and stared at Wang Difu for a long time, and seemed to realize that there was something in the dog's mouth. His body reacted faster than his brain, and with a snap, he aimed at the dog's head and hit it. The zombie was quite strong, and Wang Chang'an had no consciousness to control his strength. With a bang, the dog's head was hit down, and it almost whimpered. Does it sound good? It sounds good, which means it's a good head. If Wang Chang'an was still a human, he would have been accompanied by a majestic reprimand. What did you pick up and eat again? Spit it out. Unfortunately, he is a zombie now, and Wang Difu is not holding the meat and bones he picked up from the ground, but Chu Liang's fingers, accompanying the sound. Chu Liang felt a pain in his fingers. While Wang Difu opened his mouth to curse Wang Chang'an, Chu Liang quickly withdrew his fingers, and his heart was chilled. A faint trace of blood appeared on the index finger. He rinsed it with water, and confirmed that it was scratched by Wang Difu's teeth. Not knowing how to describe his mood now, Chu Liang stared at his finger and smiled complicatedly. Forget it. This way, it can be considered a relief. Thinking of this, Chu Liang felt much more relaxed. He ate the last bite of food happily, and his burning stomach suddenly felt much better. Very good. To be a full ghost. But he couldn't go out now. If he went out now, he would be eaten by these zombies. Or wait until the person is almost dead, and use the last consciousness to rush out and tie himself, Wang Chang'an, and Wang Difu together. Neatly, he leaned against the door, holding the hemp rope in his hand, slowly waiting for that moment to come. Something was wrong. Something was wrong with my whole body. Chu Liang stood up with great effort to open the door, but he felt dizzy and fell to the ground with a plop. When he woke up again, Chu Liang felt extremely sore all over. His stomach was so hungry that it hurt. His throat was so dry that it was smoking, and his whole body was soaked with cold sweat, as if he had a high fever. Counting the number of zombies outside the door, probably Wang Difu had driven them back with great effort. Chu Liang finally confirmed that he had been unconscious for a whole day and night. What about the zombie transformation? Ignoring the pain in his body, Chu Liang couldn't wait to raise his finger in front of his eyes. The place scratched by Wang Difu's teeth only left a faint scar, and there was no sign of blackening or spreading. If it takes another day or two, it should heal as before. Could it be that, as always written in zombie novels, after being bitten by zombies, some people will become zombies, and some people are the chosen ones with antibodies? What's more, some people will have superpowers? Thinking of this, Chu Liang coughed lightly and waved his hand in the distance. Wind. No response. Rain. Thunder and lightning. Metal. Wood. Water. Fire. And earth. Summon. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Chu Liang tried various moves for a long time, and finally he could confirm that he had no superpowers at all. Got it. After half a lifetime of wandering, he still came back as a transparent loser. Could it be that Wang Difu's teeth were cleaner? Chu Liang didn't believe it. Through the gap, he saw Wang Chang'an still guarding the door. So he simply picked up the first needle he had used, pointed it at Wang Chang'an's neck through the crack in the door, and drew a little black blood. Wang Chang'an, help! Someone is drawing blood from zombies. Is there anyone who can take care of it? Where is justice? Chu Liang carefully applied Wang Chang'an's blood to the wound and waited for a long time. This time, he didn't even feel the fever. The pain in his body and the depression in his heart surged up like a tide again. The most important thing was that he was starving, but there was no food here. After such a mess, Chu Liang didn't want to die. The method of turning into a zombie without pain didn't work, and he didn't want to try various suicide methods. So he had to live strong. The most urgent thing was to find food quickly. The front and back doors of the cafeteria were blocked by zombies, but there was a downspout outside the second floor platform, where there were very few zombies. Chu Liang walked around the cafeteria for a long time, and finally decided to climb down the downspout to break out. As long as he ran fast enough and didn't fall into the siege of the zombie group, even if he was bitten by 1 or 2 zombies, it wouldn't be a big deal. He just needed to wash and disinfect. He couldn't stay any longer. His body was still a little soft after the fever. But Chu Liang drank the last bottle of water in one breath, and climbed up to the window with a slightly relieved stomachache. He still had a backpack on his back, and the second needle that Wang Chang'an had snatched from him was safely placed inside. He tied another hemp rope around his waist. If there was a chance, he still wanted to tie Wang Chang'an and Difu back, especially Wang Difu. He couldn't let him go. The whole world would become his pasture. Reaching out to hold the downspout, Chu Liang shook it. Fortunately, it didn't make much noise. J University was well decorated, and the quality of this kind of equipment was good. It shouldn't be a problem to bear his weight alone. Looking at the 7 or 8 zombies below, Chu Liang took a deep breath, turned on his phone with only 6% of the battery left, and ordered a song looking for friends, and threw it hard into the distance. Go. Go find your friends. Don't wait for me. We are not suitable. Seeing that there were only 1 or 2 zombies still holding on foolishly, Chu Liang seized the time and climbed down. It was his first time climbing a downspout. He was a little nervous, and he didn't dare to look down at the zombies. He could only bite the bullet and count 1, 2, 3 in his heart. It's almost there. He didn't hear the sound of the zombies coming back, so he thought it should be relatively safe. There was only 1 more meter left. His feet could touch the ground, and he had to succeed. Hey! Chu Liang was confused. He felt his buttocks being held by a pair of hands. It can't be a zombie, right? Anyway, his pants are thick, so the zombie brother shouldn't be able to bite it, right? Chu Liang trembled and turned around in fear. It was Hua Chang'an. The wet and smelly Wang zombie was holding Chu Liang's, but with his blue-white hands. When he heard Chu Liang turn around, he stared at Chu Liang with his white eyes. He was scared, but more of it was speechless. Chu Liang didn't understand when Wang Chang'an came, and what he was doing. Doing a good deed every day to help the students who were in trouble. He didn't care about that. This opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chu Liang took out the large and sticky transparent white tape used in the cafeteria without saying a word, aimed it at Wang Chang'an's mouth, and tied it tightly twice. Nonsense. If Wang Chang'an bites him, he may not turn into a zombie. But what if he is bitten on the aorta? That would be bloody. What an inharmonious society. After tying him up, Chu Liang immediately untied the hemp rope around his waist, removed Wang Chang'an's hands from his buttocks, tied them together with the hemp rope, and held them in his hands. How to say it? This looks like the American package of a dog policeman catching a dog criminal and bringing him back to the police car. Strangely enough, Chu Liang's series of actions made a lot of noise, but no zombies were attracted. Chu Liang just thought he was lucky, and planned to leave with Wang the zombie, and go to the small supermarket at the intersection to try his luck. The students evacuated very quickly, so they probably couldn't take all the supplies with them. Wang Chang'an followed Chu Liang obediently for a few steps, but suddenly stopped stubbornly. What happened? Chu Liang was a little anxious, and pulled a few times, but suddenly heard Wang Chang'an gritting hard, trying to break through the seal of the tape. Finally, he broke through a small hole. He looked into the distance and shouted hee hee a few times. The zombies around had some reactions, but Chu Liang couldn't tell whether they wanted to come over or leave. His body had already involuntarily prepared to escape, and Chu Liang put down the rope angrily. I don't care about you. I'm going to run. Hee hee. Woof. A staggering figure ran out of the zombie group. No wonder the zombie group reacted strangely. It turned out that the annoying corpse-driving dog had come. Chu Liang looked at the stumbling zombies behind Wang Difu, and his head hurt even more. Could it be that he could really take these 2 zombies with him and hide to survive? He suddenly remembered that there was a treasure in his backpack. It was the muzzle and leash that Wang Chang'an bought before, and the 2 of them took it with them when they went out to walk the dog. When sorting out the supplies before, Chu Liang deliberately didn't sort them out, thinking of giving it to Wang Difu, so that he wouldn't eat anything unclean and become a zombie for no reason. Of course, the zombie puppies now don't need to be on guard against eating, but wearing it, Chu Liang's safety is guaranteed. Don't you see? Now the corpse-driving puppy is holding Chu Liang's calf and licking it with relish. If it weren't for the big cotton pants, Chu Liang was really afraid that he would lick it and bite it and eat his human flesh. He is not afraid of the zombie virus, but he is afraid of rabies virus. While Wang Difu was licking vigorously, Chu Liang seized the time, took out the muzzle, aimed at the dog's mouth, and quickly and accurately got it done. Susher once said, holding Huan on the left and San on the right, wearing a brocade hat and a mink coat. 1,000 riders rolled over the plain. Now he is, holding Huan on the left and Huan on the right, with 2 corpses accompanying him, and his life is too long. The zombies around him were still in a daze, and they didn't seem to notice Chu Liang at all. Chu Liang had a new guess in his mind. Holding 2 zombie kings, he approached some zombie groups tentatively. The zombie group shook and repeated aimless movements, but did not rush to bite him. He suppressed his excitement, waved at the zombies again, and said a few words softly. The zombies just glanced at him a few times, and did not mean to rush to him. Touching his chest, his heart was still beating. Chu Liang was sure that he was still human. So, did he still have superpowers? For example, the enhanced version of the transparent zombie ignoring technique in the crowd? Chapter 21. Thinking of this, Chu Liang's heart was pounding with excitement. What a great golden finger this is. Not only is he not afraid of being bitten, but he won't even be noticed by the zombies? Then he can come and go freely among the zombies in the future, and do whatever he wants. Not to mention anything else. In the future, he can take one man and one dog and hide in the mountains with 2 king zombies, and he won't have to worry about them being shot. But at the moment, Chu Liang didn't care about the experiment. His stomach was so hungry that his heart ached. He hurriedly led the 2 zombies to the small supermarket at the intersection to find something to eat. All the zombies nearby were driven over by Wang Difu. After leaving this area, there were very few zombies on the road. Chu Liang walked along the wall and quietly walked to the supermarket at that time. He rushed in quickly, checked the situation, pulled down the shutter door, and his eyes were shining. Food! Here I come! The classmates left a lot of supplies behind. Chu Liang first opened a bag of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he opened a bottle of water and gulped down several mouthfuls to get the bread stuck in his throat. The chocolates had been taken away by the classmates, but there were still several vacuum-packed braised chicken legs left. Chu Liang was not polite and tore them open and ate 2 in one breath, until his stomach was full. Chu Liang slowly stopped. He felt uncomfortable after drinking a bellyful of cold water. He sat down on the boss chair and took a long breath. Then he looked at Wang Difu and Wang Chang'an. At first glance, Wang Difu was very well behaved after becoming a zombie. He tilted his head. Except for his white eyes and stiff black and white hair, he seemed to be almost the same as the puppy before. But Wang Chang'an, who usually loved to joke, suddenly stood quietly aside, which made people feel strange. Thinking of this, Chu Liang felt sad again. He found a towel from the supermarket and poured some mineral water. He wanted to wipe Wang Chenan's face. Wang Chang'an loved cleanliness. He was covered in blood before. The rain only washed away most of it. There were still some blood scabs left in some hair, and the gaps between his ears. The tape on Wang Chenan's mouth had fallen off when he ran after Chu Liang, but his mouth was tightly shut. So Chu Liang was not too worried. He slowly wiped his most sincere friend with a towel. Damn! This towel is fading. Chu Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, the reputation of J-sized profiteer is well deserved. Wang Chenan's handsome face was disfigured again. Green. Chu Liang had no choice but to find a face towel for girls. After a lot of trouble, he finally wiped Wang Chenan's face clean. However, there was still some green towel color on his hand. He subconsciously raised his hand to show Wang Chang'an, wanting to accuse the boss of Sanchiku of being unethical, but suddenly remembered that the other party would never respond to him. With his eyes slightly warm, Chu Liang shrugged his shoulders in a relaxed manner. Look at you. You usually talk the most, but now you can't say a word. Right? Wang Chang'an raised his hand, as if he wanted to do something, but put it down again. Yes. His hands were still tied by Chu Liang's hemp rope. What did Wang Chang'an want to do? Chu Liang was puzzled for a moment, and thought about it. There were only himself and 2 zombies in this space, and the 2 king zombies didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. He decided to take a risk. What if Wang Chang'an also got some opportunities, and could gradually transform from a zombie into a human? With this secret expectation, Chu Liang slowly untied the hemp rope. After the hemp rope was loosened, Wang Chang'an tilted his head like a puppy, as if to confirm whether his hands were free again. After confirming, he touched Chu Liang's buttocks ruthlessly, steadily, accurately and quickly. What the hell? Chu Liang's face turned blue and red, then red and blue, and finally froze into black. Wang Chang'an, you are a fool. The big king zombie, who was deprived of the freedom of his hands again, stood at the door of the roller shutter with grievance, facing the wall and thinking about his mistakes. After Chu Liang had eaten and drunk enough, he began to plan his next step. When he came, he saw the dormitory manager of C area and 1 or 2 male zombies in the dormitory of area C. A total of no more than 4. It seems that these 4 really love the dormitory deeply. He planned to use this small group of zombies to try his superpowers to see if he was really regarded as the same kind by the zombies, and he could take freely among the zombies in the future. Zombie World Rule 13. When facing superpowers, you must be cautious. Cautious. And cautious. Just when he was about to lead the 2 zombies away, Chu Liang felt uncomfortable again when he saw their confused looks. Remember when the apocalypse just came? Two grown men were desperately saving Wang Difu's rations. Now, he is the only one left who really needs to eat. Hey, will the zombies' bodies rot and rot? And when the temperature rises, they will not need the army to fight, and will be defeated automatically. Chu Liang is not a medical student, and he knows nothing about viruses. He just thinks that zombie viruses are really unscientific. Could it be that fresh human flesh and blood can delay the decline of zombies? He couldn't figure out such a profound question, but just looked at the two zombies in front of him, and made up his mind not to let them eat flesh and blood, but also not to treat them unfairly. There are only 2 braised duck legs left. Chu Liang felt very distressed. He peeled one and untied Wang Difu's mouth. I couldn't bear to eat it myself. Eat it. Eat it. Greedy zombie. You are not allowed to eat people after eating it. Now, there is no need to worry that Wang Difu will eat too much salt, and it will be bad for his health. Anyway, you can fight poison with poison. Wang Difu smelled it, and his brain told himself not to eat this, but to eat fresh, hot. But deep in his soul, there was a voice telling himself, eat, 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 please. He is a dog who loves to eat even napkins. Wang Chainan had no hands and no right to speak. So Chu Liang, who was muttering, stuffed a duck leg into his mouth. He wanted to vomit, but he didn't know why he didn't dare to vomit. The handsome zombie brother was silent for a while, frowned, and swallowed the strange taste with a gulp. TSK. Hee. It still feels a bit stuck in the teeth. After solving the stomach of the family of 3, Chu Liang led the 2 guys and resolutely walked back to Area C to do experiments. When passing by 3 or 4 zombies going upstairs, they really didn't move, and at most glanced at Chu Liang, as if they completely regarded Chu Liang as their own kind. Area C was collectively fled. After such a commotion, it became even more dilapidated. Chu Liang searched for a long time before he found a dormitory 404 with an intact door, with his back to the door of 404 open, which was convenient for him to escape into it the first time. Chu Liang threw the 2 king zombies downstairs and began his own experiment. Auntie! Open the door. Auntie! I didn't bring the key. Oh no. This is too ambiguous. What if it triggers Auntie's obsession? Chu Liang immediately changed the topic and danced with joy. Ah! Such a big commotion finally attracted all the zombies in Area C. They rushed straight to the 4th floor. But when Chu Liang stopped moving, they stopped at the end of the corridor. Chu Liang waved his hand. The zombies did not respond. Chu Liang continued to yell tentatively, abandon. 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 After all, he was learning English. So it was time to review. The zombies bared their teeth and made a threatening sound, looking at Chu Liang more and more unfriendly. Wang Difu had no intention of moving, but when he looked around, it seemed that his fellows were preparing to attack. So he followed the crowd and bared his teeth, lying on the ground, waiting for the next second. And then he followed several zombies to rush forward and attack Chu Liang. Only Wang Chainan stood there calmly. And even 3, 2, 1, aimed at Wang Difu, who was baring his teeth, and kicked him. Chu Liang felt distressed. He tried several times, and the last time, Chu Liang pierced his finger and squeezed out a few drops of blood. When he hit in 404, the zombies outside had already started to bang the door fiercely. Bang bang. But after a while, the sound outside stopped. Probably because he stopped bleeding. The zombies outside lost their target and walked away in a daze. The king zombie outside, who had no hands and could only kick one by one. Hee. Chu Liang inside the door didn't know that the king zombie outside also had a contribution. He was carefully combing his golden finger. But God's golden finger still had limitations. When he didn't make a sound, the zombies would assume that he was the same kind, but when he spoke, bleed, and made human noises, he would still be attacked. He still needs to be more careful in the future. Not to mention that the zombies will bite him one by one, even if he is bitten by a lone zombie. There are so many viruses hidden in the zombie's mouths. Even if he is immune to the zombie virus, it is still very dangerous because of other infections and fevers. Thinking of this, Chu Liang quickly made a decision on the next trip. He must be prepared to wander among zombies and humans. Among zombies, do not make human sounds. Among the crowd, the most urgent thing is to train Wang Difu and Wang Chainan. Speaking of which, Wang Difu still looks a bit like a zombie. Why is Wang Chainan a weird zombie? It would be better if it was the setting of the zombies in warm corpses. and the zombies can slowly turn back into humans. Chu Liang was thinking about it. But suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Wait a minute. He reacted quickly, opened the door, pulled Wang Chang'an in, and pulled the rope off his hand. Wang Chang'an reacted for a while, raised his hands and looked at it, and laughed happily twice. Then, he walked around behind Chu Liang with peace of mind. He raised his hands and planned to. Chu Liang turned around quickly, with veins popping out on his forehead. Wang Chang'an, what kind of fetish do you have? You are obsessed with. Can't you touch people's buttocks? Through the experiment just now, Chu Liang fully proved that his golden finger was definitely not a twisted setting like buttocks attract zombie hands 100%. So it can only be said that his good brother Wang Chang'an is the twisted one. Chapter 22. Recalling the 2 or 3 years since I met Wang Chang'an, I seem to have never heard of him having a love affair. Chu Liang wondered. Could it be that Wang Chang'an has always had such an obsession in his heart, which led to him touching human butts now? He knocked left and right. But he was just an English student, and didn't understand how this virus could be so magical. After finishing the experiment, Chu Liang felt much more relieved about his situation. Now he planned to disguise Wang Chang'an and Wang Difu, and then go to find Teacher Peng. In any case, he still respected such a teacher. Since he had the ability, he would take the teacher to the grave anyway. Looking at Wang Chang'an, whose hands were tied up again with hemp rope, he looked calm except for his skin color and eyes. If he didn't touch him, he looked no different from ordinary humans. Chu Liang suddenly had an idea. It was not easy to find him in Area C, but it would be easy to solve this problem in the girls' dormitory in Area B. There was no time to lose. There might be other survivors on the J University campus or survivors from outside who came in to survive. Chu Liang didn't want Wang Chang'an to be easily discovered by people with ulterior motives. And who knows which survivor might get angry and chop Wang Chang'an. He led the two and immediately went to Area B. In an emergency, Chu Liang silently apologized to the girls in his heart, mustered up his courage, and went straight in to find 2 things, black contact lenses and liquid foundation. When the girls in Area B retreated, they only took away important things. In some dormitories, there should be girls who left these items. Chu Liang was lucky. He found what he was looking for in the first dormitory. When he worked part-time before, he was occasionally pulled on stage to host and put on makeup. So he knew a little bit. He dug Wang Chang'an's eyeballs on the spot and pressed them in for him. He took the foundation liquid and painted the wall conscientiously. However, his skills were limited. He didn't know how to use lotion before makeup and set makeup after makeup. So he applied Wang Chang'an sparsely. This was okay. He solemnly pulled up Wang Chang'an's hat. It's okay. Handsome guy is pretending to be cool. With the hat on, half of his face was hidden in the shadow. Occasionally, he would raise his eyes, and they were normal. Except for the cold temperature he felt with his hands, and the heartbeat he couldn't hear when he put his hands on his chest. At first glance, he looked just like a real human. Chu Liang exhaled, smiled and patted Wang Chang'an. Look, I'm the one who can bring back the dead. Look at you. I promised to take you to adventure. How come you died in the first month of the apocalypse? Sorrow came from it. Unable to think about it anymore, Chu Liang grabbed Wang Chang'an's hand and thought bitterly. If a zombie bites a person, the person will become a zombie. If a person bites a zombie, will the zombie turn back into a human? What if he has this golden finger? Facts have proved that it can't. I'm going crazy thinking about it. Wang Difu stood obediently beside the 2 humans, and always felt that this scene was a little familiar. Hey, I seem to have been bitten by something? After so many things, the sun was about to set. Chu Liang didn't dare to challenge the zombies in the night. After all, animals are much more sensitive than humans. He hurriedly carried a quilt from the cafeteria and lay back in the supermarket. I still eat a lot in the supermarket, and it doesn't make people panic. Without electricity, the whole world was only illuminated by the faint moonlight. Chu Liang held Wang Difu at the door, and Wang Chang'an pressed him in the corner, and silently looked for dinner. He was lucky to find 2 cans of A-treasure porridge. But now there is no way to heat it up. It's cold, and it makes my stomach uncomfortable. Chu Liang was thinking about the heat source while eating. Some colleges in the school seemed to have solar energy equipment, but he knew nothing about it. In the residential area before, some families had solar energy on the roof. There were many trees in J. If it didn't work, he would take some dry branches tomorrow and slightly heat the food. After finishing his own bottle, Chu Liang poured out another bottle of a treasure porridge and stuffed it into Wang Difu and Wang Changnan, and fell asleep contentedly. The next morning, Chu Liang untied Wang Difu and only led Wang Changnan to the school hospital. It wasn't that he didn't want to tie Difu to his side, but Difu was very anxious from the beginning of the morning, and even when facing Chu Liang, he couldn't help grinning from time to time. Chu Liang guessed that it was probably the time to go out for a walk before, or maybe the dog couldn't help but go out to chase zombies again. Chu Liang only put a muzzle on it to ensure that the stupid dog couldn't bite anyone, and then let it go. Otherwise, if Wang Difu couldn't control his zombie nature and bit Chu Liang, it would be a waste. Chu Liang led Wang Changnan to the school hospital. After the waking of insects, the spring rain came, and the earth showed its vigorous vitality. J University is located in the south of the Yangtze River. With a humid climate, the grass on the ground has grown out, and there are countless buds waiting to bloom on the branches. At most, wait for another week, and when the spring equinox arrives, the whole city will be full of flowers. At this time of year in previous years, J University was crowded with people. Students from our school love to enjoy the spring, and people from other schools also love to come to J University to enjoy the flowers. Last year, Wang Changnan wholesaled water with a dormitory and set up a small stall next to the cherry blossom forest to sell water for 1 or 2 yuan. He made a lot of money. In the end, everyone in the dormitory happily ate 2 hot pot meals. Chu Liang touched Wang Chanan's cold hand and couldn't help sighing again. The direction of the school hospital could be seen from a distance. But Wang Changnan suddenly stopped moving, even bared his teeth, made 2 loud noises, and pulled Chu Liang behind him with both hands. Chu Liang was confused. Seeing Wang Changnan like this, he was not quite the same as Wang Difu. What kind of problem was this? Could it be that there were still many zombies in the school hospital, and Wang Changnan felt that he was in danger? He did not give up, dragging Wang Changnan, who was reluctant to go forward for more than 10 meters. The school hospital in front of him was tattered, and the heavy rain could not wash away some of the internal organs. But the front and back doors were damaged. At first glance, there were only a few zombies shaking inside. Wang Changnan twisted on the spot again. Chu Liang guessed. Could it be that Wang Changnan had lost his hand in the school hospital, so he was unwilling to revisit the old place? He fully respected Wang Chanan's opinion, detained him in a hidden place, and walked towards the school hospital lightly regardless of the loud noise behind him. He wanted to see the person alive, and the body dead. He couldn't watch Teacher Peng die like this. He just looked around downstairs, even crawled into the blood donation car to check. But there was nothing. Chu Liang climbed out depressed, and had to try his luck upstairs in the school hospital. If he still couldn't find Teacher Peng, it would be too difficult to find the entire 3,000-acre J University. In the corridor, there was only the sound of Chu Liang's footsteps. Although he knew he had a golden finger, Chu Liang was still a little nervous. He drank cold treasure porridge in the morning, and his stomach started to hurt when he was nervous. Since he was here, he planned to open the door of the pharmacy and find some medicine for headaches, fever, inflammation, and abdominal pain. Who is it? Chu Liang was shocked. He couldn't believe that there was someone here. No wonder there were still a few zombies wandering downstairs and refused to leave. He knocked on the door cautiously. The breathing inside the door suddenly stopped. After a while, a slightly hoarse voice came. Who? Chu Liang's eyes were hot, and he almost cried. His hands were shaking and his voice was floating. Teacher. It's me. Teacher Peng was still alive. Teacher Peng inside the door obviously recognized Chu Liang's voice. He opened the door anxiously and pulled Chu Liang in. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you leave for Jiangxinsu? Chu Liang couldn't control his emotions and hugged the teacher. Teacher. It's great. It's great. You are still alive. After a few minutes, the two of them calmed down a little. Chu Liang didn't dare to say that he didn't want to live on impulse at that time. He just said that he was separated from the main group at that time, and the other students should have gone to Jiangxinsu under the leadership of the ship teacher and the dormitory aunt. After hearing this, Teacher Peng felt much more relieved. Although he didn't know the dormitory aunt, he knew the ship teacher, who was also a serious and responsible young teacher with strong working ability. With him, it would not be a problem to help the children survive until rescue as much as possible. Teacher, what about you? How did you escape? It's amazing. Chu Liang gave a thumbs up. Then what should we do next to catch up with the main group? He was worried about letting Wang Chang in, and Wang Difu live among the living. If these two guys got angry, it would be a sin. But I can send the teacher to a safe place, and then take the two away to find a secluded place to live. There should be no problem. Speaking of this, the old man himself was also surprised. He lifted up his trouser legs and sleeves to show Chu Liang the big and small teeth marks. It's strange to say, I was bitten many times by zombies that day, but I didn't want to be eaten by them. So I struggled to climb up to the second floor and lock myself in this small pharmacy. Then I had a high fever for several days because of the infection of the wound. But I didn't turn into a zombie. Good news, good teachers are rewarded. Bad news, I bought my gold fingers wholesale. But Chu Liang was still very happy. With this golden finger, it will be safer for the teacher to go to Jiangzinsu. Teacher Peng touched his head. A little embarrassed, did you bring food? I went out to find food these days, and was almost chased by the zombies again. I felt a little uncomfortable after coming back. So I laid down for 2 days, and didn't go out to look for more. Wait. Chu Liang heard something wrong. While pouring the food in the bag to the teacher, he asked tentatively, Teacher, will the zombies chase you and eat you? Yes. Teacher Peng grabbed a piece of bread and started to eat it. You said that I have old arms and legs. And I have cancer cells. What good can I eat? The teacher's golden finger is not exactly the same as his own? Chu Liang felt that a guess slipped through. But he didn't catch it. Now, after the teacher has eaten, he still has to discuss with the teacher about sending him to Jiangzinsu to meet up with his classmates. Unexpectedly, after hearing Chu Liang's words, Teacher Peng shook his head. Child, you should hurry up and go by yourself. He looked at the campus where he had stayed for 40 years with nostalgia. I will stay here and wait for you to come back. Chapter 23. Mr. Peng is smart and wise. Chu Liang is not worried. But the only thing he is worried about is Mr. Peng's health. Before, Mr. Peng could lead a few of them to play with the zombies. But now he is trapped by the zombies and starving. He is really worried. Speaking of this, Mr. Peng is also very depressed. I was able to get rid of the small groups of zombies I encountered before. Only that one group was different. It seemed like something was chasing behind. And I ran desperately, after all. I am old. And I felt that my heart and lungs could not keep up with the running. I hid back, and had a fever for 2 days. Alas, it seems that I have to find an old friend with a 28 bar. Something is chasing behind. Chu Liang's mouth twitched. He suspected that maybe it was Teacher Peng who ran into Diffuse corpse driving. Teacher Peng was very happy to see the students. After eating, he cheered up and made plans for his students who were still trapped here. We will move to a safer place with food first. And then the teacher will find you a car. And you will go to Jiangzinsu to catch up with the main force. I will stay here. And if a rescue team breaks through here, I will immediately let them go to Jiangzinsu. Chu Liang thought about Wang Chenan's situation, but still hesitated and did not dare to let the teacher know. Teacher, I have a hiding place. In the small supermarket at the intersection. Teacher Peng shook his head. It's still quite dangerous to live directly in the supermarket. There are many rats in the supermarket. If you encounter zombie rats, it will be more troublesome than zombies. The rats are too small. In the dark, it is difficult for humans to find them in the first time. Yes, Chu Liang thought about it. If it weren't for Wang Difu's love for dogs to catch rats, he didn't know how many times he had to fight zombie animals. It turned out that Difu was his golden finger. The fork in the road is on the hillside, and the graduate dormitory is not far away from the hillside. During the winter vacation, the graduate dormitory was closed, but the dormitory conditions are very good. 2 people in a room, facing north and south, clean and tidy, and even the door is stronger than that of undergraduates. If you live in the graduate dormitory, it is safe to search for supplies every few days. More importantly, the dormitory manager of the graduate dormitory seems to have installed a solar water heater. In the cold and warm season, some hot water can be used to soak food and wash hands and feet, which can make people feel much more comfortable. After seeing that there were not many zombies outside, Chu Liang and Teacher Peng packed some common medicines in the pharmacy and took action. Teacher, stay away from the cafeteria area over there, Chu Liang instructed. There are many zombies gathered there. Well, actually, they were all driven there by Wang Difu. Teacher Peng nodded and walked ahead of the students as usual. Chu Liang felt relieved. It was great to have the teacher still here. The journey to the graduate dormitory was smooth. However, Teacher Peng had just recovered from 2 consecutive fevers. He was already out of breath after climbing the outer wall of the dormitory to get into the second-floor graduate dormitory. Chu Liang was even more worried about the teacher's condition. However, in the end times, the government is too busy to take care of itself. It is really a fantasy to find a place for the teacher to receive radiotherapy and chemotherapy. Teacher, wait here. I found 2 bicycles, and I will push them over now. Chu Liang actually didn't find them. But as long as he kept a low profile among the zombies, he could come and go freely. So it was not a problem to find them now. Besides, Wang Chang'an was still being held there by him. So he should not be bullied by other zombies. Teacher Peng stood up with great effort. I'll go with you. No need. Teacher, you should have a good rest. Chu Liang forcibly pressed Teacher Peng down, turned over and climbed down from the outside again. This area of the graduate dormitory has its own bicycle parking space. Chu Liang walked in with a few zombies' burning eyes and tried one by one. In the end, he only found one that was not locked. But it didn't matter. He apologized to the senior silently in his heart. He found a lock that looked ordinary, picked up a big stone, and smashed it down. With one force, he defeated 10 skills, and broke the lock, and the bike could be ridden. Several zombies hesitated. They always felt that this zombie was a bit strange. Should they take a bite? Before they could decide, Chu Liang was already riding with one hand and holding the handlebars of another bike with the other hand, staggering away. Who stipulated that zombies can't ride bikes? They had encountered bicycle racing zombies before. It was like being smashed by 2 discus. Reasonable. This is very reasonable. The zombies were silent for a moment and didn't chase after them. After parking one of the bikes downstairs of the graduate dormitory building 1, Chu Liang quickly pedaled to find the 2 king zombies. Near the school hospital, Wang Chang'an was still being held there obediently. His big eyes were full of confusion, and he didn't look very smart. Oh! It's the contact lens that slipped. Chu Liang quickly stood on tiptoe, opened the 2 big eyeballs, and pushed the contact lens to the right position. Can you ride a bike? He looked at Wang Chang'an and helped him up. The 2 long legs hung there motionless. Obviously, Wang Chang'an did not inherit this skill of humans. Chu Liang was a little troubled. He specially found a bike with a back seat, but he was afraid that Wang Chang'an would fall off if he tied the person to himself with a hemp rope. He was afraid that there would be an emergency that he could not handle in time. After thinking about it, Chu Liang untied the hemp rope in grief and contributed his innocence. Wang Chang'an sat on the back seat, happily holding Chu Liang with both hands. And there was no need to worry about falling off the bike. He was not in a hurry to return to the graduate dormitory. The teacher was not in good health, so he thought about carrying more supplies from the supermarket at the intersection. The teacher could rest and recuperate in the graduate dormitory. After the supplies were moved, he went to find Wang Difu. This was easy. Wang Chang'an seemed to be very good at summoning Wang Difu. But he didn't need to find him. Chu Liang looked at the densely packed zombies at the entrance of the intersection and was almost crying. Wang Difu, you kid, come out and die. This stupid dog. Why did he chase so many zombies here? The zombies were also very depressed. They finally had 2 days of peace and quiet. They planned to slip away from the cafeteria in groups of 3 or 5. But they ran into this guy again early this morning. Wang Difu held his head high, with a black and white smiling face, and jumped out of the zombies on 4 legs, trying to shake his stiff tail. If Chu Liang hadn't been a little scared by so many zombies, he would have immediately started to punish this little guy. Good dog. Good dog. Really good dog. He gritted his teeth and stopped the bicycle, opened the roller shutter, got in, and began to organize the supplies. It didn't have much impact on him, but he had to tell Teacher Peng that he couldn't come to the fork. After locking Wang Chang'an and Wang Difu in the supermarket, Chu Liang rode his bicycle back and forth several times, emptied all the remaining supplies in the supermarket, and directly filled half of the dormitory. Teacher Peng was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. You kid. You should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of absence. You are so capable now. It doesn't matter whether you go to Jiangxintu or not. Chu Liang grinned shyly. It's all Wang, your spirit of sacrificing your life, that inspires me. Teacher Peng was obviously moved and held Chu Liang's hand. Good boy. But next time, let the teacher go with you. I will feel more at ease. Chu Liang told Teacher Peng about the current situation on campus, and settled the teacher down to rest. After being tossed around like this, Teacher Peng became thinner and thinner. Chu Liang looked at the fast food on the ground and wondered what method he could use to supplement the teacher with some nutrition. There seemed to be a few free-range chickens over at the agricultural college. They were not mammals, so if they were not bitten to death, they should be able to continue laying eggs alive and kicking. Chu Liang thought, go find some eggs, and then go to the laboratory to find a few alcohol lamps, and cook some eggs for the teacher. Anyway, it was only afternoon, and there was still plenty of time to act. While the teacher was asleep, Chu Liang went out to act again. Passing by the fork in the road, he released 2 more king zombies. The agricultural college was quite close to their dormitory in Area D. Chu Liang stopped the car and patted Wang Chang'an behind him. Old Wang. Look, I don't know if we will ever go back to school. Old Wang said nothing, touching it happily. Wang Difu was very happy, and he chuckled twice. It had a vague impression of this place. Yes, Wang Chang'an often brought it here to play before. Wait a minute. Chu Liang narrowed his eyes, and always felt that there seemed to be a racing pigeon on the balcony of their dormitory. Zhao Lasan's family was engaged in the racing pigeon industry, and they also raised a lot of ordinary pigeons at home. When Lao San was in the dormitory before, he also trained an eliminated racing pigeon to travel back and forth between his home and the dormitory. Not for anything else. Just for fun. Chu Liang was a little confused whether this was Zhao Lasan's racing pigeon, but he still decided to stop the car temporarily and go up to take a look. After the network communication was cut off, they had not contacted Zhao Laosan for a long time. The dormitory in Area D was also empty, without a single person, not even a zombie. Chu Liang walked all the way to the dormitory door, took out the key, and opened the door. He was afraid that Wang Difu would suddenly get excited about catching pigeons, so he locked Wang Difu on the opposite door. The sudden sound frightened the pigeon and it flapped its wings, making a series of cooing sounds. It just fluttered for a while, tilted its head to look at Chu Liang, and then stayed quietly on the balcony again, looking very calm. Chu Liang looked at the note wrapped around its feet, and was sure that this was the carrier pigeon that Zhao Laosan kept. Zhao Laosan is really amazing. He can come up with this idea. We are lucky that we can still contact each other, Chu Liang said happily to Wang Chang'an, and took off the note on the pigeon's foot. I don't know when this pigeon came. It rained these 2 days, and the words on the note have been a little blurry. But after Chu Liang opened the note, he still couldn't laugh. After a series of blurred home addresses, there was a big danger. If Chu Liang guessed correctly, there must be a problem with Zhao Laosan. He had no choice but to release the racing pigeon with his home address, praying for a glimmer of hope. What dangerous things will happen in the city? Chu Liang didn't dare to think about it. Whether it was a tide of corpses or someone was burning, killing and looting. It was not a good thing. He crumpled up the note, and immediately searched through the dormitories for paper and pen, and began to reply. I am Chu Liang. Are you still alive? Please reply as soon as possible to find out the specific situation. After releasing the pigeon, Chu Liang's heart sank to the bottom. He looked into the distance, and became worried about Zhao Laosan's situation. Chapter 24. The pigeon fluttered its wings and flew away. Chu Liang waited for a while. When Zhao Laosan played with pigeons in the dormitory before, he didn't notice how long it took for the pigeons to go back and forth, so he could only guess the time and wait. Now that he was here, Chu Liang didn't plan to let go of his own dormitory building in District D. He went to the dormitory manager to find the key, and simply opened the doors one by one. There were very few edible things in the boys' dormitory. It was true that the boys were greedy, and could even drink Isatis root. How could they leave much food here for a winter vacation? But Chu Liang still found a lot of useful things, such as power banks and backup phones. Most of their cell phones were lost in the process of luring zombies. They kept a few spare phones. Although they couldn't play games, they could play music and lure away a few zombies at a critical moment. He also found some clothes. He just wiped himself and Wang Chang'an in Area D and changed into a set of clothes. He felt much fresher. He originally wanted to bring a few sets for Teacher Peng, but then he thought that there was no shortage of clothes in the graduate dormitory, so he gave up. There were quite a few good treasures on the top floor, especially the boy in dormitory 603, who was a god. He actually hid 2 Tang swords secretly. They were very cool, and the blades were extremely sharp. Chu Liang tried to cut the book with it, and easily cut through 10 pages of thick paper. Unfortunately, Chu Liang was not very good at using this weapon. But he still kept the tang sword and hung it on Wang Chenon's back. When he returned the key to the dormitory and after a round of walking, there was a small radio in Chu Liang's dormitory room, which was probably played by the ant herself. Chu Liang also reached into his backpack. Maybe Teacher Peng could hear some government news from the radio. When it was getting dark, Chu Liang did not wait for the pigeons to fly back, so he could only helplessly take the two Wang zombies back to the fork in the road and lock it, and then return to Teacher Peng alone. Chu Liang, where have you been? Downstairs of the graduate dormitory. Teacher Peng had already pushed his bicycle and was going to pedal out to find the child. Chu Liang touched his head. I left a note on your bedside. Didn't you see it? Teacher Peng shook the note and was very depressed. I didn't see any words on it. Chu Liang stretched his head over and saw that it was really blank. But he had clearly written something. When the two went upstairs, Chu Liang found the senior's paper and pen and was speechless. This senior still had a childlike innocence. I don't know where he bought this magic pen. After writing for a while, the handwriting disappeared. Chu Liang put the pen in his backpack, thinking about Zhao Lusan's matter, and absent-mindedly told Teacher Peng about his experience in the afternoon. However, he deliberately concealed Zhao Lusan's matter, based on his understanding of Teacher Peng. If he had said that, the old man would have definitely risked his life to save his students. You're going to catch chickens to lay eggs for me? Teacher Peng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you know where the chickens came from? They are your seniors' treasures. Let alone chickens. Even if you lose an egg, your seniors will have to fight you to the death. At the beginning of the school year, the school repeatedly warned that it was not allowed to go hunting in the school. What you kill may be the graduation thesis of your seniors. Chu Liang waved his hand. Maybe if we keep them, these few can live longer. Otherwise it will be even worse if they are eaten by zombies. Teacher Peng waved his hand to stop Chu Liang from taking risks. But he felt that Chu Liang's other idea was quite right. It is good to have an alcohol lamp to cook instant noodles. Chu Liang gave the tang sword to Teacher Peng for self-defense, and he lay on another bed, thinking about the two Wang zombies and Zhao Lusan, and fell asleep. In the dark night, Wang Chang'an moved, leaned against the window, and bared his teeth to the outside. His beauty contact lenses had been taken off by Chu Liang. Under the moonlight, the black eyeballs were only the size of a needle tip, which looked weird and scary. Wang Difu turned around at his feet a few times, and also bared his teeth twice, rolled the zombie rat that slipped in, kaba into a ball, and bit its skull to pieces. Wang Chang'an was attracted by the sound and looked down at the dog. No one noticed that when he looked down at Wang Difu, his eyes suddenly grew bigger. Chu Liang was awakened by the crackling sound of electricity the next morning. He went out to see that it was Teacher Peng, who was in the corridor, adjusting the small radio in his hand, trying to receive a radio station. Did I wake you up? Teacher Peng looked up at the student and said kindly, Go eat something. Chu Liang nodded. After washing up, he was worried about the outside world. So he quietly took the lead. Teacher, let's divide the work today. I'll go out to find an alcohol lamp, and you collect supplies in the dormitory area, and clear all the zombies by the way to ensure the safety here. Teacher Peng didn't mind listening to the student's instructions, but was worried about Chu Liang's safety. You go out. Chu Liang smiled. Teacher, don't worry. He flipped down from the second floor lightly, rang the bell twice, attracted the few zombies left in the graduate dormitory area, and shouted, Teacher, I'm leaving first. Chu Liang knew that when he spoke, other zombies would recognize him as a human and be attracted by him. Teacher Peng did not suspect anything, but just waved his hand. But he knew his own body. After these 2 fevers, he really couldn't keep up with the pace of young people. If he went out, he might even drag Chu Liang down. Chu Liang was able to survive on campus, find himself, and carry back so many supplies. He must be a good kid. He is really better than his teacher. And the young phoenix is clearer than the old phoenix. Chu Liang sang for a while, and then he closed his mouth when he saw that several zombies were walking far away from him. He was about to reach the fork in the road, and he didn't want to alarm so many zombies. When he walked to the door, he heard a familiar voice and couldn't help but smile. Wang Difu was eager to get out of the door again, just like when he was still a living puppy. He wanted to go out to play. But before, the sound of the door was accompanied by a cute cry. But now it was a strange heeing. He opened the door and flashed to the side. Sure enough, A black and white lighting rushed out from inside, and didn't even say hello to Chu Liang, and ran straight into the distance. Mr. Wang, look at your dog, Chu Liang snorted, watching the approaching zombies get agitated when they heard the voice, and quickly shut up, patted the back seat of the bicycle, and motioned Wang Chang'an to sit on it. Wang Chang'an didn't move. This is strange. What's wrong? Chu Liang was confused. Touched his butt, and there was nothing wrong. After turning around, he could only guess. Could it be that Wang didn't wear contact lenses, didn't put on foundation, and had an idle burden? He had to get off the car, lock the door again, and go into the supermarket to touch up Wang's makeup. When the door was opened, a smelly, furry head arched up behind him. Chu Liang was happy. It seemed that Wang's obsession had really changed. From touching the butt to asking for a hug? That's good. It doesn't look so perverted. After putting makeup on Wang Chang'an, Chu Liang led him back to the bicycle. As the bicycle started, a familiar touch came from behind. Chu Liang's old face darkened. It turned out that his obsessions had not changed, but had increased. The zombie behind him raised the corner of his lips with difficulty. Touch. You still have to touch. He just felt a little sour in his heart. It seemed that he had waited for a long time in this dark place. He had to do something to follow this human and let him know that he, a zombie, was not easy to mess with. Chu Liang had no idea what the old zombie Wang Chang'an was thinking. He went to the laboratory building first and took Wang Chang'an straight to the alcohol lamp. Not bringing Teacher Peng out was not only for the sake of the teacher's health, but also for his own convenience. Chu Liang knew that as long as he kept his mouth shut and was careful not to bleed, walking among the zombies would be like playing. After a while, Chu Liang had collected a lot of alcohol lamps. He had not done experiments in this area for many years, but he vaguely remembered the risks of alcohol. So he carefully put it in his backpack and did not dare to stay for long. He left Wang Chang'an where he was, and pedaled quickly. First went back to the graduate dormitory and put the things downstairs. Teacher Peng had reactivated the big iron door of the graduate dormitory. Once the door was closed, the zombies could not break in if there were not many of them. Wow! You got so many? Teacher Peng was very happy. I can have something hot tonight. Chu Liang left the candle and lighter he got from the fork in the road, picked up his backpack and planned to go out again. Are you not going to catch those chickens again? Chu Liang smiled, twisted his hand from Teacher Peng, and ran away. It was only noon. An afternoon. And he couldn't catch a chicken? He picked up Wang Chang'an and ran to catch chickens next to Area D. He went to his dormitory to check if there was any response. The pigeons hadn't come back yet, but the chickens were not caught. Chu Liang finally understood how these chickens survived the zombie outbreak. What kind of exquisite fighting chickens did the seniors raise? They were full of agility and could not be caught at all. Seniors, oh? Now you understand why they were free range. Right? They ran away on their own and were never caught again. Chu Liang panted, helped Wang Chang'an gulp down a large glass of water, and angrily squeezed the bottle. If you can't catch the parents, catch the little ones. You can always steal some eggs back for Teacher Peng to eat. Right? The battle ended with Chu Liang covered in chicken feathers. If Wang Chang'an next to him hadn't suddenly bared his teeth, Chu Liang's face would have been scratched by the leading rooster. Chu Liang looked at them and suddenly had a weird idea. Maybe it would be a good idea to drive them to the neighborhood of the graduate dormitory G area to guard the door. He couldn't beat the fighting chickens, but he had helped the corpse-driving dogs. Wang Difu, who had been busy all morning and chased another group of zombies to the fork in the road, was very satisfied. He rolled his eyes and smelled the smell and came to find his two owners. He was very excited when he saw the chickens, and he wanted to pounce on them with his mouth drooling. The fighting chickens seemed to have sensed an unprecedented crisis and immediately became alert, which was completely different from their leisurely attitude around Chu Liang. Chu Liang held Wang Difu down and put a muzzle on him mercilessly. He whispered in the dog's ear, drive them to the vicinity of Area G, and I will reward you with a big chicken leg. Huh? Wang Difu understood Area G and chicken legs. His eyes lit up on the spot, and with a howl, he turned on the chicken-herding dog mode. Chapter 25. As soon as Wang Difu drove the chickens away, Chu Liang took all the eggs. He put a few in the bushes near the G area of the graduate dormitory, hoping to use the emperor to control the princes and lure these fighting chickens to live here. He shamelessly took the remaining few back to supplement the nutrition for Teacher Peng. Teacher Peng vaguely saw a big dog chasing a few chickens. And the chickens flew over. When he looked again, he only found that the chickens were strolling around the G area, not making any sound, and were very well behaved. It was only when Chu Liang came back that he was chased and pecked several times by them. And he was in a very bad state. He held the eggs that Chu Liang carefully carried back, and his heart was warm. He couldn't help but think that it would be good if Chu Liang stayed in J University. But in a flash, Teacher Peng gave up the idea. His life was getting shorter and shorter, and he didn't know when he would die. If he left Chu Liang behind and left, how would the child live in the future? Therefore, Teacher Peng smiled and asked Chu Liang about his next plan at night. Chu Liang didn't guess what the teacher was thinking, and just thought that the teacher was urging him to go to Jiangxintu. He hesitated for a while, and managed to fool around. On the third day after receiving the note, Chu Liang searched for a lot of food from other places on campus for Teacher Peng, and there were some self-heating foods in it, which were much more comfortable to eat. But Chu Liang couldn't get a reply from Zhao Laosan, which made him feel uneasy. He looked at Wang Chainan behind him, and a new plan came to his mind. Zhao Laosan Zhao Yisan's home is in another district, next to the city government. When the disaster breaks out, it is definitely the place with the most traffic. The number of zombies cannot be underestimated, and there are many dangers. But at the same time, the city government is also there. If he can find the information left by the government and the government base while rescuing Zhao Laosan, it would be great. Zombie World Rules Article 14. If your government is reliable, then please believe it and support it. Zhuanghua has been a peaceful country for a long time, and the local government has also worked hard to govern. Chu Liang looked at himself, and then looked at Lao Wang, who was very different from ordinary zombies, and finally remembered another big thing he had to do. I have to find a suitable opportunity to find out the situation. If possible, I will hand myself in for research. After being bitten, Chu Liang and Teacher Peng did not turn into zombies, which means that this zombie virus can definitely be solved. He remembered a movie he had watched before, in which the zombies would even avoid the old, weak and disabled. I think the common point between him and Teacher Peng is that they both suffer from terminal illnesses. He has a genetic disease and Teacher Peng has cancer. But I don't know why I am more special than Teacher Peng. If the government understands me, the doomsday crisis may be solved faster. As for Wang Chainan, Chu Liang was entangled for a while, and could only comfort himself to take it one step at a time. After staying in Area D for a while and getting nothing, Chu Liang had no choice but to collect some supplies and leave. But when he turned around and was about to leave, he saw a zombie holding a cooing pigeon in Area D. Chu Liang looked closely and realized that this was the pigeon of Zhao Laos and that he had been waiting for. Seeing that the little pigeon was about to die in the mouth of the zombie uncle, Chu Liang slapped Wang Defuse and tore off the cage. Go! Wang Defuse was overjoyed. So the chicken leg is here. It pounced and knocked the zombie to the ground, and snatched the pigeon back in one bite. Pigeon, coo! Chu Liang rushed over and saw that the pigeon was not eaten by the zombie, but was eaten by Wang Defuse instead. He immediately gave the dog a big slap. Let go. The zombies around were excited by the shout, and they all came here. Wang Chainan followed slowly, grinned, and said coldly to the zombies around him, hee. Not dominant at all, even a little funny. But Chu Liang didn't have time to laugh at Wang Chainan. He quickly rescued the little pigeon from Wang Defuse's mouth, and finally opened it before the note melted in the dog's mouth and read, Man-made disaster. Don't come. The 4 words were written in a hurry, and the handwriting was sloppy. Not at all like Zhao Laosan's usual boasting of the best writing level in Chinese language. He stopped writing halfway through the word come. It seems that Zhao Laosan didn't have time to write these 4 words. Maybe Zhao Laosan wanted to ask for help. But when he saw that there was only Chu Liang on the other end of the note, he warned him not to come and gave his life in vain. Chu Liang was relieved. Before receiving the note, he was worried that Zhao Laosan had died. Now, at least he knew that he was still alive, which was the best news. Thinking of this, he touched the dog's head with heartache again. Unlike these two, who were already stupid and turned into zombies. Why can you touch the dog but not me? Wang Zombie was furious and hit the big border collie on the head again. After chasing the chicken for a long time, he didn't get a chicken leg and was rewarded with 2 fights. Wang Defuse's mental defense line finally collapsed. He fell to the ground and whimpered, "Hee hee hee. Why does this hee hee sound so weird?" Chu Liang's scalp was numb. He didn't know why the two ancestors had a quarrel. He hurried to the store downstairs in Area D, and finally found 2 braised duck legs. He stuffed one into each zombie's mouth, which stopped a century-long war. The 2 zombies settled down. So Chu Liang got on his bike, and prepared to go back to deliver the last batch of supplies to the teacher. Starting tomorrow, he would set off for Zhao Yisan and Zhao Lasan's home. As he rode, he listened to the sound of the 2 zombies biting bones. And his mind began to wander. I don't know what's wrong with Wang Changnan and Wang Difu's zombie virus. They were forced to eat human food by Chu Liang before. But now they will take the initiative to eat some. He thought, if you can eat, you have to poop. But he didn't see how the 2 corpses were dealt with. This zombie virus is really weird. Wang Changnan, you touched my butt without wiping your hands after eating. Chu Liang was so angry that he gritted his teeth and uttered a few words. I will kill you sooner or later. The iron gate at the intersection fell ruthlessly, locking the 2 pitiful wives waiting for their husbands. Chu Liang, why did you bring back so many supplies again? Teacher Peng smiled. This is enough for me to eat until summer. Chu Liang has gradually filled a dormitory with supplies these days, including food and drinks, and dragged back a lot of daily necessities for Teacher Peng. There is a well behind Area G. If the water supply is cut off, you can go there for daily water use. There are fighting chickens on guard outside Area G. When I am not there, Teacher Peng can at least sleep peacefully at night. After doing all this, Chu Liang made up his mind and said to Teacher Peng, Teacher, I am leaving tomorrow. Are you really not going to Jiangxintu? This time when I go to the city, I really can't take Teacher Peng with me. Teacher Peng was stunned, feeling a little reluctant, but more relieved. Okay. Go. Take care of yourself. When this virus is over, the teacher will still be waiting for you here. Don't worry. In the future, your Mao Zedong thought will be given 100 points by the teacher. And that student Li. Right. You let him rest assured. Teacher Peng took out a letter from his bosom. Please give it to him. His recommendation letter. He didn't know if he could live to hand it to his students. So he let Chu Liang take it. When the virus is over, the children will continue to study and take the postgraduate entrance examination. Teacher Peng actually remembered this. Chu Liang was surprised for a moment, and solemnly took the letter. I will definitely give it to Liu. J University is still some distance away from Zhao Lasan's home. Chu Liang doesn't have a driver's license and can't drive, but he can drive an electric car. There is no electric car charging device in the undergraduate dormitory, and everyone likes to ride bicycles, but there is a charging device here for graduate students, and many seniors have bought electric cars. Chu Liang found a lot of keys in the graduate dormitory, went downstairs to try, and found that some electric bikes still had a lot of power. After choosing a fully charged one, Chu Liang planned to take the bicycle, drive the electric bike first, and then ride the bicycle when the electric bike ran out of power, and try to reach the city government near Zhao Lasan's house before dark. Stay in the city government for a while, and then walk to Zhao Lasan's community. If it is a man-made disaster, they must not ride their bikes carelessly. It is too obvious. It is better to disguise as zombies and sneak in to see the situation. The weather was a little gloomy in the morning of the spring equinox, but fortunately it did not rain. Teacher Peng got up early in the morning and cooked a hot dumpling for Chu Liang with an alcohol lamp. Dumplings on the bus and noodles on the bus. Eat, and everything will be safe and smooth after eating. The flame of the alcohol lamp was very small. I don't know how early Teacher Peng got up to cook these 20 dumplings. Chu Liang looked at the teacher and didn't refuse. The teacher was relieved that he was full. He remembered the teacher's kindness in his heart. He must find the government safety base before the teacher's health deteriorates and bring the teacher in for further treatment. The battery car hummed up the slope and came to the fork in the road. This time, Chu Liang no longer allowed Wang Difu to go out and drive the corpses by himself. He held the dog down, put on the traction rope, and buckled the other end of the rope on Wang Chenan's wrist. Then, he put the Tang sword on his chest, tied the bicycle behind Wang Changnan, started the battery car with peace of mind, and drove slowly towards the city. Wang Zombie, damn it! Why do I feel like the body is so heavy today? According to the plan, Chu Liang planned to go to the city government in one go. Helplessly, the plan could not keep up with the changes when he took action. First, The senior's electric car was seriously involved in power fraud. After only driving a short distance, the full power was consumed. Then the weather was not good. At noon, a drizzle fell. After a while, the rain got heavier and heavier, and the raincoat could not stop it. Chu Liang knew his physical condition. He didn't dare to get too much rain. If he caught a cold and had a fever at this time, it would be very dangerous. So, he had to find a place to rest, at least until the drizzle came before setting off. Looking at the time on Wang Chenan's watch, it was time for lunch. Chu Liang stopped the car and took off Wang Chenan's bicycle backpack. Let's go and eat. There were many scrapped cars parked in the middle of the road, and most of the shops on both sides were closed, with many bloody handprints on the doors. Chu Liang deliberately talked, pretending to be chased by zombies, and hid in a store. There was no other way. He could see many traces of survivors' activities in the residential buildings on both sides. If the survivors found out that his family of 3 was abnormal, it would be difficult to get away. Chapter 26. This is a kebab shop, and the smell is a little strange. When he pulled down the shutter, the light dimmed slightly, and something seemed to be moving in the shadows. But Chu Liang had his back to it, and didn't notice it at all. The zombies banged on the door a few times, but when Chu Liang stopped talking, they completely lost their target, and wandered around the door of the kebab shop for a while. Chu Liang held his breath, and waited for them to go away. Then he had time to look back at this hiding place. There is glass on the side of the shop's operating room. And in rainy weather, at least you can get some light. The glass is frosted, and you can't see inside from the outside. The boss decorated it like this, probably because he doesn't want people to see his employees frying skewers. This was convenient for Chu Liang, as he no longer had to bother looking for something to stick up the window. Are you tired? Chu Liang untied Wang Difu's muzzle, and took out 2 towels from his bag, wiping the dog with one hand and the person with the other. Take a break before you go. Wang Chainan was still in a daze, and his face was well protected by Chu Liang, so his makeup had not been smudged. Chu Liang touched the makeup setting spray in his pocket, and couldn't help but thank Jay's school supermarkets again. He was embarrassed to enter the girls' dormitory again, but he found a lot of beauty products in the school supermarket, according to their names. He tinkered with a bunch of them and brought them back, trying to do some maintenance for Wang Zombie, in order to avoid attracting unnecessary attention with too many supplies and a large backpack. Chu Liang only brought 2 days' worth of food in his bag. He was about to reach into the backpack he had taken off to the side to take something, but Wang Difu suddenly jumped up. Hee hee. The smart head shook, and a crazy screaming zombie rat was already in his mouth. Ah! Chu Liang screamed subconsciously. It would be hard for anyone to not scream when seeing a big bloody rat, right? Along with Chu Liang's screams, a lot of zombie rats suddenly rushed out of the barbecue restaurant. This was the first time Chu Liang faced so many zombie animals. He jumped to the dining table in a hurry, and then he remembered that the Tang sword was still placed aside, and he didn't take it. Regret? Forget the rules. Zombie World Rule 15. In unfamiliar environments, carry your weapons with you. Wang Difu bit off the one in his mouth, and chased the others with great interest. Wang Chainan looked at the zombie rats crawling along the table legs, stepped forward expressionlessly, and raised his palm. Pa! A sensitive zombie rat died tragically in Wang Chenan's powerful King Kong palm. Chu Liang was stunned. 6 or 7 zombie rats were wiped out by 2 king zombies. Except for the unsightly picture, the practicality was really strong. It was hard work for Chu Liang. After cleaning up the corpses of the zombie rats, he had to wash the hands and brush the teeth of the 2 combat zombies one by one. Just when everything was calm, Chu Liang heard voices. Is he dead? He must be dead. You know how difficult this zombie rat is. Then go in and take a look at the supplies? If you want to go in, go in. Hey, kid, you are afraid of this and that. When Brother Yang really comes to this area, you will still refuse and die without knowing how. 2 strange men whispered at the door. Go. You are not afraid of being bitten anyway. I don't know where these 2 people came from. If you get some good stuff, Brother Yang will treat you as his own. Wang Chainan was fine, but Wang Difu couldn't control himself when he heard the rustling outside. He grinned and drooled. The next second, he couldn't help but scream, but it seemed to still remember the suppression of its 2 masters, and looked back cautiously at Chu Liang's face. Chu Liang's mind moved, and he patted the dog's head lightly, signaling Difu to bark boldly. After getting the affirmation, Wang Difu immediately banged and barked at the door. Hee. Wang Hee. Forgot. This man brought a dog. A zombie dog. Who will be responsible if it bites me to death? The younger boy immediately shook off the other man's hand and ran away. Let me go. Damn it. I won't become a zombie. But I won't die. The big dog bit his throat. And he still had a life. Chu Liang looked through the frosted glass and vaguely saw the man behind him cursing and following him. The movement of the two attracted the attention of other zombies, and they chased after them. Finally, the two of them got on their electric bikes and ran away. Chu Liang was not angry. The electric bike could only run for 1 kilometer at most. It was not fast for two people to sit on it, so it was better to run. He touched Wang Difu, calmed the excited dog, tied the tang sword to his body, and never dared to leave it, and then carefully analyzed the conversation between the two. First of all, there is a boss named Brother Yang nearby. He has not yet controlled this part of the area, but he has sent people here to explore the way and recruit younger brothers. It seems that the younger brothers are not very reliable and are more afraid of life. Secondly, it seems that not only he and Teacher Peng have the phenomenon of being immune to the zombie virus. On the bright side, the government will surely find this problem. And perhaps by the time I arrive, the vaccine has already been developed. I just don't know if this Brother Yang is related to the man-made disaster described by Zhao Laosan. He was originally afraid that if he disguised himself as a zombie and walked on the road, he might be shot in the head by some compound crossbow master hiding at home, and lose his life in vain. But seeing that the people on this road seemed not peaceful enough, he took this opportunity to turn into a zombie and walk slowly on his way. From the corner of the shop, he found two clerks' battery bike helmets, which happened to be winter ones, thick and heavy. Chu Liang put one on his head and Wang Chenon's head, and found a pair of leather gloves, and put 2 glasses on Wang Difu's head. However, this place is not far from J University. Chu Liang was a little worried. If Brother Yang continued to expand his territory, he didn't know whether it would threaten Teacher Peng, who stayed behind. It was a pity that he didn't have Zhao Laosan's ability to raise pigeons. Otherwise it would be good to send a pigeon to Teacher Peng to report that he was safe. Thinking of this, he took out the little pigeon that was dying from the zombies, and Wang Difu from his bag, and fed it some water and food. He didn't know what the pigeon ate, but he vaguely remembered that Zhao Laosan had fed it with grains. So he grabbed a handful from the school supermarket before leaving. The little pigeon ate the food, pecked some water, cooed twice, and its big eyes seemed to have regained some spirit. When the drizzle outside stopped and the night gradually came, Chu Liang knew that it was time for him to start again. For zombies, night is the best time to move. The shutter door was carefully opened. After a while, 2 stiff-helmeted zombies, the shorter one, had 2 ropes buckled around his waist, a traction rope, at the end of which was a ferocious zombie dog, a hemp rope, at the end of which was a tall zombie with his hands tied. On his shoulder, he also carried a tang sword. The tall zombie, Wang Chang'an, expressed great dissatisfaction. Compared with this, he still preferred a heavier body. At least at that time, his hands were free, and he could touch whatever he wanted. Protest is ineffective. Chu Liang couldn't see Wang Chenon's expression under the helmet at all. He just groped and walked forward slowly in the dim moonlight. Mom! A little girl looked up at her mother by the window. Mom! Look! Big dog! The woman hushed softly, patted the girl's back, and whispered in a whisper, "Go to sleep, baby. They are all bad guys. We can't be discovered by them." The little girl shook her head and whispered to the window, "Will Mimi come back? It has become so fierce. If it runs away, will it be bullied by the bad guys outside?" The mother couldn't help but shed tears. The Mimi the little girl was talking about was an old cat she had raised for 13 years. The child was only 7 years old this year. Mimi was like the child's eldest sister, taking care of him everywhere. But when the damn apocalypse came, when the infected delivery man stumbled into the house, it was Mimi who jumped on his face and knocked him out of the house. Baby. The mother tried to make up a fairy tale. Mimi wants to go out and explore. Next time you see Mimi, you can't jump on her and say hello. It will be embarrassing to call her Mimi. Understand? The little girl seemed to understand, but she just pressed her face against the window, hoping that Mimi would come back. Meow. In the dark alley, Chu Liang's family of 3 met a zombie cat unexpectedly. It seemed to be frightened by the zombie dog Wang Difu, with its back hunched high. If it wasn't for the strange cry, Chu Liang would not have realized that this slow-moving cat was actually a zombie cat. Chu Liang held Wang Difu's hand, conveying his restraint. He didn't want to have a direct conflict with the zombie cat. There were so many zombie animals in this dark alley. It was better to get out of here quickly. Sure enough, Wang Difu didn't look away, and the zombie cat gradually returned to its usual state. But it seemed to have something in its mouth, and its already slow movements became even slower. Chu Liang glanced at it lightly, and it turned out to be a pack of instant noodles? It was really strange. Could it be that this zombie cat was a little stray, and its obsession before death was to have a full meal? Alas, thinking of Wang Chenan's obsession, Chu Liang felt relieved. The obsessions of creatures in this world are really strange. Although he usually likes to pet cats, he doesn't dare to look for people with zombie cats. The plan remains unchanged. Chu Liang follows the road sign and continues to head towards the city government. The zombie cat was disturbed by these uninvited guests and was stunned for a while. After a long while, it seemed to remember what it was going to do, dragging the pack of instant noodles and slowly moving. When the little girl woke up in the morning, she was surprised to wake up her weak mother. Mom, Mimi came back from the adventure to see us. The mother looked at the pack of instant noodles on the windowsill, hugged her daughter, and choked up. I forgot a lot of things. I wanted to eat a lot of flesh and blood, but I remembered that there seemed to be more important things. Hey, Mom, it's time for Mimi to hunt and feed you. There are always some obsessions that are deeper than instincts. In the morning, Chu Liang had already arrived at the gate of the city government. In addition to wasting his legs, this method also requires finding a hidden corner to drink water, to replenish his energy and feed the birds. The rest is really convenient. Looking at the empty gate, Chu Liang sighed. Obviously, the government would never build a security base in the crowded city center. However, he could go in and look for clues. In other words, he had to go into the police station next to him to find some hot weapons that are more threatening to humans to guard against this possible enemy. Brother Yang. Chapter 27. The mess inside the city hall was beyond Chu Liang's imagination. In addition to dried bloodstains, there were also documents scattered all over the floor. Chu Liang climbed over the window and picked up a few documents. They were all official documents, but they didn't look important. They were not even confidential. Chu Liang looked around. This place was the same as the kebab shop and the school supermarket before. Since the power was cut off, the red dot of the surveillance camera has never lit up again. Very good. No one will notice the abnormality of the three of them. Wang Chang'an followed behind awkwardly. His legs were only particularly flexible when he kicked things. Wang Difu, just say that he is very flexible in kicking us zombies. We can accept it. Going further in, Chu Liang saw 5 or 6 young zombies dressed like SWAT police, staggering at the end of the corridor, blocking the entrance to the corridor. There are guns. Chu Liang was shocked, slowly suppressed his beating heart, and tried to walk towards these SWAT police. Bang! Chu Liang was really scared, and he pulled 2 king zombies and flashed into the next office. What happened to these SWAT zombies? Do they even attack their own kind? Chu Liang was covered in cold sweat. He was lucky that he didn't walk too fast and was still far away from them, and after the SWAT police turned into zombies, their hands were not fine enough, and the bullets hit the floor. Otherwise, I'm afraid my life would be lost here for no reason. But this is also a good thing. It seems that people with ulterior motives can't easily get guns from these SWAT zombies to endanger society. But Chu Liang observed through the refraction of the glass for a while, and he found that these SWAT zombies seemed to be firmly guarding the entrance of the corridor. The scene of the evacuation that day seemed to reappear in front of Chu Liang. Maybe the SWAT police were infected by the virus before they could leave in the last evacuation. Maybe they received the order to defend to the death and swore to protect the people behind them to evacuate. The city government has 3 floors in total. Maybe there will be some information on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Chu Liang looked out the window. The main road was blocked, so he decided to take the small road. At school, he had already learned the skill of climbing downspouts. But it was already early in the morning, and climbing downspouts would attract too much attention. It would be better to do it at night. After escaping death, the fatigue of walking all night came over him, and the sleepiness made it hard to open his eyes. Chu Liang simply locked the doors and windows, and dragged the cabinet to the glass window to block it. The huge noise did not attract the special police zombies. There was a large down jacket of an employee on the back of a chair in the office, and it was hastily draped behind the chair. Chu Liang did not care about being polite, and quickly took it and threw it on the ground, sleeping with the clothes on. Wang Chang'an looked at it for a while, then lay down and tried to stick to Chu Liang. Go away! Chu Liang pushed the corpse away mercilessly. This shady office is cold enough, and you don't even look at you. Like a big ice cube. Wang Chang'an felt wronged, but he didn't say anything. Old Wang squatted in the corner, sighed, and hugged the dog in his arms. After walking all night, Wang Bifu was not tired. He dug at the door twice, trying to get out. I'll go. There's a corpse in the corridor calling me, waiting for me, and I need to chase it. Wang Chang'an slapped the dog twice, and the big dog whimpered twice and quieted down. Who said that the master only has flexible feet? When he beat my big cunt, his hands were also very flexible. When he woke up, it was already noon. Chu Liang ate a few bites of bread and took out the little pigeon from his bag. This space is relatively small, so he is not worried that the pigeon will run away after releasing it. The little pigeon fluttered its wings twice, and it seemed to be in better spirits than before. Chu Liang recalled the distance between here and Zhao Laosan's house, and an idea came to his mind. The municipal government is not far from Zhao Laosan's house. If he releases a pigeon now, Zhao Laosan should receive it soon. He was also worried that Zhao Laosan's personal freedom was controlled now, and if he rashly passed a note, if the note was taken by others, it would alert the enemy. Chu Liang opened the window and decided to release the little racing pigeon directly, as long as it flies back to Zhao Laosan safely. Zhao Laosan should know that he is almost there. The little pigeon cooed twice, which was quite considerate. After eating and drinking, it flew directly to the next community. Chu Liang took a photo of Wang Chang'an. He planned to continue to disguise himself as a zombie in the afternoon and go to the next police station to find some hot weapons. Wait until the evening, and then quietly explore the second and third floors of the municipal government. If there is still time, go to Zhao Laosan in advance to check the location. At this time, there is no need to reapply the foundation liquid. Chu Liang specially wiped off the foundation liquid on Wang Chang'an's hands, revealing his bluish-white hands. In this way, when walking during the day, the survivors will also assume that this is a zombie. I don't know if the weather hasn't warmed up, or if Wang Chang'an's zombie virus has something strange. These days, Wang Chang'an has no corpse spots after washing, and no rotten smell that is unique to corpses. His body seems to be frozen in 1 or 2 days after being bitten, and he still retains some human consciousness. I just don't know if this consciousness is unique to me or universal. For safety reasons, Chu Liang didn't let Teacher Peng and Wang Chang'an fight, and he didn't know if Wang Chang'an would attack anyone other than him. After everything was ready, seeing that the SWAT zombies didn't come out and were still guarding the corridor, Chu Liang started to act. He imitated the zombies' staggering gait and continued on his way with the 2 king zombies. He stopped and swayed from side to side from time to time, both for observation and to pretend that the zombies were at a loss when they had no target to attack. Only about 20 meters away, he reached the police station. He pretended to be attracted by something and stumbled closer to the police station. This time, he was more careful and looked through the window to see if there were any police officers with guns inside. What a joke! If he encountered someone with a stubborn mind guarding inside again, he would be a real bummer if he broke in head-on. Fortunately, the police station seemed to be empty. It was easy for them to get in. Chu Liang prayed that the guns inside would not be taken away by anyone. It would be a good thing if the police took them away themselves. I'm afraid this is the Public Security Bureau of a prefecture-level city. Unlike a police station, it should have a special weapons depot. Chu Liang searched for a long time, but couldn't find the location of the weapons depot. He did see 1 or 2 gun and ammunition cabinets, most of which were locked with personal official guns. But the key to this safe should be on the policeman. Very good. He found the weapons depot by the way. The door was also locked. Without the key, he couldn't pry it open anyway. It seems that he can only go out and try his luck in the zombie pile to see if he can find the key. Anyway, it's okay as long as the hot weapons don't fall into other people's hands. Chu Liang looked and saw that there were 5 or 6 high-voltage electric batons in the police station, all of which were still usable and powerful. He was overjoyed. Isn't this better than the Tangdao? For clear-minded college students like them, if they really encounter bad guys, it is still a bit hard to kill them with a knife. But the electric baton is different. Once you close your eyes, the electric shock will be over. From today on, Chu Liang is the king of thunder and lightning. He also found a few tear gas sprayers. Although he didn't know how to use them, he still put them in his backpack. Even if he didn't know how to use them, it was more than enough to use them as grenades to scare people. With a backpack full of modern weapons, a thunder and lightning weapon on his waist on the left, and a magnificent Tang sword on the right, Chu Liang felt that he was ready again. Just as Chu Liang was packing up and ready to leave, Wang Difu beside him suddenly moved his ears, bit the corner of Chu Liang's clothes, and made a few anxious noises. At the same time, Wang Chenan's body tensed up and his expression was serious. It didn't look like he was encountering a zombie, but rather like... Chu Liang listened attentively. It was the sound of brakes. Not knowing whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, Chu Liang didn't dare to confront them rashly. But he didn't know the back door of the Public Security Bureau for a moment, and it would be bad if he ran into them if he went out from the front. He estimated that no matter how much these people searched, they would not go to the women's restroom to search. So he simply took the two Wang zombies and went straight to the women's restroom, locked a cubicle, and climbed up to another one. This toilet had a window, which was used by the ant to store cleaning supplies. And there was also a small stool to sit and rest. Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an sat halfway, lifted their feet again, and Wang Difu held them in his arms. In this way, even if you look from below, you can't see anything. He slowly opened the small window. But unfortunately, the window was too small. Even Wang Difu couldn't get through, let alone the two grown men. If the other party really searched here and had to break the door violently, he could only test the lightning magic weapon here in advance. There was a sound outside, which seemed to be the sound of locking the door of the Public Security Bureau, and some people talking. Chu Liang was not from here, and he didn't understand their dialect very well. In addition, he was far away, so he couldn't hear clearly. He could only hear the sound of office doors being pushed open and someone searching for supplies roughly inside. Until the last room, next to the toilet, the other party finally lost patience. "Fuck!" a male voice shouted angrily. "Why are all the safes locked? The electric baton is not charged. There is no electricity now. Otherwise, I will use a cutting machine to cut open this broken safe." Another man said slowly, "Didn't the new kid say he could sneak in and pick the lock? Bring him up and try." A bunch of people answered. After a while, Chu Liang heard a familiar voice. "Yang. Brother Yang. I can only open some ordinary doors. And I really can't open the safes in the Public Security Bureau." The shouting sounded again, and occasionally there were a few pushing sounds, like a gun hitting the door, accompanied by the boys' screams of pain. Chu Liang remembered. Isn't this the kid who ran away first when he heard Defuse scream at the entrance of the kebab shop? "There's pepper water, Brother Yang." Cheers came from other places. Brother Yang sneered. "You sprinkle pepper water into the eyes of zombies?" He loosened his feet and said to the people around him casually, "Tie this kid back. At least he is not afraid of zombies biting. Better than those useless trash waste." Chu Liang tilted his head and couldn't help but think of Zhao Laosan, who always called himself that. "Zhao Laosan. I'm a scholar who is useless, not a waste. Please respect us intellectuals. Brother Yang. Brother Yang. Give me another chance. I know the terrain over there. I know the supplies over there." Ah! The scream stopped abruptly, as if someone had blocked their mouths. There were footsteps slowly coming towards the toilet. Chu Liang's heart was in his throat. He gently loosened Defuse's mouth cage and put his hands on his waist again. He didn't want to die here yet. Chapter 28. The footsteps turned into the men's restroom, and Chu Liang heard the few cubicle doors in the men's restroom being violently kicked open one by one. A moment later, someone else came to the women's restroom cursing. Chu Liang regretted a little. He shouldn't have hidden on the first floor. But from the footsteps upstairs, it seemed that there were quite a few people searching. He underestimated the end of the world. How many people were there? Chu Liang felt that they were particularly powerful. Even the brake sound before, thinking carefully, was not something that an ordinary car could make. It would be nice to catch a woman. The man laughed as he walked, and laughed with the brothers in the men's restroom next door. When the time comes, don't envy me for having a good time first. Those guys in the community. TSK. A feeling of nausea came over Chu Liang. Frowning, and he was sure that these guys were not good people. Thinking of the women in the community, Chu Liang felt deeply worried about them. Thinking of this, he gently touched Wang Difu with his calf and made up his mind. He signaled to Difu that when the other party broke the door violently, he could bite and kill them at will. It's better not to let this kind of stuff go back to harm others. Oh my god! The other side was obviously very cautious. Before kicking open each door, they would first lie down to see the situation in the compartment. This time, the newcomer saw Wang Difu, who was ready to go. Face to face, Wang Difu was stunned for a second, then reacted and screamed, hee woof. Chu Liang was determined and was about to rush out. But he heard the other party get up in a hurry and rushed out. It's terrible. It's terrible. The dog zombies are fine. There are also a pair of gay zombies here. Ugh. Although he didn't see clearly whether the two men were zombies, he thought that being in a small cubicle with zombie dogs would probably have been caught. Chu Liang thought silently. The posture of himself and Wang Changnan, with the other party's hand still sticking to his, seems quite ambiguous. There is a kind of ambiguity. Silence is better than words at this time. Wait a minute. What do you mean? It's fine to have dog zombies. But there are also a pair of gays? Brother Yang obviously didn't take it seriously. Does that zombie have a gun? The big man swallowed his saliva. He didn't notice it at all. But if he told the truth, Brother Yang would definitely let him open it again. He didn't want to fight with 3 zombies. No. No. Nothing. Let's retreat. It's getting dark. It's annoying when zombies come out. After going out for a while, he didn't collect anything useful. Brother Yang rubbed his eyebrows in annoyance. It seems that he still needs to get some homemade drugs to see if he can blow up these safes. The footsteps gradually faded away, followed by the sound of a large vehicle starting. Chu Liang cautiously opened the door, looked at the reactions of the 2 king zombies, and judged that no one was left. So he went straight to the second floor platform, hiding behind the air conditioner. Chu Liang realized that this group of people actually came in a truck, and it seemed that many people were squatting in the back compartment. Someone in the passenger seat had his hands hanging down, holding an axe casually, and occasionally when the car slowed down, he would casually chop off the heads of the zombies that surrounded him. Chu Liang had a hunch that the person in the passenger seat was the Brother Yang. Looking at his posture, he didn't seem to be afraid of zombie bites. This explains why a gang quickly formed around this Brother Yang. The boss always has to be a little special. If this person finds that his bite will not mutate, and takes the lead in killing zombies at all costs, it will be easy to win people's hearts and pull a team. The truck drove into a distant community, where tall trees blocked the view. Even with the help of a telescope, Chu Liang could not see it. But looking at the sign at the entrance of the community, Chu Liang recognized that this was the community where Zhao Laosan lived. He had been here as a guest. Laosan. It's dangerous. Chu Liang went downstairs again without making a sound. Laid down to rest for a while. Ate something. And when it got dark, he couldn't help but go to the community first. This Brother Yang is quite capable. The closer he walked to the community, the more frightened Chu Liang was. He still remembered that at the beginning of the apocalypse, when Zhao Laosan contacted him, he once said that many zombies had broken into the community, and some people's unit doors were broken, and the zombies had already broken into the corridor. But now it seems, there were countless zombie corpses lying along the way. So Chu Liang and the other 2 standing there seemed out of place. At the gate of the community, the iron gate was closed tightly, and there was a wire mesh on it, which was obviously installed later. In the guard room, he could vaguely see people moving around. And this Brother Yang even specially arranged people to stand guard here. A community that was originally full of crises. He actually cleared all the internal zombies, and even repaired the defense measures. Fortunately, Chu Liang had been to this community, and Zhao Laosan took him through the back door of the community. Chu Liang changed to a remote path, sneaking along the way, taking 2 king zombies, twisting and turning, and finally found a gap, flipped in, and broke into the community. Logically speaking, if a community clears all the zombies, everyone will be united and have a good life. But the atmosphere of this community is dark and depressing. Chu Liang walked around and saw a few houses with lights on. He noted the location and guessed that it was probably the place where this small group gathered. He walked downstairs to Zhao Laosan's house. It was quiet. He looked around and cooed a few times, but no pigeons flew over. Instead, a strong man opened the window and looked down. Are there more pigeons? That kid's family has a lot of pigeons, but not much meat. The moment he opened the window, Chu Liang had already taken the 2 pigeons and hid in the dead corner under the eaves in time. And the people above did not notice. It seems that Zhao Laosan is no longer in his home. Chu Liang's heart sank. The community is not big, nor is it small. Where can people be with a worse plan? Chu Liang looked at the zombies that were killed along the way again when he went out. But at least, he didn't see the faces of Zhao Laosan and his parents. The moon was at its zenith, and he still had another place to explore. Outside the city government, Chu Liang climbed up the downspout with a grunt. Wang Chainan stood below, stretched out his hands, and held it for personal gain. Chu Liang was too lazy to argue with him, and hurried to climb to the 2nd floor. He didn't want to attract the special police zombies and eat a few bullets. I don't know if Brother Yang's group of people have searched here. If they borrow the special police zombies. Thinking vaguely, Chu Liang used up his last bit of strength and finally climbed to the 2nd floor and climbed in through the window. Wang Difu cried anxiously, and his 4 claws couldn't climb up again. Wang Chainan looked for a while, and actually stretched out his hand to carry Wang Difu, and used both hands and feet to slowly climb up. Chu Liang was stunned. He touched Wang Chainan, who climbed up, and asked tentatively, Are you going to turn back into a human? Wang Chainan remained silent. Chu Liang untied Wang Chainan's helmet, pushed away the beauty contact lenses, looked at the pupils that were still 1 dot in size with disappointment, and sighed, turned around and searched. There were also many documents scattered on the 2nd floor, but many of them had been burned by the burning brazier. Chu Liang rummaged through the ashes, and did not find any useful clues. Only a document notification made Chu Liang feel a little relieved. It was probably to notify the police and militiamen in various police stations to bring their weapons and gather together, obey the command from above, and join the rescue team and other forces. So it seems that there are probably no hot weapons in the weapons warehouse and safe of the Public Security Bureau. This is bad news for the covetous Brother Yang, but it is the best news for Chu Liang. But in an atmospheric office on the 3rd floor, he saw a map. In the dim moonlight, he could only vaguely see that a few places seemed to be circled. Chu Liang took out a mini flashlight found in a supermarket from his backpack and turned it on. Pinga Reservoir, Jiangxintu, Ningcheng Military Region. These 3 places. Chu Liang reacted immediately. Pinga Reservoir is the source of local tap water. The last news from the government also said that the government is arranging forces to defend there to supply residents with safe drinking water. Ningcheng Military Region is the largest military region in the province, and the closest military region to the local area. Only 100 or 200 kilometers away. If the government wants to withdraw and integrate, the military region must be the most powerful rear force. As for Jiangxintu, Chu Liang took a look. It was not on the necessary route for retreat. So why did the government circle it out? Did the government also think that it was suitable as a safe base? If so, J University was a must-go place for Jiangxintu. So didn't the government pass by and rescue it? Or did he just miss a step? In any case, at the moment, they only had 2 choices to find the government to join up: go to Pinga Reservoir, or go to Jiangxintu. The military district was too far away, and the situation was unclear, so a long journey was not advisable. Chu Liang took out a pen and paper, silently wrote down a few key instructions on the map, put it away, and walked to the platform on the 3rd floor again. The platform was very large, and the air conditioner units on it were thrown to the ground. And now there were some zombie corpses on it. Chu Liang took a look and guessed that the 3rd floor platform was probably cleared out for helicopter evacuation. To be specific, we have to wait until Zhao Laosan is rescued. Chu Liang went to the supermarket in a video that Zhao Laosan shot at that time. The zombies inside were dead all over the ground. Chu Liang endured the nausea and checked it out. Many of them died from bullets piercing their heads. He searched among the zombies and found several victims in police uniforms. Chu Liang touched the guns. The bullets were gone, so there was no point in taking them. But he still took one, to scare people. What if? There are far more zombies in Zhao Laosan's video, but no one knows where they have gone. Many things are gone on the shelves of the supermarket. I don't know if Brother Yang brought people to collect them. There are too many mysteries. Chu Liang must hurry to find Zhao Laosan. He casually found a pack of biscuits that were still edible in the supermarket to fill his stomach. And Chu Liang planned to stay here during the day. They only have 1 person and 2 zombies, so it's better not to confront the group of people directly during the day. Passing by the dog supplies area, Chu Liang pulled out a small ball that Wang Difu used to love to play with, and gently threw it to the dog. Difu catched the ball. Wang Difu jumped for joy. Wang Chang'an took a look, squeezed over silently, grabbed the small ball, and stretched it in front of Chu Liang. Hurry up. I want you to talk to me with wavy lines too. Chapter 29. Chu Liang didn't understand what Wang Chang'an was thinking. He thought he was bullying the dog. He slapped Wang Chang'an mercilessly, and snatched the ball back to Wang Difu, making Wang Difu scream with joy. Wang Chang'an's heart was broken into pieces, and he didn't even want to touch Chu Liang. Chu Liang didn't care about his sudden change of attitude, and just thought he was normal. He had to find a place for the family of 3 to hide. At present, it seems that the other group of people will move around during the day to collect supplies. If the family of 3 bump into them during the day, they may not get any good results. Chu Liang thought about it, and decided to find a place that was relatively hidden, with few supplies, and unlikely to be visited by the enemy. He suddenly had an idea. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. There is also a saying that it is darkest under the lamp. He might as well hide in the community. The community is safe and convenient to go out at night to find Xiao Lao San. Chu Liang did it right away. He walked back along the original path, and found a window that was not locked tightly before dawn, and climbed in. When the sky was bright, Wang Difu became a little restless again. He wanted to go out to dry the corpse again. Chu Liang did not let him out this time. They were now in the enemy's nest. If Difu was released, whether he bit an innocent person or was surrounded and beaten to death by this group of people, the consequences would be unbearable for him. Chu Liang kicked the ball to Wang Difu and patted the dog's head. Good dog. Listen. This looks like a shared rental house. The 3 bedrooms and 1 living room were divided into 4 small rooms. The 3 small rooms were empty, and it seemed that the tenants went back to their hometowns to celebrate the new year in advance. The wooden door of a house and the large iron door for anti-theft were wide open. I don't know what happened. Chu Liang closed the anti-theft door quietly. Fortunately, the anti-theft door outside was still usable. No matter how much Brother Yang thought, he would never have thought that a person and 2 corpses hid under his nose. After running around all night, Chu Liang was also tired. After filling his stomach a little and feeding the 2 Wang zombies some, he randomly picked a neater bed and fell asleep. It's been a long time since Chu Liang slept on this kind of Simmons mattress, and he slept very soundly. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. Alas, even if he is not as good as a dog or a pig, he can still keep his promise. This person is even worse than a dog or a pig. He was leaning against the window, chewing bread and observing the movement in the community, when he suddenly heard such a voice in the air, and he almost choked on the bread crumbs. It's easy to find something without any effort. He thought it would be difficult to find Xiao Lao San in this community, but he didn't expect to get a clue so easily. After all, the only person who can curse like this is Xiao Lao San, who loves to write in Chinese. Listening to the voice, it seems to be from a building opposite. Chu Liang quietly moved the telescope over, and Xiao Lao San did not appear in the lens. But soon, a man came down from the unit, cursing. Chu Liang carefully identified him, and found that he looked familiar. It seemed like Xiao Lao San's cousin. The reason why he had an impression of him was that when he was a sophomore, Xiao Lao San's cousin just graduated from college and returned to his hometown to work. His workplace was next to J University. Cousin Xiao was quite generous. After his job was stable, he invited the guys in his younger brother's dormitory to dinner. Chu Liang had a meal there, so he had some impression of him. He remembered that Xiao Lao San seemed to have mentioned in the dormitory that his cousin lived in the same community as him. Could it be that something happened to Xiao Lao San's family, and Xiao's cousin took him back? Chu Liang didn't dare to guess casually, but at least he knew which building Xiao Lao San was in, and it would be convenient to search every floor at night. If Xiao Lao San is safe, forget it. Chu Liang rubbed his head and took it one step at a time. In this end of the world, there are no so many plans. It was almost night, and it was not easy to wait until it was quiet outside. Chu Liang walked fast yesterday and didn't notice it. Now he saw that Brother Yang actually arranged patrol guards in the community. He is indeed a meticulous person. After the patrol team passed this area, Chu Liang also planned to set off. Taking Wang Difu with him was too conspicuous. Chu Liang comforted Gozi for a long time before he and Wang Chang'an set off. Originally, he didn't even want to take Wang Chang'an with him. But the other party was just playing tricks. He opened his mouth and howled loudly like a loudspeaker, almost calling the patrol team. He put a helmet on Wang Chang'an, tied his hands, and led him to the other side. I originally wanted to look to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. The window was pushed open, and after a long sigh, a ghostly howling voice came. I might as well die. Chu Liang looked up and almost lost his soul. The good brother he had been looking for a long time was now sitting on the balcony with one foot, ready to jump down. Zhao Yisan, Chu Liang shouted. Go back. Zhao Laosan lowered his head. Confused, am I hallucinating? Has life started to run fast? Why do I seem to hear my brother's voice? Hey, where is he? Chu Liang waved his hand to signal. And just as he was about to say a few more words, Wang Chang'an under the helmet shouted twice. Chu Liang saw from the corner of his eye that the patrol team had been attracted by the sound, and he gritted his teeth and rushed directly into the building. Did you hear it? I heard it. Is it Brother Zhao's relative who is crazy again? He has become stupid because of studying. So I said, what's the point of going to college? This idiot is howling every day, and he has lost his family. He is not as smart as our brother Yang. You can't say that. Look, isn't Brother Zhao also a college student? The two chatted and laughed, looked at the people on the balcony with contempt, and turned away without even bothering to make a noise. Zhao Laosan sat on the balcony, not daring to move, until he heard a slight knock at the door, and was ecstatic. It was Liang Long. They really came. Humph. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Zhao Laosan retracted his legs and pretended to shout to the people below. That bastard is not dead. Why should I die? After saying the harsh words, he could not wait to run to the door and open the security door. Liang Yang. Lao Wang. What kind of look is this? Why is Lao Wang still wearing a helmet in the middle of the night? And his hands are tied and led by Liang Yang. You two are playing so wild. Isn't it the end of the world? You are playing so wild? Isn't it too unruly? Zhao Laosan was stunned. Chu Liang pushed Zhao Laosan away, entered the door, and held Wang Chang'an at the entrance. This is a long story. Old Wang. He couldn't stand the shock, and now his mind is a little abnormal. Laosan, let's talk about the important things first. What's going on here? Under the moonlight, Chu Liang found that Zhao Laosan was in a bad mood and was very thin. Zhao Laosan smiled bitterly. This is also a long story. After a moment of silence, Zhao Laosan sighed, wiped his face, and slowly began to talk. Before the communication ended, the last message Zhao Laosan passed to Chu Liang was that the supermarket was full of zombies, and his own Huayuan District 4 community was also broken into by zombies. However, the anti-theft door of Huayuan community is not exaggerated, even if the door of the unit below is not locked and the zombies break into the corridor. As long as the residents make a quiet sound and do not attract the attention of the zombies, the anti-theft door is enough to keep the zombies out. Most of the remaining residents here are locals. They have stored a lot of supplies for many years. Even if the power and gas are cut off, they can survive. Only a small number of people did not store food. Among them, there is Xiao's cousin's family. They originally planned to go out for a trip during the new year. The family's food rations were only half a bag of rice left, and they couldn't survive any longer. I underestimated the cruelty of the end of the world. I know, Liang Yang. You have always warned me that we can't be kind in the end of the world. But we thought, as a family, how can we watch my cousin's family starve to death? Zhao Laosan looked at Chu Liang blankly. How could I know that people's hearts would be so vicious? Zhao Laosan's family was kind, but they didn't dare to risk going out to pick up people. They just threw something that made sounds, such as a mobile phone, above to attract the attention of the zombies, so that the cousin's family could move over in time. The cousin's family also agreed to this plan, but despite repeated cautions, during the transfer, the uncle was scratched by a zombie dog that suddenly jumped out. Cousin Zhao and his aunt were in agony at Zhao Laosan's house, and Zhao Laosan's family felt guilty and treated them twice as well. But Zhao Laosan never thought that his cousin and his aunt actually hated his family. Did you see the city government outside? Zhao Laosan pointed in that direction. I've been in there. Chu Liang nodded. There's some information inside. I'll tell you later. Zhao Laosan didn't ask any more questions and continued, the situation in the city is too serious, and the government can't support it anymore. Later, the government decided to encircle us from inside and outside and make a final breakout. They couldn't take so many of us away, but they promised to kill as many zombies as possible, especially in the supermarket, and let us form teams to go out and collect supplies. They will try to come back within half a month. If you disagree, you can drive and follow them, but they cannot guarantee your safety. Chu Liang thought of the information he found in the city government, which was similar. It seems that the hot weapons in the Public Security Bureau have really been taken away, so he is not afraid that those things will fall into Brother Yang's hands. Most residents still chose to stay. However, soon, some people began to say that they could not hold on to the half-a-month statement. This Brother Yang is an outsider tenant in the community. He was so hungry that he couldn't stand it, so he rushed out to find food first. After being bitten, he didn't turn into a zombie. Some people think he is very lucky. In addition, he was really good at boxing and had a smart mind. He quickly formed a team with just a few words. Zhao Laosan laughed at himself. We thought it was the beginning of the community's unity, but we didn't know it was hell. After Brother Yang deceived most of the residents, the killing began. He was not very good at reading, but his heart was particularly vicious. He organized every household in the community to clean up the zombies in the community or go out to find supplies. But those who were unwilling to submit to him would inexplicably zombify and then be killed in tears. Zhao Laosan's eyes dimmed. We have a lot of supplies at home. Originally, we didn't need to go out to collect supplies. Chu Liang seemed to be able to guess what would happen next. He stretched out his hand and covered Laosan's cold hand. Chapter 30. No need to continue. Chu Liang felt a pain in his heart. All the brothers in the dormitory knew his situation. Zhao Laosan took extra care of him because his family lived in the local area. He would always drag him home to eat and drink. Zhao's parents were also very kind people. They felt sorry for Chu Liang's experience. If Chu Liang was too busy to go, they would cook a lot of meat dishes and let Zhao Laosan take them back to the dormitory for a snack. Seeing that Zhao Laosan was the only one left, Chu Liang did not dare and did not want to let Laosan continue. Laosan's tears fell on the back of Chu Liang's hand. The repression for many days finally broke out at this moment. No. I want to say, I hate them. Zhao Laosan's cousin has always been upset. Zhao's parents have advised him many times not to go out and hang out with that group of people, and that his family's supplies are enough to hold on until rescue comes. But he didn't listen and went out to seek refuge with Brother Yang. It would be fine for this man to go out on his own. But he reported to Brother Yang's team that the Zhao family had a large amount of supplies hidden, and he and his mother worked together inside and outside, so they could open the door without any effort. Although Brother Yang looked down on the supplies of each household, who would dislike the fat meat delivered to the door, he thought it was a token of his younger brother's surrender. So he readily agreed. When Zhao's parents and Zhao Laosan were driven out late at night, they were still confused and had no reaction to what happened. It was not until the zombie animals lurking in the dark pounced on them that Zhao's parents suddenly remembered to find a hiding place for their children. They could not go home, but they still remembered the password to their aunt's house across the street. So they quickly ran there to protect their children. After going upstairs, my parents found out that they had been bitten because they were protecting me. Zhao Laosan choked. They locked themselves in the second bedroom and told me to live well. But Liang, I really hate it. I really don't want to live. He didn't want to join Brother Yang's team, but he didn't want to leave his parents. At this time, Zhao's cousin didn't know what was wrong with him, and he came over in a fake way. Cousin, I didn't want this to happen. You see, my father died, and you lost your parents. Now we are even. Don't worry. You will still be my little cousin in the future. I will protect you. Zhao Laosan immediately jumped up and beat him left and right. But unfortunately this man brought a few little brothers with him. When they heard the wrong sound, they immediately rushed in and beat Zhao Laosan. I didn't eat any of the food he gave me. Zhao Laosan's thin face showed a sneer. I threw it all away, and I went out in the middle of the night to secretly find something to eat, so I can survive until now. But, Liang, I really can't live anymore. When I think of my parents, my heart feels like a knife cutting. Laosan stood up, wiped the tears from his face, and walked to the second bedroom in a daze, listening to the roar inside. I haven't graduated from college yet. I haven't taken my parents on a trip yet. I haven't bought them a lot of things yet. Liang. I want to reunite with my parents. Chu Liang was shocked. He just realized that Zhao Laosan said so much to him as a last will. He wanted people to remember this and report it to the Public Security Bureau when society was restored to order. He himself was so shocked that he wanted to die. Laosan. Chu Liang held down his hand that was turning the doorknob, gritted his teeth, and pointed at Wang Chang'an next to him. Don't mess around. I have something to tell you. Zhao Laosan was dragged back to the sofa by Chu Liang like a wandering soul. Chu Liang took a deep breath, led Wang Chang'an over, slowly untied Lao Wang's hands, and took off his helmet. Wang Chang'an was held aside and listened to the two of them talking without him. He had been unhappy for a long time. As soon as his hands were free, he did what he had always wanted to do. He stuck to Chu Liang's butt. The corner of Zhao Laosan's mouth twitched, and the atmosphere of sadness and despair was washed away. Looking at Chu Liang's expectant eyes, his brain was working rapidly. After a long while, Laosan came back to his senses, coughed dryly twice, and stammered, Okay, lovers finally get married. I was wondering why Lao Wang treats you so well. Very good. Very good. It's easy to find priceless treasures, but it's hard to find a lover. He didn't know what he was saying, but he knew that his brother came out in public before he died, and he must be looking for support. So he wiped his face and said in one go, It's the end of the world, and people are not allowed to look directly into their hearts? Liang, don't worry. I will always bless you too. And if anyone dares to discriminate against you too, I will not let them go even if I become a ghost. What the hell? Chu Liang was stunned. Are he and Lao San on the same wavelength? Chu Liang looked back at Wang Chang'an was slightly bent over, blinking his big eyes, looking innocent. But he didn't put his hand down at all. Wait. Big eyes. Chu Liang finally knew what the problem was. Chu Liang turned around angrily, pressed Wang Chang'an on the stool next to the sofa with both hands, and directly dug into Wang Chang'an's eyeballs. You. Lao San was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Why did he start domestic violence? Chu Liang turned around, put the contact lenses into the box, and pulled out a wet tissue to wipe a small area of Lao Wang's skin. Zhao Laosan was really shocked this time. He stood up from the sofa and pointed at Wang Chang'an with trembling hands. Old Wang is. This time, we are finally on the same channel. Chu Liang was very relieved. Wang Chang'an's needle-sized pupils and pale skin told Laosan that he had become a zombie. Isn't it strange? Old Wang has no desire to attack you. Chu Liang observed carefully for a while, and finally felt relieved. He was always afraid that Wang Chang'an would eat other people's flesh and blood. He was also injured and turned into a zombie to save me. Laosan trembled and stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and waved it carefully in front of Wang Chang'an. Sure enough, Old Wang didn't move and just gave him a big roll of his eyes. It seemed that it was almost the same as before. Chu Liang quickly recounted his and Wang Chang'an's experiences after the apocalypse. So I say, don't seek death. If you want revenge, it's best to do it yourself. It's not impossible for Mom and Dad to reverse the situation. Maybe if we find the government, we can extract vaccines from Lao Wang and me. Yes, because of my disease, I won't turn into a zombie even if I'm bitten by a zombie. It should be sad that Lao Wang turned into a zombie. But the zombie Wang is too special. One after another, heavy news came down, which confused Zhao Laosan. After a while, he slowly reacted, and a blazing little flame ignited in his eyes. Maybe it's really possible. Chu Liang didn't know if it was possible or not, but he didn't want to see Laosan become depressed and really choose the path of suicide. However, Wang Chang'an is so special. Maybe it's really possible. But why does Lao Wang keep touching your butt? Laosan was puzzled. Chu Liang was also puzzled. He explained to Laosan his guess about Wang Chang'an's obsession. But as he was talking, he felt something was wrong. Laosan said bluntly, Then why doesn't he touch my butt? His obsession is not to touch your butt alone, respect and blessing. Damn! Chu Liang rarely cursed. Yes, this dog zombie. Why did he recognize his butt? The third brother turned his head away cleverly, pretending not to see Lao Wang's little action. But he remembered an important thing. Liang. If zombies can really turn into humans again, then when we meet zombies in the future, can we still kill them? Although he has not encountered zombies directly yet, he will meet zombies sooner or later as he moves. It's okay if he didn't know before, but now that he knows and kills, he always feels that he is not killing zombies, but their fathers, mothers, children, and friends. Chu Liang has also thought about this problem. Before Wang Chenan's transformation, they faced zombies. Although they didn't dare to kill them at first, they still killed them when it really came to the critical moment of life and death. After Wang Chenan changed, Chu Liang also changed. Zombies generally would not actively attack him, so he avoided this problem. Chu Liang pondered for a moment and said helplessly, "Go ahead. In the situation where it's either you die or I live, I still want us to live. But we try to avoid the zombies. If we two fight with zombies, we won't have the upper hand." Zhao Laosan was silent for a while and nodded. Although Lao Wang is different, it is unknown how long it will take from Lao Wang to the vaccine. By then, the zombies may have rotted and can't be saved. Zhao Laosan was only glad that his parents were locked in a room without supplies. They would not go out to harm people, but they would not be killed. As for whether they would rot, Laosan touched his chest. The second bedroom was cold. I hope his parents can hold on until the day of the vaccine. Zombie World Rule 16. Don't commit the Saint Father and Saint Mother disease. First make sure you are alive, with hope of life again and two good friends around him. Zhao Laosan felt much better when he heard Chu Liang talk about Pingdu Reservoir and Jiangxintu. He hesitated. Just now, he had secretly decided not to be a Saint Father, but now he was being kind. Zhao Laosan felt a little embarrassed, but he still wanted to say it. Liang Yang. Look, the two of us, plus Chenan. Is it possible? Kill your cousin? Chu Liang touched his chin. It shouldn't be a problem. He also has a zombie dog Defu. It should be easy for Defu to secretly bite the guy at night. How cruel. Zhao Laosan chuckled. I can avenge him myself. I want to say that the girls in the community, especially those who trusted their property management and old neighbors at the beginning and opened their homes, have a very hard life. These people are all beasts. Thinking of the dirty words of the man he met in the toilet before, Chu Liang guessed what happened to the girls and felt sick. I'm going to chop them all up. Zhao Laosan took out a piece of white paper, hand-painted a simple map, and quickly talked about the intelligence he had gathered these days. We are in Building 9 now. The 9th floor of Building 15 is where they hold the girls, and there are probably about 10 girls in it. There are still more than 30 households hiding in the community. Brother Yang has more than 100 people under him, and they are all arranged to live in buildings 11 to 14, because Brother Yang also wants to keep their families in his hands. How do you know so much? Chu Liang looked at him with admiration. Zhao Laosan smiled lightly and whistled, and a few pigeons flew out of the dark woods. I am a professional. Then where's the racing pigeon that I gave you the last message? Chu Liang looked around but couldn't find the little one. Chapter 31. When it comes to this, Zhao Laosan was a little speechless. Do you know why it was eliminated? It only recognizes its home, not people. It is so close to his home. But the little racing pigeon coos every day and just won't come over. Chu Liang smiled. You should be thankful for this. Otherwise, I can't catch it in the dormitory and can't get your message at all. Back to the map. The two people are not stupid. They only have 2 people plus 2 king zombies, and the other side has more than 100 people. If they act rashly, they will definitely die. The rest of the residents can still protect themselves. Their main goal is to save the more than 10 girls as much as possible. This is really difficult to deal with. They can't bring in a large number of zombies. After all, those 30 households are innocent. We can't win with our bare hands. Zhao Laosan scratched his head. Can we use the kitchen knife? That's not completely unarmed. Chu Liang stood up and dumped out everything in his backpack in one breath. I collected some weapons. Electric batons, tear gas, pepper spray, and a bluffing empty gun. You robbed the police station? Zhao Laosan couldn't close his mouth. What are you talking about? Chu Liang, a good citizen of law and justice, was not happy to listen. I am collecting supplies reasonably. Better than leaving them to the group of people surnamed Yang. Right? With these things, the third brother regained some confidence. Both of them were smart. Looking at the map, they began to make plans. Most of them have to go out to collect supplies during the day. There are not many people left in Building 15. But Buildings 11 to 14 are all their spies. The third brother pointed at the paper and snorted coldly. My aunt is the most disgusting. I really didn't see it before. Chu Liang looked at the tear gas, which was quite a lot. I will sneak into building 15 first. And when there are fewer people in building 15 during the day, I will contact the girls inside. Then you throw one in each of buildings 11 to 14. And transfer the girls during the chaos. It is said that tear gas can cause strong burning stimulation to people's eyes, facial skin, and respiratory tract, making it impossible for people to open their eyes, sneeze and cough constantly. It is estimated that by then, the family members of the gang members, who stayed behind in building 11 to 14, will not care about the movement in building 15. The key is where to transfer these girls. The third brother scratched his head. Maybe we have to hide during the day. Otherwise we will be finished if we encounter the gang members, who are returning to defend. Drive to J University at night. Chu Liang said calmly. I remember that your family has a car. Right? The third brother said bitterly. Well, a 7-seater SUV, which was taken away by that bastard. The girls should be able to sit together. And there is no overloading check these days. The two people calculated for a while. And the sky was already turning pale. Chu Liang thought of Wang Difu, and had more thoughts in his mind. He looked at the third brother. When does your bastard cousin come every day? The third brother was stunned, and thought carefully about the pattern of the past few days. It seems that he comes to show off every evening. Maybe he drives my SUV and comes back faster than the truck of his gang. Every time he comes back, I see the birds flying up in the air because of the large group. The time Chu Liang bumped into yesterday was in the evening. Very good. Chu Liang smiled. Let's make a time difference. You listen to me. Before it was completely bright, Chu Liang returned to his own base. Wang Difu was already very depressed. The two masters were gone for a night, and he was trapped here. There were no zombies to chase or play with. When he saw Chu Liang and Wang Chainan coming back, he was so angry that he turned his butt towards them and ignored them. Chu Liang was more sensitive to buttocks now, so he walked over and turned Wang Difu's buttocks 180 degrees. Okay. Chu Liang touched the dog's head. Hold on for a while. I promise you'll have a good run tonight. Okay. Bienmu looked up, as if he understood the word run, grinned happily, and was no longer angry. Chu Liang originally planned to sleep until noon, but he overestimated his psychological quality after all, because this interlocking plan weighed on his mind, and he couldn't sleep at all. He couldn't say whether the plan could be completed, but as long as he could cause some trouble to these crazy beasts, he wouldn't have taken the risk in vain. If he could make these beasts lose their troops, he would be even happier. After finally making it to 1 p.m., he observed that the food delivery people in Building 15 had left, and the men were all out on missions, so there should be only victims in the building. Chu Liang lowered his hat and patted Wang Difu, who rushed out like an arrow, barking hee hee. Wang. This is terrible. The community was in an uproar. Zombie dogs are coming in. Help! Help! Where are the patrolmen? What are they doing? Difu was fast and smart, and Chu Liang had already told him that after making a commotion after a circle, he could jump out of the community and drive away the zombies comfortably. Wang Difu had also come to this community as a guest with Wang Chainan before, and his head remembered it clearly. But who among the residents here would know a border collie? Therefore, no one suspected Zhao Laosan, and they just thought that it was a zombie dog outside that had escaped from somewhere. It was noisy outside, and Chu Liang had taken advantage of the chaos to climb over the air conditioner and climb into the second floor of Building 15. 9th floor. Chu Liang took a deep breath and moved forward while observing in the corridor. Fortunately, Wang Chainan was no longer a human being. If he heard any unusual noises, old Wang would stop and warn Chu Liang. What's going on outside? It's so noisy. I don't know. It sounds like there are zombie animals. Wow. It's so scary. The sound of rustling conversations came. Chu Liang had been in the stairwell on the 9th floor for a long time. Wang Chainan's abnormal behavior made him realize that there might be someone left behind on the 9th floor. Go down and take a look. The two men were very bold because the door of the unit below was intact. Chu Liang frowned. He didn't want to meet the two in the stairwell. But if he hid and let the two go down, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything when they came back. Thinking of this, Chu Liang untied Wang Chainan's hands, stuffed the bat into Wang Chainan's hands, held the tang sword himself, pushed Wang Chainan behind the opposite door, and ordered him to stand still with his eyes. One person and one corpse stood on each side. guarding behind the safety door of the corridor. The voices of the conversation were getting closer and closer, and Chu Liang's palms were soaked. Hey, if you ask me, it would be nice to be the guard every day. How comfortable. And there are fun things to do. The two men laughed, and the smell of vulgarity came to his face. Chu Liang took off the scabbard of the Tang sword with a cold face, pushing open the heavy security door. The two people walked into the corridor with a smile. The next second, Wang Chenan's bat hit the top of their heads faster than Chu Liang's Tang sword. Bang! After Wang Chengnan turned into a zombie. His strength was even more terrifying. In just one move, the two people rolled their eyes before they could say anything, and their bodies fell down limply. Dang! The steel pipes and machetes in the hands of the two men also fell to the ground. Chu Liang was scared. The two men looked very strong and had such weapons in their hands. If he was a little timid, he might be killed. Now there was no need to tie Wang Chenan's hands with the hemp rope. Chu Liang quickly tied up the two men and took a bunch of keys from them. Chu Liang asked Wang Chengnan to guard here, and he quickly opened all the doors on the 9th floor. Wang Chengnan pouted. He wanted to follow Chu Liang, but for some reason, he didn't dare to disobey Chu Liang. There seemed to be some voice telling him that if he annoyed the man in front of him, it would be bad. Chu Liang carefully opened the doors one by one, not forgetting to observe whether there were any hooligans left inside. Fortunately, there were no more hooligans inside. Chu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. But he felt a little strange when he saw that no girl came out of the 4 doors. Chu Liang awkwardly walked into a room casually. I came to. There were 2 girls hugging and trembling inside. Their faces were covered with wounds, and they smiled miserably at Chu Liang, their eyes full of despair. Asshole! Chu Liang gritted his teeth, stepped out of the door, stood in the corridor and said loudly, I am Chu Liang, a 28-year-old English major student at J University. Outside are my 2 roommates, Zhao Yisan, a Chinese language and literature major, and Wang Chengnan, a shipbuilding major. Everyone, we are here to try to rescue you. I have knocked out the 2 guards. Please gather in the corridor. I will tell you the next plan. Chenan, bring those 2 beasts here. I'm going to kill them. Chu Liang's teeth were creaking. The 2 girls in the first room were clearly high school students. There was movement inside the door. 9 people came out, and there was a handsome and thin boy among them. 9 people stood in the aisle, looking at the 2 men stepped on by Chu Liang, their eyes full of hatred and anger. Student Chu. A girl stood out from inside. She was about 30 years old. Even though she was haggard now, she could still see the style of a white-collar elite before. Hello. My last name is Jean. You can call me Sister Jean. Can I do something first? Without waiting for Chu Liang to answer, she went forward and picked up the machete beside the 2 men. The 2 men had slowly woken up, but Wang Chengnan had stuffed their mouths with smelly socks, so they couldn't speak. Sister Jean had no expression on her face and thrust the knife into one of the men's body. Blood flowed out, and Chu Liang glanced at Wang Chengnan nervously, fearing that the smell of blood would stimulate his zombie instincts and attack the humans present. But Wang Chenan's throat moved twice, but there was no abnormal movement. Sister Jean, give me a seat. Okay? The 2 girls, who were still high school students, came up and shook Sister Jin's hand tremblingly. Chu Liang suddenly remembered a sentence he had read in a book before. When the law cannot bring justice to the parties involved, private revenge is justified and even noble from this moment on. He didn't know how the law would judge this group of people after the society restored order. But for now, he would only hand over his Tang Dao. If it was not enough, he could still find a few kitchen knives. When the blood stained the entire corridor, Chu Liang clapped his hands. Let's go. Let's go to the 8th floor to talk. Jean Jia wiped the 2 bloody knives with the clothes on the backs of the 2 men, returned the Tang Dao to Chu Liang, held the machete in her hand, smiled and looked back at her brothers and sisters behind her. Let's go. Go forward. Don't look back. It's our turn to win. She had already told these beasts not to let her find a chance. If she was given a tiny possibility, she would tear these people to pieces alive. Chapter 32. The 9 people were more or less stained with the blood of the 2 men, especially Sister Jean, who was full of murderous aura. But Chu Liang was not afraid at all. He casually smashed a window on the 8th floor and climbed in with everyone. Chu Liang took out a few flattened breads from his backpack and distributed them to everyone. I only brought this little out. Everyone fill their stomachs first. Now let me tell you about my plan. At this moment, Zhao Yixin in another building was walking around anxiously, until he saw a little white dove cooing outside the window. He was relieved. His battle had begun. When his crazy cousin came in the evening, he had to take back his car keys. This step was very important for the success of the plan. So, when he gets the car keys, and the main force hasn't come back yet, Chu Liang took out the map. I will throw tear gas into each building. And when the crowds evacuate in panic, it's time for us to escape. It does sound somewhat credible. Sister Jin's hand slid and pointed to the gate. Will the people at the gate let us out easily? Chu Liang nodded. Probably not. But we have a car after all. If it's not possible to rush through the gate of the community, we can violently crash through. Or, I can attract zombies to make them more confused. Sister Jean pondered for a while, and suddenly remembered, if we get out successfully, will we run into their main force head-on? We'd better avoid their route. Do you know their route? Chu Liang shook his head regretfully this time. He could only take everyone to gamble. I have some information here about the government's current security base, and our school J University should also be more suitable as a temporary transitional base. Do you want to choose one? A girl who had been silent stood up, with tears still on her pale face. That's great. But there are too many of us. Brother Chu Liang, the car you mentioned is a 7-seater. We can't squeeze in. I will give it to everyone. I feel so. I really don't want to live anymore. She stood up blankly, walked to the window, turned back and grinned. Maybe I can create more chaos for you. Chu Liang also stared blankly. He didn't know what to say to comfort the girl. He just felt that everyone's morale seemed to be a little low, and many girls showed painful expressions on their faces. Thinking about that period, it was really hard. Sister Jean stood up, slowly walked to the girl, and caught her off guard, waved her hand, and slapped her hard. She stared at the girl with eagle-like eyes, and then looked at everyone. Do you want to die after the vicious dog bit you a few times? Everyone was stunned. Sister Jean sneered. Don't associate chastity with this kind of thing. Do you feel dirty? Want to die? I tell you, we were just weak for a while, and let those beasts get the upper hand. If you die, do you think you will pose any threat to them? Are you waiting to become a ghost and then seek revenge? What we should do is to seize every opportunity, become stronger, and fight back. Don't forget that our relatives also died in their hands. The girl trembled. Sister Jean held her shoulders. Did you feel good when you killed those 2 people just now? Good. Good. Her lips were trembling. 2 people are good? Sister Jean sneered. You should hurry up and survive. Escape. And pay blood debts with blood before the government restores the law in this chaos. Don't let your relatives suffer, and your enemies feel happy. The 2 high school girls looked at each other, shook hands, and stood up. Sister Jean, you are right. We want revenge, and we have to work hard to save more of us. The girl who was determined to die trembled like a leaf in the wind, but her eyes suddenly became firm. Yes. Even if I die, I will drag them to death with me. Sister Jean hugged her and patted the girl's back. Chu Liang didn't dare to breathe. Until this time, he raised his hand weakly and said, anyway, no one is checking overloading now. Everyone can squeeze in without worry. As for the 3 of us, if it really doesn't work, we have our own way to get out. Don't count us. He was worried about whether the 9 people could survive after being rescued. But when he looked at Sister Jean, he suddenly realized that he was worrying in vain. Maybe Sister Jin's team would be stronger than he thought. A group of white pigeons were startled and flew up. Chu Liang was refreshed and fluttered in front of the window for a while. It's my brother Zhao Yixin. He has started to act. Let's be ready. Thanks to Zhao Yixin and the pigeons in the community, they have a good relationship. The ancients used smoke as a signal, and today they can still use pigeons as a signal. Chu Liang temporarily studied the use of tear gas for a while, and now he feels that he has learned it almost. He sank into his dantian, pulled it open, and pushed Wang Chang'an out. Aim at those 4 windows and throw. There was no way. Wang Chang'an's arm strength had increased after he became a zombie. He couldn't compare with him at all. Wang Chang'an was wearing a helmet, so his expression could not be seen clearly. He just took the tear gas obediently, and threw it into the 4 buildings within a few seconds according to Chu Liang's request. Chu Liang pinched his throat, threw himself on the balcony, and screamed heartbreakingly, help! Everyone run! The government is calling! Who living in these 4 buildings didn't know about the unscrupulous things happening outside? They were already panicked and guilty. When they heard the words, they pushed and shoved, cried and howled, and ran out of the door. Run! Run! Camp roar. Ancient soldiers were in a state of high tension and depression for a long time, which made the soldiers' nerves in a state of high tension and fragility. When this pressure reaches a certain level, any small stimulus may cause the soldiers to completely lose their minds, leading to fratricide, chaos and panic. Xiao Yixin smiled and gave Chu Liang a popular science. These people have never committed crimes before. Now they see what their relatives are doing outside. How can they not be nervous? What we have to do is to cause a camp roar in the community. However, Chu Liang planned to add fuel to the fire, while directing everyone to go down to the second floor and climb down the downspout in the corridor. He stood at the window and shouted, "Defu! Go home for dinner. Defu! Come back. Defu Wang Defu Wang Defu." A black and white border collie, like lightning, jumped over the fence of the community and ran excitedly to the place where he was called. Ah! Where did the zombie dog come from? It's the one from this morning. The one from this morning. Help! I don't want to die yet. You go and turn into a zombie. Don't bite me! Chu Liang has been waiting with everyone at the back of Building 9. Facing Sister Jin's curious eyes, he smiled naturally. The dog I raised before has turned into a zombie. But it seems that he still has some obsession. When I call, it will come back. Sister Jin retracted her eyes. She was too grateful to Chu Liang to doubt anything. Besides, some people are fine after being bitten by zombies. What's so strange about a zombie dog that still remembers its owner? Xiao Yixin arrived as scheduled with a bruised face in a 7-seater SUV. Hey! Liang, is everything going well for you? Xiao Laosan gave a thumbs up and asked everyone to get in the car quickly. I had a fight with my stupid cousin and successfully stole the key. Let's go. Let's go! The only bad thing about the old community is that Chu Liang had checked it out before. And if he wanted to go out, he could only go out through the main gate. The small road he found could only be used by one person. If such a large group of people walked outside without a car, it would be too dangerous. Chu Liang and Wang Chen sat in the trunk. The tear gas had been used up, but they still had electric batons. But when they arrived at the door, Zhao Laosan shouted excitedly, Liang, take Lao Wang and sit tight. You don't have to get off to kill people. Thanks to Defu. He loves to drive corpses. Chu Liang has deprived him of this hobby for several days. And the dog is almost crazy. Today, when he was released, he ran wildly. When Chu Liang called him, Defu was driving the 50 or 60 zombies he had collected from all over the place, trying to run into the community. The guards at the gate of the community were struggling to fight zombies. So how could they have time to control the SUV that rushed through the checkpoint? Zhao Laosan stepped on the accelerator, and the people in the back row reached out and grabbed Chu Liang and Wang Chen in tightly, fearing that they would be knocked down. The moment he went out, Chu Liang used an electric baton to stun a strongman who came up to pull them, and shouted, Wang Defu, follow closely. Go home. Wang Defu, who was having fun with a group of people, moved his ears and immediately left the group of disobedient sheep, sniffed the smell of the masters, and jumped out of the community. Where are we going now? Zhao Laosan asked the girl in the co-pilot. Have you discussed it just now? We have discussed it. Sister Jean opened the map in the car and calmly began to give directions. J University. Thank you. I'm afraid I have to borrow your university for a while. Zhao Laosan naturally didn't mind. J University is so big. It's more than enough to hide 9 people. He estimated the fuel tank and found it was full. So he immediately stepped on the accelerator and took the small road. He heard Chu Liang say that Yang Ji's group drove a truck, and they should all take the main road. Chu Liang turned around and asked Sister Jean, do you want to go to Jiangxintu in one go? It should be safer there. No. Sister Jean smiled. It's too far away from them. Chu Liang said no more. He thought of Teacher Peng in J University, and he was also worried about the teacher's health. Just go back and take a look. Facing the sunset, someone opened the window a little. The fragrance of spring flowers entered the car, diluting the smell of blood. Although the gentle spring breeze was a little cold, it made people's minds clearer. There were flowers all the way, and everyone looked out the window infatuatedly, intoxicated in spring. Sister Jean, spring is still so beautiful, a girl said softly. Yes. Sister Jean smiled. reaching out to grab a soft petal that floated over. It's so good to be alive. When you go to college, I can still go to the library to find some books for you to learn. After all, you will still have to take the college entrance examination in the future. Ah. The two high school students looked bitter. Then, sister, you should also find something else for the other sisters to learn. Everyone laughed softly. Chu Liang sat in the back and listened, feeling more relaxed, and didn't care about Wang Chenan's salty hands. But he still had to tell everyone about the current campus situation. There are still many zombies in it. Don't finally get out of the fire pit. And then overturn at J University. At that time, Chu Liang only hid the last whereabouts of Teacher Peng. He was very conflicted about whether to introduce Teacher Peng to Sister Jean and the other 9 people. Teacher Peng is in poor health. If he continues to worry. Chapter 33. Chu Liang sat in the back of the car, watching a black and white figure chasing from afar, and felt a little reluctant. Poor Wang Difu. He really didn't dare to expose too much in front of a group of strangers. After all, Difu's eyes were not easy to hide. Fortunately, after Difu turned into a zombie dog, he ran faster, and Chu Liang was relieved. After entering J University, it was completely dark. One after another, many zombies appeared on the road. Zhao Yisen didn't dare to turn on the lights of the SUV. In the dark, the zombies seemed to be more excited about the lights. But Zhao Yisen was a J University student after all, and was familiar with the terrain. When Chu Liang said to go to the fork in the road, he immediately turned 7 or 8 times, got rid of the zombies and drove past. Chu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. The zombies at Sanchiku had dispersed completely because Difu was not there. He chose Sanchiku Supermarket as his place of residence. First, it was late, and they had to settle down as soon as possible. He was most familiar with Sanchiku Supermarket, and there were some supplies in it. Enough for 9 people to fill their stomachs. Second, Sanchiku Supermarket was still a distance away from Teacher Peng, and he did not want to bring new danger to Teacher Peng. Quick! When he arrived at the door of Sanchiku Supermarket, Chu Liang jumped down. His tense muscles were numb and itchy when he landed, making him grin. Get off the car quickly. Wang Chang'an jumped down easily, behaving as usual, making people envy his current physical fitness. Chu Liang limped open the supermarket door, looked around cautiously, and found no zombie rats. So he immediately asked everyone to hide inside. He closed the shutter door in the last 10 meters before the zombies came, isolating the zombies outside. 11 people, plus a king zombie, dared not breathe, until the roar outside the door became a little lighter. Everyone dared to sit down. This relaxation. Some girls couldn't hold it anymore. Whoa! The 2 youngest girls hugged each other and cried. They were childhood friends, and had a deep relationship. After the end of the world, they encouraged each other to survive. We really escaped. Not to mention the girl. Even Zhao Yisen was crying in front of the tiger. Liang, you really predict things. Zhao Laosan wiped his tears. I said it was useless for you to leave me an empty gun. But I didn't expect that the bastard was really scared. That's how I saved the car keys. Chu Liang smiled. Brother Yang and his gang were struggling to find guns. Seeing others holding them, they couldn't help but subconsciously think that they were real. Zhao Laosan had been trapped for several days, and was starving. How could he have the energy to fight his brother? He still had to rely on the pistol to scare people. Zhao Laosan swallowed his saliva, but yours was lost by me. Is it okay? It's okay. Chu Liang felt a little bit sorry at most. We'll find another one to scare people if we have a chance. Zhao Laosan glanced at Chu Liang with a guilty conscience, his eyes full of gratitude. In fact, he didn't throw it away by force. He risked his life and finally threw the gun from the second bedroom. He was afraid that after he left, the angry Yongge gang would want to kill his zombie parents to vent their anger. So before leaving, he specially found a lot of things to block the door and left the pistol to his parents to scare people. In addition to raising pigeons, Zhao's father also likes to play. I hope that my father also has an obsession and can scare the bad guys in the end. Everyone fell asleep after crying tiredly. Chu Liang led Wang Chang'an to the door, still put on a helmet for him, tied his hands tightly, and said to the outside world that Wang Chang'an was stimulated by the end of the world and would go crazy if he didn't do this. Chang'an, I'm going out to find a circle of Difu and see Teacher Peng again. You stay at the door and pay attention to zombie animals, especially zombie rats. Wang Chenan's big helmet moved up and down. Very well behaved. Compared to when Lao Wang just turned into a zombie. Chu Liang felt that he was much smarter, and seemed to understand human nature. While everyone was asleep, Chu Liang lifted the shutter door lightly and walked out. Sister Jean was not asleep. She raised her eyes to look at the place where the moonlight came in. But she didn't say a word, turned over, and continued to close her eyes to rest. She was a grateful person. Chu Liang saved so many of them. Even if he had many secrets, she would not pry into it. Instead of thinking about other people's secrets, it is better to think about how to defeat them one by one and kill this group of scum, without human friends to follow. Chu Liang was like a fish in water. Walking in the zombie group was like returning home, free and unrestrained. Except that without Wang Chenan's company, he felt a little lonely. Hee. A figure rushed up, and like before, he pounced on Chu Liang, stepped hard on Chu Liang's chest with his claws, and opened his mouth to lick. I miss you so much. Okay. Lao Wang touches the buttocks. Xiao Wang steps on the chest. You are worthy of being father and son. Chu Liang stumbled, and finally stabilized his body. Good boy. He took out a large chicken leg bread from his backpack, which was a fish that he had just found in another supermarket. Eat it. Eat it. Defu baby has worked hard today. Wang Defu shook his tail stiffly, and with a scratch of his sharp teeth, he tore the packaging and ate it with relish. Chu Liang still had to find Teacher Peng, and he didn't dare to delay any longer. He hadn't closed his eyes for more than 30 hours and urgently needed to rest. Defu, listen carefully. You can play nearby tonight. Pay attention to safety. And you can drive corpses. But you are not allowed to rush to the fork in the road. Border Collie tilted his head and said, heeing. Chu Liang guessed that Wang Defu must have understood. If it doesn't work, he will go out and push the zombies away. Chu Liang waved to Wang Defu and ran to where Teacher Peng was in Area G. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Hearing the sound, the chickens in Area G were the first to be alert and made a restless noise. The leading chicken stood up from the nest and stared at Chu Liang with a pair of unfriendly eyes. Chu Liang was stunned. Good guy. I was only away for a few days. How come Teacher Peng's chicken coop was built for them? This is completely incorporated. Hearing the sound, Teacher Peng opened the window vigilantly and carefully observed outside the window. When he saw Chu Liang's figure in the moonlight, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Chu Liang, why are you back? Chu Liang saw that the teacher looked good at first glance, so he was relieved. There was no need for the teacher to come down to open the door. He climbed up in a few seconds with his hands and feet. The chickens in Area G still had some impression of Chu Liang's smell. Seeing that Teacher Peng did not give any instructions, they clucked a few times in dissatisfaction and let Chu Liang in. Teacher, you are good. Chu Liang joked. Not only are you good at teaching and educating people, but you can also train chickens. Teacher Peng said modestly, it's just a trifle. Not worth mentioning. He came from the countryside. Although he hadn't farmed or raised chickens for many years, it was not difficult to pick it up. Seeing that the other party seemed to be doing well and not in a bad state, Teacher Peng was less worried. But then he became concerned. Why did you come back suddenly? Chu Liang could only honestly tell the story of how he rescued Zhao Laosan and 9 people, hiding the special things about Wang Chang'an and Wang Defu, and started from the beginning. Too risky. Teacher Peng couldn't help but slam the table. Such a big thing. You didn't take me with you. And you went alone to be a hero? Chu Liang felt guilty. But the matter was done. And he was not afraid of boiling water. I didn't know where to settle the 9 people. So I took them back to J University to settle down. I thought they would go to Jiangxintu to find the safe base established by the government. But I didn't expect that Sister Jean would stay to seek revenge. He repeated what Sister Jean said. I seem to have caused some trouble for the teacher. If they are really active in J University, they will inevitably find their way here. Teacher Peng shook the wild vegetable amaranth in his hand without minding it. This was the wild vegetable that the old man picked on the grass during the day and prepared to eat cold. What trouble? I just hate being alone. In our team in the past. Do you know what the political commissar did? Chu Liang didn't dare to say it. He just saw it in movies and TV dramas. Teacher Peng washed the amaranth and asked Chu Liang to sit down. Bring them here to live tomorrow. The G area has high floors and is hidden. There are also warning chickens at the door. If they are willing, I will be their political commissar. If they are not willing, I will be their life teacher. Chu Liang looked up and looked at Teacher Peng. A little surprised, Teacher. I always thought that you would say that revenge should be handed over to the law. Teacher Peng has already started to mix the cold. He said slowly, in troubled times, use heavy punishments. Moreover, after listening to their experience, I think that group of people are already our enemies. How should we treat the enemy? Be as cruel and ruthless as the severe winter. Chu Liang was completely relieved. With Teacher Peng's wise brain, he really didn't worry at all. Teacher Peng had already mixed it. He asked Chu Liang to taste it. Eat. 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 In spring, you should eat some wild vegetables. Chu Liang took a bite. He had been eating bread and fast food for so many days. It was rare to see a plate of spring vegetables. He felt so comfortable. It's delicious. Ah. You? His mouth was numb. Teacher. Teacher. This grass is not. No. Teacher Peng studied it carefully and muttered softly. I thought it was. Hey. I'm old. My eyes are useless. It's no good. Xiao Chu. You won't blame me. Right? No wonder the teacher didn't eat a bite. Waiting for himself to test the poison. Chu Liang was extremely sad and angry. He realized that this old man was punishing himself and doing such a dangerous thing without saying a word. The next morning, when the team woke up, Chu Liang had brought back a large bag of food and introduced Teacher Peng to everyone. Hello, teacher. Sister Jean smiled and stretched out her hand. Long time no see. Do you know each other? Chu Liang's eyes widened in surprise. Teacher Peng smiled lovingly. Student Jean Ling. I guessed it was you. It turned out that Sister Jean was also a graduate of J University. No wonder she trusted me after I introduced myself. And no wonder she chose J University among so many places. Many years ago, the girl who stood on the podium and recited the school motto fortitude and perseverance on behalf of all students is back now. A glimmer flashed in Jean Ling's eyes. But it disappeared quickly. She shook the teacher's hand vigorously. And everything was self-evident. Maybe with the teacher around, her hatred would not lose its sense. And she would stick to her original intention, revenge and saving people. Chapter 34. I told you so. Xiao Laosan came over and gave a thumbs up. Sister Jean is so impressive. She must be the pride of J University. Jean Ling smiled. The escape process was tense and depressing. So she didn't tell her juniors about it. The two high school girls also grinned quietly, whispered for a while, encouraged each other, and must work hard to get into J University after the social order is restored. Don't say it. Chu Liang saw another person in the two high school children. Li. It's good. Whether it's for postgraduate entrance examination or college entrance examination, it's always good to have some motivation. Except for Chu Liang and Wang Changnan. The rest of the group were physically exhausted from being tortured in the community. And none of them were as energetic as Teacher Peng. Teacher Peng felt sorry for the group of children, and quickly managed to avoid the zombies, and took the group into Area G to have a good rest. It was strange that Teacher Peng's body was originally at the end of its strength. But after being bitten by zombies and having a high fever, he was more energetic than before chemotherapy. Even Chu Liang felt this way. Before, even if he was injected with drugs, he would occasionally feel uncomfortable. But he didn't feel anything yesterday when the teacher poisoned him with weeds. Could it be that the zombie virus can also improve physical fitness? After going around in circles, there was another fork in the road before him. Xiao Laosan had rested for 2 days, and was somewhat addicted to this peaceful environment. But soon, as Sister Jean began to collect weapons all over the campus and led the team to train in fighting zombies, he also came to his senses and thought of his parents at home. Chu Liang. What should we do next? Chu Liang, Wang Changnan, and Xiao Laosan sat in a row on the rooftop, looking at the magnificent sunset in the distance. Chu Liang unfolded the map of the city found in the library. We have 2 choices. Going back, Jiangxintu is right behind us. Very close. And there are our classmates on it. And it is also a place designated by the government. Going forward, Pinga Reservoir Road is relatively far. About 50 kilometers. On the other side of the city. And the situation there is also unknown. Facing the end of the world. Xiao Laosan thought that his level was not as high as Chu Liang. Zombie World Rules Article 17. Respect your excellent team leader. He chose to listen to Chu Liang's command. Chu Liang pondered for a while. If there is a rescue team in Jiangxintu, it stands to reason that our J University should not have no troops passing by. But the water supply in the city has not stopped until now. We can at least ensure that there must be military forces stationed near the Pinga Reservoir and the water plant. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Xiao Laosan smacked his lips, looked at Wang Changnan on the side, and clapped his hands. Okay. Let's go to Pinga Reservoir to have a look. If it doesn't work, turn back and use Jiangxinzu as our confidence. Yes. If they went to Jiangxinzu and found that there was no government force, they would inevitably be disappointed. If they went to Pinga Reservoir, the news would leak out, and there would inevitably be more twists and turns. It would be better to go to the most dangerous Pinga Reservoir first. If it doesn't work, there is still hope in their hearts, and they can still rush back to Jiangxinzu with one breath. After determining the location, the two no longer hesitated and concentrated on studying the map. Xiao Laosan is a local, so he naturally knows which sections of the road are most likely to be jammed when the end of the world occurs. At the same time, the community near his home was occupied by Yang Ge and his group. It is dangerous to hit them, so he avoided these sections and drew a winding road. It takes 70 or 80 kilometers to go around. Chu Liang frowned slightly. It seems we have to get a car. The two of them did not intend to move the 7-seater SUV of Xiao Laosan's family. Staying in J University would not only facilitate Jean Jia's team to go out for attack, but also facilitate Teacher Peng to lead the team to evacuate in case of a zombie tide. You go to organize some supplies, and leave the matter of finding a car to me. Chu Liang stood up. There were not many vehicles in J University. During the winter vacation, there were only a few cars driven by teachers and administrative staff on duty. He had to find these zombies carefully and look for the keys closely. It was better not to bring Xiao Laosan, who would attract zombies. Xiao Laosan was about to apply to go together, but he looked at Wang Changnan, who was clinging to Chu Liang, and shut up obediently. Okay. Okay. We will split up. I will go back first. What a joke. Liang Liang hadn't thought deeply about it, but he finally figured it out. Lao Wang must have had a crush on Liang Liang for a long time. After he turned into a zombie, he became a pervert. With such a unique and weird zombie following Liang Liang, why should he worry about Liang Liang's personal safety? Lao Wang might not necessarily protect his former roommate, but he would definitely tear apart other zombies for Liang Liang. Knowing that he was just a burden, Xiao Laosan bowed and withdrew without hesitation. You young lovers, go on a date. Although Chu Liang didn't know what Xiao Laosan was thinking, he was relieved to see that Xiao Laosan didn't follow. He hadn't figured out how to confess to Xiao Laosan and that he was a little different. Defew. After calling out a few times in the dark, the zombies just felt something was wrong, and Chu Liang shut his mouth, making it impossible for them to find a target to attack. The black and white puppy came out from nowhere, shaking its head and tail and acting like a spoiled child around the two people. There were no humans around, so Chu Liang didn't put a leash on it. The family of three walked towards the bus hub under the moonlight. Chu Liang remembered that there were not many cars in the school, but there was a small parking lot at the bus hub outside the school. If you are lucky, there will be staff members parking their own cars in the bus hub. He went to take a look. Maybe he could find something. And by the way, see if the fourth brother and his friends left any clues, and whether they successfully drove the big bus away. Many buses were parked at the bus hub. It was obvious that a car had hit it later, and many of them were smashed into a mess. The window glass of the bus that hit it from behind was broken, and the car was full of dried blood. Even after so many days of rain, it was still clear under the moonlight. Chu Liang couldn't imagine the horror at that time. But now it was empty here, without a single zombie. Could it be that they were all led to J University and scattered all over J University? He walked inside in the dark. Inside was the office of the bus company. As soon as he pushed the door, he was startled. In the dark room, many pairs of small eyes suddenly lit up. Looking closely, they were all zombie rats as big as an adult man's palm. If Chu Liang hadn't been afraid of alarming the zombie rats and being discovered by them that he was human, he would have almost vomited. There is a night market next to the J University bus hub. Although it is closed during the winter vacation, it usually raises a lot of big rats. Chu Liang looked at the group of zombie rats, calmed down, and couldn't help but worry. If these zombie rats spread to the school, even if Teacher Peng and Sister Jean lived in the upper floors of District G, they might still be in danger. Thinking of this, Chu Liang retreated expressionlessly. After searching for a long time, he finally found a hose. After flushing with tap water at the bus station, Chu Liang led Wang Chang'an to the bus and opened the bus's fuel tank. Suck it. Wang Chang'an was stunned. At this moment, even if he was a zombie, he couldn't help but make a human sound. Huh? Chu Liang blinked his big eyes and looked for the gas tank. It shouldn't be like this. Isn't the gas tank of a bus different from that of an ordinary car? Where can I suck the gasoline? He had seen videos before, and some people would suck the gasoline like this to steal the oil. It's just more dangerous, and it's easy to get poisoned by sucking the gasoline into your mouth. But Wang Chang'an is a zombie now. Is he still afraid of being poisoned? He wants to get some gasoline so that he can burn all the rats. I treat you as my little sweetheart, and you treat me as a gas rat. Wang Zombie understood. His heart was broken. He didn't even want to touch Chu Liang's butt, and angrily threw the hose. Hee hee. Woof. Another zombie king, who was afraid of chaos in the world, howled. Alright. Shut up. Chu Liang couldn't stand it anymore. He slapped his head and finally remembered. Most of the buses in this city responded to the national call and changed from oil trucks to electric ones. It seems that it is not possible to set fire to the oil of the buses. Thinking of this, Chu Liang could only sigh, took out the equipment from his backpack, wrapped himself tightly, brought the left and right guards, turned on the flashlight, walked back into the office, and locked the door. Wang Chang'an saw that Chu Liang gave up the idea, and finally calmed down, and stupidly stuck to him again. Pa! The scene was a bit disgusting, and Chu Liang didn't want to recall it anymore. However, when the room was quiet, Chu Liang looked up and found a few lines of words sprayed on the wall. The key is in the cabinet, and we have set off for Jiangxintu. Welcome the latecomers to follow the team. Chu Liang. Follow. The first words were neatly written. Even in this situation, they were written with great style, and they must be students who have learned calligraphy in the team. The last 4 words were written crookedly, and it was obvious that Lao Si was looking forward to it. Chu Liang's eyes were a little hot. But now is not the time to be weak. He doesn't need a bus. The bus is too big, and it is not convenient to take the side road. And after the power outage, the endurance of this kind of electric bus is a big problem. They only had 3 people and a dog, so a small car was enough. After searching in the cabinet for a while, Chu Liang indeed found 2 keys. Probably the leader's private car. With the keys, Chu Liang wandered outside. After trying several times, he really found the corresponding 2 cars. One was black and the other was white. The black one had a trunk and was slightly larger. Chu Liang opened it and tried it. Although he couldn't drive, he could understand the dashboard. The gas in both cars was not much, and he didn't know why the 2 didn't go to refuel. However, no matter which one, it was enough for them to drive to Pinga Reservoir. But it was not enough to come back. Thinking of this, Chu Liang took up the hose again. Lao Wang, I want to discuss something with you. No! You can't kiss after sucking gasoline. Wang Chang'an turned his head silently. His brain said so anyway. Hee. Chu Liang's foot was caught by a zombie under the car at some point. His voice just now exposed his human identity, and he was accidentally discovered by this zombie. Ah! Although Chu Liang was wearing thick clothes, it was still painful to be bitten. Wang Chang'an was furious and immediately swung the iron rod and planned to hit him. Wait a minute. Chu Liang stopped him in time, staring at the zombie's mouth in a daze. You said, let him transport gasoline. It's better to die than to die. Anyway, Wang Chang'an doesn't want to be a gas thief. After figuring this out, Wang Chang'an picked up the zombie fiercely and pushed him to the side of the car. Suck. The zombie trembled. So strong. Is this the breath of the zombie king? Chapter 35. Wang Chang'an was emitting a domineering aura, but Chu Liang couldn't stand it. He pushed Wang Chang'an away and rolled his eyes. He understood it. It was better to rely on this zombie and take the risk by himself. The zombie who was caught on the side shivered. This zombie looked so fierce and hard to mess with. The zombie next to him with a strange smell dared to hit him? It means that the one next to him is even harder to mess with. Both of them are hard to mess with. He puffed up his mouth, grabbed the tube, and sucked desperately. Chu Liang was stunned and couldn't stop it. He could only watch the zombie work. He looked carefully and found that the zombie was about 30 years old and wearing a work uniform. Chu Liang figured it out. He thought that the zombie in front of him must have been a social animal with parents and children when he was a human being. And he didn't dare to offend his boss. Now that his 2 zombies with strong auras came to the station, they would force him to feel like a worker again. It was so miserable. Chu Liang had many part-time jobs and felt the same way as workers. He couldn't reward the zombie brother with flesh and blood. But at least, he could leave a big chicken leg bread for the zombie brother as a reward. Wang Difu was running around with the corpse of the zombie rat in his mouth. And Chu Liang couldn't stop him. So he had to let it go. It was an hour later when the zombie brother put the 2 cars together. Chu Liang wanted a black car. The white car was small and convenient for them to move. But the white one was more eye-catching and not as low-key as the black one. Black can hold more things. Chu Liang can get out of the car and look for supplies anytime and anywhere as long as he keeps his mouth shut. But Zhao Laosan can't do that. He still has to bring some things. Sitting in the car, closing the door, and slightly rolling down the window for ventilation, Chu Liang began to try to start the engine. But suddenly there was a human whisper, "Quick! Quick! This way!" Chu Liang vaguely felt that it was a little familiar, and only heard the voice getting closer and closer. "Right here. There is a vending machine here." This voice suddenly reminded Chu Liang of 2 old friends. The convenience store owner in Wang Chenen's community and Xiaoyu's ex-boyfriend. A big scumbag. This place is not far from the community. But how could they get here in the middle of the night? Aren't they afraid of danger? Especially these 2 people. Weren't they the most afraid of death at the beginning? Crash! The huge noise resounded throughout the hub station. Chu Liang saw the 2 men swinging iron bars and smashing the vending machine a few times, and then suddenly jumped to the top of the first floor platform. Chu Liang lowered his head slightly and missed the sharp explosions from the boss and the scumbag opposite. Fuck! Why are there a few more zombies in the black car opposite? It was not clear enough at night, and they did not expect Chu Liang and Wang Changnan to be here. After some of the zombies dispersed, the boss and the scumbag tremblingly took out the sticky rod invented by Teacher Peng, and frantically stuck to the snacks and water scattered on the ground. If Chu Liang had not cleaned up the zombie rats in advance, the 2 men would have been gnawed by the zombie rats even if they hid on the platform. Chu Liang had a general impression of these 2 people. He hated scumbags very much, so he naturally would not step forward to recognize them as relatives. He sat motionless in the car, pretending to be a zombie. The fragmented conversation fell into Chu Liang's ears. "My wife is pregnant. Give me an extra bottle." "No. I brought you here. If they brought you here, you would get less." The 2 idiots were arguing louder and louder. Not to mention the zombies. Wang Difu in the distance was impatient. He rushed over with his teeth bared and holding a zombie rat, pretending to jump onto the platform to bite people. Chu Liang watched the 2 people terrified and jumped down from somewhere. But he felt mixed emotions. He thought about the child in the belly of the convenience store owner, wondering if he could survive until peace. But it was impossible for him to take the initiative to stop the 2 and bring them back to Area G. Especially that scumbag, who was simply looking for a landmine for himself. When Wang Difu stopped barking, Chu Liang called the dog to get in the car. He didn't know how to drive, and according to the plan, he should have gone back to call Zhao Laosan. But meeting these 2 people tonight always made him afraid of the long night and many dreams. So he simply started the car bravely. Anyway, he has watched others drive for a long time. How difficult is an automatic transmission? Senior Xiaoyu can drive a van at 180 miles per hour. So he can drive at 30 miles per hour. Boom! Chu Liang got out of the car silently, and touched the back of the car guiltily under the watch of a group of zombies. Chu Liang silently picked up the hose beside him, looked at the zombie brother next to him, and said with his eyes, "Can you suck the oil back into the white one?" The zombie brother's eyes darkened, and he silently hid in the zombie group, stumbling and running towards the distance. This broken world. Destroy it. It is forbidden to use zombie comrades as coolies at will. Chu Liang smacked his lips regretfully. Fortunately, it was just the back of the car that was dented a little. It can always be used. Anyway, the end of the world doesn't care about appearance. It's okay as long as it can be used. On the way back, Chu Liang picked up 2 bicycles and brought them to the front of Area G. He settled Defu to watch the car, and he and Wang Changnan entered Area G. "Are you leaving?" Teacher Peng was sitting at the door weaving a chicken coop. Recently, several chicks have hatched, and he had to relearn the craft he had when he was young. Chu Liang didn't expect to be blocked by Teacher Peng. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Laosan sneaking his head out, looking guilty. Probably because Teacher Peng had dug out all the details. Especially, Teacher Peng also knew Wang Changnan. He suddenly brought back a full version of Wang Changnan and said that he was frightened and picked him up. Teacher Peng didn't believe it at all. Be safe. Teacher Peng didn't dissuade him. He probably knew that these young kids had some secrets that couldn't be kept. After brushing off the crumbs on his hands, Teacher Peng bent down and dragged out a large luggage bag. This is what Senior Sister Jean and I prepared for you. Chu Liang was about to stop him. But Sister Jin's voice came from the other side without question. Take it. Don't be polite to me. J University won't starve us to death. Don't save it for us. When you come back, maybe we have already fought back to the city center. Okay. Chu Liang has confidence in Sister Jean on this point. This woman, but the next day, posted a schedule in front of each dormitory. She trained against zombies during the day, trained in close combat at night, and tutored her 2 younger sisters for 3 years of college entrance examinations and 5 years of simulations at night. She is a horror queen. No longer polite to them. Chu Liang nodded and accepted the big bag of gifts. The next morning, Zhao Laosan was woken up quietly, and Chu Liang was ready to go out. Don't you say hello to Teacher Peng, Sister Jean and the others? Zhao Laosan asked softly. It only adds a bit of sadness. Chu Liang shook his head, full of hope. I hope that when we come back next time, we will bring troops and stability. These words are more charming than his own Chinese language. Zhao Laosan was not convinced immediately and decided to recite a poem. Ah! In the morning? You are so I forgot to tell you. Chu Liang smiled and untied Wang Difu's rope and buckled it around his waist. Difu also had a little problem. He turned into a zombie, and it was still a bit fierce. You don't mind? Right? Zhao Laosan carefully pulled his thigh out of Wang Difu's mouth, looked at the saliva on his pants with grief, and looked at the family of 3 who were staring at him, but dared not say anything. No. 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 I don't mind. Why would I mind? I am just a part of your family of 3 play. Right. But fortunately, Wang Difu was just naughty for a while. I don't know if the virus it was infected with was the same as Wang Changnan, or if it was just a good dog that could suppress its zombie nature. Although its aggressiveness became stronger, it did not attack Chu Liang and Wang Chenan's companions. Zhao Laosan finally calmed down and touched Wang Difu's dog head with heartache. Difu is the most delicate. I don't know if it hurt at that time. Damn. Please don't start to abuse me at this time. Okay. Chu Liang finally accepted the reality, and was almost sent away by Zhao Laosan's words. He had a dark face, and quickly changed his mood, pointing to the black car he found. Here, I'll lead the zombies away, and then you get in the car to pick us up. Zhao Laosan looked from a distance and laughed. Whose war damage version is this? Chu Liang had a blank expression, singing the most dazzling folk style while pedaling the car. After a lot of trouble, the 2 of them got on the road at 8 o'clock in the morning. If you are lucky, 70 or 80 kilometers will only take 1 or 2 hours. Even if you drive slowly, you will definitely arrive before dark. Zhao Laosan drove the car attentively, and Chu Liang sat in the passenger seat and looked at the map to give him directions. Wang Changnan and Wang Difu were sitting in the back row. Wang Changnan was holding Difu. His zombie face showed no emotion, but his body was moving forward. Chu Liang's face turned black. Wang Changnan, let go of your hands, or I will tie you up in the car. Wang Changnan pouted and reluctantly let go of his hands. Zhao Laosan secretly glanced at the 2 zombies in the back row in the rearview mirror. He was a little scared and a little funny. After all, Lao Wang looked so different from the sunny rich second generation before he turned into a zombie. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise for a moment. Zombie 1 keenly caught the person in the driver's seat seemed to be laughing at him, and a pair of cold big hands immediately pinched Zhao Laosan's neck. Zhao Laosan was so panicked that he kept shouting. Chu Liang had a splitting headache. How could there be such a bustle in the car when there were only 2 people who could talk? And one of them was him. He pressed his temple with one hand and stepped forward with the other to separate them. Dangerous driving. Dangerous driving. But the temperature of his hand surprised him for a moment. Wang Chenan's hand used to be as cold as a dead person. But how come the back of his hand now seemed to have some temperature? My neck covered it. Zhao Laosan, who was howling with cold, shouted angrily. You are partial to him. You are partial to him. Chu Liang was almost laughing out of anger. So he had to pull Wang Chenan's hand away. But he made up his mind that if there was a pharmacy on the road, he would go down to find a thermometer to measure it. Teacher, are the juniors gone? After washing up, Sister Jean saw the empty dormitory and knew what was going on. Gone. Teacher Peng was still standing on the windowsill, silently watching the three silly kids leave. Come on. Next. It's time for us to act. Sister Jean nodded and wiped the cold iron rod beside her. It's time to start revenge. Luring the enemy deep into the territory, defeating them one by one. The enemy is in the dark, and the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This is the strategy discussed by Sister Jean and Teacher Peng. 2 foxes. Brother Yang, who is still slowly expanding his dictatorship in the community, does not know what a terrible opponent the old, weak, sick and disabled Tin-Man team will grow into. Chapter 36. Before Chu Liang left, he told Sister Jean about the team of armed SWAT zombies. He thought that if Sister Jean used them properly, Yang would definitely be in trouble. He didn't have the energy to think about Sister Jean and Teacher Peng's affairs for the time being. It would be better to concentrate on watching Zhao Laosan drive. Although Zhao Laosan got a driver's license, he didn't drive much. He only practiced with Wang Chenan's van occasionally. Fortunately, most of them are automatic now. If he encountered a manual one, Zhao Laosan would not be able to drive it. Their cars naturally attracted the attention of zombies easily. There was no way to get around this section of the road out of the city, although it was the most remote one chosen by Zhao Laosan. There were also vehicles colliding on the road. Probably after the disaster, people in the city wanted to escape. The city is not big. There are only a few roads out of the city. Everyone thinks the same. Naturally, there are people on every road. Zhao Laosan slowed down the car, looking at the zombies slowly gathering around. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Liang, I hit it. If they don't make a decision, I'm afraid they will be surrounded by zombies. Chu Liang nodded. Zhao Laosan closed his eyes, secretly apologized to these zombies in his heart, stepped on the accelerator, and hit it hard. 3 or 4 zombies flew far away, but they didn't know the pain and wanted to get up and continue to attack. Zhao Laosan turned the steering wheel and twisted it out, but it was only smooth for more than 100 meters. And the car braked again, and was forced to slide slowly. The front is blocked. Chu Liang looked out and felt a little strange. How could a normal traffic jam and collision happen like this? Seeing the cars piled up on top of each other, it seemed like someone was blocking the road on purpose. Hee. The zombies behind them gradually surrounded them, and they were about to be surrounded by zombies. Chu Liang calmed down. Now that he was with Zhao Laosan, he couldn't pretend to be in the car, so he had to move quickly, open the skylight. Let's climb out and find a place to hide for the night. Open the skylight, and just climbed up along the blocked car. Zhao Laosan just opened the skylight, but heard a gentle voice from above. Come on, brother. Get up quickly. The zombies will surround you soon. A middle-aged man stood on the vehicle. He looked energetic and dressed neatly. He was smiling gently at the two. Zhao Laosan and Chu Liang were not freshman college students. Especially Zhao Laosan, who had suffered a great loss at the hands of his cousin, was much more vigilant. This place was already in the suburbs, but a person suddenly appeared at this stall. No matter how you think about it, it was strange. What's more, there was a treasure in the car that couldn't be seen by others. Chu Liang had pretended to be panicked and accidentally fell by the door. He pushed the door open by mistake. The zombie's hand had already reached out. Wang Difu in the back seat couldn't stand it immediately, and rushed out with the zombie. Don't rob my big chicken leg owner. Very good. They are indeed a tacit dog repairer. Chu Liang lowered his head, the corners of his lips inadvertently raised, and then he cried, Help! Save my dog. The man was stunned, with a trace of pity and impatience between his eyebrows. But then he hurriedly called out, Don't worry. Get up quickly. It's too dangerous. Speaking of this kid sitting in the co-pilot, why didn't I notice it just now? Let Wang Difu go. And everyone felt relieved. Stepping on the back of the chair, Zhao Laosan, Chu Liang, and Wang Cheng came out one by one, and followed the man to climb the wall of the car. Because of Wang Difu, they were slightly delayed for a minute or two. And in just 1 or 2 minutes, more zombies gathered. The man was a little scared. So as soon as Zhao Laosan climbed out, He couldn't wait to turn around and lead the way, and missed the strangeness of the zombies when the two people came out behind him. The zombies were jealous and crazy. Obviously everyone's joints were not very good. Why did these two guys follow over? Jumping off the wall of the car, Chu Liang noticed that this was a small rural village in the suburbs. Looking at the map, it was only more than 30 kilometers at this time. After a day, only half of the road was driven. There was still a long way to go before the Pinga Reservoir. There was no way. The road was too difficult to walk, and the speed could not be increased. It was enough to get off the car from time to time to move obstacles. The man in front of him climbed out of breath and led the three people to the front of the small village. This is Arjunhai village. My surname is Zheng. You can call me Lao Zheng. After this strange virus broke out, we blocked the road with cars, so that at least the zombies in the city couldn't get out. Where are you going? Old Zheng asked tentatively. In today's world, the road is not easy to walk on. Zhao Laosan glanced at Chu Liang and didn't answer. Chu Liang was still trembling, grabbing Wang Chenan's sleeve next to him in fear. We want to go to Pinga Reservoir to see. Maybe there are troops there. We don't know where the safe base is. Zhao Laosan's eyes widened. So you said it. There's nothing to say. The locals can guess Pinga Reservoir. Chu Liang, on the other hand, was staring closely at old Zheng's expression as he spoke. When he mentioned Pinga Reservoir, the man snorted softly, as if he knew something. Old Zheng smiled and said, It's not bad to look there. But the sun is about to set. There are many animals in the countryside, and zombies are more active at night. It's better to hide before going on the road? Where are the villagers? Zhao Laosan looked around. In the huge village, every household had closed doors. It seemed that no one lived there except Old Zheng. Old Zheng took them to a 2-story small house. The house was built a few years ago. There was a cement floor in front of the door, and a small vegetable garden behind the door. There were 2 rooms on the first and second floors, which looked very old. Old Zheng opened the door of a room on the second floor. They have all gone to bed. It's not easy for zombies to come up from the second floor. The door is also strong. Can I take 3 pieces of bread and 5 bottles of water from you? His eyes swirled around the big backpacks behind Chu Liang and the other 2. Old Zheng mentioned this, which made Chu Liang feel relieved. It's good that this person is greedy. If he really looks like a warm-hearted citizen who doesn't want anything, it will make people creepy. As if he is after the flesh of the 3 of us. 3 pieces of bread and 3 bottles of water. Zhao Laosan said sadly. Brother, you can see that my brother Wang is in such a state. He has been scared into a fool, and still needs us to take care of him. It's up to Xiao Yang and I to collect supplies. And there's really not much ration left. To prove himself, Zhao Laosan opened his backpack quickly, which was full of clothes, hemp ropes, drones, telescopes and other messes, with only some simple food on top. Wang Chenan's lifeless eyes turned around. Oh! The contact lenses slipped again, and he really didn't look very smart. Chu Liang also took the opportunity to play the victim. Uncle, please be kind. If not, we will help you collect in the village tomorrow during the day. When it comes to collecting in the village, Lao Ding's face darkened, and he almost couldn't hold it back. This is really a genius. Others borrow flowers to offer Buddha. But this kid is good. Borrowing Buddha to offer Buddha. Okay. 3 is 3. Give it to me quickly. I want to leave too. That old Zheng was also quite capable. Chu Liang watched him go away from the window. But he lost sight of him after only a few intersections, and before it was completely dark. I wonder what kind of trap this village has. I never thought there would still be landlords in the end times. Zhao Laosan shook his head. As long as the geographical environment is good, they can continue to collect rent. It's really infuriating. Oh! It smells musty. How long have I not taken the quilt out to dry it? Chu Liang walked around and didn't find anything unusual in the house. After confirming that there was no safety problem, he decided to go out and see if there was any trick in the place where old Zheng disappeared. Alas! The cloth quilt has been cold as iron for many years, and the child slept in it, and it cracked. There is no dry place in the room, and the rain is still falling. Since the war, I have slept little, and the long night is wet. How can I get through it? Zhao Laosan was packing up, shaking his head and reciting poems. What? You want to go out? But Zhao Laosan looked at the sky outside the window and was a little worried. It's going to rain outside. Why don't we talk about it tomorrow? He didn't want to go out with Chu Liang. Nor was he afraid of being left alone. He was just worried that Chu Liang would catch a cold on a rainy night and his movements would be restricted. It's okay. I'll go and see and come back. Chu Liang pushed the door and prepared to go out. But was stunned. Damn. We're locked. It was still carelessness. The two of them opened the door and watched the man leave. But as soon as they turned around and closed the door, it was locked. Either that old Zheng was very fast and had the magic of shrinking the earth into an inch, or there were people in this village who cooperated with him. Could this person be hiding on the first floor? Shannon didn't even give a warning. Chu Liang slapped Wang Chen'an's head in frustration. You are such a failure as a zombie king. Wang Chen'an didn't understand this string of complaints, and was still moving his contact lenses seriously. However, what's the point of locking it? Chu Liang opened the window. This two-story building was not very high, although the downpipe was too thin to climb. There was soft soil underneath. He could just jump down and pay attention to his posture to relieve the force, and it wouldn't be a big problem. You think, will someone still be watching us on the first floor? Zhao Laosan pulled Chu Liang. Don't jump. You might alert the enemy. That makes sense. But Chu Liang is definitely not the type to sit and wait for death, since the three of them are trapped. Let's make things more variable. Touching the whistle in his pocket, Chu Liang took it out, leaned over the window, and blew it gently, since he had to act separately from Wang Difu from time to time. Chu Liang began to train to contact Wang Difu with the whistle. After all, if he shouted Difu, Difu everywhere, looking for a dog, people would think he was crazy about eating chocolate dove. But Difu is as smooth as dove. Its joints are more flexible than those of ordinary zombies. And following Chu Liang, its tail is shaking more and more smoothly. When Chu Liang and the other two followed Lao Zheng in front, it cleverly followed from a distance. At this moment, when it heard Chu Liang's gentle call, it immediately stood up from the bushes and wagged its tail towards the window. Let Difu go and test it, Zhao Laosan asked. No. I'm afraid the people in this village have weapons. After all, Difu is just a dog and can't fight a human. Chu Liang smiled. I'll ask him to bring back more corpses. Laosan, do you mind? I mind. Laosan pursed his lips. Ah. At worst, I can touch your butt together. What? Wang Chen'an understood, and was furious. He wanted to come over and knock his eyes out on the spot. Chapter 37. I almost forgot that there was a killer here. The third brother covered his eyes and jumped up and down. Help! Help! The scene was extremely chaotic, and it once made people dream back to the madness in the dormitory during college. Chu Liang just felt that the atmosphere was a bit heavy. He never thought that the development was so uncontrollable. He was almost laughed to death by Wang Chen'an. The stupid zombie. But after a while, Chu Liang held down the angry Wang Chen'an. He couldn't play anymore. If he played again, this broken house would collapse. Chu Liang certainly didn't ask Wang Difu to drive the zombies back. If there were no intentions to harm people in this village, and there were innocent people, wouldn't he be the Chow Chow who killed Lu Bush by mistake if he attracted zombies? Then you? Zhao Laosan asked in confusion. How to observe this village? Chu Liang shook his head. No need to observe this village. Just make sure there is no one downstairs. He really didn't intend to let the dog explore the entire village alone. That would be too much of a fool. Wang Difu stared at Chu Liang with his white eyes. Seeing Chu Liang pointed at the two rooms downstairs, he carefully stretched out his nose and sniffed in the wind for a long time before lying down and quietly lying in the grass again. Now Chu Liang could be sure that the people downstairs might have left. He asked Zhao Laosan to stay and take care of the things in Wang Chen'an. And he turned over and went downstairs in Wang Chen'an's pitiful eyes. There was no way. There were so many eyes in the village staring at him. The more people there were, the more obvious it was. He couldn't take Wang Chen'an with him. Walking into the two rooms on the first floor, Chu Liang did not find any signs of people living there. The musty smell was even stronger than on the second floor. It felt like the door hadn't been opened for a long time. That was strange. There were 3 people in the room. Chu Liang, Zhao Laosan, and Wang Chen'an. None of them noticed that the door was locked. The person must have taken a very short time. How did he do it? It was completely dark. The weather was gloomy tonight. As Zhao Laosan said, it was drizzling, so there was no starlight at all. It was terribly dark between heaven and earth. Chu Liang put on an extra jacket as a raincoat and led Wang Difu quietly into the night. Perhaps for ordinary humans, the night is so dangerous. But for Chu Liang, this is the best time to move. He walked to the place where Lao Zheng disappeared and carefully explored the nearby wall. There was no trace on the wall, and it seemed that there was no secret on the wall. Chu Liang touched the ground again. This is a rural area, and the ground is mostly cement. There are only some dirt roads on both sides, and some leeks are planted. In short, Chu Liang looked for a long time and didn't find anything different on the road. This is strange. Lao Zheng can neither pass through the wall nor escape underground. Could it be that he walked from the sky? Chu Liang thought so. But Wang Difu beside him gently arched his hand. Chu Liang followed Wang Difu's line of sight and saw a small garbage station. In recent years, the government has vigorously developed beautiful villages and does not want to see villagers littering like before. Therefore, it has also spent a lot of effort to build many beautiful garbage sorting stations in the countryside. In front of him is this garbage station with a row of houses. Chu Liang walked over calmly, but suddenly stopped. In front of the garbage station, there is a manhole cover with a very thin wire on it. If Chu Liang was not afraid of slipping in the rain and walked very slowly, he would have stepped on it now. It seems that there is indeed something fishy here. After confirming that Lao Zheng could not fly, Chu Liang was relieved. It's okay as long as he is a human. He was about to step over the wire and sneak in to explore, but suddenly heard a few short pigeon calls. Zhao Laosan's father loved to play with racing pigeons, and Zhao Laosan also liked to raise pigeons. In addition to bringing the eliminated racing pigeon to the dormitory to play, he would also imitate the pigeon calls, which was very lifelike, and often attracted the pigeons in the school to land on the dormitory windowsill to eat the snacks he brought from home. These short pigeon calls were made by Zhao Laosan. After all, not all pigeons would call out the emotional ups and downs of my life is over. Chu Liang was afraid that Zhao Laosan and Wang Chang'an would be in danger, so he did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly returned along the corner, hid Wang Difu back in the bushes, and even put his own jacket on him. Although he knew that Difu might not be afraid of the cold now, he still treated Wang Difu as a normal puppy. Climbing up to the second floor, Chu Liang slowly poked his head out and cautiously looked at the situation in the house. Zhao Laosan was lying on the bed. Wang Chang'an was standing. And what else? Could it be that Wang Chang'an really dug out Zhao Laosan's eyes? What happened? Chu Liang jumped in directly and ran to Zhao Laosan anxiously. He thought Wang Chang'an didn't have the desire to hurt people like a zombie, so he just tied his hands and went out today. Unexpectedly, Wang Chang'an was stronger and broke free from the rope directly. I'm fine. Zhao Laosan was barely breathing and pointed outside the door. But the one outside seems to be in trouble. Outside the door? Chu Liang walked into the room. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly, but there seemed to be something stuck in the keyhole. He squatted down and took a closer look. It turned out to be a straw. Someone seemed to use this straw to light a cigarette. Zhao Laosan retched a few times. I didn't notice it. It was too dark. I didn't pay attention to the movement at the door. It was Lao Wang who found it. But I have a strong physique and tried my best to resist, so I didn't faint. Zhao Laosan concealed that he was grabbed by Wang Chang'an and slapped several times, and then pushed to the window to blow the wind for a while before he woke up. Wang Chang'an stood aside proudly, with an expression that could not be concealed, asking for praise. What happened to the guy outside the door? Chu Liang asked. Zhao Laosan chuckled. Old Wang blew it back directly. Old Wang? A zombie who doesn't need to breathe. Would he be afraid of this little smoke? Chu Liang was full of black lines. He couldn't help but imagine that the tall and ruthless Wang zombie bent his knees, puffed up his cheeks, aimed at the straw, and blew a puff towards the opposite side. Oh! If this puff was mixed with smoke and corpse gas, it would be uncomfortable. Chu Liang regretted brushing Wang Chang'an's teeth and rinsing his mouth every day. But the information delivered to the door should not be wasted. Chu Liang jumped up from the windowsill again, rubbed his ankle with a grin, and went up the stairs directly. As expected, he found a person lying unconscious on the ground outside the door. Chu Liang found the key from him and opened the door of the second floor room directly. God still favored them. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the sound of the rain covered all the sounds in the house. Wang Chang'an was not very happy with this person. He didn't want Chu Liang to command him. He picked him up on the spot and beat him up. In the end, he pressed his head outside to be drenched in rain. Zhao Laosan touched his face with lingering fear. It seemed that Lao Wang was still gentle to him. The man groaned in pain a few times, and then slowly opened his eyes. Chu Liang brought the man back. Tell me, brother, what's the matter with you guys? This is also a man, who looks young, about 30 years old, but short in stature, standing in front of the 3 college students. He looks like a little chicken. He glanced at the 3 people, and instantly realized what was going on. He immediately turned his head, and prepared to call for help. Zhao Laosan quickly stuffed the stinky socks into the man's mouth. You don't want to drink a toast, so you have to drink a penalty. Right. Laosan socks are a bit lethal on the feet. The man retched a few times, and almost fainted. Chu Liang patted the man's face. We don't want to kill people casually. But what do you want to do? The man snorted coldly. Under the dark night, Chu Liang could only barely see his arrogant expression. He didn't seem to worry about being in such a situation. The third brother was a little worried. He whispered in Chu Liang's ear, Liang Yang, do you think he and his accomplices have a secret code for contact? For example, if you don't go back within a few minutes, they will send someone to find you. If so, we will be passive here. Chu Liang was also worried about this. He thought about whether to retreat overnight. But it was too dark. There were no street lights and no navigation. It was easy for them to get lost in this unfamiliar place. TSK. This voice was made by Wang Chang'an. He looked at the man's coat, seeming to be very surprised. Chu Liang then discovered that the coat became slippery and sticky after being soaked in rainwater. Liquid dripped down the cuffs, and the fishy smell slowly diffused in the small room. The smell of zombie blood? When Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an were in the university town community, they also used zombie flesh and blood as disguise, so they recognized it instantly. The socks in the mouth of the little man were taken away by Zhao Laosan, who laughed mockingly. Zombie blood. This is the blood of our zombie king. You know shit. As he said that, he tilted his head and stretched out his tongue to lick his coat. Zombie king? I don't know who the zombie king he was talking about is. Anyway, the zombie king slapped the little man's head with an expressionless face, and took off the man's coat stained with zombie blood, and stepped on it. Brother, don't be in a hurry to die. What's the hurry to die? We are all going to die anyway. Zhao Laosan said a lot of nonsense with real feelings, and asked, can you introduce me to the zombie king? I want to surrender. The little man probably heard such a weird question for the first time. He paused, and his momentum was mostly gone. After a while, he looked up and down at the 3 tall college students and smiled strangely. Okay. You have good taste. Indeed. You are strong and healthy. It's a pity to die here. But our Zhenhai village never accepts outsiders. Outsiders? The third brother was very surprised. He was a local resident, but he didn't expect to be considered an outsider by the local village. But he quickly said sincerely, it's okay. I can be your father. So we are a family. And there will be no outsiders. Xian has been wandering for half a lifetime, and I only regret that I have never met a wise leader. Now the world is in chaos. And I, the zombie king, will surely achieve the unification of the earth. The 3 of us brothers just want to abandon the dark and join your team as soon as possible. Zhao Laosan said so sincerely that the man was in a trance. Did this man just say that he recognized himself as his father? Or was he his own father? Why do I always feel that something is wrong? It started. Chu Liang's mouth moved. The third brother, the big liar, is online again. Chapter 38. Chu Liang's destination was Pinga Reservoir. As long as they survived this night, they could reach Pinga Reservoir in 1 more day. No one wanted to delay here any longer. But Zhenhai village happened to stop several people's cars. They had to either figure out the problem, move the car wall and get on the road, or they could only bite the bullet and move forward to find a new car. But walking was too dangerous when zombies were everywhere. Moreover, the appearance of the zombie king always made Chu Liang feel cold. What made Chu Liang want to find out the most was that he seemed to see fragments of military uniforms from a distance at the garbage station. Maybe this village knew the information about Pinga Reservoir. The little man started laughing. Okay. Then I'll take you guys to broaden your horizons. Hearing Chu Liang's voice, Wang Chang'an let go. The little man turned over, retched a few times, and looked at Zhao Laosan with real emotion. Your feet are really stinky. Xiao Laosan remained calm. I have a brother. Lao Si. Who stinks even worse. Lao Si? The first effort is the best. The second is the worst. And the third is the worst. The little man no longer had the courage to commit suicide again after failing to die. He was sure that he could not handle the three big men on the other side. Anyway, the other side seemed to be very interested in the zombie king. So it was better to take them back to the base camp. Even if his mission failed, there were many people in the base camp, and they could solve it. Thinking of this, the little man picked up the cigarette and said grimly, "Come with me." Zhao Lao was a little hesitant. He looked at Zhu Liang and asked with his eyes, "They are in large numbers. Will we?" Zhu Liang nodded and gave a firm look. Act according to circumstances. At least, they have a killer move in their hands. Gripping the dagger in his sleeve, Xiao Laosan sighed, "If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get the tiger cub? The wind is whistling and the Ishui River is cold. Once the warrior leaves, well, the next sentence is unlucky. So I won't say it." After going downstairs, the little man walked to the corner stealthily, looked around, and then picked up the manhole cover. Come on. So they were connected by sewers? No wonder they appeared and disappeared so quickly. In addition, the coat covered with zombie blood. Wang Chang'an might have failed to react and remind the two that there was someone outside the door because of this. Xiao Laosan suddenly remembered that although the city was not near the sea, it was by the river. Historically, floods were quite serious. Later, the government made great efforts to build water conservancy projects, and the sewers were built very well. I didn't expect that they could be used to avoid zombies. However, there should be many animals in the sewers. If you encounter zombies, rats, etc., it will be over soon. He asked his question, and the man in front of him sneered twice while leading the way with a weak flashlight. You know nothing about us zombie kings. Zhu Liang was speechless. If he was talking about the zombie king, wasn't there one beside him? After walking for about 10 minutes, the weather was still cold. The sewer was cold and damp, but the smell was not bad. However, the further he walked, the stronger the smell of blood became. There was a faint light of fire. The little man turned off the flashlight and shouted respectfully, "Uncle Zheng, I'm here with people. It's just 3 living people." Old Zheng was wondering why it was late today. Just when he was about to take the villagers out together, he heard the voice and was relieved. Yes, 3 men. It will take a long time. He came out, but saw 3 big living people. His face suddenly turned pale. Qian Wu, what are you going to do? Rebel? Xiao Laosan was overjoyed. Oh, old Zheng. Sure enough, he is not a good guy. The short man is Qian Wu. His ancestors were quack doctors. Later, when they came to the new society, they became barefoot doctors. By his generation, they had lost all their skills. He was uneducated and sent to a small pharmacy behind his parents' backs. Instead, he learned the skill of his ancestors to make narcotics. If it weren't for the end of the world, he was planning to use this narcotics to make a big fortune. There was a little accident. Qian Wu touched his nose and smiled. But the 3 of them are willing to join us. There are not many young and strong people in our village, and we lost a few before. I think it's not bad to keep them and work with us. Bullshit! Old Zheng's face darkened, and he had already taken out a kitchen knife to guard against the 3 people. Come out. Those inside. Here are 3 live sheep. 2-legged sheep. There are many records in ancient times. Especially in the war-torn ancient times. People were living in poverty and had no way to make ends meet. So they had to eat people. In order to make them feel better, they were called 2-legged sheep. Ji Xiaolan's notes from the Yue thatched cottage once told such a story. Zhao Laosan kindly used a broadcasting voice to popularize science for Zhu Liang. Laosan is really well read. It would be a pity if he didn't write a few papers. Zhu Liang took out a syringe and took off Wang Chenan's helmet. He didn't want Wang Chang'an to bite people, but he didn't mind borrowing some of Wang Chenan's blood to poison a few people. At the same time, while Qian Wu was stunned, Zhao Laosan had already easily put the knife to his neck. I'm sorry. If you want to know what happened next, you will have to wait for the next life to resolve it. Old Zheng. If I die, I will kill Qian Wu with me. It shouldn't be easy for you to succeed without his magic smoke. Right? They came out of the apocalypse, and they were not on guard. If they didn't have the magic smoke, who could they kill? Qian Wu's scalp numbed. Uncle Zheng, save me. The villagers had already rushed over. Chu Liang swept his eyes, and saw about dozens of people. They were indeed very old. And some felt that they were in their 60s or 70s. It stands to reason that young and middle-aged people should all recall the new year. Oh! No. The city's economy is developing well. And young and middle-aged people generally don't go out of the city to work. Most of them have settled down in the city to work. They should have taken their parents to the city, and only came back to walk around on the official New Year's Day. When the zombies broke out, it was not the new year yet. So there should not be many people in the village. When the zombies broke out, many people rushed back and brought the virus back. The third brother made a move. And before Chu Liang could threaten Wang Chang'an with his identity, the other party did not dare to act rashly. Hee. Enter. Enter. A voice slowly sounded from behind the villagers. Chu Liang and Zhao Laosan looked at each other and were shocked. This hoarse voice was clearly a zombie. Could it be that there are other zombies besides Wang Chang'an who have turned back into humans? And are even closer to humans than Wang Chang'an? The villagers really respect, or rather fear, this zombie king. As soon as the voice came from inside, they automatically made way. Lao Zheng was no longer the gentle and honest middle-aged elder brother. He said with a sinister look, "You little bastards. Be careful." Lao San refused to let Qian Wu go. He held Qian Wu hostage and slowly walked towards the fire. Beside the fire, there were some messy beddings. I think this group of villagers slept here. Behind the fire, there was a large antique chair. In the middle sat an old zombie with a gray face and cloudy eyes. The old zombie was tied to the chair. Only his hands could move. It seemed that the villagers did not dare to let a zombie move freely. But the most disgusting thing was the things scattered around the old zombie. There were human skulls and dead zombies. The stench was covered by the smell of herbs that Qian Wu had found. And it was mixed and drifted in the air, making it even more unpleasant. The old zombie sniffed intoxicatedly. He. Zhao Laosan gently asked Qian Wu, "Who is he?" Qian Wu trembled and said, "The old village chief of our village. The smartest person. If it weren't for the turmoil in those years, he could have gone to college. Don't resist. Just listen to the village chief. Maybe he can keep you here. Don't worry." Lao Jing said that when the old village chief has eaten enough brains, he will definitely become the zombie king. By then, we can follow him and enjoy the good life and do everything in this society. Brain, smart. The old zombie went crazy and aimed at Zhao Laosan and wanted to pounce on him. Eat this. The eyes of the surrounding villagers changed, and they raised their weapons. "I'm sorry. Our old village chief has designated this brother. The other two should think carefully. Hand over your little brother, and you can survive. Even if it means sacrificing a Qian Wu. They will dig this man's brain for the old village chief." Damn! Zhao Laosan was stunned and glanced at Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an. Where is justice? My college entrance examination score is not the highest. Am I so smart? Chu Liang was speechless. The old village chief still has some taste. Yes, Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an are the same kind that zombies are not interested in. The only one who eats delicious brains is Zhao Laosan. But Chu Liang finally discovered the difference between the old village chief and Wang Chang'an. The old village chief could not control himself and was tied up by the villagers. His limbs were cold and smelly like zombies. Chu Liang suspected that the old village chief was another kind of zombie with strong obsession. He longed for wisdom. So even after becoming a zombie, his language ability was rapidly approaching that of humans. If his obsession developed and he approached humans, he could use various tactics to break through the security base, which would be a nightmare for humans. Chu Liang had joked with Wang Chang'an before that zombies with such obsessions were really zombie kings in reserve. Qian Wu cried out, "Dad, just let the village chief take a bite. It doesn't hurt." Not at all. Qian Wu wanted to launch a sneak attack, but Zhao Laosan pushed him towards the old zombie. The old zombie didn't have such strong self-control, and bit off the aorta in Qian Wu's neck, and blood gushed out. "Go!" Old Zheng gritted his teeth and directed everyone. Wang Chen looked at the situation calmly for a while, and then walked straight to the old village chief in full view of the public and untied the rope. The old zombie would naturally not bite a fellow zombie. The human flesh and blood stimulated the old zombie's instinct. He put down the half-taken brain of Qian Wu and pounced on the villagers around him. Eat. Ah! Screams rang out. The villagers present were all organized by old Zheng to raise the zombie king. Now seeing that the zombie village chief had eaten his own people and injured several surviving villagers. They were immediately scared to death. Old Zheng, you said that the zombie king would not bite his own people. Fuck. Useless thing. Old Zheng kicked an old man away viciously and ran towards the nearest exit without even looking back. Follow me. Chu Liang grabbed Zhao Lao San and ran after old Zheng's footsteps. After all, Zhao Lao San would be turned into a zombie if bitten. Wang Chang'an. Kill that zombie king. Wang Chang'an paused and turned around aggrievedly. Chapter 39. But Chu Liang was right. If this kind of intelligent and obsessed zombies were allowed to survive, it might bring a more serious disaster to the entire human society. As Chu Liang ran, he was thinking, why has the government not been able to control the disaster after almost 3 months? Is it because this kind of zombies appeared in other places? Yes. If the intelligent and obsessed zombies organized other zombies, it's not supernatural. It's better than supernatural. Humans themselves are not strong in combat, but they can reach the top of the food chain. Isn't it because of wisdom? The old guy can really run. Zhao Laosan ran 1 step behind Chu Liang. His face flushed, and he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Old Zheng was more familiar with the underground than the two of them. He climbed up the ladder in no time. Chu Liang followed closely behind, but was stepped on several times by old Zheng from top to bottom. He fell off the ladder without paying attention. Zhao Laosan was startled and didn't care about old Zheng. He quickly helped Chu Liang up. Liang, are you okay? Chu Liang felt some blood on his forehead, probably because of a cut. He pressed it with his sleeve randomly, no matter what. Catch up with him first. Zhao Laosan took the whistle from Chu Liang's other hand, and immediately understood Chu Liang's intention. He blew it hard at the top. Come out. My summoned beast. The smell of blood underground had already stimulated Wang Difu, who was already sensitive, to be a little restless and wandering around. Hearing the whistle, it came running over in just a few seconds. Old Zheng had just walked a few steps up when he was pounced to the ground by Wang Difu. The sharp canine teeth pressed on the side of his neck. The low roar and the slippery saliva on his neck scared him so much that he screamed, "Help! Help!" Chu Liang finally climbed out of the ground. The sky outside was already pale, and the golden sunlight made him squint slightly. Good dog. With half of his face covered with blood and this gloomy tone, Old Zheng finally understood. You can actually command a zombie dog? Who are you? Are you a human? Chu Liang said nothing, but took out the thick hemp rope that he often used to tie up Wang Chang'an, and worked with Zhao Laosan to tie up Lao Zheng tightly, and then instructed, it's broad daylight. It will be dangerous if we encounter zombies coming from the car. You and Difu drag him back to our original house and hide. I'll go down to see what's going on with Chang'an. Zhao Laosan knew that Liang's physique might have some special features, so he didn't refuse much, and just asked worriedly, the wound on your head? Chu Liang touched his head. The wound was not big, but the bleeding was scary. Now the bleeding has stopped. He can just apply some disinfectant iodine in his backpack. He is a grown man and is not afraid of disfigurement, but not knowing whether the blood would stimulate the zombies. Chu Liang wrapped himself in his coat and smiled at Zhao Laosan. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. The sight returned to the darkness. Chu Liang lit the candle he had taken from Lao Zheng, and stumbled and groped his way to the original fire. But he had just chased Lao Zheng around in twists and turns, and for a moment, he couldn't remember the route underground at all. After walking for a while, he felt a little lost. The quiet underground only had a slight sound of water flowing and Chu Liang's own heartbeat. It was terribly quiet and terribly dark. Chu Liang swallowed his saliva, carefully protected the only light source, and walked slowly forward. Bang! Something, in the dark night, grabbed Chu Liang and pressed him against the wall. The candle in Chu Liang's hand fell to the ground, and the beam-like light source was instantly extinguished by the wet water vapor. Who? Chu Liang was startled and immediately drew out the Tang sword at his waist. He? A somewhat aggrieved voice came from his ear. It was Wang Chang'an. Chu Liang was relieved and put the knife back, but he couldn't help gritting his teeth. You kid. You scare people to death. Why did you suddenly jump out? Wang Chang'an's hand did not stick to Chu Liang's buttocks again, but instead opened the clothes wrapped around Chu Liang's head with some anger. He. Chu Liang comforted him. It's okay. It's just a small cut. Why are you angry? Okay. Let's leave this hellhole quickly. Before he finished speaking, he was pushed back by the zombie Wang. A somewhat cold hand slowly touched the side of his face. Brother, this atmosphere is a bit ambiguous. Chu Liang's heart was alarmed. This old Wang wouldn't really. Can't he just touch his butt quietly? Before he pushed the zombie Wang away. The other party had already gone even further. The 1.8-meter tall man bent down slightly, with a bloody smell, and approached Chu Liang's face. Then stretched out his tongue, carefully licked the blood on Chu Liang's face, and murmured in a low voice, hee hee. Chu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He said, so? We are all good brothers. Why would Lao Wang have some perverted thoughts about him? It must be the fresh blood on his face that attracted him. Alas, poor child. After becoming a zombie, he has never had a full meal. He is strictly controlling his diet, and is only allowed to eat human food. If you want to lick it, just lick it. It will be a waste if you wash it anyway. He convinced himself of the subtle little idea in his heart, and offered his face righteously, just this time. You can eat meat. But Wang Chang'an stopped licking. In the darkness, his eyes were so bright. Chu Liang only heard the zombie in front of him snorting for a long time, and suddenly said a sentence with difficulty and intermittently. Chu Liang. Idiot, go. Live. At that moment, Chu Liang felt like he was struck by lightning, numb from head to tailbone. How come Wang Chang'an could speak suddenly? Did Wang Chang'an turn back into a human? Or did he turn into an intelligent and obsessed zombie? The zombie king died? But why did Wang Chang'an say these words before he turned into a zombie? Unable to explain the feelings in his heart, Chu Liang could only hold Wang Chang'an's hand with a hoarse voice. You are the idiot. You are a big idiot from beginning to end. Wang Chang'an said this sentence, and turned back into the appearance of the big idiot zombie, and shouted a few times, seeming very dissatisfied. Chu Liang calmed down, wiped his wet face, and shook Wang Zombie's hand. Is it solved there? Take me to see. Wang Chang'an pulled Chu Liang back, and without picking up the candle on the ground, he led people forward steadily in the dark water pipe. Zombies are so powerful. Their vision in the dark is almost the same as in the daytime, and they can see clearly. I don't know how the virus does it. When Chu Liang returned to the fire where the villagers gathered, there was no living person. The crazy old zombie village chief bit every villager around him, one by one, and soon, all the survivors gathered here in this village turned into zombies. Wang Chang'an just watched coldly, and when the zombie villagers wanted to run away, he would take them away in one wave. The old zombie felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, and he stretched out his black hands tremblingly. Cooperation. Cooperation. Those hands were full of coagulated blood, and the original pale skin color could no longer be seen. Wang Chang'an looked at his hands. Chu Liang took good care of him, wiping his hands and applying foundation every day, and sometimes applying some skin care cream on him. These hands stretched out, but they were actually normal skin color, and even had a little girl's fragrance, which seemed out of place in this doomsday. No! Wang Chang'an heard himself say this, and then swung the knife to chop off the head of his kind. Chu Liang didn't know all this. He only saw the corpses on the ground, including the wise old village chief. In zombie novels, these different zombies usually have some crystal core in their brains. When a superpower absorbs a crystal core, he can steadily improve. When a zombie absorbs a crystal core, he can grow into a zombie king. Chu Liang didn't want to touch the body of the dead, but when he looked at the zombie king whose language ability improved by leaps and bounds, he couldn't help but guess. You didn't pick his brain, did you? Pick the third brother's eyes. Zhao Laosan. Wang Chang'an still looked stupid and didn't understand much, standing aside and shouting twice. No one was watching, and the fire was much smaller than last night. Open flames are generally not allowed in sewers, as they will explode. But this place seems to have been modified by the villagers, with more ventilation, so the fire can burn like this. In this case, Chu Liang doesn't mind the fire burning bigger. Chu Liang looked around and found a lot of gasoline. It seems that the villagers found it from the car wall before. The villagers here set traps and killed countless people, just to kill people for the old zombies to eat, trying to create a zombie king who will lead them to eat and drink and become the king. Anyway, no one is innocent. Chu Liang handed 2 barrels of gasoline to Wang Chang'an, and poured the rest on the bodies of the villagers. The flame slowly licked towards the villagers. Let's go. Chu Liang pulled Wang Chang'an. It's going to burn here soon. Wang Chang'an immediately found the nearest ladder, and climbed up with Chu Liang. Chu Liang came to the ground. After this circle, the sky was already bright, and his stomach growled a few times. One person and one corpse quickly passed through the rows of houses and returned to the small room on the second floor where Lao Jing took them to live. When the door opened, Zhao Laosan and Wang Difu were playing a game of throwing a ball. Seeing Chu Liang and Wang Qinan coming back, Zhao Laosan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly came up to them. Are you all right? What's going on there? Liang, please sit down quickly. I'll treat the wound on your head. Chu Liang sat down, touched Wang Difu, who rushed over to take credit, and looked at Zhao Laosan. Did he say that? Zhao Laosan took the iodine, sighed, pursed his lips, and pointed to the tightly tied caterpillar on the ground. It's hard-mouthed. I wonder if I should just let Difu eat it. Chu Liang frowned. Difu doesn't eat dirty things. Don't stuff all the garbage into Difu. Don't lead a good puppy astray. Lao Zhang on the ground was so angry that he squirmed a few times and whimpered. Is that because I have a tight mouth? What stinky socks did you stuff into my mouth? I'm so stinky. Wang Qinan pretended not to see such a big man, stepped over the man directly, and picked up the small ball rolling on the ground inside. It's not very harmful, but it's very insulting. Lao Zhang got even angrier. After Zhao Laosan washed Chu Liang's face with mineral water, cleaned the wound and put on medical gauze, Chu Liang finally had the energy to chew bread while looking at Lao Zhang. They are all dead. Your zombie king is also dead. I'm burning them. Zhao Laosan reached out and pulled the stinky socks out of the man's mouth. Be honest. Tell the truth when I ask you anything. Otherwise, Lao Zhang never thought that the Jinhai Empire that he had fooled around with so much effort would be destroyed by 3 hooligans overnight. He gritted his teeth and said, What on earth are you going to do? Chapter 40. God knows. Zhao Laosan pointed upwards exaggeratedly. Were you not the 3 of us brought here? What do you mean we want to do? We just don't want to die. Lao Zhang choked. It was true. He thought bitterly. These days were too smooth. So he didn't take the 3 college students seriously, and finally failed. These 3 college students were already weird enough. How could they command a zombie dog? This end of the world is really a mess. If I had known that these 3 were so powerful, I would never have kidnapped them. I want to know the situation of the zombie king here. And how much do you know about the Pinga Reservoir? Chu Liang was too lazy to talk to him anymore, so he went straight to the point. Lao Jing twisted his head and decided to die rather than surrender. Chu Liang waved his hand, and Wang Difu's canine teeth pressed on Lao Jing's neck again. You said, let's go our separate ways and write off the past. If you don't say it, then I'll turn into a zombie first and kill you later. And we'll be innocent. What a vicious man. Zhao Laosan advised hypocritically. Liang. In a society ruled by law, we can't do this. We can strip him naked and throw him into the zombie group. Let him live and feel his flesh and blood being bitten and devoured. And even can't turn into a zombie to survive. This one is even more heavyweight. Lao Jing shuddered, swallowed his saliva, and looked at Wang Qinan. This boy didn't speak when he came in, so it should be normal, right? Chu Liang pinched Wang Qian's arm affectionately. It was hard to kill the zombies just now, right? How did you manage to kill every zombie in that place with one blow? Wang Qinan glanced at Lao Zhang coldly, and said nothing. The murderous intent in his eyes was clearly visible. The contact lenses slipped again. Lao Zhang had given up struggling. Okay, I'll say it, but don't kill me. Anyway, I didn't succeed in killing you. Let's leave a line for each other so that we can meet again in the future. It turned out that Lao Zhang had escaped from Pinga Reservoir. I advise you not to go there. Lao Zhang shook his head. The real zombie king is targeting there. I don't know whether the zombie king there is a human or an animal. In short, it is much more terrifying and intelligent than you think. I went there from the village to seek help, but it became more and more dangerous. Finally, I took advantage of the chaos to escape and survived all the way back. But the old village chief had turned into a zombie. I found him strange, and could still make 1 or 2 human syllables. Thinking about the Pinga Reservoir, I tried to tie him up and keep him alive. I didn't expect that you guys came. How did you escape during the chaos? Zhao Laosan found the blind spot keenly. Did anyone else escape? Lao Zhang kept silent and refused to say anything. Chu Liang guessed that most of the means he used to escape were not visible to the public, and he was too embarrassed to say it. It was unknown whether Lao Jing's information was true or false, but they were all wary of the upcoming trip to Pinga Reservoir. Zhao Laosan wanted to ask more questions. Who is managing Pinga Reservoir now? Such a large reservoir. If you want to prevent it from being contaminated by zombies, there must be a lot of soldiers stationed there. Right? Relying on guns and ammunition. Are you afraid that it is not safe? Lao Jing folded his hands impatiently and scratched his hands tied behind his back. I won't say anything more. Unless you let me go. Let me go! Let me go! I've already said it. Cold. He's not right. Zhao Lao stepped back and looked at Lao Zheng, whose face was gradually showing blue veins. Warily. No. As if sensing his fate, Lao Zheng begged. Save me. I'm fine. I'll help you. I'm smart. I can take you to Pinga Reservoir. Save me. Let me go. He became more and more impatient. His eyes gradually bulged, and his pupils began to shrink. Chu Liang guessed that Lao Zheng might have been infected with the zombie virus somewhere. This Lao Zheng was very cunning when he was alive. He really didn't want to create another intelligent and obsessed zombie to make it more difficult for humans to survive. When Lao Zheng completely turned into a zombie, Wang Changnan raised his knife and fell. And with a burst of cold light, the last villager in Jinhai village disappeared. Zhao Laosan rubbed his face. Exhausted, are you still going? I won't give up until I reach the Yellow River. Chu Liang looked at Zhao Laosan. How about you stay here alone? And I'll go take a look on my bike? Chu Liang was a little disappointed. He didn't have a driver's license. Otherwise he could drive there by himself. No. Let's go together. Zhao Laosan shrugged. The country is unfortunate. But the poet is fortunate. It's easy to write poems about vicissitudes. This great change in the zombie apocalypse may bring some inspiration to my literary creation. Well, Zhao Laosan was embarrassed to say the real reason. Zombie World Rules Article 18. Just like horror movies. Please don't act separately at will. Hold on to your teammates. Although they hadn't rested all night, Chu Liang and Zhao Laosan didn't want to delay any longer. There was really no one alive in Jinhai village. And there weren't many supplies. They were not interested in breaking into each house. So they just looted some daily necessities in the small supermarket at the entrance of the village. And then went to the car wall to find their car. They left in a hurry that day. And the sunroof of the car was not closed. After a night of heavy rain, there was about 10 centimeters of water in the car. In this case, the two dared not start the car easily, for fear that the only precious car would be scrapped. They went back to the village to find 2 basins, and got rid of a lot of the accumulated water. And then they dared to start the car carefully. Fortunately, this precious car was quite good, and it was able to drive normally after a few calls. Chu Liang asked Zhao Laosan to lie down quietly in the car, and close the doors and windows so that the zombies could neither see nor smell him. Then, Chu Liang patted Wang Defuse but, go. Zhao Laosan thought Chu Liang wanted him, the driver, to rest for a while, and get some energy before going on the road. But soon, he was awakened by the loud noise of zombies. The sound was very loud, and it sounded like there were 30 or 40 of them. He was very curious, but he didn't dare to look up. So he could only raise his chin and try to peek. What could Chu Liang do? Of course he would find coolies. He didn't know how Jinhai village had dealt with this wall of cars in the first place. Anyway, he didn't have the strength to move them one by one. And he didn't dare to use his precious car to hit them. Isn't it time for the zombies to be useful? He was too lazy to avoid Zhao Laosan. Anyway, he estimated that Zhao Laosan had guessed it. The same hemp rope as Wang Changnan was buckled around the waist of the zombie, and the other part was connected to the front bumper of a car. Wang Defue and Wang Changnan, the 2 supervisors, remembered the direction Chu Liang pointed, and one on the left and one on the right, were meticulously driving the zombies to drag away the cars blocking the road by manpower. Hundreds of tons only consume a few breaths of air. Capitalists will cry when they see it, and landlords will slap their thighs when they see it. Zhao Laosan looked at Chu Liang sitting on the front of the car with his hands on his waist, drinking water and blowing the warm spring breeze. And he almost howled for the zombies in his heart. It's too much. They may not be human anymore. But Liang, you are really not a human. You Chu Baopi. Then he went to sleep peacefully. Even if the sky fell, there was still Liang to support him. When he woke up, it was more than an hour later. The road in front was clean, and the road behind him was rebuilt with a wall of cars. There were a few languid zombies scattered around, exuding the smell of working people. When they saw Zhao Laosan crawling up, They were a little uninterested. Living people are boring. I don't want to eat them. And being a corpse is really boring. Good guy. I gave the zombies EMO. Awake? Chu Liang opened the back door and stuffed the 2 king zombies in again. And then got in the car from the co-pilot. Then let's go. If everything goes well, we should be able to reach Pinga Reservoir before dark. Xiao Laosan nodded, rubbed his face, stepped on the accelerator, and set off according to the instructions. Chu Liang was not a bad person. This time, they were very smooth. At most, they knocked down a few zombies along the way. Before the sun set, they were only 5 kilometers away from the Pinga Reservoir. Oh my god! Xiao Laosan stepped on the accelerator and stopped the car. His lips were trembling. Chu Liang's hands were also shaking slightly. They saw a giant without getting close. The government was obviously determined to protect the water source from being soaked and infected by zombie corpses. Even if there was rainwater deposition, the tap water disinfection and filtration system must be guaranteed. Therefore, they actually built a circle of extremely huge walls along the Pinga Reservoir and the water plant after the end of the world. Infrastructure maniac. Well-deserved reputation. Even from 5 kilometers away, Chu Liang and his team could see the vague wall. But what made Chu Liang and his team tremble was not the government's infrastructure level and determination. But they finally understood why there were not many zombies along the road. And finally understood why Lao Zheng kept a distance from Pinga Reservoir. Driving a little closer, Chu Liang found a tall tree and climbed up. Took out the telescope. And saw something crawling outside the concrete wall. Densely packed zombies piled up together, trying to crawl into the wall. Among the zombies, there were zombie animals. Chu Liang couldn't see the small zombie animals clearly, but he could see the zombie tigers and zombie lions clearly. It's over. Chu Liang came down with a pale face and told Xiao Laosan. The nearby Pingshan Wildlife Park is probably infected by the zombie virus. Pinga Reservoir is surrounded by mountains and rivers. The wildlife park built by the city is a well-known tourist attraction. Residents of several nearby cities will bring their families and friends to play together. Chu Liang has not been there much, but he remembers that the flow of people there is basically over 10,000. Even before the new year, the flow of people is still 5,000 or 6,000. There are not a few large mammals in it. What are you doing? Xiao Laosan's face was also pale. Pinga Reservoir will be finished sooner or later. When they are finished, these zombies will flow out. We will all be finished together. Zhao Yisan, a famous writer and literary critic, has thought of his novel with great sorrow. Chapter 1, My ungrateful cousin ruined my family, and my big roommate helped me to get revenge. Chapter 2, My big roommate came out and touched my butt in public, and I was shocked but gave him respect and blessings. Chapter 3, The zombies surrounded the city, and we died together. The book is over. I have already thought of the name. It is called 3.5 Chapters of the End of the World. And the last half chapter is reserved for the list of victims. The two were grieving when they heard a burst of gunfire. Chu Liang looked again, and saw that guns had been set up on the wall at some point. If he was not mistaken, there seemed to be rocket launchers. The deafening sound came, and Xiao Laosan couldn't wait to climb up the tree and join the crowd. I have thought of it, Xiao Laosan said excitedly. I have an idea again. I am an arms dealer in the end of the world. No more 3.5 chapters. Ha ha. Chapter 41. That's right. Since the government has the ability to build such a large defensive fortress around the reservoir after the end of the world, how could they not have some guns and ammunition to protect themselves? Xiao Laosan's heart, which was almost dead, suddenly came back to life. As he was talking, he saw that the army on the city wall was divided into 2 parts. One seemed to be at the back, with great movement. The other was on the side that Chu Liang and his friends could see, and they were systematically cleaning up the zombies and zombie animals under the wall. The movement at the back attracted a lot of zombie cricket pupae. And with the sweep here, the number of zombies gradually decreased. Finally, Chu Liang finally saw clearly that this was actually a city gate. The city gate slowly opened, and the army's special truck slowly drove out, crushing many zombies. Chu Liang reacted. Since the government's armed forces were completely concentrated here, the daily rations must be quite a lot. There is not much arable land near Pinga Reservoir. Besides, even if there is, it is the time for sowing in this season, and it will not produce much food to maintain the operation of this base. it is necessary to go out and collect supplies. However, the places where the government army first collected should not include Shanghai Village, which has a relatively small population and insufficient supplies. So the villagers in Shanghai Village can do the bad thing of capturing people to feed the old zombies. Let's go. Chu Liang jumped down the tree first. Let's go and meet them. With their small car, they couldn't and didn't dare to get close to the Pinga base, which was 3 kilometers away from the zombie siege. It was better to meet up with the main force outside. Where did they go? Xiao Laosan looked at the fuel tank and calmed down. It's not a big problem. We can chase them for 50 to 60 kilometers. Chu Liang stepped on Wang Chenon's thigh, leaned out of the skylight, held up the telescope, and began to command heartbreakingly, turn right at the traffic light at the intersection ahead. Xiao Laosan also shouted heart-wrenchingly, got it. Wang Chen touched Chu Liang's thigh, makabaka makabaka. He is the only corpse. And the years are quiet and good. Oh! And Wang Difu, whose eyes were squinting because of the wind blowing on his feet. Finally, at a gas station 20 kilometers away from the base, Chu Liang and his team caught up with the truck. Chu Liang was unfamiliar with the road here, and he didn't dare to let Wang Difu go casually, fearing that someone would recognize the zombie dog and shoot him directly. He could only cover Wang Difu's eyes and put him in the car, pretending that the dog was injured. The soldiers with live ammunition raised their weapons vigilantly and looked at Chu Liang and his group. Chu Liang had already climbed down from the skylight. His hair was messed up by the wind, and his voice was hoarse. Xiao Laosan's voice was better, and he rolled down the window tremblingly. That commander, oh no. Hello, comrade. We are. The gun barrel shook, signaling the people on the side to come up. Xiao Laosan swallowed his words, not knowing what the other side wanted to do. A female soldier hurried over with a medicine box, took out a syringe vigilantly, and looked at the people in Chu Liang's car. Hello. Routine inspection. Xiao Laosan stretched out his arm in a daze, and a tube of blood was drawn. The female soldier fiddled with it for a while, then nodded to the defending soldier. It's a human. She had limited test tubes, and she had to be prepared for encountering survivors later. For now, she could only check one person per car. If the other party wanted to return to the base, she would check them one by one. Chu Liang's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Wang Chainan in the rearview mirror. He moved his eyes away calmly, and had some more thoughts in his mind. It's good to be human. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief, and the expression on his face eased a little. Hello, comrade. Do you want to refuel? It would be the best if someone helped refuel. Xiao Laosan was quite surprised, and nodded hurriedly to get a wave of benefits. Then he looked at the busy soldiers at the gas station and asked carefully, hello. Is our Pinga Reservoir a safe base? Can we live in it? The soldier nodded friendly, yes. However, the food in the base is limited and distributed according to work. In addition, you may not know that there are zombies besieging outside the base now. If you want to go in, you can only abandon the car and follow us in the car. Otherwise you may not be able to get in, which is more dangerous. As he spoke, the other party handed over a brochure. The trucks were almost full of diesel, and the soldiers were leaving. Without waiting for Chu Liang to reply, he hurriedly said, we are going to collect supplies now. You can follow us or consider it. Chu Liang read quickly, and had finished reading the brochure. The brochure is divided into 3 parts. The first part roughly talks about the origin and importance of the Pinga Reservoir base. The second part talks about the rules of living in it. The third part paints a big picture for everyone in hopes for a better tomorrow together. The most important and longest part is the second part, which is very detailed from entering to settling down and living. Follow? Xiao Laosan couldn't help asking Chu Liang as he watched the truck leave. Follow. Chu Liang took a deep breath. But next, we may have to split up into 2 groups. Pinga Reservoir has invented zombie virus testing reagents. This is how Xiao Laosan's blood was used. Before entering the base, every survivor must undergo virus testing outside. Chu Liang didn't find out how the Pinga Reservoir base would deal with people like him and Wang Chainan, so he didn't dare to go in rashly. It seems that the government army has collected almost all the nearby supplies. This time, they cleared about 50 kilometers outside and came to a food reserve, with a big tree to lean against. Chu Liang and his team hid behind the military truck and arrived smoothly. However, even with the truck and the gun, the zombie cleanup work was greatly slowed down, and they had to spend the night here. Logically, There should be a lot of zombie rats in this grain storage area. But I don't know what secret weapons the government army has. Anyway, Chu Liang didn't hear anything. You guys stay here. It's safe. We'll be guarding outside. It was still the soldier with a stern face, speaking hard. But the content was very warm. It's not easy for you to cook the food here, so you can pick some supplies from the small supermarket later. Zhao Laosan was extremely moved, and shamelessly followed him around and called him a brother. Brother. You don't know? I have an older brother who also joined the army. When I saw you, I thought of my older brother. My older brother is very powerful. He has been blabbering since he was a child. But brother, I think you are more elegant than my brother. Can I call you brother? Brother. Brother. Chu Liang wanted to lay eggs after hearing this. Zhao Laosan is an only child. Where does his older brother come from? It must be that scumbag cousin. But a big liar is a big liar. After a while, the soldier softened his heart a little. He really has a younger brother who is in college. But he doesn't know it now. Brother. Zhao Laosan was extremely sincere. We have invented the zombie virus test. But have we seen any hope for the zombie vaccine? The soldier didn't say anything. And Zhao Laosan didn't rush. He changed the topic, and went on patrol with others again. When Chu Liang was half asleep, he was pushed awake by Zhao Laosan. Zhao Laosan was covered in dew and said sadly, Liang, something big has happened. Pinga Reservoir did try to rescue scientists and doctors in the entire city. But when they arrived at the Pinga base, the government troops were dumbfounded. This city is just a prefecture-level city. If it weren't for J University, there would be very few outstanding talents. This means that the professional equipment they can provide to scientists is not enough. A dozen experts could only study the zombie virus under extremely simple conditions. And as the communication was disconnected, their progress became even slower. The zombie vaccine is nowhere in sight. Did you find out all this? Chu Liang sat up and rubbed his face. In this situation, even if Wang Chang'an was handed over, the experts couldn't find out anything. From one family to another, there will always be someone who can be tricked. Zhao Laosan has a face of an innocent older brother, who would be too wary. But this is not the most terrifying thing. I roughly guessed how Lao Zheng escaped. A month ago, Pinga Base decided to send half of its troops to lead the experts to move to Jiangxinzhu. Jiangxinzhu is easy to defend but difficult to attack. And there are university laboratories on it. So the conditions are better than Pinga Base. But it was this action that seriously damaged Pinga Base. All the wild mammals in Pingshan Zoo were infected with the zombie virus. And at this moment, they all went down the mountain and met the transfer troops head-on. I guess Lao Zheng ran away in the chaos. Zhao Laosan sighed. Ah. No wonder there were so many zombies wearing military uniforms and police uniforms among the zombies besieging the city just now. Chu Liangxin was depressed. After a while, he sighed. Do they know that there may be intelligent zombies behind the scenes? Oh, I forgot to ask about this. No. Zhao Laosan reacted. I asked. And it seems that they were fooled by the other side. It seems that this is confidential, and the other party is unwilling to disclose it. No matter. Laosan, you take the initiative to report the intelligence of Zhenhai village first. Chu Liang glanced at the two king zombies leaning against each other in the back row. We stay outside and move flexibly. Zhao Laosan nodded. He knew that Pinga Base could detect zombie viruses. So Wang Chang'an would definitely be exposed directly. Maybe Chu Liang was a little special. Without knowing the situation in the base, he didn't want to really send his brothers to be sliced as guinea pigs. He had to confirm the atmosphere inside. But he smacked his lips with some regret. It's a pity that my father's racing pigeons are not working. Otherwise we can send pigeons to send messages, and keep in touch at any time. Chu Liang thought very open-mindedly. It doesn't matter. If you have any news, just throw it to the zombie tiger at the city gate, and I will ask Wang Chang'an to get it. Wang Chang'an, what do I want to ask? The zombie tiger just doesn't eat my meat. But it doesn't mean it won't beat me. I'm not Wu Song. Let Wang Difu get it. Wang Difu, woof woof woof. Lao San got out of the car again, and went to report to the soldiers. As soon as the news was reported, a small team immediately went to Zhenhai village alone. Chu Liang just pretended not to know, and watched Zhao Laosan enter the city in a truck 5 or 6 kilometers away, and immediately got off the car and changed his clothes. From now on, they have to disguise themselves as zombies, and try to find the zombie king outside the Pinga base. Liang, Liang. Wang Chang'an seemed confused about why the third brother left. But he was very happy to be back in a family of 3. So happy that he even spoke. Hee. The zombies around them suddenly pounced in front of the 2 and sniffed hard. Chu Liang calmly applied the whitest foundation on himself. His face was as pale as if he had died for 3 days. And his blue-gray hand stretched out slightly, pulling out a bone spur that had been stuck in the zombie's mouth from somewhere. Hee. You are the only one who can be Hee. Chapter 42. Chu Liang saw clearly that the Pinga base was barely supported by guns and ammunition. However, this city did not have a large military district like the one next door, and the number of weapons stored was limited. If society continued to be so chaotic, how many guns and ammunition would they have to continue to resist? And once this potential zombie king broke through the Pinga base, would Jiang Zinsu have a good harvest? Millions of years ago, humans put more skill points on the brain, thus suppressing all spirits and reaching the top of the food chain, and now zombies. Once the animals who focus on wisdom appear. Chu Liang shuddered, touched Wang Chenen's slightly warm face, and thought to himself, Zombie King. It's better to just have this one by your side. Chenen. Chu Liang tried to communicate with Wang Chenen. If that zombie can command other zombies to do things, can you try it? He remembered that Wang Chenen seemed to have successfully coerced a zombie that sucked oil. So does this count? Wang Chenen blinked his big, Cazalan eyes, looked at the zombies all over the ground in front of him in confusion, then followed his heart, quietly put his hand on Chu Liang's butt, and then showed a somewhat frivolous smile. Bang! 3 seconds later, the zombie king got a black eye. Zhao Laosan has successfully followed several other survivors into the Pinga base. Pinga base attaches great importance to him. After giving him a physical examination, they also personally asked about the situation of the intelligent zombies in Jinhai village. Zhao Laosan took the opportunity to report the situation in his own community, focusing on reporting Yang Ji's gang. The leader recorded them one by one, but unfortunately, there is no spare energy to deal with these scums at present, so he could only remember to arrange them as soon as possible. Perhaps because Zhao Laosan provided so much information and seemed to be a good person, the leader wanted to offer him a job very kindly. How about you join the institute? Leader. I study Chinese language. That is, the Chinese department. Instead of studying viruses or something, why don't you let me study how to help you polish your speeches? Zhao Laosan wiped a tear for his major. Oh. The leader was a little disappointed, but suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey. Our base just has 50 or 60 children, and we are worried about not having professional teachers. Aren't you studying this? Okay. Okay. You can report to teach today. Teacher Zhao. Am I going to work now? Zhao Laosan was confused, and just wanted to explain that he was a Chinese language teacher, not a Chinese language teacher. When he heard the leader instruct his subordinates again, issue an internship certificate for student Zhao, and reduce the score for admission in the future compilation exam. Okay. Sorry, Liang Yang. This is an internship certificate. Let's talk about intelligence and other things later. Who knows? I may be Principal Zhao when I see you next time. Teacher Zhao was full of pride. Teaching and educating people is our duty. 2 days later, Zhao Laosan was hurriedly pulled out of bed by his parents with disheveled hair and wailing, Teacher Zhao, why don't you get up for morning reading? The children are waiting for you. There are 2 perpetual motion machines in the world. One is zombies. The other is energetic bear children. Zhao Laosan fell at the feet of his soldier brother. A man's heart is as hard as iron until death. Let's try to mend the cracks in the sky. Brother. Please. Take me away. Let me join the army. Even if I become a zombie. I don't want to teach anymore. The soldier brother didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a moment, he sighed and said solemnly, Xiao Zhao. I know you are very hard, but you ordinary volunteers cannot participate in this mission. Zhao Laosan sensed something keenly. He asked another question, brother. Do you think the military district next door knows about our situation here? Why don't they have helicopter rescue packages? It doesn't hurt to tell him this. The soldier touched his head and laughed. You are still thinking about this? Guess how our base was built. It's just that after the communication was cut off, we suspect that maybe the military district base also has this kind of siege situation. Zhao Laosan returned to his own little piece of land. The whole base had a feeling of impending storm, and Zhao Laosan often saw teams of soldiers and police gathering. It was just ordinary survivors, but they made fun of the hardship and tried to maintain the normal operation of the base. Sitting in the cafeteria, Zhao Laosan was still thinking about what their mission would be. When he saw the cafeteria auntie approaching with a bowl enthusiastically, "Teacher Zhao, haven't you eaten yet? Come on. I'll speed up the ribs for you. How is my child recently?" The place with the most gossip in the world must have a place in the cafeteria. More than half an hour later, Teacher Zhao wiped his mouth and casually dropped a letter on the city wall. Chu Liang snatched the letter from a courier zombie. He didn't know whether it was the obsession of the courier zombie or the zombie king, who was directing him to collect intelligence. In short, this information that should have been lying under the belly of the zombie tiger fell into the hands of the courier zombie. Fortunately, Chu Liang snatched the intelligence. Otherwise, if the zombie king could understand it, it would be too terrible. Because in the intelligence, Zhao Laosan gave a key message: on the day of Qingming Festival, Pinga Base will send out death squads to search and kill the zombie king. Chu Liang changed a piece of waste paper and followed the courier zombie. From the beginning of following the courier, Chu Liang was terrified. In the past 2 days, he took Wang Chainan and Wang Difu to mix among the zombies, and did not feel anything unusual. But at this moment, following the courier's footsteps, the few zombies he saw along the way seemed to be awake. The one wearing half glasses nodded slightly to Chu Liang to show his goodwill. The one wearing a suit carefully looked up and down Chu Liang and Wang Chainan several times on the side of the road, and another one in a uniform was actually playing with a gun. Although he still looked different from humans, and could not be considered particularly smart, he obviously had his own thoughts. Chu Liang didn't dare to show any abnormality. He just kept a straight face and walked around, pretending to be just wandering around. But his heart sank suddenly. He knew how could an intelligent zombie control so many zombies to besiege the city. The most terrifying situation appeared. On the outskirts of Pinga Base, a small group of intelligent zombies gathered. No matter what their obsessions were, their brains were much smarter than ordinary zombies, even closer to humans. Chu Liang remembered the zombie movie I Am Legend he had watched. The male protagonist was shocked to find that zombies had formed a new group. A new kind of human, with human emotions and concerns. They were obviously transformed from humans, but refused to be transformed into humans again. How can life be as beautiful as in zombie movies, like warm corpses? Yes. How many zombies will obediently return to the human world and live with human prejudice and physical degradation? Chu Liang underestimated the zombie apocalypse. He watched the courier zombie enter a company building in a daze, and came out after a long time. The letter was gone. Most likely, the smartest one hid in the building. You have such a high-speed machine to enter Xia country. Remember the principle I gave. When I was young, all the Huanglongyang faction had Bluetooth. What? What? What is this? A zombie with a big belly sat in the boss chair and fell into deep thought. Maybe I can no longer recognize human words? It seems that I need to develop 1 or 2 traders to help me break through the Pinga Base. That night, the soldiers of Pinga Base were shot in the head by a slingshot. They were even more frightened to find out whether it was a new trick of the zombies. They found a letter wrapped in a stone on the ground. They immediately reported to the leader. There are more than 1 intelligent zombies, the strongest in the Yunza Company building. Yunza Company is worthy of being a Fortune 500 company. The smart people inside are terrifyingly smart when they become zombies. The operation to clear the intelligent zombies has reached a deadlock. Pinga Base wants to transfer researchers and existing research equipment more safely. It can only go all out and solve the situation of the outer siege first, so that these valuable talents can be transferred more safely. But even if the researchers were transferred, they never thought of abandoning the base and retreating. Pinga Base guards the water supply of all citizens in the city and tells the scattered survivors that the government is always there. Therefore, after a few days of stalemate, Pinga Base still sent out the extermination team according to the original plan. However, because of Chu Liang's reminder, they were more vigilant about this kind of zombies. And on the basis of the original, they sent a few more teams to quietly go out from the small tunnel under the base. Chu Liang stood at the entrance of the tunnel speechlessly. It's not that he said that these soldiers were less vigilant than he thought. Do you really think that this small tunnel is invisible? A group of wolf zombies have already set their eyes on this pit, digging and digging, and even pulled out the iron door in the tunnel. If Wang Difu hadn't had some face in the wolf pack, he wouldn't have been able to even get close, let alone help cover up the Pinga Base. Now Wang Difu was taking a group of wolf zombies to another place to have fun. Wow! The soldier who had just popped his head out to observe was startled. If Chu Liang hadn't been shaking his white shirt with a branch too violently, he would have almost raised his gun. It's me, human. Chu Liang stretched out his hand concisely and shook hands with the confused soldier. It's hot. With body temperature. Not a pretender. This was an advanced team. The strongest combat soldiers in the Pinga base. The soldier reacted quickly, and the 5 team members quickly got out one by one, leaving a message in the passage to be careful of the zombie wolf pack, and then closed the iron door. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Liang, a student of English department of J University. This is my roommate, a shipmaster of J University. Chu Liang spread out a simple map. These are the intelligent zombies I observed in the past few days. Which one do you think should be killed first? He said it so naturally that the soldiers subconsciously regarded him as their teammate and really leaned forward to ask, which one is the hardest to kill? The management in Yunza building. Chu Liang touched his chin. I don't know his P, but he looks very annoying. Wang Chang'an nodded, and inexplicably felt that this person looked like his father's right-hand man. The soldiers finally reacted, looked at each other for a while, and stretched out their hands. Hello. My name is Qin Fei. Lin Qing. Zhang Yaowe. Wu Ke. Ning Feipeng. The one who just took the lead was Qin Fei. He and his comrades solemnly took off their helmets and gave them to Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an, and handed each of them a gun. Brother Chu. Brother Wang. Welcome to join the team. Chapter 43. Of course, the soldiers would not make a judgment based on body temperature. After all, no one could say what the intelligent zombies would become. Therefore, the soldiers gave Chu Liang an injection according to the training method in the base. They came out to eliminate intelligent zombies, not to search and rescue survivors. So they did not bring much. In order to cherish the few test reagents, they did not use them on Wang Chang'an. Chu Liang breathed a sigh of relief and adjusted his helmet, which was a bit too big. Do you know how to get to Yunza Company? Follow me. The leader Qin Fei looked the most jumpy, but he was very measured. Chu Liang thought that the soldiers would be curious about how he and Wang Chang'an survived outside and got so much information. But they were very restrained and had no intention of prying into privacy. In order not to arouse the vigilance of other intelligent zombies, Chu Liang led the soldiers to go around and headed straight to the Yunza building. What's going on? Qin Fei's mouth twitched as he looked at the dark zombies in front of the Yunza building. Chu Liang was also confused. When he came here to scout the place yesterday, there were obviously not so many zombies. Could it be that after a night, the people here also have Wang Difu's ability to drive the zombies? Wait a minute. Could it be that Wang Difu sneaked out to drive them away? Chu Liang suddenly felt guilty for a moment. Wang Difu, who was running with the zombie wolf pack, sneezed fiercely. Wrong Wang. If Chu Liang hadn't discovered it first and led everyone to find a shelter to hide, Qin Fei would have suspected that Chu Liang was a traitor who had reached a cooperation with the intelligent zombies. Don't move around here. Let's go in and take a look. Chu Liang patted the shoulders of the two men, took off his helmet, and only left the pistol hidden on his waist. They were wearing helmets, which would easily attract the attention of intelligent zombies. Lin Qing was silent for a moment. Do you have special skills to blend into the zombies? Chu Liang coughed lightly, and was about to say something when Qin Fei glanced at Lin Qing and added, Sorry. We don't mean anything else. It has been found that some people in the base seem to be immune to the zombie virus, and our detection reagents were jointly developed with their help. Maybe you two have special immune constitutions. That's very special. Chu Liang did not deny it. Zhang Yaowe handed something over. Would you like to put it on your chest? We can see it here. This is a miniature camera. The taciturn soldier Zhang Yaowe has opened a strange-looking small box. Inside is a screen the size of 2 palms, which looks like a microcomputer. Chu Liang guessed that this is probably a signal transmitted by satellite. Chu Liang admired the soldiers, who could be the suicide squad from the bottom of his heart. So he did not shy away from anything. He took the camera and put it on his chest, and said lightly, It may have something to do with my rare disease. The weather has gradually become hotter, and many flowers on the roadside have withered. Only the late cherry blossoms are still blooming on the branches. This kind of late cherry blossoms have fallen a lot of petals, which used to gather into a pink river, attracting countless people to check in and take pictures. But now, the pink river is full of remains. and the fragrance of flowers disappears in the faint stench. Chu Liang held Wang Chenan's hand and looked at the large group of zombies in front of him. He couldn't help sighing. If only Moses could split the sea. But there is no other way to enter the Yunza building at the moment. The underground garage is okay. But it is far from here, and it is dark underground. So there are more uncertainties. Chu Liang took a deep breath, held his breath, slowly reached out, and pushed the zombie beside him away. The first touch was slippery and cold, and Chu Liang almost vomited. Zombies of various shapes shook slightly unconsciously, as if they were not aware that someone was separating them. After pushing away a few, Chu Liang's lung capacity was really not enough. He took a breath, and his eyes rolled up, and he almost fainted. It stinks. It stinks too much. It stinks worse than Xiao Laosan's socks. It stinks worse than 200 male college students taking a class for an hour and a half in a closed and narrow 35-degree classroom after physical education class. Wang Chang'an pursed his lips slightly, then walked forward, replaced Chu Liang's position, and forcefully separated the zombies in front. The soldiers changed from looking at the zombies to looking at Wang Chenan's back, and inexplicably felt like they had eaten a mouthful of dog food. Finally, we got to Yunza. Based on the shaking of the corpses, Chu Liang guessed that the most powerful intelligent zombie should be on the 14th floor. There was no elevator now, so he and Wang Chang'an could only climb up step by step. Fortunately, the higher they climbed, the less stench they smelled, although they were more tired. When they reached the 14th floor, Chu Liang was a little puzzled. What he saw were empty offices, scattered documents, overturned tables and chairs, and some bloodstains that had already turned black. There was not even a corpse. Hee. Wang Chang'an hugged his arms and sniffed. It still took the big dog to work. Chu Liang gave a thumbs up, and then carefully followed Wang Chenan's gaze. It was a closed meeting room. The name of the meeting room was quite funny. Skywalker. Chu Liang slowed down his pace, made a silent gesture to Wang Chang'an, and then signaled him not to move. He stopped where he was and walked over. Fortunately, the floor was carpeted, so there was no sound when he walked. He walked slowly, step by step, approaching the meeting room. If he had a pistol, it would not be impossible for him and Wang Chang'an to kill the smartest one together. Hee. A zombie rushed out from nowhere, dressed like a small leader, and pushed Chu Liang fiercely. Chu Liang had never been attacked by a zombie without speaking a word. The sudden situation made him flustered. When he waved his hand, he pushed open the door of the meeting room behind him. The soldiers in front of the camera were silent. If I saw it right, the people sitting neatly in the conference room were Chu Liang and some of the intelligent zombies they mentioned on the road before. Right. The boss-looking zombie sat at the top, and the other intelligent zombie sat on both sides. At this moment, all their eyes were focused on Chu Liang and the little leader zombie who fell in. Wang Chenan's pupil shrank, and he was about to walk over quickly. The zombie on Chu Liang looked very frightened, and was trying to get up clumsily. Chu Liang had already felt the cold and sticky eyes above his head, which were like poisonous tongues. He could deceive ordinary zombies, but not intelligent ones. So he thought of a quick solution, stretched out his hand and grabbed the little leader zombie fiercely, and wrestled violently on the ground. Well, actually he took some blood and flesh from the zombies, and smeared them. Brother Fei, what do you think these zombies are doing? Zhang Yao was swallowed his saliva. We must quickly inform the brothers behind. Qin Fei's eldest brother works in a Fortune 500 company, and he also knows the rules and regulations of some big companies. At this moment, he was a little unsure. Could it be holding a weekly meeting? Yes. Chu Liang stood up and was speechless. The calendar in the meeting room clearly stated that today was Monday. Damn. It's Tu Zhou's skin. Do you still have to hold a weekly meeting after becoming a zombie? This scene had a huge impact on Chu Liang, a male who had not officially entered the workplace. Of course, if Qin Fei's elite brother was here, he would have to sigh. Even if we don't have to face the end of the world, we are still zombies when we enter the company. The zombies inside just looked at Chu Liang for a while, and when they didn't find anything unusual, they waved their hands and signaled the young leader to take Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an out. They probably thought that these two zombies had broken in by mistake. Except for the boss and the lead. The other zombies were weak. Obviously, the torture of the meeting was also huge for the zombies. Just for a treat like this? Chu Liang hesitated for a while, And then he caught a glimpse of a small whiteboard that replaced the PPT. The whiteboard was already full of symbols. Chu Liang couldn't understand them, but he felt that they were very important. Maybe they were meeting to study how to break into the base. If they just went out like this, and let these zombies really come up with some evil plan. Chu Liang didn't dare to think about it anymore. He pushed the little leader zombie next to him away and pinched Wang Chang'an. Wang Chang'an narrowed his eyes and stared at the boss zombie sitting on the upper seat. Get out. The other zombies were shocked. The strongest zombie. So terrifying. Has he learned to say 2 human bites? The boss zombie was angry and sad. Get out. Get out. Get out. He has always been the only one who told others to get out. And no one else told him to get out. The other zombies didn't care. Especially those who were not employees of this building. They had long been annoyed by the boss's style. Since someone who could speak 2 words appeared, the throne of the zombie king must be given to the smartest one. After a tug-of-war, Wang Chang'an sat in the first place leisurely. And the boss zombie gritted his teeth and sat in the second-in-command position. Chu Liang did not sit down, but stood behind Wang Chang'an, looking like a loyal secretary and housekeeper. Lin Qing had just passed the information to other teams, and turned back to ask, "Did the 2 children escape?" "I'm talking nonsense. You are just fooling around. You will be scolded by the squad leader when you go back if you take 2 children to play." Zhang Yaodui had a blank expression. They didn't escape. Lin Qing was shocked. "Hurry! Hurry! Hurry and save people!" Qin Fei added, "They have become the zombie king." Too speechless. How could there be such an outrageous operation? Teacher Peng, the sticky pole killer, hides his merits and fame. He just taught students some unusual strategies. This group of zombies are quite good at enjoying themselves. Chu Liang glanced at it, and saw that everyone had a tea break during the meeting. In front of each person was a cup of blood and a plate of meat. I don't know where they got it from. Their wisdom in this area has improved by leaps and bounds. Holding back the nausea in his heart, Chu Liang saw Wang Chang'an arrogantly cross his legs, put his hands together, and raised his chin slightly towards the intelligent zombies. What a lawless second-generation rich kid. Chu Liang remembered the identity of Wang Zombie. Well, the second-generation rich kid played his true colors. The boss zombie hesitated for a while, but he went on stage. He didn't need a pen. He used his finger to dip some blood, mixed it with his rotten and yellow fingers, and continued to smear on the whiteboard. Wang Chenan's brows gradually frowned. Although Chu Liang didn't understand it very well, he saw clearly that this was a thumbnail of the Pinga base. This group of zombies, gathered together, really has something bad to do. How long will it take for the brothers to arrive? Qin Fei also understood a little bit, and turned back to ask Lin Qing and Zhang Yaodui. Lin Qing was helpless. At the beginning, everyone acted separately, and no one thought that this group of zombies would have a meeting. Now if you want to see the marks gather again, you have to wait a while. Chapter 44. Lin Qing raised her hand to look at the watch, and suppressed the anxiety in her heart. It's almost time. We have been through so many life and death situations, and we still have this tacit understanding. Let Brother Chu stabilize it. They were all sent by the neighboring provincial capital military region to assist Jay's city in the early stage. They were teammates fighting side by side before, but he and Zhang Yaodui were technicians, and the other 3 were good at fighting. Qin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could they let Brother Chu stabilize it? They could only hope that the 2 of them could adapt to the situation. However, Brother Chu must have their own abilities to survive in the zombie pile for so long. The highly anticipated Brother Chu now felt that he was a little bit unsuccessful. To be honest, he was a human being, and the smelly zombies in front of him suddenly laughed, which was a huge mental shock to him. What was more terrifying than the shock was that they all raised their cups and turned their eyes to Wang Chang'an and Chu Liang. Let's toast to our great plan together. Wang Chang'an was pushed to the top seat just because he spoke the most human words. But it didn't mean that he, a newcomer, could give orders. At this moment, the zombies raised their cups, and Chu Liang had no doubt that if Wang Chang'an didn't cooperate and drink it, they would definitely do something to give this new zombie a hard time. Chu Liang was only glad that he chose to stand behind Wang Chang'an as a secretary, and was not qualified to get a cup of blood. But he didn't want Wang Chang'an to drink it. Who knows if Wang Chang'an can recover to human form, because he is in charge of him, and doesn't let him eat any flesh and blood. Wang Chang'an raised his eyebrows, looking very stylish. He picked up the cup and sniffed it under his nose. Then he frowned in the expectant eyes of the zombies, showing a disgusted expression, and threw the cup to the ground. Without waiting for the zombies to get angry, he quickly walked to the whiteboard, patted it hard with his hands, and pointed directly at the model of Pinga base. He. Eat. The zombie king is so terrifying that he actually learned the third word in such a short time. The zombies were very impressed and were immediately moved by Wang Chenan's words. Yes. Why eat these stale blood? If you want to eat, go to Pinga base and eat the freshest and most delicious ones. If you can't take down Pinga base, you won't eat these low-level foods. In short, he was almost fooled. Ping pong pong. Cups smashed all over the floor in the conference room. The zombies howled, followed the zombie king to swear an oath, and their hearts were full of pride. For a moment, the conference room was full of blood. But the intelligent zombies were indeed intelligent. The guard zombies outside rushed in and licked the floor fiercely. But they were still arrogant and completely in control. Chu Liang felt even more irritated. And at the same time he discovered one thing. How come Wang Chang'an, this kid, has an IQ much higher than he thought? Then why did he keep touching his butt all day long when he followed him? Could this kid be pretending to be stupid? Feeling the suspicious eyes behind him, Wang Chang'an felt a chill on his neck and shrank silently. The boss corpse, who was driven off the throne because of his inferior skills and inadequate foreign language skills, was still not convinced. He was the only one who did not throw the cup. With a cold snort, he gulped down the blood in the cup, secretly hating it in his heart. After all, it was not his company. Following this rich second generation, he would be hungry sooner or later. When he took over the Pinga base, he would kill this rich second generation kid, probably out of the idea of giving Wang Chang'an a warning. The boss corpse led a few people and climbed up with the intelligent zombies. Chu Liang followed behind Wang Chang'an. His hand silently touched the pistol on his waist and put it down again. No, there are really a lot of zombies here. He has not received professional training and cannot kill them with one shot. Even if he and Wang Chang'an fired empty bullets, they cannot guarantee to eliminate this group of zombies. If they alert the enemy this time, not only will they be in danger, but the intelligent zombies will be more vigilant in the future. It was not until the 20th floor that the boss zombie stopped and stretched out his hand to gently push open the door. Inside the door, it is hell. Chu Liang lowered his head slightly, and the soldiers on the other side of the surveillance had clenched their fists. This group of zombies are feeding humans. They are not vampires who only drink blood. The snacks in the conference room are clearly meat. And at this time, Chu Liang knew where this blood and flesh came from. The child whose thigh meat was cut off was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He looked at his mother on the other side with hopeless eyes. His mother had been dead for a long time. She was bitten to death by zombies because she was trying to protect her child. And the child she tried her best to protect was about to die because of the heavy injuries and excessive blood loss. There were more than a dozen half-dressed humans in the corner. They had lost their minds in great panic and hid in the corner stupidly, looking at the group of zombies and welcoming their own death. Hee. The boss corpse looked at Wang Chang'an with contempt, and then looked at the other corpses. How can the food I treat you not be fresh? What can you get by hanging out with him? Fuck. Chu Liang just wanted to curse. He finally understood that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, and those who are not of my kind must be killed. Hee. Eat it. The boss corpse looked at the intelligent zombies swallowing their saliva, feeling proud and distressed. Originally, he only planned to sacrifice some blood and flesh to win people's hearts. But he didn't expect that a kid who disturbed the situation would appear halfway. So he had to use a big move to prove his status. Fortunately, it seems to be working well at present. At least most zombies look at him with admiration. Hee. The zombies howled and wanted to rush into the 20th floor excitedly. The boss corpse did not let the zombies in, but stared at Wang Chang'an first, showing a provocative smile, with gray-white gums exposed, and there were still meat residues between the teeth. He was waiting for Wang Chang'an to beg him, for Wang Chang'an to bow his head, and for all the intelligent zombies to witness. Even though this man could speak a few foreign languages better than him, he was completely inferior to him in other aspects. He was the zombie king. Wang Chang'an didn't seem to understand that the boss zombie was provoking him. He frowned and said a few times, "Did you get something stuck in your teeth when you ate? Please brush your teeth. Being a zombie also requires attention to appearance." Okay? It was not very lethal, but it was extremely insulting. The boss zombie howled in anger, and was about to come up to tickle Wang Chang'an. As soon as he dodged, the zombies behind him no longer cared about him, and wanted to rush in one by one. Chu Liang couldn't bear to see his compatriots being eaten alive in front of him. He gritted his teeth, and couldn't help but want to take out his pistol and kill first. At worst, he would take it one step at a time. Boom! Before he could make a move, there was a shocking sound from the zombies downstairs. It was Qin Fei and his team who couldn't help but make a move. Qin Fei, who was watching the live broadcast, knew that Wang Chang'an could still fool the zombies just now. But now if only Brother Wang and Brother Chu didn't eat people, they would definitely be exposed. The two little brothers are very special. Maybe they have the key to unlock the end of the world. And he can't just watch the two of them die here. What's more, instead of passively waiting for other teams to come, it's better to take the initiative. He fired the last flare into the sky, which would not be fired unless it was absolutely necessary. Seeing this, other teams would definitely come over. But the zombies were all distracted, and the 5 people were instantly surrounded by the zombie army. The 5 people stood back to back on an overturned truck, shooting at the zombies coming from all directions. Hold on. Qin Fei squeezed out a sound from his teeth. They will be here soon. We must hold on until they go upstairs. Lin Qing laughed loudly. He threw down his gun, pulled out a big knife from his back, bent down, and chopped down the zombie that was about to climb onto the car. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson. Zhang Yaowu kept silent and kicked away the zombies that were biting his military boots. Wuke and Ning Feiping had already cooperated to change the magazines. They were always taciturn, but their hearts were always the same. Team 1 has a situation. Rush over there? Go and have a look. There may be more information there. It's in that direction. 6 teams quickly rushed to the Yunza building. The zombies upstairs really didn't care about eating. Their obsession, to some extent, overwhelmed their instincts. So that now, they were all thinking, what happened downstairs? What should we do? Chu Liang gently touched Wang Chang'an. Wang Chen understood, while the other zombies were still thinking. He was the first to speak and set the pace. Hee hee. Let's go down to the rooftop garden on the 5th floor and take a look. In fact, for this group of zombies, it is good to stay on the 20th floor. It is extremely difficult for the 6 teams below to break through to such a high level. Going down to the 1st floor is also fine. Mixed in a bunch of zombies, they can slip away without being noticed. The only thing they should not go to is the 5th floor. Although they can see the battle situation clearly, this position is a distance away from the downstairs, and it is not easy to escape. It is not considered a high level, but it is easy to be killed by other teams coming up. It's just that the situation has changed too suddenly. Even the boss zombie didn't react, and everyone was taken down in a daze. Chu Liang looked at the small team fighting hard on the truck, and couldn't help but worry about them. He didn't know if these 5 people had the talent to not turn into zombies even if bitten. But at present, even if they had this ability, they would not survive. With so many zombies, one bite from each of them could bite them to death by bleeding. Damn! Zhang Yaogu's gloves were firmly bitten by a strong zombie, and he couldn't get his hands free. Qin Fei next to him wanted to help, but was entangled by the one in front of him. Zhang Yaogu gritted his teeth and simply took off his gloves. His unrestrained right hand gave the zombie a big blow. Go to hell. The ammunition is not endless. In just over 10 minutes, the ammunition of the first squad was gradually stretched under such a fierce attack. But Chu Liang clearly saw that a low-key team appeared on the corner of the street, followed by the second, the third. Squad leader, why is the first squad so reckless? How could they alarm so many zombies? They are not reckless. The squad leader of the second squad looked at the Yunza building and fell into deep thought. There is something in the building. They are attracting firepower. Let's go in. Zhang Yaowu gave up the strafing and took out the device on his chest. The tablet was vibrating slightly, which was a signal from other teams that they were coming. The 4 people formed a circle and protected Zhang Yaowu in it. Zhang Yaowu seized the opportunity and passed on the information in the Yunza building. After passing it on, he threw the things aside, kissed the wedding ring on his hand, jumped off the zombies, and ran hard in the opposite direction of the Yunza building to divert some of the zombies, so that other teams can enter more smoothly. His hands, without gloves, had been bitten through just now, but it doesn't matter, because he can finally go to see someone. Wife. I'm here. Chapter 45. Zhang Yaogue. You bastard! Lin Qing roared, jumped out of the car, and chased Zhang Yaogue with a big knife. The already shaky truck became even more shaky after losing 2 people, and was about to be overturned by zombies. Qin Fei made a prompt decision. West. Wu Qinning and Fei Ping. East is mine. Separate actions? It stands to reason that in this situation, it is more appropriate for the 3 of them to stick together. But Qin Fei did not come to increase his own survival rate. He wanted to save his teammates' lives. But he needed to open up a route for the later teammates to enter Yunza. The more they dispersed, the more zombie targets there were, and the more chances other teams had. There was no time to think about what to do if the captain was alone. Wu Qinning and Fei Peng had already taken action. Lin Qing and Lao Zhang in the north had already joined up and seemed to be able to cope. Wang Chang'an was talking to the zombies, diverting their attention so that other teams could attack. At the same time, Wang Chang'an finally understood how the boss corpse lured so many zombies here. The boss corpse was now planning to go upstairs and throw the group of humans downstairs. Fresh flesh and blood would always gather the most zombies in the first place. The few people who escaped were not his biggest concern. He was not interested in chasing them. He was more afraid that the zombie group below would disperse and attract a large-scale attack by the government army. Wang Chang'an was about to refuse, but the boss corpse's eyes became terrifying. Hee. You are not a human being. Are you? Why did they come when you came? And you stopped us again and again? Intelligent zombies. We are not stupid. Wang Chang'an felt something stirring in his body, as if clamoring to pounce on the boss corpse and bite it to death. And then he saw Chu Liang slightly bit his waist, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture of invitation. Chu Liang could not understand the communication of zombies. His golden finger was not that big, but he was very good at reading people's faces, since he was a little transparent person. And now, he was the same when reading zombies. With these body languages, Chu Liang guessed it. The boss corpse raised his chin, and 2 intelligent zombies, together with a zombie who looked like a bodyguard at the door, prepared to go up. Chu Liang followed respectfully. As the secretary of the zombie king, it is reasonable for him to go on a mission together. Right? Wang Chang'an moved his feet and was about to follow, but was stopped by the boss zombie, who pointed downstairs and asked Wang Chang'an to continue watching. Wang Chang'an was anxious, but he didn't dare to show too much because Chu Liang confidently gestured to him before leaving, and he couldn't ruin Chu Liang's plan. 1v is more. Chu Liang doesn't have the courage, but 1v3 or 4. Chu Liang can try with the hot weapon in his hand. When he reached the corner of the stairs, Chu Liang casually threw a ball over, and the gurgling sound in the corridor alerted the 3 zombies. The intelligent zombie instructed the bodyguard to go over and take a look. Chu Liang pretended to be uncontrollably curious and followed. He was not worried about the other 2 zombies, who looked like thin office workers. Only the bodyguard was full of muscles. It seemed that his fighting power would soar when he turned into a zombie. It would be better to attack him alone. Gunshots were heard, and Chu Liang came back in a panic with a body of zombie flesh and blood, and screamed. Of course, this series of screams sounded like garbled code to the zombies. It felt like Chu Liang was scared silly by the sudden appearance of the human army. The 2 intelligent zombies kicked Chu Liang angrily, and then hurriedly fled upstairs. Chu Liang followed slowly. There was a zombie guarding humans upstairs. A total of 3. 4 bodies were thrown down from the 20th floor one after another, and the flesh and blood fell heavily on the concrete floor. The huge noise immediately attracted many zombies to watch. But unexpectedly, the zombies only watched for a while, and left without interest. Wang Chang'an had already discovered that the 4 bodies seemed familiar, but they just changed their clothes. It seems that Liang Liang has succeeded. Chu Liang sat on the ground on the 20th floor, panting. He still overestimated himself, and there were many bite wounds on his body. Are you okay? The 2 survivors who had just helped Chu Liang drag the zombie corpse back from the stairwell, and changed the zombie's clothes, and threw it down the building stayed 3 meters away, carefully looking at this strange human. Feeling reluctant? You are about to become a zombie. Not really. Chu Liang stood up reluctantly. I am somewhat immune. But now, he is not suitable to face zombies again. His blood will reveal his identity. Listen to me. Chu Liang cheered up and wrapped his wound with clothes. The rescue team is on the way. We must save ourselves and avoid the zombies downstairs. As long as we can hold on until the team comes in, we can go to Pinga base for treatment and survive well. Are you serious? In the corner, several figures crawled out and shed tears silently. Can we still survive? Chu Liang didn't care that they didn't stand up just now. First, they were kept alive by zombies, and their flesh and blood were taken. Their bodies were already exhausted, and their minds were also traumatized. Second, they followed the zombies in, and suddenly started fighting again. Before they made any sound, it looked like an internal fight among the zombies. Those who can stand firmly, stand up. Those who can't stand up, help each other. Let's change places first. The glass door here is not resistant to collision. Let's move. Chu Liang began to command in an orderly manner. Someone broke in. The intelligent police zombie, who was cleaning his gun, was the first to discover the situation downstairs, and slowly reminded them. The boss zombie's face changed. Damn it. What kind of unlucky day is today? So many bad things happened in a meeting. Wang Chang'an glanced at the silent police zombie calmly. Compared with the noisy boss zombie, this one was more terrifying. If Wang Chang'an was not mistaken, the police zombie should have discovered that the 4 corpses were not right. He clearly saw that the police zombie had frowned at that time. But he didn't know why he didn't remind them. The boss zombie decided to go downstairs and break out among the zombies. This was the best way. Wang Chang'an retorted that there was already a well-equipped human army downstairs with an unknown number of people. If they met them head-on, wouldn't it be a dead end? The zombie next to him unconsciously approached Wang Chang'an. The boss zombie snorted coldly, and was almost crazy in his heart. He retorted, "You just listen to the flowery words of this rich second generation? Have you ever thought that if we don't take the risk and continue to go up, we will be blocked upstairs by the human army? And there is no way to avoid it. Our advantage is the sea of corpses. Once we lose this advantage, we zombies will really be dead? It makes sense. But Wang Chang'an can't let these big fish go. It's okay. There are humans upstairs. They will be our best hostages." He is confident in Liang Liang's ability to do things. Even if he goes up, the survivors must have hidden well, and can't be easily caught. Yes, the other zombies suddenly realized. And the feet that were originally moving towards the boss walked back. For some reason, only 4 corpses were thrown down from the upstairs. And there are so many humans. Then you go and die. The boss sneered. He knew Yun's hidden stairs, which could completely avoid the human army. Since this group of intelligent zombies are no longer willing to be his younger brothers, there is no need for him to save their lives. Bang! Wang Chang'an blew on the muzzle of the gun. He wiped the dark green blood and flesh off his face calmly, and grinned at the zombies. Here, only one zombie king is allowed. And that is me. Wang Chang'an. I give 100 points to this wave of villain pretending. The zombies swallowed their non-existent saliva, always feeling vaguely pretending. There was already a sound coming from downstairs, although it was very slight. But the zombies with sensitive ears had heard it. Wang Chang'an thought, as long as enough people come in and the firepower is opened, won't it be easy here? The only thing he needs to pay attention to is to rush to Chu Liang as soon as possible, and not die in the melee. But Wang Chang'an didn't know that there were too many zombies downstairs. 5 of the 6 teams stayed behind to hold back the main force. And only 1 team was successfully sent in. That is, only 5 human soldiers came in. In terms of numbers, they had no advantage at all. The zombies behind him became impatient, and quickly returned to the 20th floor. But, where are the people? Seeing that the building was empty, and not even a corpse was left for them, the zombies howled angrily. Chu Liang and his men had already climbed to the top floor, and locked the door to the rooftop. They looked at the zombie king angrily. What on earth is going on? Wang Chang'an had already seen the soldiers climbing up the stairs. They were not zombies, and did not have such strong physical strength. But they were afraid to come up to the 20th floor without a breath. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at the zombies. In the face of firepower, all wisdom is nothing but ashes. But there are only 5 of them. And the intelligent zombies, and some of the accompanying bodyguard zombies rushed over, angrily trying to tear off the equipment on the soldiers. It seems that I have to help myself. Wang Chang'an retreated to the end and closed the door to the 21st floor, leaving everything on the 20th floor. He took out the pistol, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. A pale hand pressed down on the barrel of his gun, and something was against the back of his head. Wang Chang'an heard the policeman whisper a few times in his ear, and asked calmly, "Do you think you are still a human? Even if you are open-hearted to humans now, and are accepted by humans for a while. What about in the future? They are just using you. What obsession do you have that keeps you smart?" Wang Chang'an asked suddenly, not taking the gun behind his head seriously at all. The police zombie was stunned. "I don't know. I even forgot why I became a zombie." Wang Chang'an opened the safety of the pistol and said softly, "I know. My idea is actually very small. I just want to protect someone. If he wants to be a zombie, I will be a zombie. If he wants to be a human, I also want to be a human. Have you really forgotten your obsession?" The police zombie was silent for a moment and said stubbornly, "But I am a zombie now, and I will not allow you to hurt my kind. I'm sorry." Wang Chang'an suddenly apologized. "Then I can only get rid of you together." Caught off guard, Wang Chang'an turned around and bent down and hit the police zombie's chin with one hand and elbow. The police zombie fell to the ground, but raised the gun high, pointed it in the direction of Wang Chang'an, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Chapter 46. Wang Chang'an was stunned. The distance was too close. He had no time to react, and could only wait for death. He felt that he was too confident, and was going to make Chu Liang sad again. He didn't know if his body was worth studying. While he was thinking, the bullet just brushed past Wang Chang'an's face, and flew straight into the back of the head of a zombie behind him. It had already taken off the mask of the special police, and just grinned and opened its mouth to bite it. Wang Chang'an stared at the police corpse on the ground with wide eyes, and saw that his slightly rotten mouth corners barely raised a smile. Look at your uncle. Still very unfriendly." Wang Chang'an shrugged, stretched out his hand, and helped the police corpse up. The two zombies just mixed in the battle, secretly attacking the zombies. The special police were not stupid. Seeing that Wang Chang'an and the police corpse fired their pistols at the zombies, they naturally would not attack these two obviously special zombies. They thought that this was probably some powerful folk strange man who disguised himself and used some means to mix in the zombie team as a spy. Especially Wang Chang'an's gun was the style of the assault team, and the police corpse was wearing a police uniform. The intelligent zombies here were not very developed. Originally, relying on the advantage of numbers, they could still pose a threat to the death squad after consuming all the guns and ammunition. But with Wang Chang'an and the police corpse, they were slowly dominated by humans. After Chu Liang settled the survivors, he came down with a gun to support, with another power that was unnoticed. After a little time, they actually wiped out this group of intelligent zombies. No, they didn't. The fourth team raised the front glass of the helmet gratefully and stretched out their hand to Wang Chang'an. "You are." The little transparent Chu Liang squeezed over and shook the hand of the captain of the fourth team enthusiastically. "I am Chu Liang, a student at J University. And he is my roommate Wang Chang'an. We just happened to meet the first team, so I helped them. Look, I still have the surveillance they gave me." As he said, he pressed Wang Chang'an's head, bowed together, and scratched Wang Chang'an's eyes, and put on beauty contact lenses. We have been looking for this zombie beauty contact lens for a long time." He didn't lie. It was just that he was the one who found the zombies wearing contact lenses and sneaked in. Thanks to the sisters. The sisters who play with makeup really have everything. After he said that, the team was more relieved. While checking the special features of these zombies, they looked up at the police corpse behind Wang Chang'an. "Who are you? Brother?" Chu Liang's smile froze. "Yes. Who is this? Could it be Wang Chang'an's new little brother?" He hesitantly cast his eyes on Wang Chang'an's face. The police corpse was also looking at Wang Chang'an's face. The difference was that he was looking at Wang Chang'an's wound. He was in a trance for a while. He was obviously also a zombie, and his blood was the color of foul-smelling pus. But why was the other party's light red? As if like a human? "Brother, you?" The long silence and the unchanged pupils of the eyes alerted the four teams, and they loaded their guns and aimed at the police corpse. The police corpse looked down at the badge on his chest in a trance. The badge, which symbolized loyalty, honor, dignity, and dedication, was soaked in the blood of humans and zombies. There seemed to be some intermittent memories flashing back in his mind, and he seemed to be trying hard to break through some shackles. But after a few minutes, when he opened his eyes again, his eyes were clear, but full of despair, and his heart was as dead as ashes. He looked at Wang Chang'an and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You are so lucky," Brat. But he lacked that luck. He shouldn't have remembered it. Maybe if he didn't remember it, he could be a zombie at ease. Go with the flow and eat people. Or be ambitious to break into the base. Or even gradually plan to become a zombie king who dominates one side. But he finally remembered why he became a zombie. And why he was obsessed with wanting to have wisdom. He saw his human self fighting to protect the old and weak behind him. He also saw his human self, because of inconsiderateness, one step short. Outside the base. The team was wiped out. He saw himself regretfully protecting the body of the neighbor's grandmother, who often sent him dumplings. And angrily thinking why he was not smarter. And then, he was pounced on by the zombies and bitten. Transformed. This virus is so terrible. It can retain the obsession of one species, but create a completely different species. He saw himself waking up, but ruthlessly used the wisdom of his last moment to protect his kind. And used it again and again to design traps and hunt surviving humans. But this virus is too weak. How can it make him remember again? You are very different. The police corpse raised his pistol and pointed it at Wang Chang'an. You are a zombie. But you are not. The loud voice was heard by humans. And the 4 teams roared and waved at the police corpse. Put it down. We are going to shoot. Wang Chang'an raised his hand. No. Wait. This is for the 4th team. He was about to communicate with the police corpse, but was stopped by the police corpse. Don't expose your difference easily, the police corpse said lightly. He smelled his own rotten smell, which was emitted by eating too many humans, while Wang Chang'an was clean. But you? Maybe the hope of mankind. As for him? He has no face-to-face humans. And he doesn't know how to survive as a zombie. Even if he remembered some human memories, he couldn't speak human language. Of course, there is no need to say it again. What qualifications does he have to say it again? The gun was retracted and pressed against his chin. The police corpse looked down at his badge again and gently pulled the trigger. He recalled a scene from 10 years ago. Under the scorching sun, a young man, sweating, excitedly shouted, I swear, I volunteer to be a policeman. Loyal to the motherland. Loyal to the people. Enforce the law impartially. Not afraid of sacrifice. Serve the people wholeheartedly. I am willing to devote myself to the noble cause of the people's public security, and work hard to realize my oath. 2 lines of liquid flowed down his face. After the gunshot, the building was dead silent. Although the 4th team and Chu Liang did not understand what the other party said, they could feel the other party's cruelty. This zombie with a seemingly high IQ was definitely not committing suicide because he was desperate. Perhaps he is also their teammate. With such a painful and unspeakable mood, the captain of the 4th team bitterly pulled off the national emblem medal on his arm, covered the police's body, and closed his eyes. Wang Chang'an only felt that his body temperature was rising, so that he was a little trembling and weak, half leaning on Chu Liang. There are still survivors upstairs. Chu Liang took a deep breath and reported quickly. There are quite a few people. More than a dozen. But the injuries are very serious. Are there still many zombies downstairs? Can we retreat? The captain of the 4th team looked out of the window, and saw that the zombie group had lost its command, and had been dispersed by other teams. But some of them slowly walked into the building. They still had some guns and ammunition. And they were still strong enough to watch other teams fall into danger. Please go up and guard the survivors. We will go down to sweep the building and close the door. The base will send a car to pick you up later. Chu Liang naturally obeyed the command, and helped Wang Chang'an go up to find the survivors. The 4 teams rearranged their formation, cleared the zombies that sneaked in downstairs, closed the door by the way, and hurried to rescue other teams. They arrived just in time, and saved Zhang Yaodue and Lin Qing. Zhang Yaodue looked ashen. Kill me. I have been bitten many times. I don't want to become those things. We are all brothers in the same military camp. No one can bear it. Lin Qing, who was protected from being bitten, closed her eyes and opened them again. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I will kill you once you change, and then burn you and bury you with my sister. Yes, Zhang Yaodue is Lin Qing's brother-in-law, and the last relative of Lin Qing. So Lin Qing ran out after Zhang Yaodue. Okay, you have to take good care of yourself in the future. Zhang Yaodue looked at Lin Qing and laughed. This is the first time in my life that I hear you call me brother-in-law. Don't you hate me for kidnapping your sister? Lin Qing's eyes were red. Brother-in-law. 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 The emotions were almost set off, and Lin Qing's hands holding the big knife were sore. Zhang Yaogua. Can't you turn into a zombie? Zhang Yaogua was also stunned. But his legs were full of zombie wounds. Yes. How could it be? I was clearly bitten and bleeding. You see? The fourth captain came over and was speechless. You are so lucky. Kid. Do you know you have a genetic disease? Zhang Yaogua was stunned. They were in the army, so they naturally knew some inside information. For example, researchers have found that some genetic diseases can make people immune to zombie viruses, or help them to be immune to viruses. For example, there were several people with high blood pressure in the base. Some of them became zombies after being bitten, while others did not. But he was strong and healthy, and could fight in the team. He had no problems at all. How could he have a genetic disease? The fourth captain was so jealous that he was deformed. Ichthyosis. You have this, kid. And you don't know it? Yes. This disease is not serious, and does not affect life at all. We men don't care about whether it looks good or not after covering our leg hair. You are so lucky. Okay. Lin Qing. Go and tie up your brother-in-law. Maybe he can break through, and not become a zombie. Lin Qing had a dark face, but felt much better. Without saying anything, she tied up Zhang Yaogua tightly and blocked his mouth. It would be better to block his ears, so that his voice of brother-in-law would be written off. Team 4 was still rescuing other teams, so they only sent one person and Lin Qing to send Zhang Yaogua back together, and report the information of the survivors in Yunza building to the base. The commander of Pinga Base scratched his ears. Did I hear it right? Lin Qing said helplessly. I am not bragging. Team 4 said that they were all wiped out, but they encountered a very different situation. But now there are no intelligent zombies. I request the base to rescue the survivors of the Suicide Squad and Yunza building as soon as possible, especially the survivors. Team 4 said that they were seriously injured and needed psychological treatment. The researchers have rushed to take Zhang Yaogua away for a series of tests and observations such as blood draws. Hearing this, several doctors looked at the commander. Do you need us? If you need us, we can leave immediately. Chapter 47. Some of these researchers are doctors who have actually followed 120. And they fought in the hospital full of corpses and blood until the rescue came. They are both talented in literature and martial arts. The base is not willing to sacrifice these talents. You know, the hospital is simply the world of zombies. Almost half of the doctors died in the hospital. Now every one left is a national treasure. No need. The commander has started to dress. I will go myself. All the intelligent zombies have been dealt with, and the remaining wild animal zombies at the door are not so scary in front of guns and ammunition. After calculating the amount, the commander began to lead people to blast a path directly at the city gate. Wang Difu had been waiting for Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an for a long time. Seeing the rumbling sound in Pinga Base, it immediately realized that the people inside were making some big moves, and hurriedly ran in the opposite direction to avoid accidental injuries. Its running directly led the entire wolf zombie group, and they all followed it stupidly. It's broken. Wang Difu thought, I have become the zombie king. 2 zombie kings in one family. This overwhelming wealth all fell on Chu Liang's head. Chu Liang didn't know that he would collapse after being surrounded by the wolf zombie group. At this moment, he was taking Wang Chang'an back upstairs. He reached out and touched Wang Chang'an's forehead, and his heart was in panic. Wang Chang'an, what's wrong with you? Why, you seem to have a fever? Wang Chang'an's head drooped listlessly, unable to speak. After listening to Chu Liang's introduction of the general situation, the survivors beside him came over when they saw that the people around Chu Liang seemed to be in a bad condition. Chu Liang saved them, and they were very grateful to Chu Liang. So they also hoped to help Chu Liang. I used to be an employee of Yunza. There are water and antipyretics in my workstation drawer. I'll get them for you. This is Shen Xian, who was less injured before, and helped Chu Liang throw away the zombie corpse. Without waiting for Chu Liang to refuse, he limped slowly downstairs carefully. Another person with less serious injuries, Zhou Qing, also tried to smile, comforted Chu Liang, and encouraged everyone, hold on. Rescue will be here soon, and everything will be fine. Chu Liang nodded, but he felt bitter. Wang Chang'an's temperature didn't feel particularly high, just a little hotter than his own. But Wang Chang'an was a zombie. He was icy cold before, and even if it was different later, his body temperature was barely around 20 degrees. At this moment, the temperature suddenly rose. and he was a little worried that it would have a different effect on the virus in his body. There was still a little light in the sky, and everyone had gathered together, leaning on each other to prepare for this cold night, only to hear the sound of gunfire getting louder and louder in the distance. Shen Xian, who had just found the medicine, was ecstatic. He threw the medicine into Chu Liang's hand and lay on the windowsill. He wanted to shout, but didn't dare to shout. He just kept turning back to call the survivors. Hurry! Look! Chu Liang held the water and medicine. Hesitant, Wang Chang'an suddenly woke up. Without saying a word, broke off a piece of ibuprofen, and swallowed it without even drinking water. So fast that Chu Liang didn't react. I think I'm getting smarter, Wang Chang'an said softly. Chu Liang was shocked and held Wang Chang'an's hand vigilantly. Nonsense. You are not smart to begin with. Something seems wrong? Late at night, Pinga Base brought back 6 death squads and 15 survivors. The 15 survivors were all properly treated, and the base buried the police corpses, and then cremated the bodies of countless zombies and survivors. Everyone was in a heavy mood, but when they heard that the assault team had no casualties and had solved all the intelligent zombies, they had a glimmer of hope. Life should get better and better. Right? At this moment, Chu Liang was trembling with Wang Chang'an's test report. He had prepared for Wang Chang'an to be exposed, but Wang Chang'an passed. Hearing the voice of the base, Chu Liang wanted to take Wang Chang'an away, but Wang Chang'an's temperature rose sharply again, and finally he closed his eyes and fainted. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Chu Liang could not take him away alone. When entering the base for inspection, Chu Liang had already thought about it. If they wanted to conduct some illegal experiments on Wang Chang'an, or wanted to kill Wang Chang'an directly, he would call Wang Difu in no matter what. But he never expected that Wang Chang'an's inspection would pass. He was puzzled. But Qin Fei had already come at 8 or 9 o'clock. The box that recorded their video was accidentally blown up in the last wave of fighting. The researchers could not get the first-hand information of Chu Liang and his teams deep into the zombie group, and could only rely on Qin Fei and his teammates' oral accounts. Because it was an oral account, some places were not particularly clear. So they sent Qin Fei to ask Chu Liang to ask. Qin Fei knew that Chu Liang was also tired, so he didn't feel embarrassed to disturb him early in the morning. He finally made it to 8 or 9 in the morning and came here in a hurry. Chu Liang didn't rest much all night, and kept guarding Wang Chang'an, fearing that something strange would happen to him. At this moment, Wang Chang'an hadn't woken up yet, so he could only ask others to tie Wang Chang'an up. And he followed Qin Fei to the research institute first. On the way to the research institute, Chu Liang also looked at the Pinga base. The Pinga base surrounded Pingtu in the middle. Within the city wall, many 3-story buildings were built for people to live in. Some places were reclaimed and some crops were planted. It looked very lively. The research institute was in the middle of the Pinga reservoir. As for whether it was filled later or a small piece of land in the water that existed naturally, Chu Liang couldn't remember clearly. He rarely came to Pingtu. It seems that the idea is the same as that of everyone in Jiangxintu. That is, even if the Pinga base is unfortunately breached, the research institute in the center of the water can survive to the end. Hello. The head of the research institute pushed her glasses. She was an extremely capable woman and stretched out her hand to Chu Liang swiftly. Chu Liang felt vaguely familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. A student of J University? Young people are formidable. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the teachers of J University. Tianmingde. Tianmingde? Chu Liang remembered him immediately. Isn't that the famous funder of Tian's scholarship of J University? He has also received Tian's scholarship. He vaguely remembered that teacher Tianmingde seemed to be a very powerful scientific researcher. But he was not active in the undergraduate department of J University. Hello, teacher Tian. Chu Liang shook hands sincerely and took back his hand. The two did not talk any more nonsense and went straight to the point. Being on guard against others, Chu Liang concealed the specialness of Wang Chang'an and only explained that he and Wang Chang'an had the same genetic disease. So the two of them appreciated each other. This is my biological agent. Chu Liang took out the 2 that Wang Chang'an had snatched from his pocket. He used one and had one left. He was treated abroad, and I was treated in China. I don't know if it was because of this that we were fine after being bitten by zombies. I can't say there was no problem. Tianmingde looked at the injection carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, he returned it to Chu Liang and pointed to Zhang Yaogua, who was lying in another room. His teammates are still observing. We have discovered that people with some genetic diseases seem to be less susceptible to the virus. Of course, some people didn't survive and died. Chu Liang felt sympathetic. It seemed that he and Teacher Peng were lucky to have survived. What I'm more curious about is... Tianmingde looked at Chu Liang with a burning gaze. Please don't mind. I'll just say it directly. Can you two move freely among the zombies, and even communicate? Xin Fei, who was still standing aside, turned his head away embarrassedly. Why did Teacher Tian speak so directly? After all, the two of them were the lifesavers of Pinga Base. It was strange to ask so bluntly. Alas, Xin Fei felt even more awkward when he thought that the information was leaked from his mouth. But there was no way. Who doesn't hope to quickly develop a vaccine to solve this chaotic world? Chu Liang calmed down. He didn't hate such direct questions, which were better than beating around the bush or simply arresting the two. We are indeed a little special. Chu Liang introduced his rare disease, which has a prevalence of 1 in a million, and is really different from common diseases. When he first got the disease, he was depressed for a long time and was unknown for half his life. Getting a disease is different, but we can only keep a low profile. Through makeup, smearing zombie flesh and blood, and barely blending in quietly among the zombies. As for communication, it is a bit difficult at the moment. We just yell a few times and pretend to make sounds, which gives enough momentum. When you talk, you have to be 70% true and 30% false. Only then can people believe it. Coupled with Chu Liang's clear college student face. Although the people present were half believing and half doubting, they also felt that it made sense, and made a lot of sense. It's better than the zombie virus anyway. Right? Then, do you mind if I do some tests on you? Perhaps because he was afraid that Chu Liang would misunderstand. Tianmingde quickly added, it won't hurt your body. We won't do human experiments. I just want to draw some of your blood for research, which is the same as the items you usually go to the hospital for a physical examination. As a reward, we will provide you and your companions with as much food and comfortable accommodation as possible. The base commander hurried over and stepped into the research institute, and immediately added, you two have saved our Pinga base from an urgent need. Whether you like it or not, we will provide shelter and food. Xiaotian's words were too hard. Chu Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He almost thought that one of them was a red-faced, and the other was a white-faced. However, as long as he didn't slice himself, the national crisis was at the head, and he saw countless tragedies. Chu Liang would never be stingy in contributing his own strength. Moreover, his condition required blood tests every few weeks, which was just a side job. Every man has a responsibility. Chu Liang lifted his sleeves, revealing his pale arms. Come on. Electrocardiogram, color Doppler ultrasound, gastroscopy, etc. When Chu Liang returned to Wang Chang'an was still awake. The doctor also scratched his head and said that Wang Chang'an might be too tired. The government sent someone to take Wang Chang'an and Chu Liang to the residence they provided. The two of them shared a room with a lot of supplies. The conditions were really good. Director Tian said that your examination results showed that you were a little anemic. The visitor smiled innocently. Let me bring you some iron supplements that you can take. And be careful about your diet. She has asked the soldiers to help you go out and find some medicines you need. Chu Liang was quite grateful, and was about to answer when a muffled groan came from the room. Chapter 48. The person who came was Xiao Ge from the Research Institute. He watched Chu Liang rush in a hurry, and touched his nose awkwardly. Previously, Director Tian wanted to find another person for further examination because he couldn't figure out the result of his examination on Chu Liang. However, the commander of the base strongly opposed it, saying that the other person had made great contributions and was injured and in a coma. It was really disheartening to draw blood from him at this time. Xiao Ge had no right to interrupt the disputes above. However, when the gods fight, the little ghosts suffer. Director Tian asked him to persuade another person to contribute voluntarily. And the sooner the research is done, the better. The commander repeatedly told him to leave after sending him there, and other things would be discussed later. He chose to listen to the commander. Compared to Director Tian, he felt that the commander's words made more sense. The main reason was that the equipment in the base was incomplete. No matter how much we checked, there would be no result. It was better to let others see our sincerity and cooperate willingly. I'm leaving first. Xiao Ge didn't bother him much. He put down his things and helped Chu Liang close the door. Chu Liang hurriedly said goodbye to him. But his mind was still on Wang Chang'an. He didn't care about being polite, and hurriedly held Wang Chenan's hand in the room. "Are you okay?" Wang Chenan's body temperature seemed to be dropping. He opened his eyes, and Chu Liang reached out to help him take off the contact lenses, but saw that his pupils seemed to be a little different from the previous zombie state. The black pupils became a circle larger, and there were some other colors mixed in them, which looked very special. Wang Chang'an groaned and wanted to put his head into Chu Liang's arms. From this point of view, Wang Chang'an was fine. Chu Liang breathed a sigh of relief and ruthlessly pressed Wang Chenan's head. "It's okay to walk a few steps. I don't have time to accompany you to make trouble. I'm going to cook some porridge. I haven't eaten a few hot meals during this period." He hasn't argued with this zombie Wang about him pretending to be a fool and touching his butt. Wang Chang'an sighed regretfully, climbed out of the bed, and said in a hoarse voice, "I help you." After waking up, he seemed to be able to speak more. His skin regained a faint luster, and the wound on his face had basically healed, which was a bit surprising. Fortunately, no one noticed. Chu Liang took his temperature, which was 25.6. This temperature was far from the normal temperature of a human, but it was much higher than the temperature of the zombies before. After 2 bowls of hot porridge, both the man and the zombie felt much better. Dong, dong, dong. In the dark night, there was a knock on the door. Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an looked at each other and laughed. If they were not mistaken, the person who came should be Zhao Laosan. Sure enough, as soon as the door opened, Zhao Laosan looked around cautiously, then rushed in quickly, pretending to punch Chu Liang hard on the shoulder. "Good boy. You scared me to death." He heard the gossip about the extermination of intelligent zombies in the cafeteria of the base, and immediately guessed that these were his 2 good roommates. The 3 of them finally got back on track, and they were even happier. Chu Liang also filled a bowl of porridge for Zhao Laosan, and told him about the thrilling battle between him and Wang Chang'an. Hearing about the act of raising people and cutting meat, Zhao Laosan's heart tightened and he put down the spoon. Alas! Even if we can research a way to turn zombies back into humans, if this happens, how can we accept each other? Moreover, the intelligent zombies we encounter are really smarter than each other. If there is a genius with a super high IQ, and he becomes an intelligent zombie and grabs hot weapons. Chu Liang shook his head. He was just a college student, and he studied English. He really didn't know what to do. He could only seriously raise his finger at Zhao Laosan. "Shut up, you crow mouth." But then, he told Zhao Laosan the story of the police corpse, and Zhao Laosan burst into tears. "Well, this is a good corpse." Zhao Laosan turned his eyes to Wang Chang'an next to him, and asked cautiously, "Why does Lao Wang always roll his eyes at me?" Lao Wang, who was sitting on a small stool, paused. Chu Liang walked over with a smile, and suddenly pulled open Wang Chenan's upper and lower eyelids, proudly showing them to Zhao Laosan. "No way. I have grown eyeballs. Showing off to you." Yes, after this high fever and coma, Wang Chenan's pupil size has skyrocketed. Although the color has changed slightly, the size is much larger than before. Although it is still a bit strange without beauty contact lenses, and most people will say that he has 3 white eyes and likes to roll his eyes. But he will not be recognized as a zombie at first glance. Of course, Wang Chang'an, who has an idle burden, will never allow his handsome persona to collapse. The small box of contact lenses is still tightly held in his hand. Zhao Laosan excitedly moved closer, wanting to poke his eyes with his fingers. "Really? Don't say it. Our Lao Wang is really amazing. The light of human corpses." Chu Liang was lucky that this was not a fairy article. Otherwise Lao Wang would have become the light of human demons. Zhao Laosan moved too close, and Wang Chang'an was extremely uncomfortable and leaned back desperately. The little expression of disdain made Zhao Laosan have some subtle rebellious psychology. "Why? Liang can kiss, but I can't." Chu Liang blushed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Let's get down to business." After some discussion, everyone confirmed that Wang Chang'an was getting closer and closer to humans. However, out of caution and for the safety of other people in the base, Chu Liang would not let him go out alone. Wang Chang'an recovered some of his rationality and verbal expression functions, but not much. Sometimes he couldn't pronounce the words correctly, and couldn't speak some long sentences in a particularly complete way. But a few words were enough, and most people thought he was a cool guy. because Wang Chang'an couldn't express himself completely. Chu Liang could only regretfully give up asking him how he felt about becoming a zombie. Wang Chang'an sat obediently and secretly stretched out his claws again. Chu Liang pinched the claws and smiled, since they are intelligent creatures now. Sexual harassment will result in the hand being chopped off. Old Wang immediately moved away and said a word with a serious face. Arm. Zhao Laosan, he told you to get out. Old Wang, enough. Zhao Laosan, you should get out immediately. Old Wang's eyes were red with anger, and he would definitely scold Zhao Laosan on the spot. Chu Liang had no choice but to separate them with one hand. I know. You are going to find a dog. Right. Zhao Laosan. Don't be a translator anymore. This job should be done by my professional counterpart. Yes. Where is Wang Difu? Zhao Laosan then remembered poor Difu. The base inspection was extremely serious, and Chu Liang certainly didn't have the ability to get Wang Difu in. And he didn't dare to get him in. Compared to Lao Wang, Wang Difu seems to have a stronger zombie nature. He doesn't even dare to let Wang Chang'an go, let alone put Difu among a group of ordinary people. At least wait until the vaccine is developed, or Difu's eyes grow bigger. Wang Difu led the wolf pack to stand on the top of the flat mountain, howling faintly. Hee-hee-ao woo woo woo. The wolf zombies followed and echoed. Hee-hee-hee. Zhao Laosan had a good relationship with the soldiers guarding the city wall, so he could go up and take a look outside the wall under the pretext of climbing and long jumping, missing his hometown, etc. Which was also the reason why he could throw the note at the beginning. Thinking of Wang Difu, Zhao Laosan took the initiative to say that he would go to the city wall to take a look. The result of searching for the dog was, of course, nothing was found. The third brother was almost scratched by a group of zombies. But fortunately, the soldier's shooting was accurate enough. Solving the intelligent zombies is not the end of the story. It is still very dangerous outside. For this matter, the base issued a notice overnight, not allowing civilians to come up casually. This is not Wang Difu's fault. First, he only recognized Lao Wang and Chu Liang in his heart, and he was taught many lessons by Chu Liang. So he understood that he could not leave the wolf corpses here at this time. So he wandered around the mountain with the wolf corpses, waiting for the two people's whistles to sound before going home. Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an rested in the base for 2 days, slept the most peaceful sleep since the end of the world, and ate comfortably. The base was in a state of turmoil. Every day, you could hear the rumbling of gunfire outside, as if they were clearing out the group of wild animal zombies. Chu Liang wanted to go out to see Wang Difu's situation, but was stopped by the soldiers. He could only stay in the base helplessly. But the situation soon changed again. Transfer? Director Tian nodded and looked at Chu Liang. We are going to transfer some personnel to Jiangxintu. You know it, right? J University branch campus. Chu Liang certainly knew that if the road was safe, Lao Si, Li Yao, and a bunch of classmates and teachers would be there. Director Tian said again, the research equipment here is really, if we were in Jiangxintu, we should have a greater chance of developing a vaccine. Chu Liang, are you willing to go with us? We will protect you and your companions with our lives. Chu Liang originally left Jiangxintu and came to Pinga Base because he wanted to find the government to see if they could help with the zombie virus vaccine. If not, they were going to go to Jiangxintu, which was safer. But he didn't expect that he could help Pinga Base solve its urgent needs by accident. Now that the base is willing to protect them back to Jiangxintu, Chu Liang is naturally happy. With the support of the government, Jiangxintu will be safer. So why not? We are willing. Chu Liang nodded. But I have a small request. Can we take care of a group of bandits by the way? There are many survivors who escaped from the bandits' nest on the J University campus. Can we take them with us? Director Tian was a little surprised and thought for a while. Although I am only in charge of the research institute, I also know that the government also wants to build a new safe base for this transfer, with points at both ends to facilitate the remaining survivors to go. They will definitely search and rescue survivors along the way. You write the address to me, and I will submit it to C. Chu Liang immediately wrote down the address of Zhao Laosan's home. Director Tian solemnly accepted the address and suddenly remembered something. Are you an English major? Chu Liang nodded. Director Tian smiled sincerely. I have a few English. Chu Liang did not wait for Director Tian to finish, and shook his head like a rattle. I can't handle those professional terms, but I have a talent that I must recommend to you. Li Ya from J University. A little genius in medicine. Who is a genius who wants to take the postgraduate entrance examination even in a pile of zombies? He is in Jiangxinsu. I really want to take the postgraduate entrance examination. I want to take your postgraduate entrance examination. I would rather die than die with my friend. Director Tian. I haven't supervised postgraduate students for many years. On Jiangxinsu. Li Yu's ears suddenly turned red. And he couldn't help sneezing. Old Four covered his mouth and mouthed, "You want to die? Hold it in." Li Yu's eyes turned red. And he pinched his thigh desperately. The zombies outside slowly passed by, hesitantly looking around for the human figure just now. Chapter 49. Zhao Laosan's task suddenly became heavier. The base did not plan to move completely there, and they had to leave a considerable number of people to protect the Pinga Reservoir, and the underage children's stay or go became a problem. If they went, the road would be risky, and Jiangxinsu would be in the dark, with everything to be rebuilt. If they did not go, Pinga base would be without a part of its combat power, and if there was another zombie siege, the remaining would be in danger. The commander finally made the decision to let the children's families decide whether to stay or go, and register together. As a teacher, Zhao Laosan held a unique parent meeting, explained the pros and cons to the parents, and started registration the next day. After registration, Zhao Laosan took the lead and began training the families who decided to go to Jiangxinsu, making sure they listened to instructions on the way, kept silent, and remained calm. For the children who stayed at the Pinga base, Zhao Laosan was also very responsible and arranged daily homework for half a year in advance. Child, listen to me. Thank you. The institute did not ask Chu Liang and Wang Chainan for further research. They were sorting out all the information and deciding on the doctors who would stay. After all, there are still so many people in the base, and those who have headaches, fevers, and injuries cannot leave. I'll stay. The half-white-haired female doctor smiled. I can't help you with my scientific research ability, but I can see general medicine in general practice. She is not afraid of death. On the contrary, she is ready to sacrifice herself before staying. The most talented and most likely to develop vaccines cannot stay. Although Chu Liang's blood is nothing special, his experience and himself have given great inspiration to the institute. Director Tian has been working overtime in the laboratory almost every day, and finally made a smell agent for her. Although she can't move freely among zombies like Chu Liang, after spraying, she can greatly cover up the human smell on her body, and it can last for half an hour after spraying once. It seems that the time is short, but it is of great significance. Sometimes, survival depends on a few seconds or minutes. The base moved very quickly. After storing a part of the odorant to deal with emergencies, they began to prepare to move. Chu Liang and Wang Chainan have been lying in the base for the past few days. Wang Chainan has been transformed by the zombie virus, but Chu Liang's body is really a bit overwhelmed, so he just took the opportunity to rest. It's a pity that he can't hug Wang Difu and touch the puppies for these days. But Chu Liang didn't really forget the puppy. After persuading him, he sneaked up the wall based on his merits. He was relieved to see Wang Difu's eye-catching fur from a distance. He didn't even dare to throw a few big chicken legs out quietly, for fear of attracting Wang Difu. The base has been killing like crazy these days, relying on the fact that there are no intelligent zombies inside to crush them, and they directly cover the firepower. No matter what big tigers or lions throw grenades at them without spending any money, except for the group of flexible monkeys that took some effort. The others were basically cleared out. In fact, the human zombies here are the easiest to fight. The weather is getting warmer now. It is already mid-April. The highest temperature in this city has reached about 20 degrees. People often say that after a disaster, there will be a big epidemic. As the temperature rises, the corpses of the zombies rot, which often produces a lot of viruses. Pingu is located in the suburbs and is not very populated. In the previous eradication of zombies and the counterattack in the past few days, the base has been working overtime to burn the corpses, which barely stopped the stench nearby. But after setting off, as we walked towards the city, the stench often drifted into the car from places that the government could not reach. Many children were vomited by the fumes, and their faces turned pale. This time, it was the top commander Liu Yiming who followed him to Jiangxinsu. He sighed. It's still that our city government is not strong enough and can't clear it out. After we gain a foothold in Jiangxinsu this time, we will take advantage of the geographical advantage and move forward steadily to recover the city inch by inch. We must at least clear out the zombies in our city before summer. If there are no more particularly powerful intelligent zombies in the city, this plan should be possible. The people below naturally agreed. Who doesn't have a few relatives and friends living in the city? 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. How many survivors are left? They dare not think, and can only hope for good news. However, Lu Yiming still takes the bandits mentioned by Zhao Laosan very seriously. Before recovering every inch, he doesn't mind killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Once, to let other small forces know that the government is still there and will not abandon any people. If they still commit crimes, they will be punished in the future. Get your guns ready. Lu Yiming pushed his glasses. He was smooth but not bloody. Once it is confirmed that it is indeed, as the students of J University said, shoot them on the spot. In troubled times, heavy punishments are used. Military trucks rumbled, and one after another shuttled through the city. The tow truck at the beginning was even more powerful, and it could push the blocked road ahead without the need for people to get off the car. I dare not even think about it. Chu Liang sat in the passenger seat, looking at the army in front of him, and sincerely admired. How could they be trapped by the zombie siege in the first place? I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, because I am in this mountain. Zhao Laosan was driving the SUV that Pinga Base gave them as a reward because they knew each other, and he didn't let anyone else get in. He shook his head. You are being precise now. Think about it. If you and Lao Wang hadn't accidentally solved a group of intelligent zombies, they would have attracted new zombies continuously, and even commanded sneak attacks. And some of them could use guns. I entered Pinga Base before you, and I know more about intelligent zombies. They also carried zombie blood on animal zombies. Isn't it scary? You don't know how much effort the base has spent on dealing with these raids. Chu Liang took a breath of cold air. This dead boss zombie is poisonous enough. Wang Changnan sat in the back seat, holding a dictionary. With little interest. That was found by Zhao Laosan, saying that he would learn from it and start from the beginning. Wang Changnan understood it, but he still said it was incoherent. Sitting in the back seat, he was thinking that there should be a Wang zombie in his back seat. Thinking of this, he leaned out and blew the whistle. A black and white figure flashed in the rearview mirror. Blow it every once in a while. Don't let Defu get too close. I'm afraid of accidental injury, Chu Liang instructed. After that, I rubbed a pair of beauty contact lenses for him and put on a muzzle. There are special police zombies who can use guns in the city government, and Lu Yiming certainly won't be stupid enough to provoke them. The car turned and drove into the community of Zhao Laosan's house. The community has an iron gate, which is very suitable as a transition point for the base. As an aboriginal, Zhao Laosan took the responsibility of reporting the route. Wait a minute. Looking at the scene in the telescope, Lu Yiming was a little confused. So he stopped the car temporarily and called Zhao Laosan. Is this the group of bandits you mentioned? Looking at the group of people dancing and waving in the community in the telescope, Zhao Laosan was confused. Really? Are they dancing? Hey. They violated the law and committed crimes. And they also engaged in feudal superstition. And they should be punished for multiple crimes. The military vehicle slowly approached, and the zombies behind heard the sound and quickly gathered together. Lu Yiming thought he was going to break into the community, but he didn't expect that the group of bandits on the opposite side were ecstatic when they saw the military vehicle, and instantly opened the big iron gate. In the property hall, more than 20 soldiers with guns in hand searched them and let them go, only looking at the crying people with vigilance. The remaining soldiers did not get off the car, but stayed in the car to protect the civilians. They sprayed deodorant once, and then quietly guarded the car. The zombies that gathered quickly became confused and dispersed. We finally waited for you. A man knelt on the ground, crying with snot and tears. Uncle Police. Uncle PLA. No. Are you embarrassed? You are so old. And you call me uncle all the time. Most of these soldiers are only in their 20s. Okay. Chu Liang saw a figure moving slowly towards the corner, and was about to move out. So he immediately shouted, Are you going to run away? The soldier brought him back, and threw him heavily on the ground. Chu Liang looked at him, and realized that he was an old acquaintance. It was Brother Yang. But he looked very embarrassed now, with one hand hanging down unnaturally. Wasn't he afraid of being bitten by zombies? What was wrong with his hand? Brother Yang raised his head fiercely, his eyes full of venom. He wanted to find out who was talking so much nonsense. Chu Liang had already stood quietly in the middle of the crowd. with his transparent talent activated, and his face was indifferent, so that Brother Yang couldn't find anyone. Be honest? The soldier slapped him mercilessly. Tell me, what did you do? We are waiting for your rescue. Why did you come now? Brother Yang turned his head and tried to control his anger. Take us to the safe base. The people below echoed one after another, but their tone was much better, full of dependence and praise for the government. And the praise was free. If Chu Liang hadn't seen their ugly faces, he would really think they were good people. Lu Yiming ignored him, but looked at Zhao Laosan. Which one is your cousin? Zhao Laosan stepped out after hearing the voice. Looked for a long time, but didn't find the figure of Zhao's cousin, and couldn't help but be confused. It seems that there is no cousin here. Nephew. Nephew. A man stumbled in from the door and was stopped by the soldiers. But he still wanted to run inside. You must avenge your cousin. This is my aunt. Zhao Laosan swallowed his saliva and told Lu Yiming. Let her in and talk. Lu Yiming gestured to the soldiers. As soon as Zhao's aunt came in, she rushed over to Zhao Laosan. Woo 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 woo, your brother was killed by them. Good harm. Snakes and rats in the same nest. Zhao Laosan said silently in his heart. Luckily, there was Zhao's aunt, who was used to snitching, and she immediately sold out the group of people. It turned out that the group of people were doing well. But since the group of women ran away and set a fire, Brother Yang was in trouble. Every time they go out, they lose a lot of troops. And even the last time, they were chased by several zombies with guns. The base camp is also not peaceful, and some kind of god has gathered the original residents of the community to resist. And they have been badly cheated by Brother Yang. If Brother Yang and his men hadn't forced their way in, they would probably have died outside. And the cousin of the Zhao family was pulled over by Brother Yang to block the bullet. Unfortunately, he didn't block it completely, and one of his hands was broken. Chapter 50. On the campus of J University, Old Man Peng sipped the fragrant tea. This was the Mingqian tea he made by himself after strolling to the back mountain. He said, Xiao Jin, you did a great job in driving away the wolf and the tiger, and killing people with borrowed knives. Chu Liang would never have thought that the fragmentary intelligence he left behind would be unraveled and used to the extreme by Sister Jean. No one knows how Sister Jean did it. At the beginning, she led the team to ambush and kill a lot of lone scums. In the end, she led the group of special police zombies to the vicinity of Brother Yang's gang who were out collecting supplies with her flexible body. In one adventure, she took away most of the elite forces of Brother Yang's gang. No. It's not as good as the teacher's unity of the masses and taking the mass line. Jean Jia also admired Teacher Peng from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know how this old man Peng did it. He sneaked into the community when Brother Yang and his group went out. With his eloquence, he actually persuaded other ordinary residents hiding in the building to unite. Teacher Peng smiled slightly. He has been the dean of the school of Ma for many years. Is he just eating dry food? Chu Liang has guessed that this is probably done by Sister Jin's team. He really admires this team. They actually played Brother Yang's gang around. However, Brother Yang's team is mostly gangsters, and they were dazzled by the previous success and despised the resistance of others. Sister Jean was calculated without intention. Of course, every calculation was accurate. After all, the firepower of Brother Yang's team is not as strong as that of Pingda Base. Even Pingda Base is afraid of intelligent zombies. Right? Outside the property hall, several more pairs of hateful eyes were locked on Aunt Xiao. They were the family members of these gangsters. They thought that Brother Yang and his men could disguise themselves in front of the government. But they didn't want to be exposed by this crazy woman. Naturally, they were very angry. In fact, even if Aunt Xiao didn't say it, other civilians would report them. Lu Yiming also noticed the gazes outside the house, and his heart was cold. Although these people outside the house did not directly participate in those illegal and criminal acts, they also enjoyed the benefits of crime. Of course, a one-size-fits-all execution is not possible. But if the gangsters are punished and accepted, what if someone wants to avenge their family and creates chaos in Jiangxintu? The commander's brain was thinking rapidly. Zhao Laosan didn't care what the senior executives of the base did. Since he was passing by his home, he wanted to go see his parents, who were locked in the room. We'll go with you. Chu Liang and Wang Chang'an were also preparing to go out. First, they wanted to accompany Zhao Laosan. And second, they had to find a reason to see Defu. Lu Yiming knew that the three of them had some skills. So he waved and let them go. We will set off again in half an hour. Remember to come back on time. Zhao Laosan went to the building where his parents lived, while Chu Liang took Wang Chang'an to the small back door he had taken before. The whistle sounded briefly and softly, and after a few beats, Chu Liang had heard rustling noises in the bushes in the distance. A pair of small ears popped out. Then the second pair. The third pair. Chu Liang almost fainted. Who can tell me why Wang Difu kidnapped 2 wolf zombies? Breaking news. My dog has a harem in the Apocalypse novel. Wang Difu was completely unaware of Chu Liang's collapse, and came over happily. The unattended fur was smelly, and made Chu Liang fall. Come here. Chu Liang grabbed him mercilessly, like the vicious queen mother who separated lovers, and put a leash on Wang Difu, and then earnestly shouted at the other 2 wolf zombies. You are in a deformed love. Go back. The mountains are your kind. The 2 wolf zombies tilted their heads, looked at Wang Difu, and suddenly jumped into the bushes again, disappearing. Chu Liang exhaled lightly. 2 Wang zombies were enough to worry him. If there were 2 more wolf zombies, he would be worried until his hair turned white. Are these the contact lenses you made for him? Zhao Laosan, who had just come back from visiting his parents, was stunned. Yeah. Chu Liang turned Wang Difu's dog face over and showed it enthusiastically. I rubbed it with my hands. Isn't it amazing? These were made of 2 sunglasses. Wang Difu was in a zombie state now, and his eyeballs were a little shriveled. Now that something was filled in, he didn't feel uncomfortable. He just felt stupidly that the sky suddenly got dark. But anyway, he relied more on his sense of smell and hearing, so it didn't matter whether it was dark or not. It's so real that it's hard to tell the difference between real and fake. Zhao Laosan was amazed. Fortunately, it doesn't feel uncomfortable. Hey, but if we can find a kind of safe pigment, can we dye its pupils? This guy is even more fanciful. Chu Liang changed the subject. Are your parents okay? Zhao Laosan was silent for a while, smiled bitterly and shrugged. Fortunately, my damn cousin didn't go in to torture them again. Anyway, from the sound of it, they are still a little energetic. Chu Liang didn't know how to comfort him, so he patted Zhao Laosan's shoulder. When we get to Jiangxinzu, the vaccine will be developed step by step. Wang Chang'an came forward unhappily, knocked Zhao Laosan's shoulder away, and sent his shoulder to Chu Liang. There was no time to give Wang Difu a bath. It was already the gathering time. Chu Liang hurriedly led the dog back to the car in front of the property hall. Nephew. And Zhao saw someone coming and jumped on him with joy. I am your aunt. Please take me to Jiangxinzu. I saw that there is still an empty seat in your car. They said that they would take us away later. Your brother is gone. How can I? An old man? Live. Zhao Laosan's smile froze on his face. Chu Liang shook the dog leash. Sorry. There is a passenger in the empty seat. We found our lost dog. Wang Difu was quite smelly. Zhao Laosan's aunt immediately stepped back a few steps, allowing Zhao Laosan to slip back to the driver's seat. Dogs are more valuable than people? What kind of dog do you have? It stinks. Maybe it has rabies. Aunt Zhao muttered a few words, and then blocked the way again. Isn't there an empty seat? Sorry, Aunt. This car is not mine. It belongs to Liang Liang and Wang Chang'an. I am just a driver. I can't take you. Zhao Laosan started the car. If you don't take me today, then run me over. It was useless to persuade her, so Zhao Laosan's aunt simply stopped in front of the car and acted like a rogue. Zhao Laosan rolled down the window. His face was terribly cold. Then you try. Don't forget how my parents died. My cousin insisted that this was a life for a life. But I counted. My parents. Clearly 2 lives. How about this? I will send you down to accompany your uncle. We will be even. Right? After a while, the government convoy set off. Lu Yiming is worthy of being a leader. He directly shot and killed the main culprit, but spared the lives of the family members. But he did not take this batch of survivors with him. He only said that there are already too many survivors from the original Pinggu base, and taking more would be overloaded, which would affect the speed of advancement and reaction ability. If there is a problem on Jiangxinzu, it will be even more difficult to react and be attacked from both sides. But after the early stage of the Jiangxinzu base is completed, the government will definitely come back to pick them up. That being said, there are many aboriginals who were robbed by gangsters among the survivors. The families of the gangsters who assisted the evil, they will get the punishment they deserve. Although Lu Yiming did not bring any survivors along the way, he left supplies and some cold weapons for many survivors. In fact, he left more than just these supplies. What the government left behind was a hope. This hope is enough for the survivors to cheer up and hold on for a long time. Go to J University to rest overnight tonight, and see if we can bring some more instruments. Tomorrow morning, we will go to Jiangxintu. The situation in the waters at night is unclear, so we won't go in. Chu Liang was very happy when he heard the order. He can meet with Teacher Peng and Sister Jin's team again. However, after cleaning up the zombies, Chu Liang, who met with Sister Jin, learned some bad news. There is a pregnant zombie in the university town. She is very cunning, and we can't catch her. She looks like the intelligent zombie you mentioned. We even suspect that she is preparing to give birth to her baby. Sister Jean looked solemn. This was discovered when they went to the university town to collect supplies. If they were not lucky, they would have almost died there. Pregnant zombie? Something flashed through Chu Liang's mind. He thought hard and finally remembered that it seemed that the convenience store owner was pregnant. He met the convenience store owner, who came out to search for supplies, and mentioned it in his words. Did something unexpected happen there? Lu Yiming also received the news. However, the government does not intend to solve the problem at present. All their forces should be concentrated in Jiangxintu. Once the base is built in Jiangxintu, they will come back to search and solve the problem immediately. How about you go to Jiangxintu with us? This university town is very close to J University. It's too dangerous for you to stay here, Chu Liang advised. Teacher Peng, there is also a J University branch in Jiangxintu. It doesn't matter where you stay? Sister Jean and Teacher Peng shook their heads. We have the ability to protect ourselves. Let's take a look at the problems in the university town here, so that we can leave information and intelligence for you in time. Sister Jean smiled. I think it's good to be able to do something meaningful now. Teacher Peng nodded. He had the same idea. Chu Liang couldn't persuade him no matter what, so he had to give up. However, his sixth sense told him that the problem there seemed to be more terrible than the group of intelligent zombies outside the Pinga base. When zombies have the ability to give birth to new life. Are zombies a virus or a new kind of human? Before he could think, Chu Liang heard Xiao Laosan retching. Ugh. Liang Long. Ugh. I really can't stand it. Let's go give Wang Difu a bath. I just wanted to say, he is too smelly. Wang Chainan had already stuffed his nostrils with napkins, and he was getting closer and closer to the behavior of normal humans. Chu Liang pulled a leash. Let's go. There is a small pond in the school, and it is still running water. Wang Chainan and I will go and give him a bath. The duck knows first when the spring river water warms up. This virus only affects mammals. The little wild duck in the pond is still contented and quacking. Chu Liang threw Wang Difu into the pond, splashing a large pool of water, attracting some zombies who were watching the fun. But Chu Liang didn't say anything. Wang Chainan was full of zombie smell. The zombies just looked at him and dispersed again, but unconsciously moved towards the direction of the army. The army was on high alert, and with the help of odorants, they were not afraid at all, and silently solved the approaching zombies.